divine skills. Mastery comes with practice, and the laws of the Tao manifest naturally. In the vast array of worldly arts, there exists no extraordinary secret. It is solely a matter of skill and familiarity. Culinary arts. Novice level, 30 out of 100. Calligraphy. Novice level, 80/100. Painting. Novice level, 20/100. Dance. Novice level, 10 out of 100. 8-section brocade. Novice level, 20 out of 100. Fang Mo traverses the martial arts realm, acquiring the system of mastery through practice. Whether it be calligraphy, painting, or martial arts, as long as he diligently practices to enhance his proficiency, improvement is assured, regardless of innate talent or comprehension. Chapter 1. The Hanged Heir of a Wealthy Family. Amidst the morning mist enveloping Moon Lake in Yunyang, a piercing scream shatters the tranquility of dawn. There's a corpse. Someone has hanged themselves. The shrill cries startled the resting birds, sending them fluttering into the night sky. On the banks of Moon Lake, a crooked willow tree sways gently, bearing a corpse that dangles like a desiccated salted fish. An elderly man with white hair sits on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he gazes at the hanging body. Suddenly, a white figure darts through the woods like a specter. As it approaches within 20 or 30 meters of the corpse, a wave of the hand releases a beam of white light. The rope snaps with a sound, and the body plummets from the tree. The white figure, like a shadow, instantaneously reaches the fallen corpse, cradling it gently. "A ghost! A ghost!" the old man exclaims, his eyes rolling back as he faints. As the morning light begins to emerge, the surface of Moon Lake sparkles, the sunlight cascading upon the white figure. This is no ghost, but rather an exquisite maiden. Her skin is as pale as snow, her features like a painting, and her demeanor exudes an ethereal chill. At this moment, the morning light reflects off her white attire, radiating a delicate glow akin to a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. The maiden glances at the old man, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. Her gaze soon falls upon the face of the corpse, revealing that it is a frail youth of merely 18 or 19 years. To hang oneself at such a young age? With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, the maiden places her hand upon the youth's chest, her eyes narrowing slightly. There is still life. Her palm illuminates with a gentle white light as she presses down softly. The young man's body jolts suddenly, expelling a breath as he slowly opens his dazed eyes. The maiden abruptly raises her head, her gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the darkened woods. Whoosh! A shadow flits past, vanishing in an instant. "A martial artist of the transformation realm," she murmurs, a glint of sharpness flashing in her gaze. Suddenly, her body stiffens. A cold hand brushes against her face, and as she lowers her gaze, she meets a pair of bewildered and joyful eyes. "So beautiful! Have I arrived in the realm of immortals? Where in the world can one find such a stunning maiden?" The young man, entranced, instinctively caresses gently with his fingers. Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoes across Moon Lake. Fang Mo jolts awake in an instant, but soon darkness envelopes his vision, and his final consciousness fades away. Galactic Federation news. The 4th Interstellar Expedition Corps has discovered the largest known deposit of blue crystal ore in the 3rd colonial star, Zhiyuan star, within the wild frontier. This deposit is sufficient for the Federation to mine for centuries, prompting the Federation to establish a new city base and summon pioneering companies along with numerous martial artists to participate in its construction and defense. Yunyang early news. According to reliable sources, the super genius of Ningjiang Higher Martial Academy, Luo Jiangyan, has secretly arrived in Yunyang. Luo Jiangyan is renowned as the youngest martial artist of the Dan realm. Her visit is to partake in the Yunyang Martial Academy's grand examination in June, aiming to select martial arts prodigies for the Yunkong Martial Academy. Yunyang Entertainment Morning Report. The heir of the aristocratic family, mourning suicide at Moon Lake. The young heir of the Fang family, Fang Mo, tragically took his own life by hanging at Moon Lake in the early hours of today. This young gentleman has been labeled as the wastrel of Yunyang, lacking any martial aptitude. Recent rumors suggest that his abysmal academic performance led to his expulsion from school, solidifying his reputation as a wastrel. Insider information indicates that the cause of his suicide may be linked to the rejection of his marriage proposal by the prodigious young lady of the Yunyang martial arts family, Qin Mu Shui. With a sharp snap, Fang Mo turned off the television. "I can't believe this has made the news," he mused, touching his bandaged neck and gazing at the frail figure reflected on the screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yet, you truly are quite the useless one." At this moment, a colossal ancient bronze mirror hung, suspended in his mind, radiating a magnificent divine light, upon which enormous golden characters began to materialize. Innate divine ability, mastery through repetition, path of self-realization. In this world, every skill possesses no extraordinary secrets. is simply a matter of practice and familiarity. Culinary arts, novice 30/100. Calligraphy, novice 80/100. Painting, novice 20/100. Dance, novice 10 out of 100. 8 sections of brocade, novice 20/100. Upon awakening, Fang Mo discovered that he had inexplicably traversed into another realm. He also realized that the ancient bronze mirror he had unearthed on the day of his transition had found its way into his consciousness, transforming into a mysterious artifact. It endowed him with innate divine abilities. Regardless of whether it be calligraphy, painting, or martial arts, as long as he diligently practiced to enhance his proficiency, his skills would advance, independent of innate talent or enlightenment. The world into which he had crossed was one where technology and martial arts held equal prominence. Humanity had already ventured beyond their planet, engaging in interstellar colonization. Martial arts flourished just as robustly. It was commonplace for martial artists to shatter stone tablets. Formidable warriors could sever mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. The populace revered martial arts, elevating it to the pinnacle of societal esteem. He had been an ardent martial arts enthusiast on Earth, and in a bid to save a girl, he heroically intervened, only to be met with a blade from an assailant, thus transporting him to this new world. However, the body he inhabited in this new realm was that of a feeble individual, utterly incapable and mentally dull, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Despite being the heir of the wealthiest Fang family in Yinyang, he was unloved by his father, disdained by his relatives, and had lost his mother at an early age, leaving him with a cruel stepmother. Expelled from the academy and jilted by his fiancée, he turned to alcohol for solace. Unbeknownst to him, he had chosen to end his life by hanging from a tree by Moon Lake. By any measure, he appeared to be a most tragic figure. Just then, the door to his hospital room swung open, admitting 2 individuals. The first was a gaunt, elderly gentleman in his 50s, with neatly groomed gray hair, attired in a black tunic, his face adorned with a subtle smile that radiated the haughty demeanor of the affluent. Trailing behind him was a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, carrying a black briefcase. Fang Mo recognized the two. The elder was Hebo, the family steward, while the other was a lawyer responsible for handling the family's legal matters. "How are you feeling, young master?" Hebo inquired with a smile. Fang Mo regarded him calmly. Though Hebo addressed him as young master, he had never genuinely respected him. "I'm fine," Fang Mo replied nonchalantly. "That's good to hear." Hebo seemed unfazed by Fang Mo's demeanor, offering a slight smile. "Today, I have come to check on you, and there are some documents that require your signature." The lawyer stepped forward, retrieving papers from his briefcase and placing them before Fang Mo. "This is a declaration in which the young master voluntarily relinquishes his inheritance rights to the Fang family." Hebo clasped his hands, his tone devoid of emotion. "Of course, there is another document. It pertains to a hotel owned by the family. If you sign this, the establishment will belong to you, young master." "Is this an expulsion?" Fang Mo gazed steadily at Hebo. The steward was somewhat taken aback. Fang Mo displayed no anger, appearing unervingly composed. It seemed the recent turmoil had impacted him profoundly, leading him to seek death. "If the young master insists on interpreting it this way, so be it." Hebo observed Fang Mo, his smile fading as he spoke with a tone of regret. "This time, the young master has gone too far, bringing shame upon the Fang family. Both the head of the family and the matriarch are quite upset. Obtaining this hotel is already a concession." Fang Mo accepted the hotel ownership document, glancing at it with a hint of a sardonic smile. The total investment for this establishment barely amounted to a few million. It is essential to recognize that the Fang Group stands as the wealthiest enterprise in Yinyang, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions, and he is the primary heir. Yet at present, he finds himself in possession of merely a hotel worth a few million. Furthermore, considering the temperament of his stepmother, would she truly grant him a hotel valued at a mere few million? One can only surmise that there may be ulterior motives lurking within this establishment. Chapter 2. Is this how you speak to your brother-in-law? Regrettably, the current Fang Mo is not the same as the former Fang Mo. He is now a soul from Earth. Convert the hotel shares into cash, 5 million, and I will sign immediately. Fang Mo tossed the share certificate onto the bed, his demeanor unfazed as he continued. Moreover, I am willing to sign a statement severing any ties with the Fang family, including the father-son relationship with Fang Xiaolian. Hebo was momentarily taken aback. He clearly had not anticipated Fang Mo's direct and resolute proposition, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized Fang Mo, seemingly searching for a hint of jest in the latter's calm expression. Yet, Fang Mo's gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. Was the young master truly going to pursue this course of action? Hebo's brow furrowed with unmistakable confusion. To be precise, he no longer understood this young master. Absolutely certain, Uncle Fang. Fang Mo's tone exuded an unprecedented determination. This course of action would be beneficial for everyone, would it not? Lawyer Lu's eyes also glimmered with intrigue. He began to reassess the young master before him, no longer perceiving him as the timid youth he once thought, but rather as an individual with his own convictions and a trace of resoluteness. Fang Mo had already formulated his plan. Possessing innate abilities and arriving in this martial arts world was undoubtedly an opportunity to fulfill his dreams. He had resolved to pursue martial arts, and thus, he wished to eliminate any external factors that could impede his journey. The situation with the Fang family was excessively intricate. He needed to extricate himself to mitigate unnecessary complications. The 5 million would serve as his funds for martial arts training. The adage wealth in martial arts, poverty in literature rings true. Without money, one could not pursue the path of martial arts. Wait a moment. Hebo seemed to sense Fang Mo's resolve. He took out his phone and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, muffled voices emanated from outside, along with a cold, somewhat familiar voice coming through the receiver. Rebellious son, you wish to sever the father-son relationship? Fine. Grant him 1 million and let him leave, far away, if possible. 1 million. Fang Mo listened intently, touching his face. Fang Mo, how tragic you are, in your father's eyes. You are worth merely 1 million. Hebo re-entered, placing his phone into his pocket, and regarded Fang Mo. The head of the family has agreed. But he will only give you 1 million. That is acceptable. Fang Mo replied calmly. His nonchalant demeanor left Hebo momentarily stunned, though perplexed. He turned to Lawyer Liu and said, Lawyer Liu, please have the agreement prepared. Certainly, I will prepare it right away. Lawyer Liu immediately called the firm to arrange the documentation. The money was swiftly delivered. Hebo regarded Fang Mo with a hint of regret. Young master, your actions may be a bit impulsive. Why must you resolve matters so definitively? Let me know when the agreement is ready. Fang Mo smoothly reclined, closing his eyes. Hebo observed Fang Mo's behavior, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes, yet he ultimately remained silent, standing there without uttering a word. He did not comprehend why Fang Mo would choose to act in such a manner. Leaving the Fang family seemed utterly mad. Little did he know Fang Mo's true intentions. Through the memories of the original soul, Fang Mo had come to understand this world. 3 centuries prior, humanity had embarked on the interstellar era. They discovered other Earth-like planets, rich in rare and wondrous elixirs, as well as formidable exotic beasts. It was found that consuming these elixirs and the flesh of these beasts could enhance one's physical form, refining bones and marrow. Thus, the martial arts began to flourish. After more than 300 years of significant development in martial arts, however, various cultivation resources had been monopolized. To learn martial arts, there were only a few avenues. One could either gain admission to a martial academy, join a prestigious sect, ally with a martial arts family, or enlist in an official martial arts organization, such as the Public Security Bureau or military. Yet, regardless of the path, one had to undergo assessments of one's martial roots and talents. He had already been deemed devoid of martial roots, naturally weak in constitution, and would fail any tests. Thus, if he wished to pursue martial arts, there was only one route available, to attend a martial arts school. Although martial arts schools ranked among the lowest in these martial factions, and typically taught only basic techniques, some did offer genuine skills. Of course, certain schools had stringent requirements. However, there were always those that accepted anyone as long as one could pay, indifferent to one's innate abilities. Therefore, he needed cash. With money, he could find a school to study martial arts. Half an hour later, Lawyer Liu rushed in, drenched in sweat, bringing the agreement and declaration. The Fang family had also delivered 1 million in cash. Fang Mo took the money and promptly signed the agreement. A smile crept across his face as he gazed at the 1 million in cash. From this moment forth, he was free in this world, unburdened and unencumbered. He could now focus on pursuing his martial arts dreams. Hebo departed. Fang Mo swiftly removed the 4-needle, preparing to leave the hospital to execute his next plan. Bang! Just as Fang Mo finished packing his belongings and was ready to depart, the door was forcefully kicked open. He furrowed his brow and turned to look. 3 young men stood in the doorway, all in their late teens, adorned in extravagant attire, clearly signs of affluent families. The leader wore a completely white Ioni suit, complemented by orange Ioni leather shoes, his stylish long hair cascading down, and an air of arrogance radiating from him. Even before entering, the scent of his cologne wafted in. Well, look who it is. The useless heir, still alive. The young man regarded Fang Mo with a mocking smile, swaggering into the room. Qin Lang, is this how you converse with your brother-in-law? Fang Mo replied, maintaining his composure. This youth was Qin Lang, the younger brother of Fang Mo's fiancée, Qin Muxiue. Qin Lang had never acknowledged Fang Mo, deeming him unworthy of his sister, and thus had taken great pleasure in bullying the previous incarnation of Fang Mo brother-in-law. Don't dream. Qin Lang scoffed disdainfully. The engagement was annulled this morning. What delusions do you harbor? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Fang Mo's lips. So, you specially came to celebrate my newfound freedom? Qin Lang was incensed, but Fang Mo's next words left him momentarily speechless. You should be grateful that I am still alive. Otherwise, your sister would be a true widow. You seek death. Qin Lang was completely infuriated, moving swiftly to stand before Fang Mo, reaching for his neck. So fast. This must be a seasoned martial artist. Fang Mo's heart raced as he felt the overwhelming force and speed approaching him. Yet, he was no longer the previous Fang Mo. He chose not to confront the attack directly. Instead, he swiftly leaned back, collapsing onto the bed, and rolled to the other side. Simultaneously, he kicked upward, aiming directly at Qin Lang's groin. Qin Lang had not anticipated that Fang Mo would evade him and counterattack. His hand grasped at empty air, leaving him momentarily stunned. A pain scream escaped Qin Lang as he doubled over, clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. How could this be? The two wealthy youths accompanying Qin Lang were also taken aback. What was happening? How had Lang Xiao been injured by Fang Mo? Was this truly the infamous useless heir of Yunyang? I'll kill you. Qin Lang roared, still clutching his groin, his face a mask of fury. You dare? Fang Mo suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable firmness. Qin Lang, do not forget that this is a hospital, filled with surveillance cameras. Are you certain you wish to leave behind evidence of violence here? Having just annulled your engagement, are you eager to embarrass your Qin family by attacking your former brother-in-law? Qin Lang's hand hovered in midair, his fist clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury yet tinged with a hint of hesitation. Fang Mo's words had evidently struck a chord within him, revealing a facet he had not previously contemplated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Inside the hospital room, the atmosphere was thick with tension, the air charged with an almost palpable sense of conflict. At that moment, a sharp and commanding voice rang out from outside the room. Stop it, Qin Lang. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 3, We Are Brothers. Fang Mo recognized the voice, once so familiar, and felt a jolt in his heart, his gaze instinctively shifting toward the entrance. There stood a striking figure. A young woman of 17 or 18, clad in simple athletic attire that elegantly accentuated her lithe and dynamic form. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, exuding a distinctive vigor and spirit. Unlike the conventional softness often associated with femininity, she possessed a unique charm, a blend of strength and grace that was impossible to overlook. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, clear and profound, radiating an inner confidence. Qin Mushui. Fang Mo's heart fluttered once more. Qin Lang, are you not afraid of bringing shame to our family by causing trouble in the hospital? Qin Mushui's words were laced with reprimand, yet her gaze lacked true anger. It was evident she was speaking for the benefit of the onlookers outside. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, slowly lowering his fist, casting a reluctant glare at Fang Mo. Consider yourself fortunate today, Fang Mo. Just wait and see. Fang Mo remained silent, his eyes clear and devoid of the previous infatuation. Qin Mushui turned her attention to Fang Mo, her expression slightly taken aback. You seem different. However, her tone softened as she added, Fang Mo, are you alright? I apologize for the engagement termination. Fang Mo gently shook his head, offering a serene smile. I am fine, you need not apologize. From today onward, you are you. And I am me. We are no longer connected. Upon hearing this, Qin Mushui was momentarily stunned, and a flicker of mockery glimmered in her eyes as she replied softly, then take care of yourself. With that, she turned and departed. Fang Mo watched her figure fade away. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the bag filled with $1 million in cash. Mo go. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated again. Fang Mo paused briefly, then slowly turned around to find a young man of 17 or 18 standing at the doorway. He was tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscular physique well-defined. His chiseled features resembled a sculpted masterpiece, and his bright, piercing eyes shone with intelligence, while his sleek black hair emphasized his martial vigor. A smile broke across Fang Mo's face. Yu Jian, what brings you here? Yu Jian, his only childhood friend, had come rushing upon hearing of Fang Mo's predicament, warming his heart with a sense of comfort. I hurried over when I heard you were in trouble. Yu Jian stepped closer, his gaze lingering on the bandage around Fang Mo's neck, a complex expression crossing his face. I saw Qin Mushui earlier. Wasn't it just about the engagement? Is she worth this foolishness? It's all in the past. Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. That's the right mindset. Yu Jian's face lit up with a grin as he took the bag from Fang Mo. Let us go home. I have no home anymore. Fang Mo pointed at the bag, smiling as he said, this is my money for selling myself. What on earth is happening? Yu Jian's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment as he opened the bag, revealing the cash within, leaving him momentarily speechless. I have already severed ties with the Fang family. Fang Mo said with a slight smile. How outrageous. Yu Jian exclaimed, slamming the money down on the bed in anger. How could they be so ruthless? After all this, they cast you out of the family? Come on, let us confront them and see what they're made of. No need. Fang Mo grasped Yu Jian's hand, shaking his head. I proposed it myself. I believe this is for the best. I'll no longer live in fear. Yu Jian stood frozen for a moment, then stomped his foot in frustration, causing the ground to tremble and the tiles to crack beneath him. He seized the bag and stated firmly, let us go to my house. You can live just fine without the Fang family. Thank you, Yu Jian. Fang Mo looked at his only friend with warmth in his heart. Thank you for what? We are brothers. Yu Jian grinned widely. Fang Mo clasped Yu Jian's hand firmly. Indeed, we are brothers, but I cannot go to your house. Mo go. Yu Jian's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. Yu Jian, listen to me. Fang Mo quickly pressed down on him and said, I need your help with something. Please help me find a martial arts school. I want to learn martial arts. You want to learn martial arts? Yu Jian looked at Fang Mo in astonishment. In Yinyang City, no one was unaware of Fang Mo's reputation as the wasteful young master. He lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Yes. Fang Mo's expression was resolute as he met Yu Jian's gaze. Please help me make contact with a legitimate martial arts school. All right. Yu Jian observed Fang Mo's demeanor and refrained from further persuasion. As his only friend, if he did not support him, who would? He Bo returned to the Fang residence, stepping into the opulent hall adorned with redwood decor. At the head of the table sat a stunning woman, Hu Yuehua, Fang Mo's stepmother. She appeared to be in her 30s, exceptionally well-preserved, with fair skin and striking beauty. Dressed in a resplendent qipao adorned with floral patterns, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Fang Mo's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, and 2 years later, his father Fang Xiaoyan had married Hu Yuehua, the daughter of a martial arts family from Haiyang. A year later, they welcomed a son, Fang Yang, Fang Mo's younger brother, who had always been exceptionally intelligent and favored by the family for his remarkable aptitude. He Bo's steps became instinctively cautious as his gaze flickered past the elegantly attired Hu Yuehua and settled on the middle-aged woman standing silently behind her. This seemingly ordinary elderly woman was, in fact, a hidden secret of the Fang family, a formidable martial artist of the transformation level. Madam, you summoned me? He Bo inquired respectfully after a slight bow. I hear you gave him $1 million? Hu Yuehua's tone was calm. Indeed, madam, He Bo responded respectfully. It is the patriarch's wish. Fang Mo has relinquished his claim to inheritance and is no longer a member of the Fang family. This child is too stubborn. A faint smile graced Hu Yuehua's face. Then she waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I understand. You may leave. He Bo bowed and exited respectfully. Once He Bo departed, Hu Yuehua slammed the teacup down on the table, the smile vanishing from her face. The well-constructed plan he had ruined. She had set the stage in that hotel. And if he accepted it, it would lead to his downfall. It seemed he still cared for this son. The woman standing behind Hu Yuehua stepped forward, her eyes glinting coldly. Should I make a move? Forget it. Hu Yuehua waved her hand, her expression somewhat complex. Since the master has acted this way, it is to ease my worries. If we strike, the master will have his own thoughts on the matter. Pausing briefly, she smiled and said, just arrange for the news to be spread, stating that Fang Mo has been expelled from the Fang family and has taken away 5 million in cash. The woman was taken aback for a moment. Then a sinister smile spread across her face. Madam, I understand. An innocent man suffers for having something precious. Hu Yuehua's lips curled into a faint smile as she lifted her teacup, blowing away the foam before taking a delicate sip. Chapter 4. Huwei Martial Arts School. Qin Lang was in excruciating pain and rushed to the hospital for an examination. Fang Mo delivered a kick that was quite precise. Had it not been for his frail physique and lack of strength, Qin Lang would have undoubtedly suffered a grievous injury. Nevertheless, the examination revealed that he had indeed sustained an injury, resulting in a lengthy ordeal of checks and treatments, consuming a significant portion of the day. Incensed, Qin Lang's anger flared, and though he refrained from admonishing Fang Mo, he nearly found himself bereft of his manhood. The mere thought of Fang Mo ignited a deep-seated animosity within him. This simply would not do. He felt compelled to seek out Fang Mo and would not rest until he had shattered his adversary's pride. Accompanied by 2 companions, he set out to confront Fang Mo, only to discover that he had already been discharged from the hospital, sending Qin Lang into a fit of rage. Young Master Qin, I bear splendid news that is sure to delight you, one of his subordinates declared, a broad smile illuminating his face as he handed Qin Lang his mobile device. Speak. Qin Lang replied tersely, his irritation palpable. The young man beamed. Just moments ago, news broke on the street that Fang Mo has been expelled from the Fang family and has also made off with 5 million. Hand it over. Qin Lang snatched the phone and perused the information. Moments later, his expression transformed to one of elation. Excellent. This is splendid news. Yang Jihua, verify the authenticity of this information. Yang Jihua nodded earnestly. Of course, I will have someone investigate further and report back to you, young Master Lang. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened as he declared, Isn't your family controlling a gang called the Gale Gang? Indeed, young Master Lang, his subordinate hastily replied. Sensing the gravity of the situation, is there something you wish to propose? A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Lang's eyes as he spoke through gritted teeth. If the news proves true, execute the plan flawlessly, ensuring our involvement remains undisclosed. His subordinate hesitated, but young Master Qin, that may not be prudent. He is still a scion of the Fang family. Although he has distanced himself, any misfortune could reflect poorly on us. Qin Lang shot him a fierce glare. What are you afraid of? If trouble arises, the Qin family will bear the consequences. You need only to act. His subordinate, meeting Qin Lang's intense gaze, clenched his jaw and acquiesced. Very well. On Changwang Street, also known as Martial Arts Alley, a plethora of martial arts schools, both grand and modest, congregate. Despite the existence of martial arts academies and traditional sects, these schools flourish, akin to tutoring centers on Earth. In an academy, personalized instruction is seldom available. But in these schools, one can receive such bespoke training, with many instructors boasting impressive credentials. The Tiger Might Martial Arts School, situated along this street, features both a front and a back courtyard, along with a side courtyard, totaling several thousand square meters. At that moment, approximately 20 students were practicing their forms in the front courtyard, displaying vigor and grace, while numerous children outside peered in curiously. The disciples did not shoo them away. Rather, they deliberately allowed spectators, utilizing this as a means to attract potential apprentices. The following afternoon, as sunlight streamed obliquely onto Chungwang Street, an unassuming black sedan halted before the Tiger Might Martial Arts School. This is the place. Yu Jian pointed at the sign. The master of the Tiger Might School, Guan Lai, is renowned for his formidable Fuhu fist, a technique that hails from the Buddhist temple on Dan Mountain. It is a martial art of considerable depth, blending both technique and practice. In his prime, Guan Lai vanquished all 38 martial arts schools in Yunyang with this very style. Though he had surpassed 50 years of age, he remained at the pinnacle of his power, holding a significant position within the Yunyang martial arts community. Moreover, he was known for his amiable disposition and willingness to impart genuine knowledge. I have already made arrangements. You may enter directly. Yu Jian, thank you. Fang Mo expressed earnestly, looking at Yu Jian with sincerity. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Yu Jian playfully punched Fang Mo's shoulder. Noticing Fang Mo's smile, he quickly toned down his enthusiasm, embracing Fang Mo's shoulder. I want to accompany you inside to avoid drawing attention. Call me if you need anything. Understood. Fang Mo nodded, waving goodbye to Yu Jian as he exited the car and strode toward the Tiger Might Martial Arts School. As Yu Jian observed Fang Mo's diminishing silhouette, his expression turned complex. He harbored little faith in Fang Mo's martial aspirations, believing that without the innate talent of a martial artist, achieving success would be exceedingly difficult. He sighed softly, pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly departed. Fang Mo straightened his attire and approached the door, knocking gently. A young man clad in training attire opened the small door, scrutinizing Fang Mo from head to toe. What do you want? I have come to learn martial arts. Here is my admission letter. Fang Mo presented the letter that Yu Jian had procured. The Tiger Might School had stringent admission criteria, and with Fang Mo's qualifications, he would ordinarily be ineligible. However, thanks to Yu Jian's intervention, the letter was effectively a combination of monetary exchange and goodwill. The young man examined the letter before opening the door wider. Come in. As Fang Mo stepped into the school, he was greeted by a spacious interior, filled with an array of training apparatus that exuded a sense of antiquity. Over 20 students were either punching or standing in stances, each movement imbued with power and rhythm. Fang Mo inhaled deeply. This was a place to hone one's will and strengthen the body, marking the commencement of his journey in martial arts. Don't gawk. Follow me to meet the master. The young man instructed sternly. Fang Mo reined in his gaze and followed the young man through the front courtyard, past the central hall, and into the back courtyard. This area opened up like a hidden paradise. The back courtyard was even more expansive than the front, surrounded by various training equipment, with a dozen or so students vigorously practicing. These individuals were evidently more skilled than those in the outer courtyard, their punches resonating with power, occasionally producing explosive sounds. Each one exhibited a robust physique, radiating an aura of ferocity. Under the shade of a large locust tree in the courtyard, a grandmaster's chair was set beside a tea table. An elderly man in his 40s sat in the chair, sipping tea while observing the disciples train. Master, this individual has come to learn martial arts. The young man approached with Fang Mo and presented the admission letter. Fang Mo surmised that this was Guan Lai. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man's imposing stature, ruddy complexion, and overall vitality that belied his age. He appeared far younger than 50. Guan Lai took the letter, glanced at it, and furrowed his brow slightly. Step forward. Fang Mo complied. Guan Lai scrutinized him closely, his expression growing more serious. Fang Mo, do you understand the path you are embarking upon? The road of martial arts is not for those lacking in innate talent, perseverance, and aptitude. Fang Mo's countenance remained resolute as he respectfully replied. Disciple understands and is willing to exert every effort, undaunted by hardship. Guan Lai paused, seemingly weighing his options, before finally exhaling softly and placing the admission letter down gently. The martial path is fraught with challenges, particularly for you. Yet, since you are resolute, I shall not deter you. However, I must caution you. There are no shortcuts. Only sweat and perseverance will yield results. Fang Mo bowed deeply once more, sincerely stating yes. Master, I will strive with tenfold diligence. Guan Lai regarded Fang Mo's earnestness and nodded, then turned to the young man who had brought Fang Mo in. Take him to complete his payment and receive his uniform, and inform him of the necessary precautions. Then bring him to the front courtyard to meet your second senior brother. Understood, master. The young man acknowledged, then turned to Fang Mo. Follow me. As they departed, a 25 or 26-year-old young man, who had been instructing other students, approached. observing Fang Mo's retreating figure. Master, this individual does not seem suited for martial training. Why did you accept him? The Fuhu Hall adheres to traditional methods, maintaining high standards for its disciples' innate talent. In contrast to other martial schools that may accept hundreds or even thousands of students, this school only accommodates around 30, underscoring its rigorous standards. This is not merely due to Yu Zong's recommendation, Guan Lai sighed lightly. Most of our medicinal herbs and exotic beast meats come from Fuyan Hall. It would be unwise to disregard his goodwill. Let him train. After a few days of intense training, he would naturally be unable to endure it and leave. Junior brother Fang, my name is Ding Ziyuan. The young man introduced Fang Mo as he led him into the main hall. Senior brother Ding, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Fang Mo quickly clasped his fists in respect. Although I've only been here for less than half a year myself, please let me know if there's anything I can assist you with. Ding Ziyuan smiled slightly as he walked, explaining, the tuition covers daily training, lunch, weekly nutritional supplements, beast meat, and medicinal baths. Any additional needs will incur extra charges. Following Ding Ziyuan, Fang Mo listened to his introductions with astonishment. No wonder it was said that practicing martial arts costs a fortune. At this rate, his 1 million would soon dwindle. Upon arriving at the payment counter, Fang Mo paid for 3 months, nearly 50,000, and received 2 sets of training attire. Ding Ziyuan then led Fang Mo to the front yard. Chapter 5. The first training session. Fang Mo followed Ding Ziyuan through the martial arts hall to the front yard. The students were either practicing their boxing techniques or diligently training in stances, each one engrossed in their own exercises, as if the outside world held no significance for them. Ding Ziyuan brought him before a young man of short stature, but with piercing eyes. Senior brother Miao, this is the new student Fang Mo, here to learn martial arts. Ding Ziyuan introduced. Miao Ping scrutinized Fang Mo with a cold and emotionless gaze, as if he could see through one's very soul. Fang Mo felt an invisible pressure but endeavored to remain calm, respectfully bowing to Miao Ping. Senior brother Miao, Ziyuan, you first teach him to loosen up, then instruct him in the tiger stance. Miao Ping's voice was flat and devoid of inflection. Yes, second senior brother, Ding Ziyuan replied, turning to Fang Mo, junior brother Fang. Follow me. Fang Mo nodded. Though Miao Ping's demeanor was somewhat unsettling, he understood this might be the norm in the martial arts school. New students must undergo trials and tribulations. He resolved to focus on his training instead of dwelling on the discomfort. Ding Ziyuan took Fang Mo to a relatively quiet corner and began to teach him how to loosen his body. Once Fang Mo had warmed up, Ding Ziyuan commenced the instruction of the tiger stance. With meticulous guidance, Ding Ziyuan imparted the nuances of the stance, while Fang Mo concentrated fully, his previous martial arts foundation enabling him to grasp the essentials swiftly. As he assumed the tiger stance, his legs spread wide as if he were a tiger poised in the forest, each breath synchronized with his movements, steady and powerful. Junior brother Fang, you have quite a good comprehension. Ding Ziyuan praised upon witnessing his progress, and then shared the secrets of breath control, breathing in sync with the rise and fall of his stance, exhaling to ground the energy in the dantian, and inhaling to draw strength throughout his body, thus achieving a natural state. Remember the mantra for the tiger stance. Stand firm as if you are a crouching tiger, dominating the mountains with your breath. Your feet should be solid as nails, the front leg like a bow, the back leg pushing against the ground. Your hands should form claws before your chest, your shoulders and elbows relaxed to store power. Keep your back straight and your energy sinking down. Your spine aligned like the backbone of a dragon. Fang Mo committed the mantra to memory, practicing in tandem with the breathing technique. Having previously stood in various stances such as the horse stance, wuji stance, and Hunyuan stance, he found this familiar and easy to master. As the saying goes, without the practice of stances, one cannot truly master boxing. The practice of stances, which cultivates physical strength to enhance martial prowess, indeed builds strength over time. Yet in his past life, he still could not defeat a small thug wielding a knife. Following the movements, Fang Mo soon found his rhythm and method, standing with a semblance of form. Just as he was becoming absorbed in the exercise, golden characters leapt forth from the copper mirror, declaring, Tiger stance. Initial practice, 1100. Indeed, I can do it. Fang Mo felt a surge of joy within. This mysterious copper mirror was invaluable, and with such capabilities, as long as he continued to practice diligently, success was inevitable. His confidence soared, and he began to train with even greater fervor. Ding Ziyuan observed with an expression of surprise. He had struggled for an entire day to perfect the tiger stance, enduring countless corrections from his senior brothers, yet Fang Mo had achieved it after just a single demonstration. However, noticing that Fang Mo could only sustain the stance for 2 or 3 dozen seconds before breaking into a sweat and trembling, he thought to himself, this junior brother Fang's physique is truly lacking. The tiger stance consists of 36 breaths for a small cycle and 72 breaths for a large cycle. But there was no need to be overly concerned. If he couldn't endure, he could simply stop. Listening to Ding Ziyuan's words, Fang Mo, despite his legs shaking like a sieve, persevered resolutely, realizing that with his frail body, he must exert efforts far greater than others. Indeed, His condition was dire. He could barely endure half of the 36 breaths. His legs felt as if they were cramping, the pain unbearable, his breaths quickening, making it impossible to maintain a deep and steady rhythm. His abdomen began to ache, and his muscles quivered violently as he gritted his teeth and held on. Each droplet of sweat was a step forward towards becoming stronger. He repeated this mantra to himself, urging himself to endure. Upon completing the last breath, he finally could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Miaoping had been watching Fang Mo intermittently. Earlier, he had been taken aback by Fang Mo's precise movements. But upon witnessing Fang Mo nearly collapse after just one round of breaths, a hint of disdain crept into his expression as he turned away, no longer interested. Ding Ziyuan approached and helped Fang Mo to his feet, saying, "Don't sit there. Get up and move around, or you'll injure your muscles. You've done quite well. It's rare for a first-timer to stand so accurately. Take a break, and then come back." "Thank you, senior brother Ding. I can manage," Fang Mo gratefully replied, slowly moving about and patting his legs. "All right, then you practice. I must also return to my training." Ding Ziyuan did not insist further and went off to practice boxing. Fang Mo, initial practice of the tiger stance, 2100. Fang Mo gazed at the numbers displayed on the copper mirror, excitement flickering in his eyes. Although it was only a slight increase, he felt a change within his body, a warm current rising from within, nourishing him and accelerating his recovery. His curiosity about the mysterious copper mirror deepened. What exactly was this object that possessed such extraordinary powers? He moved about for a while to recuperate, then resumed standing in the stance, losing track of time and fatigue, practicing again and again. His clothes were soaked with sweat, yet he persisted unwaveringly. Fang Mo understood well that while he possessed certain abilities, diligent practice was imperative. This could not be faked. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of a wooden board echoed, prompting everyone to cease their training. "Junior brother Fang, it's time to eat," Ding Ziyuan called out as he approached. "Okay, senior brother Ding. I'll just finish one more round." Fang Mo smiled as he wiped his sweat. "Let us go. Training requires a balance of work and rest. Overexertion can lead to injury." Ding Ziyuan stepped forward to pull Fang Mo along. "All right." Fang Mo ceased his resistance, smiling. "Senior brother Ding, you go ahead. I'll wash my face and join you. Then hurry." Ding Ziyuan finally released Fang Mo and headed with the other disciples to the dining hall. "Junior brother Fang, why do you concern yourself with him? Just let him practice. He thinks that relentless training will suffice, but without the innate foundation, all his efforts will be in vain. I foresee he won't last more than a few days. Without results, he will surely leave. The path of martial arts is not one that just anyone can tread." Several students laughed derisively. Ding Ziyuan countered, "Do not speak so, we are all fellow disciples. Junior brother Fang is quite diligent." The remarks were made without any regard for Fang Mo, who overheard everything but remained indifferent and composed as he approached the water basin to wash his face. Fang Mo, initial practice of the tiger stance, 7100. The changes in the numbers on the copper mirror bore testament to his sweat and perseverance. He understood that the true path of a warrior had only just begun. The derision of onlookers was but a whisper in the wind, incapable of unsettling the steadfast rock within his heart. Chapter 6, The Elixir. Fang Mo stepped into the dining hall of the Tiger's Might Martial Arts School, feeling an unmistakable sense of peculiarity. The hall was ingeniously divided into 3 distinct areas by transparent glass, each serving its purpose with impeccable order. In the outermost circle, 8 long tables were surrounded by the youthful faces of approximately 20 students from the front yard. In the central area, 5 long tables accommodated a select few from the backyard, each exuding an extraordinary presence despite their smaller number. At the innermost table sat the master, Guanlai, in a commanding position, flanked by 5 elites, among whom was Miaoping. "Fang Shidi, over here." Ding Ziyuan's voice called from a corner as he waved him over from beside a table where 5 others were seated, their reception of Fang Mo decidedly lukewarm. Fang Mo approached, and Ding Ziyuan gestured to the sumptuous dishes laid before them. "Help yourself. Eat to your heart's content." "Thank you, senior brother Ding." Fang Mo replied with a smile, turning to politely acknowledge the other seniors, though he received only barely perceptible nods in return. Undeterred, his attention was captured by the stir-fried cauliflower and pork stew. He filled his bowl generously and sat beside Ding Ziyuan, devouring his meal heartily. A morning of training had left him ravenous. "How does the tiger's den stance feel?" Ding Ziyuan inquired between bites. "Fair to middling." Fang Mo swallowed a mouthful, eager to seek guidance on aspects he found perplexing. "Not a problem. Let us discuss it after we eat," Ding Ziyuan readily agreed. Fang Mo felt a warmth in his heart. This Ding Ziyuan was far more approachable than the others, prompting him to hasten his meal as the afternoon's training awaited, and time was of the essence. In the inner hall, Guanlai's dining paused abruptly as his gaze traversed the transparent partition, landing upon Fang Mo, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. He turned to Miaoping, inquiring in a calm tone, "Miaoping, how does Fang Mo perform?" Miaoping hastily set down his chopsticks, responding, "Master, he is quite diligent. He grasped the tiger's den stance in just one morning and has been standing firm throughout." He glanced at Fang Mo, lowering his voice slightly. However, his physique is rather weak. I observe that he hasn't managed to complete 2 cycles of breathing all morning. Guanlai responded with a gentle hum, refraining from further questioning. Miao Ping understood. His master was not particularly invested in Fang Mo, merely asking out of casual interest. He resumed his meal. In the afternoon, Fang Mo sought Ding Ziyuan's counsel on the stance, and Ding Ziyuan generously imparted his knowledge before retreating to the coolness of the central hall. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, undeterred by the sweltering sun and pouring sweat, steadfastly practiced the stance, each droplet of perspiration narrating tales of his unyielding resolve. The disciples in the central hall observed him, occasionally bursting into laughter, perceiving Fang Mo's efforts as utterly futile. As Guanlai exited the dining hall and caught sight of Fang Mo persevering beneath the blazing sun, his expression darkened. What gives you the right to mock? He rebuked coldly. Even someone of ordinary talent strives so diligently. Do you not feel ashamed of your own lackadaisicalness? The disciples, taken aback by their master's admonition, dared not linger and promptly returned to their training positions, their gazes filled with resentment as they passed by Fang Mo. Yet he appeared oblivious, wholly absorbed in his own world of training. Each breath he took seemed to resonate with the cosmos, sweat cascading down, yet failing to extinguish the fierce flame of ambition within him. When the second cycle of breathing culminated successfully, it felt as though thunder erupted within him, a surge of unprecedented, formidable power awakened abruptly. His blood began to boil, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, instilling an all-encompassing warmth that was not pain, but rather a harbinger of transformation. Fang Mo could distinctly sense his vitality strengthening at that moment. Although it may not have fundamentally altered his essence, it represented an unparalleled advancement, fortifying his confidence immeasurably. As night fell and the students gradually departed, the martial arts school grew increasingly desolate. Ding Ziyuan approached Fang Mo, saying, Fang Shidi, enough practice for today. You've trained all day. It's wise to return and rest. Overexertion can jeopardize your foundation. Fang Mo wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a hint of fatigue in his smile. Thank you, senior brother Ding. I'll practice one more round before heading back. Ding Ziyuan nodded, poised to leave, then abruptly turned back, producing a vial from his pocket. Take this, Fang Shidi. It will alleviate your fatigue after a soak, and your muscles won't ache as much tomorrow. Fang Mo hastily declined, but Ding Ziyuan insisted, just take it, consider it a loan. You can repay me tomorrow. Fang Mo was touched. This Ding Ziyuan was truly a friend worth cherishing. Then I shall accept it for now. Thank you, senior brother Ding. Ding Ziyuan waved him off and departed. Fang Mo watched his retreating figure, silently vowing to repay this kindness in the future. As the night deepened and the school was enveloped in silence, Fang Mo completed his final training session, feeling exhausted yet profoundly fulfilled. He dragged his weary body back. Having rented a small house near the martial arts school with the help of Yu Jian, situated only 2 to 3 miles away, a secluded little courtyard. In the shadows of the street, one could occasionally glimpse wandering ruffians, yet upon noticing Fang Mo's martial arts garb, none dared approach. In the dark alley, cigarette butts flickered, accompanied by distant cries of distress. Fang Mo remained unfazed, dragging his heavy legs onward. The flourishing of martial arts inevitably brought forth other issues. The notion of martial chivalry, often clashing with laws, was a given. Daylight was manageable, but at night, the darkness belonged to the myriad gangs of Yunyang, with crimes proliferating. He could hardly manage his own affairs, let alone impose control over others. Upon returning to the little courtyard, he opened the door, and the enveloping darkness ignited a sense of solitude, yet he swiftly cast the thought aside. Closing the courtyard door and entering his room, he hardly felt inclined to eat. Sleep was all he desired. He gritted his teeth and prepared a hot bath. Following Ding Ziyuan's advice, he added the green liquid, turning the bathwater a deep emerald hue, releasing a fragrant aroma. As he soaked, Fang Mo felt a warm current permeate his skin, soothing every taut muscle. Eventually, he succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin, surrounded by roaring flames. While a fierce tiger's roar reverberated through the air, he sensed a power awakening within him, one that was formidable and left him breathless. He howled towards the heavens, and suddenly, a circle of golden light enveloped him, brimming with boundless strength. When Fang Mo awoke, dawn had barely broken. He felt invigorated, as if the fatigue of the previous night had never existed. Rising to his feet, he found himself lighter than ever, with the flow of vitality coursing through him more smoothly. He recognized that he had achieved a breakthrough. While it may not have elevated him to a position of supremacy, it certainly marked a solid step forward in his martial journey. Fang Mo donned his clothes, opened the courtyard door, and as sunlight graced his face, he inhaled deeply, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 7. The First Taste of Exotic Beast Meat. After a quick wash, Fang Mo enjoyed breakfast outside before making his way to the martial arts school, ready to embark on a new day of training. With his body growing stronger, his stance was more stable, and his breathing deeper. He felt his consciousness traverse within, sensing the flow of vitality through his meridians, each breath resonating with the universe, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Tiger's Den Stance. Initial practice, 26100. After a half-day of cultivation, Fang Mo had already achieved a proficiency level of 26 in the tiger lying stance. At this rate, he would soon ascend to the next realm. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning for greater strength and accelerated progress. During lunchtime, Fang Mo arrived at the dining hall of the Martial Arts Academy. He noticed that the atmosphere today was markedly different. The students appeared unusually excited. As he sat down, Ding Ziyuan leaned closer and said, "Fang Shidi, today you are in for a treat." "What kind of treat?" Fang Mo asked, puzzled. Ding Ziyuan replied with a smile, "Today we have exotic beast meat. You've only been here a day and already get to eat it." Exotic beast meat. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled. Though somewhat naive, he was not ignorant. He had heard plenty about cultivation before. Exotic beast meat was derived from formidable creatures that once roamed the deep mountains and forests, but had become extinct in the technological age. With the advent of the interstellar era, however, other Earth-like planets were discovered to harbor abundant exotic beasts, which led to the influx of their meat back to the mother planet. Previously, martial arts in this world had declined, much like on Earth. But with the emergence of exotic beast meat and spiritual herbs from other planets, martial arts experienced a resurgence. After 2 to 3 centuries of development, the current flourishing era of martial arts came to be. To cultivate, martial artists required intense physical exertion, and ordinary food could no longer satisfy their bodily demands. Only the potent exotic beast meat could nourish their bodies, invigorate their blood, and cultivate their strength. Filled with interest, Fang Mo realized he had never tasted exotic beast meat before. Despite being a scion of the Fang family, his status had never afforded him the opportunity to indulge in such delicacies, but today he finally had the chance. As everyone settled into the dining hall, Fang Mo distinctly felt the excitement radiating from his fellow students. He observed that the table still held only 2 dishes, one vegetarian and one meat-based. Confused, he followed suit with the others, leaving his bowl empty and untouched. After a while, 2 chefs emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a basin. They first entered the inner hall, where one chef began to serve a piece of meat onto each student's plate. The inner hall disciples were served first, followed by those in the middle hall, and finally the outer hall. Fang Mo remained still, waiting for a piece of meat to be placed on his plate. It resembled a steak, albeit a modest 2 ounces, yet it exuded a faint aroma of fresh grass that wafted through the room. "Let us begin." As the chefs exited after placing the meat before everyone, Guan Lai spoke up. Upon his cue, the students sprang into action, devouring their meals with an insatiable hunger. Fang Mo also picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The texture of the meat was firm, yet surprisingly tender, far from the difficulty he had anticipated. It was easy to chew, and a wave of refreshing flavor washed over him, as if a pure essence flowed from his mouth to his throat. Unable to resist, he quickly continued eating. However, the 2 ounces of meat disappeared within a few bites. Moments later, he felt a warm sensation in his stomach, a comforting warmth that seemed to flow through his body, invigorating his limbs and meridians in a way that defied description. He noticed others were rapidly finishing their meals, eating at a pace far quicker than usual, and he followed their example. Typically, mealtime would last half an hour, but today, within just 2 to 3 minutes. Some had already finished and dashed outside to practice their stances. "Fang Shidi, hurry and eat. The energy from the exotic beast meat can help you stimulate your blood." Ding Ziyuan nudged him. Fang Mo quickened his pace, finishing his meal and rushing outside to practice his stance. Just a few breaths in, he sensed a difference. His vital energy seemed to surge rapidly, and he no longer felt as fatigued. Soon, he effortlessly maintained his stance for 2 complete cycles, then 3 cycles. Whenever he felt he might falter, a warm flow would soothe any discomfort, causing his muscles to relax. He persisted for 4 cycles before the warm sensation finally subsided. Fang Mo felt his vital energy had strengthened. His fists, once feeble, now felt robust, and his breathing had become deep and prolonged. Previously, he could only sustain a breath for 2 seconds. Now he could manage 3, with a depth and smoothness he had never achieved before. Fang Mo finally grasped the reason behind the inability to cultivate true energy on Earth. It was due to the insufficient vitality. Without spiritual herbs and exotic beast meat, aspiring to reach the realm of true energy was akin to chasing shadows. Without proper nourishment, not only would the body fail to strengthen, but it would also decline under excessive consumption, much like athletes who face numerous health issues post-retirement. As the students finished digesting the exotic beast meat, they returned to the rest area to relax. However, Fang Mo did not cease his training. He understood that every opportunity for cultivation was precious, especially with the aid of exotic beast meat, which had significantly enhanced his training results. By the afternoon, he completed 9 cycles, raising his proficiency level to 39. Not stopping there, he headed to the apothecary to purchase some medicine, partly to return to Ding Ziyuan and partly for his own use that evening. The apothecary was run by a pharmacist in his 50s named Xie, who typically treated injuries and prepared medicines for the students. earning him the title of pharmacist. Reclining in a bamboo chair with an ancient book in hand, he lifted his eyelids slightly upon hearing Fang Mo's request for medicine. "What is your name?" Pharmacist Xie inquired. "Fang Mo," came the reply. Pharmacist Xie glanced at the ledger hanging on the wall, then looked back at Fang Mo. "New student. You are aware of the rule that limits purchases to a maximum of 5 vials of medicine and 1 pound of exotic beast meat per month?" "I know." Fang Mo nodded. "How much do you need?" Pharmacist Xie asked nonchalantly. "I'll take 3 vials of medicine and 5 ounces of exotic beast meat." Fang Mo handed over the money. 500 credits, reflecting on how quickly his 50,000 credits had dwindled within just 2 days. Truly, the adage wealth in martial arts. Poverty in literature held its ground. Without funds, one could scarcely pursue martial arts. Pharmacist Xie accepted the payment and retrieved 3 vials of medicine along with 5 ounces of exotic beast meat, handing them to Fang Mo. "Ding Shixiao. This medicine is for you." Fang Mo called out to Ding Ziyuan, who was about to leave, and handed him the medicine. "Just keep it. It's only a vial of medicine." Ding Ziyuan chuckled, trying to decline. "Thank you, Ding Shixiao, but I've bought 3 vials. This will suffice." Fang Mo insisted, pushing the medicine into Ding Ziyuan's hands. He could tell Ding Ziyuan came from a well-off family and wasn't lacking in funds. Yet he wished to avoid accumulating too much debt of gratitude. "All right, I'll take it for now." Ding Ziyuan relented and accepted the medicine. "Tonight, a few of us are going out for drinks. Would you like to join us?" "No, thank you." Fang Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I wish to practice a bit longer. My body is weak, and I fear I won't pass the assessment in 6 months. "Fair enough, but do remember to rest." Ding Ziyuan nodded, rallying the others to leave. "Ding Shixiao, why do you bother with him? I doubt he can achieve true energy in 6 months with his physique." "Exactly. There's no need to be so kind to him. It's a waste of energy," several students remarked as they walked away. Ding Ziyuan turned back to glance at Fang Mo, who was once again practicing his stance, and sighed. "I was merely struck by his diligence. The path of martial arts is incredibly arduous, and it is not easy for anyone. If I can lend a hand, I shall." Hearing this, the others turned back to observe the solitary and emaciated figure in the courtyard, falling into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the path of martial arts was fraught with challenges. They could not foresee how many among them would remain. If they could not break through, they too might have to abandon this path. Chapter 8. The Breakthrough of the Tiger Lying Stance. As dusk descended upon the courtyard, Fang Mo continued to practice his stance, his body resembling a crouching tiger, rising and falling rhythmically. His vital energy surged with each breath, flowing through his body to nourish his flesh, while sweat dripped onto the stony ground, shattering into countless droplets. At that moment, 5 individuals emerged from the middle hall. 3 men and 2 women. These were Guan Li's 5 primary disciples, more accurately 4, as one of the tall women was his daughter, Guan Lu. The other girl, exuding an air of pride, was named Qi Jing, his 4th disciple, followed by the eldest disciple, Feng Qingyuan, the 2nd disciple, Miao Ping, and the 3rd disciple, Yang Yunxing. The 5 were laughing and chatting as they made their way outside. Evidently heading out for a meal, their attire freshly changed. In the courtyard, the students had all departed, leaving only Fang Mo standing alone in a solitary stance, rendering him an incongruous figure. The others noticed him and exchanged glances. "So, this is the new student, is it?" Yang Yunxing remarked with a smile, observing Fang Mo's stance. "Your Fuhu stance is commendable, showing potential after merely 2 days. It appears that you possess a degree of insight. Indeed, he seems quite diligent. I noticed he was the last to leave yesterday," added the eldest disciple, Feng Qingyuan, with a smile. Qi Jing interjected coolly, "What good is insight without the requisite foundation? In martial arts, the most critical factor remains one's innate talent. Without it, hard work amounts to nothing." Possessing exceptional innate talent and coming from a privileged background, she exhibited a hint of arrogance in her demeanor. "Junior sister, Qi speaks wisely," Miao Ping remarked, his expression softening as he looked at Qi Jing. "Without the innate talent of a warrior, it seems improbable to attain Ming Jing within 6 months. Feng Qingyuan smiled slightly, countering, "One shouldn't be so absolute. Perhaps he may yet surpass expectations." A glimmer of derision flickered in Qi Jing's eyes. "That is a fanciful notion, given his foundation. It's likely he wouldn't reach Ming Jing even after a decade." "Enough of this discussion," Guan Lu interjected, sensing the harshness in Qi Jing's words. "Let us hurry. The gathering is about to commence, and we wouldn't want to miss the competition." With that, the group ceased their discourse and departed, while Fang Mo, feigning ignorance, continued his training with utmost dedication. Guan Li observed from the hall, watching Fang Mo sweat under the night sky, and shook his head before turning back towards the inner courtyard. His perspective mirrored that of the others. Martial artists placed utmost importance on innate talent. Without it, all efforts were in vain. Moreover, Fang Mo, at 18 years of age, was past the formative stage where change could occur. If only he had received guidance from a skilled practitioner in his youth, coupled with medicinal enhancement and a diet rich in exotic beast meat, perhaps he might have had a chance at transformation. Alas, it was apparent that his family's circumstances were less than favorable, as evidenced by the state of his physique. With a faint sigh, he departed, acknowledging Fang Mo's efforts but lamenting their futility, having witnessed too many impoverished youths labor tirelessly only to end up with nothing to show for it. Fang Mo paused his training to check the information displayed on the copper mirror, his heart racing with excitement. It seemed he would break through within the week. Unfazed by the opinions of others, he held firm in his belief that with his unique abilities, he would undoubtedly succeed in reaching Mingjing. Dragging his weary body back to his modest courtyard, Fang Mo prepared half a portion of exotic beast meat for stew, cooked a pot of rice, and then filled a tub with hot water for a medicinal bath. This time, he remained awake, experiencing the sensations more vividly. The medicinal liquid felt scorching, with waves of energy surging into his body, akin to countless warm hands kneading his muscles, alleviating his fatigue. As the medicinal properties coursed through his bloodstream, they fortified his physique. After 2 hours, he emerged from the bath, feeling rejuvenated and significantly less fatigued. Following his soak, he devoured 3 bowls of rice accompanied by the exotic beast meat, satiating his hunger, before returning to his stance to absorb the energy from the meat. Completing 7 cycles of breathing, he gradually sensed the energy from the beast meat waning before he finally stopped to wash up. It was past midnight when he climbed into bed, drifting into a deep slumber filled with pleasant dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt invigorated, his body light and brimming with strength. During his morning stance, he found himself effortlessly completing 3 cycles of breathing. With the combination of the beast meat and medicinal liquid, his progress was rapid, and his physical fitness had improved tremendously compared to 3 days prior. This fueled Fang Mo's motivation. He dedicated each day to standing in practice at home before heading to the martial arts academy, not returning until late in the evening. After soaking in the medicinal bath, consuming the beast meat, he continued to train relentlessly, akin to a man possessed. Apart from necessary rest, his time was consumed by standing practice, which did not go unnoticed by the academy's instructors. While they deemed his efforts futile, they were nonetheless struck by his relentless dedication and zeal. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fang Mo could now sustain 4 cycles of breathing, and he was only 5 points away from a breakthrough. His heart brimmed with anticipation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough and yearned to experience the sensations that would accompany it. Firmly establishing his stance, with hands poised as if grasping a tiger, he began to sway gently in rhythm with his breath, channeling his energy. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. He clung to his resolve, beads of sweat cascading down his body and pooling on the ground beneath him. Finally, he completed the 5th cycle. Fuhu stance, initial comprehension, 11,000. A tremor surged through his mind as the copper mirror illuminated with golden characters, signifying his advancement in the Fuhu stance. In that moment, it felt as though thunder echoed in his mind, and an intangible clarity washed over him like the warm sun of spring. His understanding of the Fuhu stance blossomed, akin to the opening of a new door. Every movement, every breath became crystal clear. His body appeared to forge an extraordinary connection with the cosmos, every inch of his skin tingling with the subtle vibrations of power. Simultaneously, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through him, akin to a roaring river overflowing from his dantian, traversing through his meridians and rejuvenating every cell in his body. This torrent of warmth not only invigorated his physical form, but also rekindled his spirit, dispersing fatigue in an instant, replacing it with boundless energy and vitality. Was this the first tempering of the body that Ding Ziyuan had spoken of? In just 5 days, he had accomplished the initial tempering of his body. Surely, that could not be deemed slow. However, gazing at the requirements for the second realm, which demanded 1,000 points of proficiency, his initial excitement quelled. The road ahead appeared increasingly challenging. With the stakes rising significantly, he knew he could not afford to slacken his efforts as the requirements would likely escalate. Taking a deep breath, he felt no trepidation, but rather an intense fire ignited in his gaze. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to explore the pinnacle of martial arts. Now, in this life, he finally had the chance. He was determined to discover what lay at the zenith of martial arts. Would it be akin to shattering the void as depicted in novels? Chapter 9. The Might of Mingjing. Junior Brother Fang, it appears your Fuhu stance has made a breakthrough. Ding Ziyuan observed as Fang Mo paused to rest, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, I just achieved it. Fang Mo replied, beaming. Well done. A breakthrough in just 5 days is quite commendable. Ding Ziyuan nodded approvingly. Now, strive to complete 9 cycles of breathing and maintain it for over an hour. At that point, you will be ready to learn the Fuhu fist. Absolutely. I will endeavor to do so. Fang Mo's resolve was unwavering. I have faith in you. Ding Ziyuan clapped him on the shoulder before taking his leave. Fang Mo felt a weight settle in his heart. 9 cycles of breathing for an hour meant each breath must be nearly 10 seconds long. Currently, his breathing duration was only around 4 seconds, making the goal seem dauntingly distant. He wiped the sweat from his brow, dismissing the need for rest, and resumed his training immediately. In the ensuing days, he devoted himself entirely to his practice, leaving the academy as the last to depart each evening and arriving before dawn. 20 days passed in a flash. Fang Mo's skin had darkened further, his physique had grown more robust, and the definition of his muscles had become strikingly apparent. Anyone who encountered him again would surely no longer associate him with the previous incarnation of the ineffectual Fang Mo. After finishing another round of standing practice, he focused his thoughts inward. Fuhu stance, initial comprehension, 689-1000. He was now on the cusp of a breakthrough. During this period, he had completed 2 cycles of blood and energy tempering. His current physique had surpassed that of his previous life, even after a decade of training. He had never achieved such a state. Upon breaking through to the 3rd realm, his physique would undoubtedly become even more extraordinary, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. I have broken through. A voice filled with excitement rang out. Fang Mo glanced over. During nearly a month at the martial arts academy, although he had not made a point of it, most of the people there recognized him. The jubilant voice belonged to Chen Mingzhong, who had arrived at the academy a few months before Fang Mo and was the first among their cohort of 7 to achieve a breakthrough, while 3 others had already departed, realizing their prospects were bleak. Hearing the commotion, a group from the backyard approached, led by Guan Lai, followed by a cadre of disciples. Chen Mingzhong, demonstrate your prowess. Guan Lai commanded, looking intently at him. Yes, master. Chen Mingzhong responded enthusiastically, assuming the wuji stance, his body undulating like a crouching tiger. At that moment, Fang Mo felt as though Chen Mingzhong truly resembled a fierce tiger, his body brimming with formidable strength. Hey, Chen Mingzhong shouted, stepping forward to deliver a cross punch. Bang! The punch erupted with a thunderous sound, akin to the air being shattered, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Although this was not Fang Mo's first time witnessing students showcase their skills, he still felt his blood surge with excitement. This was the Ming gene he had pursued in his past life. The explosive sound echoed in the air, a feat he had never seen anyone achieve in his previous existence. The so-called punch sounds were mere pretenses. This was the authentic sound of air exploding. A shock that made one's heart race. Not bad, strike the log again. Guan Lai beamed, his voice resonating. Chen Mingzhong approached the log, again assuming the wuji posture, his breath swelling as he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the log with tremendous force. The thick log, the diameter of a bowl, cracked with a resounding boom, splintering into shards. Fang Mo felt a jolt within. What terrifying power! In his previous life, he had encountered many masters across the nation, yet none had reached such a level. This log, known for its formidable hardness, was a white jian wood, lauded as the axe terminator. However, Fang Mo noticed Guan Lai frowning slightly, seemingly unimpressed. All right, you've broken through to the Ming gene. Starting tomorrow, you may practice in the backyard, Guan Lai declared, leaving with his hands clasped behind him. The other students rushed forward to congratulate him. Achieving Ming gene was tantamount to stepping onto the path of martial arts, ensuring decent prospects whether as bodyguards or military personnel. Naturally, everyone wished to celebrate. Tonight, I'll treat everyone at the academy to drinks. Let us all go. Chen Mingzhong waved his hand exuberantly, and the students cheered in response. However, Fang Mo noticed that only Ding Ziyuan appeared somewhat dejected, although he too was smiling and joking. It was evident he was putting on a facade. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mo approached Ding Ziyuan to offer some comfort. Senior brother Ding, don't be anxious. There's still a month left. Perhaps you'll break through. There's no hope. Ding Ziyuan chuckled, shaking his head. I know my situation better than anyone. I haven't even found my rhythm yet, and it seems I will struggle to break through. Then what are your plans? Fang Mo observed that Ding Ziyuan had been somewhat lackluster in his training lately. What plans? I'll go back to take over the family business. Ding Ziyuan shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Fang Mo, having previously conversed with Ding Ziyuan, was aware that his family ran a freight company, which afforded them a degree of wealth. If he truly lacked the talent for martial arts, returning home to manage the family business was a viable route. That's also a path. Life isn't solely about martial pursuits. Fang Mo reassured him. Ding Ziyuan smiled and patted Fang Mo on the shoulder. It's all right. I've come to terms with it. Just then, Chen Mingzhong and several students emerged, having changed into celebratory attire, calling out to the others as they made their way outside. Senior brother Ding, let us go drink. Chen Mingzhong beckoned, to which Ding Ziyuan responded, turning to Fang Mo. Come on, let us go together. I think I'll pass. Fang Mo shook his head, having no desire to partake in such festivities, especially since it was clear Chen Mingzhong had not intended to invite him. Why should he join the throng? Ding Ziyuan didn't press the matter, giving Fang Mo a pat on the shoulder before following the others out. Fang Mo had long since accustomed himself to solitude. He preferred to walk his own path, engaging in conversation only occasionally and devoting all his time to training, often appearing somewhat unconventional. Junior brother Fang, why are you still training? Chen Mingzhong treating everyone to a meal? Just as he prepared to resume his practice, the eldest disciple, Feng Qingyuan, along with Miao Ping and Qi Jing, emerged. Feng Qingyuan wore a cheerful smile as he regarded Fang Mo, while the others maintained neutral expressions. Greetings, senior brother, senior sisters. Fang Mo straightened up, offering a bow, then smiled, Senior brother, you all go ahead. I want to join, as I still need to practice a few more sets. One must rest when it's time to rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Feng Qingyuan advised with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. I'll rest after a bit more practice. Fang Mo replied respectfully. Feng Qingyuan didn't linger on the matter, waving his hand as he and the other four departed. Why waste words with him? He is destined to leave. Qi Jing remarked haughtily. That may not be the case. Feng Qingyuan replied with a subtle smile. I've noticed Fang Mo has made considerable progress lately. He might just cultivate Mingjin. I'll wager with you, senior brother. I bet he won't be able to achieve it. Qi Jing suddenly chimed in with a laugh. Sounds good. What are you wagering? Feng Qingyuan replied, grinning. Qi Jing raised a finger, beaming. How about 10 pounds of exotic beast meat and 2 medicinal herbs of higher quality? Seems like Sister Qi is quite confident. Feng Qingyuan chuckled, extending his hand for a shake. All right, I accept. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, a wager was being placed on his behalf. After practicing for another hour, he left the academy. Upon reaching his small courtyard and preparing to open the door, he paused, noticing the lock was already unlatched. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he wondered if someone had entered the courtyard. Not through the door. Fang Mo approached the wall, scaling it effortlessly to peer into the courtyard. It was dark and silent, devoid of any movement. As he gently pressed down with his hands and leaped into the courtyard, he had scarcely landed when a shadow darted from the darkness, lunging towards him with a punch that resonated like thunder. Chapter 10. The Crouching Tiger Stance, Third Realm. Mingjin. Fang Mo's heart raced with alarm. He dared not confront the assailant head-on, and instead employed a Tai Chi maneuver to deflect the incoming force. The moment he made contact with the opponent's arm, he felt a strength akin to steel coursing through it. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought to divert the opponent's punch. Huh! The assailant bellowed suddenly, their body quivering, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Fang Mo staggering backward. Bang! The opponent then stepped forward, their fist crashing toward Fang Mo's face. The fierce wind stinging his eyes. With no means of escape or defense, just as the fist neared his face, it halted inches away. Haha! A hearty laugh erupted, the fist retracting as the assailant lowered their mask. Mo-go, I didn't expect you to have this level of skill after just a few days of practice. Not bad at all. You managed to catch my punch. The newcomer was none other than Yu Jian. In truth, the moment he heard that bellow, Fang Mo had recognized him. He shook his arm. Not bad. I can't even catch your punch. That is already quite impressive. Yu Jian chuckled. That last feint nearly threw off my balance. It was only my explosive Mingjin that pushed you back. An ordinary person wouldn't have held their ground. By the way, Mo-go, what style was that you just used? It felt quite extraordinary. His eyes gleamed. Had Fang Mo been even slightly stronger, Yu Jian would have surely found himself at a disadvantage. It's merely a technique for exerting force. Fang Mo smiled gently. Although Tai Chi had never produced a practitioner of such formidable strength in his past life, the techniques of combat were universal. However, in this world, it was evident that raw power reigned supreme. Techniques could only serve as techniques. He walked towards the room, shaking out his numbed arms. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be intensifying your training? My training has concluded. Yu Jian followed Fang Mo, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation as he remarked. Continuing to practice will not lead me to break through to the pinnacle of Mingjing before the end of the month. It would merely be a fruitless endeavor. So, you intend to give up? Fang Mo chuckled as he opened the door, illuminating the room with the flick of a light switch. It matters not. The competition this time is exceedingly fierce. Shen Songyang, Chen Yezhao, and even your fiancé, Qin Muxue, have all reached the pinnacle of Mingjing. I fear there is no hope for me at Yunkong Martial Academy, Yu Jian said with a smile. As he picked up a bag from beside the door and handed it to Fang Mo inside, there are 5 pounds of exotic beast meat, along with some healing and bathing potions. Fang Mo looked at the bag, feeling a surge of gratitude. He did not refuse and accepted it. Please, take a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea. Yu Jian sat down as Fang Mo poured a cup of water and handed it to him. The grand competition is on the 28th, correct? Fang Mo inquired as he settled into a chair opposite Yu Jian. Indeed. Brother Mo, are you planning to attend? Yu Jian hesitated before continuing. Qin Muxue is also participating this time. She is considered a strong contender, and many speculate she may win the championship. Fang Mo shook his head. I shall not attend. Sensing the discomfort within Fang Mo, Yu Jian hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, Brother Mo, do be cautious. News of your departure from the Fang family has spread, and there are rumors that you took 5 million in cash from them. Many factions are now searching for you. Fang Mo's expression faltered for a moment before he smiled. Understood. However, a chill permeated his heart. This was undoubtedly the work of his stepmother. Despite his severance from the Fang family, she still would not relent. The 5 million was certainly enough to incite envy among many. I have some good news, Yu Jian said, his eyes twinkling with delight, which made Fang Mo suspicious of his intentions. What good news? My elder sister, Yu Quan, is returning from the East Lai Sword sect on Ji Yuan Star. Yu Jian smiled at Fang Mo. Yu Quan. Fang Mo momentarily lost focus. The image of that spirited girl who always protected him surfacing in his mind. It had been 3 years since their last meeting. He truly missed her. He wondered if, upon learning of his attempted suicide, she would react as she used to, shedding tears and giving him a good thrashing. After a while, Eugene took his leave. Fang Mo examined the medicine and potions he had received. There were 5 bottles of bathing potions, 2 bottles of healing medicine, and 5 pounds of exotic beast meat. Just as well, as he had already exhausted his share from the martial arts school. With these provisions, he could hasten his training. In the East District, the Great Wind Gang primarily operated entertainment venues and held considerable power in the area. At that moment, in the lavish private room at the top of the Night Sea Bar, Du Wei, the leader of the Great Wind Gang, reclined on a spacious sofa with a slender woman in his embrace, watching the frenzied dance of young men and women below through a one-way glass. Just then, the door swung open, and a short young man entered, Huang Jun, the second in command of the gang. Brother, we have news about the person young Master Yang wanted us to investigate. Huang Jun approached Du Wei, speaking in a hushed tone. Du Wei's eyes widened at the mention and he nudged the woman beside him, saying, "You may leave for now." The woman promptly stood and exited. Du Wei rose to pour a drink for Huang Jun, finally having found what he had been searching for. "Speak. Where is this person?" "The information is not yet confirmed," Huang Jun replied as he accepted the drink. "What do you mean?" Du Wei's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Huang Jun hurriedly explained. "A kid in the gang mentioned seeing the person we're looking for about 10 days ago around the Royal City Street. Then what are we waiting for?" Du Wei's gaze sharpened, his voice low but firm. "Send a few people to investigate. We must locate this individual. Young Master Yang has called multiple times for updates. If we fail to find them, it will be difficult to explain." "Understood. I will personally arrange for it," Huang Jun replied before heading out. "Wait." Du Wei called after him, cautioning, "That area is the martial arts street. Be careful not to provoke any martial artists." "Of course. You can rest easy, brother," Huang Jun assured him before departing. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, his whereabouts might have been compromised. With the exotic beast meat and potions sent by Eugene, he immersed himself in fervent training. Days of relentless practice passed, and soon it was time for a breakthrough. In the martial arts hall, Fang Mo stood in the tiger pose stance, his body rising and falling rhythmically, sweat dripping down as his chi and blood surged like a torrent. Occasionally, onlookers would glance over, sensing the potent energy radiating from him. Tiger post, entering the door, 15,000. In his mind, a divine insight stirred, and golden words materialized before him. A sudden clarity enveloped him, enhancing his understanding of the tiger post. Boom. His body quaked as an immense energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians, his chi and blood clashing like a raging river, fiercely tempering his physique. He felt as though his very soul was transcending. This instantaneous elevation imbued Fang Mo with an unprecedented exhilaration, as if he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. His body felt lighter, each movement suffused with tremendous power. Even his breaths resonated with the rhythm of nature, creating a subtle harmony with the surrounding air. "Congratulations, junior brother Fang. Your tiger post has achieved a breakthrough." Ding Ziyuan approached with a smile. Fang Mo wiped his brow, beaming. "Thank you, senior brother Ding. I'm fortunate to have broken through. Can you now complete 9 cycles of breathing?" Ding Ziyuan inquired. "I believe so," Fang Mo responded thoughtfully. "Follow me." Ding Ziyuan beckoned, leading him to Miao Ping. "Senior brother Miao, Fang Mo has broken through to the 3rd stage of the tiger post. He wishes to test his prowess." "Well done," Miao Ping remarked. Having witnessed the feat, he scrutinized Fang Mo, noting, "This indicates you have not been idle this past month, yet you must work even harder. Among all the students, your progress has been the slowest. Even Ziyuan completed it in 20 days. "Yes, senior brother Miao, I will double my efforts," Fang Mo replied respectfully. "You may rest for now," Miao Ping gestured. "Later, we will test your tiger pose technique. If you pass, I shall begin teaching you the tiger fist." "Yes, senior brother." Fang Mo promptly bowed in gratitude. After a brief rest, Fang Mo approached Miao Ping again. Miao Ping led him aside and retrieved a timer for the assessment. Fang Mo calmed his mind. Although his chi and blood were formidable, he lacked the techniques to harness them effectively. The martial arts of Earth did not encompass such skills. Perhaps only after learning the tiger fist would he be able to explore how to enhance the techniques from his past life. Now that his chi and blood had grown stronger, he stood effortlessly. His breaths were deep and measured, his entire being akin to a ship riding the waves. His movements exceptionally precise, drawing the attention of many. Miao Ping could not help but nod in approval. Fang Mo's performance in the tiger post had surpassed that of many other students. What a pity. If only Fang Mo's innate talents were greater, with his comprehension, he could have excelled among the students. Chapter 11, Tiger Fist. Fang Mo stood silently in his stance, his figure resembling an ancient tree with deep roots, steadfast and profound. The surrounding students were preoccupied with their own training, not gathering to watch, for they understood that such tests were commonplace. For those with resources, breakthroughs in chi and blood were not particularly challenging. The true test lay in breaking through to Mingjing. which demanded not only the accumulation of qi and blood, but also the application of techniques and explosive power. Seeing Fang Mo maintain his stance effortlessly for half an hour, Ding Ziyuan felt reassured and returned to his own practice. All right, time's up. Miao Ping halted the timer, an expression of mild astonishment lingering in his eyes. Fang Mo not only persevered but also executed the tiger stance with remarkable precision, surpassing the majority of practitioners in the front courtyard. However, Miao Ping remained skeptical of Fang Mo's potential. The immutable law dictated that one born of mere flesh could not ascend to the ranks of a martial artist. With an impassive countenance, he turned and commanded, "Follow me." Fang Mo's heart surged with excitement at these words, and he ceased his stance. For he had long awaited this day, the opportunity to engage with the martial arts of this realm. During this time, he had experimented with the martial techniques learned on Earth, yet could only muster the method of exertion, failing to invigorate his vital energy. It was a form without essence. His steps became notably lighter as he accompanied Miao Ping to the transmission room. Miao Ping handed him a slender manual entitled Tiger Fist. With trembling hands, Fang Mo accepted the manual, feeling as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. This was a day he had anticipated for far too long. Miao Ping solemnly declared, "This is our school's signature technique, the Tiger Fist. This martial art is said to have originated from the Buddhist monastery on Danru Mountain, evolving from encounters with fierce tigers. It is also known as the Imperial Tiger Fist, characterized by swift, forceful movements incorporating punches, palms, fingers, claws, slashes, strikes, grips, and thrusts, with subtle variations possessing boundless power and the method to enhance one's internal energy. Observe diligently, and feel free to inquire should you have any questions." Suppressing his elation, Fang Mo quickly replied, "Thank you, Senior Brother Miao. Stay here and observe. Once you have finished, inform me." Miao Ping waved his hand with a serious expression, adding, "Remember, the martial skills of our school must not be divulged, and the manual cannot be taken beyond this hall. Violation will incur severe punishment." "Understood, Senior Brother Miao. I will remember." Fang Mo bowed respectfully once more. After Miao Ping departed, he began to study the manual intently. Though it comprised only a dozen pages and 33 techniques, its intricacies were unparalleled, especially regarding the essence of breath and the application of vital energy. He perused it repeatedly, practicing alongside the movements he had observed from other students. Gradually becoming adept, before long, he was able to execute a complete set of the Tiger Fist, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. As he finished the sequence, the copper mirror in his mind trembled, revealing golden text, "Tiger Fist, Novice Training, 1100. Miao Ping, who had been instructing other students, grew puzzled after an hour of waiting without seeing Fang Mo approach him. Thus, he made his way to the training hall, where he discovered Fang Mo diligently practicing the fist techniques with commendable form. Miao Ping's expression darkened. He was displeased with Fang Mo's lack of humility, and a cold smirk crept onto his lips. "No inquiries, then you may practice alone." Unaware of having offended Miao Ping, Fang Mo remained engrossed in his training. He centered his mind, calming his spirit, and focused on his dantian, breathing deeply to cultivate his energy. Inhaling felt like swallowing the waters of the Yangtze, while exhaling resonated like a tiger's roar atop a mountain. His internal strength surged from his waist and back, coursing through his meridians to his fingertips. When he accumulated power, it resembled a taut bow, and when he unleashed it, it was like an arrow released from its string. He contemplated the incantation of the Tiger Fist, practicing repeatedly. With each iteration, his comprehension deepened, and the movements became increasingly familiar. During lunch, he returned the manual to Miao Ping and asked several questions regarding his training. Miao Ping, however, merely replied, "Practice comes from the heart. You must slowly experience it for yourself," dismissing him with indifference. Sensing Miao Ping's unfavorable demeanor, Fang Mo chose not to pursue further interaction and instead continued his training independently. He alternated between stances and fist techniques, progressing in this manner. That evening, he practiced until 8 o'clock, the night having fully descended. Tiger Fist, Novice Training, 10100. Although he had only gained 10 points, he distinctly felt a qualitative enhancement in his abilities, having grasped the techniques for channeling his vital energy through the Tiger Fist. He approached the sandbag, relaxed his shoulders, and twisted his waist to deliver a powerful punch, invigorating his energy. Bang! His fist struck the sandbag with a force that sent the 300-pound iron sandbag soaring half a meter into the air. Exhaling deeply, Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that in his previous life, he could hardly have moved such a heavy bag, let alone make it sway. Now, he felt confident that with his current strength, he could easily contend with his former self, as they were no longer on the same level. Determined to reward his hard work, he refrained from visiting the Liu family's bun shop and instead sought out a small eatery, ordering 2 meat dishes and 2 bottles of beer. He finished eating by 9 and made his way home. The alley was dimly lit and eerily quiet at this hour, devoid of any passers-by. Just as he reached the corner, he suddenly halted. Voices echoed ahead. He cautiously peered around the corner, spotting 2 flamboyantly dressed thugs standing under the streetlight by his home, smoking cigarettes. Is this the place? We've been waiting for ages. Where's that bastard? One grunted. Don't worry, this time we won't be mistaken. I showed that old hag a photo, and she confirmed it's him. We can't afford to be wrong again. We'll get in trouble. Fang Mo felt a jolt of alarm at their words. Could they be after him? Jian had warned him that a gang was searching for him. He had thought they had given up by now. Does that brat really have 5 million? No doubt about it. The gang leader himself said so. This information came straight from the Fang family, so it must be true. That's right. He used to be the young master of the Fang family. Fang Mo's mind buzzed with realization. They were indeed looking for him. His expression shifted to one of danger. Once we catch him, we'll interrogate him thoroughly and squeeze out the money. We've got a stash of hundreds of thousands hidden away, enough for us to live lavishly for years. One of them chuckled ominously. What about the boss's orders? You fool. The boss said we need to handle him discreetly, without anyone knowing. That's right. Just toss him in the river, and there'll be no evidence. The two chuckled darkly. Fang Mo's eyes flickered with determination as a murderous intent surged within him. He donned his training attire and strode into the alley. As his footsteps echoed, the two men immediately turned to look, hands instinctively reaching for their waists. Upon seeing Fang Mo's training outfit, they momentarily froze, then relaxed. Fang Mo approached them, and they both fixed their gaze on him. Little Fang. Suddenly, Fang Mo appeared to recognize them, his face brightening as he waved. The two turned to look, and at that moment, Fang Mo sprang into action. With a fierce stance, he lunged forward, his feet striking the ground like a tiger pouncing, his claws descending upon the two men. Realizing they had been deceived, they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Their expressions changed dramatically as they reached for their weapons, but it was too late. Bang! Fang Mo's claws struck their chests, producing a sound akin to thunder. They coughed up blood and were propelled backward, crashing against the wall and groaning in disarray. With a swift motion, Fang Mo followed up with a knee strike, colliding with one thug's chest. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the heart was crushed, blood spewing forth from his mouth. No, the man, gripped by terror, attempted to scream. Pooh! Fang Mo's tiger claw seized the thug's throat, silencing him instantly. Speak. What gang do you belong to? Fang Mo whispered, loosening his grip slightly. Great Wind Gang. Crack. Suddenly, Fang Mo's grip tightened ruthlessly, and in an instant, the thug's throat was crushed. The eyes of the ruffian were filled with disbelief and despair as he clutched his throat, blood gushing from his mouth, his body slowly sliding to the ground. Fang Mo's breath quickened, yet his gaze shone with clarity as the two burly men before him fell like withered trees. This was not yet the realm of Ming Jin. Should he enter it, the consequences would be dire, whether it was due to the merging of two lives or a hardened heart. He remained remarkably composed in the presence of two lifeless bodies. Upon hearing the name of the Defeng gang, he instantly recognized who was behind this. Qin Lang's subordinate. Yang Jiwa's family was the support for the Defeng gang, a faction in the East District. Their presence here indicated that they were acting on Qin Lang's orders, which explained the lethal force employed. His safety was at stake. He had to act decisively. Should his whereabouts be exposed, he feared he would never find peace again. Glancing around and finding no one, he hoisted the two corpses and carefully navigated through the alleyway. Fortunately, this area belonged to the slums, with few surveillance cameras. He eluded the well-lit spots, passing through two quiet lanes until he reached the rear of a nightclub. There, he discarded the bodies into a garbage heap behind the door. He understood that this territory was under the influence of the Donghai gang, a mixed crowd often embroiled in gang conflicts. The deaths of two gang members here would likely attract little attention from law enforcement, merely dismissed as an act of gang vengeance. With the bodies disposed of, he returned to his modest courtyard, resuming his routine of eating and then practicing his stances. However, without the aid of medicinal liquids and exotic beast meat, his recovery was painfully slow, and his progress markedly hindered. The emergence of the ruffians instilled a sense of urgency in Fang Mo. He realized that to accelerate his advancement, he must find a means to procure medicinal liquids and exotic beast meat. Chapter 12. Assistance from the Apothecary. The following day, Fang Mo arrived at the Martial Arts Academy earlier than usual, before dawn's light broke, hoping to minimize encounters with outsiders. Once he attained the Ming Jin stage, he would possess the ability to protect himself. Ming Jin was the first threshold for martial artists. Although it may seem trivial in this flourishing era of martial arts, it would certainly make him formidable in the eyes of ordinary gang members. Yunyang was not a major city. It was already commendable for a typical gang to have a few Ming Jin warriors, as most were merely ordinary practitioners. Thus, reaching Ming Jin would provide him with self-defense. And, more importantly, it would grant him the status of a true disciple of the academy, under its protection, which would deter gangs from acting recklessly. After completing a round of stance practice and a set of punches, others began to arrive. It seemed he had arrived early. Perhaps he thought his early arrival would impress, but it meant little to the master. There exists a kind of effort that is merely a facade of hard work. Other students quietly mocked Fang Mo as he practiced. The martial arts hierarchy was well known, and his lack of innate talent had long been a topic of gossip, which naturally led them to look down upon him. Fang Mo paid no heed to their attitudes. immersing himself in his training until Ding Ziyuan arrived. At which point he paused to greet him. "What's up? Do you have any questions about the boxing technique?" Ding Ziyuan assumed Fang Mo sought guidance on the practice of the tiger fist. "It's not about the technique." Fang Mo shook his head and looked at Ding Ziyuan, saying, "Senior brother Ding, I wanted to ask if you have any channels for acquiring medicinal liquids and exotic beast meat. The supply at the academy is far too limited to suffice." Ding Ziyuan regarded Fang Mo, hesitating briefly before replying, "Junior brother Fang, you are aware that spiritual herbs and exotic beast meat are tightly controlled by military forces, sects, martial arts academies, and various martial arts families and gangs. They are exceedingly difficult to procure in the market. Our family can manage to obtain a small quantity through connections, but it is quite limited." Fang Mo nodded, "I understand. Senior brother Ding, do you know if there are any avenues in the black market?" Ding Ziyuan quickly shook his head. "You must stay away from the black market. Even if you manage to acquire something, the prices are exorbitant and the quality is often subpar. You could easily be swindled. The people there are notoriously unscrupulous. We once fell victim to such a scam, spending hundreds of thousands on worthless fakes." Fang Mo's expression grew serious. Without sufficient medicinal liquids and exotic beast meat, his training speed would be severely compromised. While he could seek help from Yu Jian, he was reluctant to owe too much to him. Ding Ziyuan observed Fang Mo's predicament and hesitated before saying, "If you don't require much, I can spare some for you." Fang Mo quickly replied, "Thank you, Senior brother Ding. But if your own supply is limited, how can you share with me? I will find another way." Ding Ziyuan's expression settled as he gritted his teeth. "I can allocate 5 bottles of medicinal liquid and 5 pounds of exotic beast meat to you each month. Hold on for now, and I'll see if I can think of something more at home." Fang Mo hastily responded, "Senior brother Ding, if you offer this to me, won't you be short yourself?" "It's all right. If it doesn't work, I will look for other channels." "That's settled then." Ding Ziyuan firmly grasped Fang Mo's arm. "Given my situation, I have little hope of breaking through. It's better to give it to you." "Thank you, Senior brother Ding." Fang Mo expressed his genuine gratitude. It was indeed remarkable for an ordinary friend to offer such support. Ding Ziyuan, aware of his own limitations in breaking through, wished to invest in Fang Mo. Should Fang Mo succeed, he might prove helpful in the future, especially if their family faced difficulties. Their business would inevitably intersect with gang interests. Having a Mingjin warrior's assistance could alleviate some troubles. Of course, investing in Fang Mo was not a sound decision, but his family lacked wealth and could not afford to invest in others. A meager supply like this would not attract interest from others. Fang Mo, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts of urgently securing a source for medicinal liquids and exotic beast meat. His progress had noticeably slowed. Without these resources, his body could not recover adequately, preventing him from training as intensively as before. Thus, the time required to cultivate the tiger fist to its 3rd realm had increased. "Miao Ping, send someone over to help me grind the medicine." At that moment, Apothecary Xia called from the window of the apothecary, directing his voice toward the courtyard. "All right," Miao Ping responded, glancing across the courtyard, prompting the students to either lower their heads or feign intense concentration, as none wished to waste time assisting Apothecary Xia in grinding medicine. Each month, the academy procured spiritual herbs, which Apothecary Xia would refine into various medicinal liquids essential for the students' training progress. However, the workload was immense, often requiring a day or two. Thus, students were generally reluctant to participate, fearing it would impede their training without any compensation. "Fang Mo, you go." Miao Ping's gaze fell upon Fang Mo. "Isn't your time precious?" Although he possessed certain abilities, they required practical application, and he had little time to waste. However, confronted by Miao Ping's unyielding expression, he understood that refusing could lead to trouble, and he could only nod. "All right, Senior brother Miao." The other sighed in relief upon seeing Miao Ping choose Fang Mo, their eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. Ding Ziyuan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely letting out a slight sigh. He felt a sense of injustice for Fang Mo. Helping in the apothecary would consume significant time, and given Fang Mo's poor foundational abilities, this delay would only waste more of his training time. Yet, at present, he was not a core disciple and had little say with Miao Ping. Upon arriving at the apothecary, Fang Mo found Apothecary Xia organizing the herbs, his head down, casually instructing, "Crush these herbs into powder." Gazing at the several baskets of herbs, Fang Mo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing this task would take considerable time to complete. "Don't be reluctant, young man," Apothecary Xia continued. "This is a valuable opportunity. Those fellows don't understand. If you can learn even a couple of techniques from me, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." "How can that be?" Seeing Fang Mo remain silent, Apothecary Xia smiled and added, "Do not underestimate the art of alchemy, young man. In the entire Yunyang region, there are merely a handful of alchemists. Yet how many martial artists exist here? The demand is immense. Once you master this skill, acquiring spiritual herbs will no longer be a concern. They will be delivered to your doorstep for you to refine. You will be able to immerse yourself in concocting potions daily, enjoying nourishing soups and blood-boosting pills. I dare say you have never tasted these delights." With a smile, Master Xia gazed at Fang Mo. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's mind began to stir. The flesh of exotic beasts and spiritual herbs are heavily regulated, and given his current standing, he could hardly procure them through legitimate channels. The black market prices are exorbitant, and quality is often compromised. If he were to become an alchemist, it would undoubtedly guarantee his progress in cultivation. Intrigued, he promptly responded, "Very well, Master Xie, I shall dedicate myself to this endeavor." Fang Mo focused intently, diligently grinding the herbs, and whenever he encountered uncertainty, he would inquire with Master Xie. Each type of herb required a unique grinding technique. It was not a mere matter of indiscriminately pulverizing them. One must understand the properties of the herbs and the proper methods of preparation to fully unleash their potential. Herb grinding. Initial learning, 100. After successfully grinding a batch of herbs, golden characters materialized within his mind's eye on the bronze mirror. Indeed, his divine abilities were effective even in the realm of herb grinding. With such powers, he feared not the mastery of this craft, and thus he became even more diligent, producing batches of herbs one after another. Half a day later, the bronze mirror within his mind trembled, and golden characters appeared once more. Herb grinding. First glimpse of proficiency, 11,000. Subsequently, a torrent of information flooded his mind, rapidly enhancing his understanding of herb grinding. This was far swifter than practicing martial arts. He became increasingly devoted to mastering the herbs and their properties. Master Xie observed as Fang Mo's grinding technique became more refined, a glimmer of astonishment and admiration flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this boy, initially perceived as lacking in natural talent, would possess such remarkable aptitude for alchemy. Chapter 13, Xiechangmen. First, add the red lotus flower. Yes, then add the relaxing herb. Stir with even force, splendid. Stir 300 times, then add the purple ginseng powder, and continue stirring. In the apothecary, Master Xie stood before the bronze cauldron, guiding Fang Mo in the art of alchemy. Master Xie's expression grew increasingly satisfied. Fang Mo's performance exceeded his expectations. Whether it was grinding the herbs, mixing the formulas, or concocting the potions, he adapted with remarkable speed and soon achieved proficiency. Was this not the mark of a natural-born alchemist? After a long day of toil, the potion was finally ready. Fang Mo assisted Master Xie in bottling it, resulting in over 100 vials. Viewing the fruits of their labor, Fang Mo felt a surge of emotion. If these were for himself, he would undoubtedly have the means to break through to the Mingjing level within a month. Alchemy technique. Initial learning, 3100. The bronze mirror within his mind trembled once again, and golden characters emerged. Although he had merely assisted, he had completed the process 3 times. How do you feel, young man? The life of an alchemist suits you well. This 100 vials could fetch nearly 300,000 in the market, after deducting costs. A tidy profit of tens of thousands is guaranteed. Mastering this skill will enable you to earn effortlessly. Remember, this is merely the most basic of potions. Master Xie chuckled as he divided the potion. Fang Mo understood Master Xie's implication, but chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he asked, "I have heard that the Federation has specialized pharmaceutical companies that produce such potions. Is that not the same?" "Not at all." Master Xie's eyes narrowed, seemingly irked. "The mass-produced potions from factories cannot compare to the quality of our work. Machine production is sheer folly, without professional techniques, formulation methods, and brewing skills. One can merely extract, but never harness the synergistic effects of the spiritual herbs. Take my potions and compare them with those produced by the Fuxing Group, and you will see the difference by leaps and bounds. Go to the major martial academies, martial families, or any dojo in Yunyang and witness firsthand how much more sought-after potions crafted by alchemists like us are. You truly do not recognize their worth." His agitation increased, and his beard bristled. At this rate, he might just give Fang Mo a playful slap. Fang Mo hurriedly replied, "Master Xie, please do not take offense. I only asked out of ignorance." Upon hearing this, Master Xie's expression softened as he regarded Fang Mo, raising his chin and stating, "So, how about it? Will you learn alchemy from me? It will provide you with a skill to secure your livelihood." Fang Mo's demeanor grew serious at these words. His thoughts raced. Truthfully, he wished to learn alchemy, but he was more inclined towards martial arts. Given his limited time, pursuing alchemy might hinder his advancement in martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully bowed to Master Xie and replied, "Thank you for your consideration, but I still aspire to pursue martial arts. It is my lifelong ideal, and I wish to give it a try." Master Xie was momentarily taken aback, studying Fang Mo's resolute gaze before letting out a soft sigh. "Very well. However, since you are intent on martial arts, I shall not force you. But in the future, when I am refining potions, you must come and assist to learn." "Thank you, Master. I shall certainly apply myself." Fang Mo exclaimed joyfully. Master Xie opened a drawer, retrieved a bound volume, and handed it to Fang Mo. "Take this book and study it." Then, he picked up 3 vials from the table and passed them to Fang Mo. "Take these as well." Fang Mo could hardly believe his fortune, and with enthusiasm, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Now off with you." Master Xie waved him away, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Go practice your martial arts. I wish to see what you can accomplish. Ecstatic, Fang Mo departed. Pleasantly surprised by his unexpected fortune of acquiring 3 vials and a book, he glanced at the book in his hands. Potion Formulations by Xie Changmin. This Xie Changmin must be Master Xie himself, he mused as he opened the book. Indeed, it contained various methods for concocting potions, not only for bathing but also for healing, enhancing physical strength and nourishing blood vitality. His eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to dedicate time to study. This knowledge would undoubtedly benefit him. Becoming an alchemist would at least ensure he had access to medicines, and even if he pursued martial arts, mastering alchemical skills would fortify his path in cultivation. As Fang Mo exited the apothecary, the dojo master, Guan Lai, ambled in with his hands clasped behind his back, a relaxed demeanor upon his face. Brother, are you preparing to pass down your legacy? I have been observing for some time, Master Xie replied, wiping his hands with a towel. Though this boy's natural talent may be mediocre, his steadfast character and resilient will are qualities deserving of my legacy. Guan Lai's expression turned somber. While his character is commendable, his innate abilities are lacking. I fear he may struggle to advance beyond the Huajin level and will likely only be able to produce ordinary potions. Can he truly inherit your alchemical path? How much he learns depends on his fortune, Master Xie sighed, a hint of melancholy washing over his features. I fear my body may not endure much longer. I must visit Xiwan Star before next year. Guan Lai's demeanor darkened. Brother, will there be no opportunity for your injuries to heal? There is no hope. Without innate vigor to cleanse it, recovery is unattainable. Master Xie shook his head. Perhaps you should return to the sect? Guan Lai ventured cautiously. Master Xie paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before he shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I face the sect again? Had it not been for my master, he would not have suffered injuries that led to his early demise. Now, among my fellow disciples, who does not resent me deeply, only you have offered me refuge to recuperate here. There is no need for such words, brother. Guan Lai's expression revealed a touch of sorrow. You were the one who helped me hone my skills. This is but a small matter. With the potions in hand, Fang Mo no longer hesitated to consume them, training vigorously. By nightfall, he concluded his practice, and his Fuhu Fist had indeed progressed. Fuhu Fist, initial learning, for 7100. Were it not for the constraints of time, surpassing 50 levels would be well within reach. However, in just a day or two, he would have no trouble entering the next realm, and with 3 vials of potion in hand, he felt confident. After finishing his evening training, he found himself once again alone as he exited the martial arts school and made his way home. Upon reaching the alleyway, he stopped by Lu's Baozi's shop to purchase some buns for dinner, thus sparing himself the trouble of cooking. Lacking beast meat, this was often how he resolved his evening meals. Uncle Lu, I'll take 10 large meat buns. Fang Mo called out as he approached the entrance. Coming right up, Uncle Lu replied, emerging from inside. In his 40s, with dark skin and beads of sweat adorning his forehead, he smiled broadly at Fang Mo, Xiao Fang. Why aren't you cooking again today? I'm just too tired from training. Fang Mo responded with a grin. Uncle Lu opened the steamer and handed over 10 hefty buns, accepting the money Fang Mo offered. After a moment's hesitation, Uncle Lu lowered his voice and expressed his concern. Xiao Fang, 2 ruffians came asking about you yesterday, showing your photograph. I worried they might have ill intentions, so I didn't say anything. You should be cautious. They may return. Fang Mo felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. He knew it must be the same 2 ruffians from the previous night. Maintaining a friendly smile, he replied, Thank you, Uncle Lu. I appreciate it. Once he left the Baozi shop, his expression turned serious. Fang Mo had already formed a plan in his mind. He understood the necessity of taking action to secure more resources for his training and ensure his safety. He needed to earnestly learn the ways of an alchemist. Chapter 14, Exposed Movements. At the headquarters of the East Sea Gang, situated within the East Sea Grand Hotel, a renowned establishment in the Imperial City District, frequented by affluent merchants and dignitaries for hosting guests, the gang leader Wei Donghai sat in his office with his deputy, Liang Cheng, both indulging in cigars and fine spirits. They clinked their glasses together, and after taking a sip, Liang Cheng addressed Wei Donghai, Boss. The Gale Gang wishes to send 2 teams here to investigate the murders of their members. Should we agree? Wei Donghai slammed his glass onto the crystal table. His voice cold. They want to send people here? How audacious. I let a few of their men wander around our territory without interference. And now they've become so brazen. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Cheng countered, Boss, the Gale Gang is backed by the Yang family. We should be cautious not to provoke them too much. The Yang family? Wei Donghai's expression flickered with anger, though he quickly suppressed it, speaking in a low tone. This is Imperial City, not East City. The Yang family may be influential, but they have no hold over us here. Boss, you've misunderstood, Liang Cheng said, a knowing smile gracing his features. The Gale Gang is willing to offer 500,000 for just one person. Once they find him, they'll withdraw and guarantee not to encroach on our territory. What do you mean? Wei Donghai raised an eyebrow, stroking his stubbled chin, deep in thought. What is the Gale Gang searching for? Has it been a month already? And they're still willing to pay 500,000? Liang Cheng smiled mysteriously, Boss. Do you recall the rumors about the Fang family's young master that circulated not long ago? The Fang family's young master? Wei Donghai paused, slightly taken aback. Liang Cheng quickly added, "Boss, how could you forget? Not too long ago, news spread that the wealthiest man in Yunyang, the young master of the Fang family, severed ties with them and walked away with 5 million. Many gangs have been searching for him, hoping to seize that money." Oh, Wei Donghai finally understood, a faint smile appearing on his face. "I remember now. Did I not instruct our men not to get involved? So, has the Gale gang found their man?" Liangqing nodded. "Boss, I have some sources. The Gale gang seems to have a lead. That young Master Fang might be in our imperial city. The 2 men from the Gale gang who died the day before were likely killed while following this lead." A mocking expression crossed Wei Donghai's face. How has Du Wei of the Gale gang become so desperate? 500,000 has them all riled up, resorting to the antics of lowly thugs. Liangqing chuckled. "Boss, I've heard that it's the Yang family who's looking for this young Master Fang." Oh, Wei Donghai blinked in surprise, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Before he turned to Liangcheng, "Share your thoughts." "Boss, since the Gale gang is intent on finding someone, let them proceed. We want to get involved. And we can profit from it too," Liangcheng suggested with a subtle smile. Wei Donghai laughed. "Well said. You truly are the brains of our East Sea gang. Let us proceed as you've suggested, and allow them to send their people here." "Excellent. I'll notify them right away," Liangcheng said, picking up the phone with a grin. "Wait." Wei Donghai suddenly halted him, a playful smile gracing his lips. "They need to cough up 1 million. Without 1 million, not a single one of them is stepping into our imperial city." Liangcheng was momentarily stunned, to which Wei Donghai added with a sly smile. "I don't wish to provoke the Yang family, but I want to be lenient with the Gale gang. If they want to find someone, they must pay the price." Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, both the East Sea gang and the Gale gang had set their sights on him. With the potions in hand, he could quickly recover each night, allowing him to engage in fervent training, practicing both standing postures and boxing without neglecting either. Before bed, he took out the book given to him by Xie Chongmin. Having decided to delve deeper into alchemy, the following morning, after purchasing buns from Uncle Lu, he headed to the martial arts school. The morning was the most opportune time for practice, and everyone was diligently focused. Some were boxing, others were training stances, while some practiced with equipment, and others sparred with one another. Each was drenched in sweat, immersed in the heat of the moment. "Everyone halt." Miao Ping called out as he entered from the back courtyard, clapping his hands to bring the training to a stop. "What's up, Brother Miao?" the crowd inquired, gathering around him. Fang Mo paused as well, watching from a distance. Miao Ping, with a smile on his face, scanned the crowd. "Today is the day of the great martial arts competition among Yunyang's 8 major martial arts schools. You all know that, right?" "Of course." The crowd responded in unison. "Your good fortune has arrived," Miao Ping declared with a hint of pride. "The competition has reserved a spot for our Tiger Might School. Originally, Master intended to take only the advanced disciples to observe, but he has decided to select 5 disciples from the front yard to attend. Brother Miao, take me with you." "Brother Miao, I want to go too." The crowd erupted in excitement at the prospect of attending the competition, which they had only ever witnessed on television. Being able to experience it live would be a tremendous honor. Chen Song, Wang Qing, Lu Shiwu, He Xiaobing, and Xu Silin, you 5 are selected, Miao Ping called out, and those named joyfully rushed off to prepare. "All right, the rest of you stay back and continue your training," Miao Ping instructed the remaining students. Fang Mo had anticipated that Miao Ping would select those individuals. He noticed that Xu Silin had only joined a few days after him. Yet her innate talent and rapid progress had outstripped his, as she had even learned the Tiger Fist a day earlier. At just 16, she was remarkably gifted. Thus, Fang Mo was self-aware enough not to push forward. "You're wise not to step forward." Ding Ziyuan approached Fang Mo, observing him remaining still, and smiled. Fang Mo chuckled. "I figured, watching on television is just as good." Ding Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "That's true." Fang Mo smiled slightly, choosing not to say more, and turned back to continue his training. He understood that his current strength was insufficient. Attending such a grand competition held no significance for him. He needed more time to elevate his abilities. Only when he reached the bright strength stage would he possess adequate self-defense capabilities. Now, he can only silently exert effort from behind the scenes, striving for an early breakthrough, no longer to be constrained by others. Chapter 15. The Great Competition at Yunyang Martial Institute. Although Ding Ziyuan expressed such sentiments, a hint of disappointment was unmistakably evident in his eyes. He understood that his endeavors here ultimately could not rival those endowed with innate martial talent, regardless of how skillfully he mingled with the other students. Treating everyone with kindness and often inviting Miao Ping and others to dine, the critical moment would always hinge upon martial prowess. Before long, Guan Lai, accompanied by a throng of inner court disciples, made a grand exit to board the bus awaiting them outside, eliciting envy from onlookers. Once the headmaster and the inner court disciples departed, the students immediately lost their previous focus. It wasn't long before some left to gather in the dining hall to watch the televised broadcast, gradually followed by others. When Ding Ziyuan departed, he called out to Fang Mo, but was met with rejection. Ultimately, only Fang Mo remained, drenched in sweat, practicing his stances and punches. Through the window, Master Xie observed Fang Mo training under the sunlight, nodding slightly in appreciation. He recognized that Fang Mo's talent was not particularly remarkable, yet he possessed astonishing perseverance and determination. His interest in the young man grew. Perhaps this youth could create some unexpected miracles. Fang Mo continued his training until the meal bell rang in the dining hall, prompting him to pause, wash his face, and head to the dining area. At that moment, around 20 students were gathered around the television, engrossed in the live broadcast. Fang Mo, hurry over. You're late, but just in time for the final match, the competition for first place. Ding Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Fang Mo. As Fang Mo approached with a smile, he glanced at the television screen, where a young man and woman, both around 17 or 18, stood facing each other. Adorned in martial attire, one clad in blue and the other in white. The young man exuded an extraordinary charm, while the young woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, delicate brows, and almond-shaped eyes, her long eyelashes curving like crescent moons. Dressed in white, her attire accentuated her slender figure, and her dark hair was elegantly pinned up, radiating an air of poise and vigor. Fang Mo paused momentarily, his expression somewhat complex. He recognized both individuals. The young man was Shin Songyang, a scion of one of Yunyang's 5 prominent martial families, possessing exceptional innate talent. At 18, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage, making him a renowned genius in Yunyang, far surpassing the notoriety of Fang Mo, whom he deemed a failure. The young woman, however, was none other than his fiancée, the talented Qin Muxue from the Qin family. Perhaps influenced by his former self, Fang Mo found himself momentarily entranced upon seeing Qin Muxue. Over the years, he had given her all his dividends from the Fang family, and in earlier times, he had not been so severely oppressed, with annual funds exceeding 10 million at his disposal. However, the fallout from that incident led to Fang Xiaolian seizing the dividends, and thereafter, Hu Yuehua withheld his monthly allowances, leaving him destitute. He had even secretly taken a priceless 1,000-year-old purple ginseng worth over 100 million from the Fang family for Qin Muxue, almost incurring lethal repercussions from Hu Yuehua. Otherwise, his grandmother would not have been completely disappointed in him, and Fang Xiaolian would not have lost all affection for him. Yet, despite the numerous benefits the Qin family had gained from the Fang family, they ultimately callously withdrew from their engagement, turning him into a laughingstock in Yunyang. Otherwise, he would not have considered hanging himself by the Moon Lake. Silence, it's starting. Everyone immediately focused. The atmosphere thick with tension as Shin Songyang and Qin Muxue clasped their fists, preparing to commence. Brother Shun, this first place is mine for the taking. Qin Muxue declared with unwavering determination in her beautiful eyes. I apologize, Muxue, but I too am determined to claim this victory. Shin Songyang replied with an apologetic smile. Then let the true contest begin. Qin Mushue's eyes glinted fiercely as she assumed the shattered jade fist attack stance, her bones cracking in anticipation. Shin Songyang ceased speaking, simultaneously adopting the thunder palm stance, his bones echoing in kind. Now, suddenly, Qin Muxue shouted, launching herself forward, delivering a punch that reverberated with explosive sounds. Well met. Shin Songyang's fierce gaze intensified as he responded with a powerful palm strike, unleashing a series of thunderous impacts. Both participants moved with incredible speed, crossing several meters in an instant, their fists and palms colliding with a deafening crack, causing ripples in the air. They both staggered back a few steps, though it was evident that Qin Muxue had suffered a slight disadvantage, retreating one step further than Shin Songyang. Again, almost simultaneously, they roared, re-engaging in a rapid exchange, their punches and kicks leaving afterimages, each clash accompanied by muffled thuds. The Qin family's shattered jade fist was swift, precise, and fierce, while the Shun family's thunder palm was expansive and forceful. Both were at the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage, evenly matched. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they watched, and Fang Mo felt a surge of emotion within. These two were indeed Yunyang's top talents. Their prowess at the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage was formidable. Despite being of the same age, he felt utterly powerless against them, unable to withstand even a single strike. Bang! As their fists and palms collided, a surge of energy erupted, and both were forced backward several steps. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, steam rising from their heads, clearly indicating the immense exertion they had undergone. However, the spectators were astonished. For a female to engage Shin Songyang in such a lengthy battle was already remarkable. Well done, Muxue, but I will not yield, Shin Songyang declared, his gaze intense. I too shall not relent. Let us settle this with a single blow. Qin Muxue responded, her eyes resolute as she fixated on Shin Songyang. Very well. Shin Songyang's voice dropped, and with a sudden surge, he unleashed, receive my thunderous strike. Stepping forward, he thrust his palm forward, producing a series of explosive sounds. My heavens! 8 resounding strikes. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes widening. The television audience erupted in cheers, recognizing the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage. Here it comes. Behold my shattered jade continuous strike. Qin Muxue also shouted fiercely, stepping forward and delivering a punch that, while lacking explosive sound, emanated an icy chill. Bang! Their fists met, producing a dull sound akin to a drumbeat. Qin Muxue's brows furrowed sharply, her feet planted firmly, and she thrust her palm forward once more, her attire fluttering in the air. Break for me. Her delicate hand vibrated violently, producing a rumble akin to thunder. Chapter 16. At last, the beauty reveals her countenance. Puff! Shin Songyang's body jolted violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward several steps before regaining his footing. What is this? Many spectators in the stands rose in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is that the dark energy? My heavens, a dark energy martial artist at such a young age. The crowd in the dining hall was equally astonished, their eyes wide with amazement. Although they were not dark energy martial artists themselves, they had witnessed their seniors demonstrating their skills. Fang Mo stood in shock. Qin Muxue had actually achieved dark energy. Indeed, she was a prodigy. No wonder the Qin family was so resolute in calling off the engagement, even forsaking the immense fortune from the Fang family. The fact that Qin Muxue had broken through to dark energy at such a young age meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly become a master of Dan energy in the future, even potentially reaching the realm of a postnatal grandmaster. In a city like Yunyang, with a population of several million, only a handful of Dan energy masters had emerged in the past 3 years. A master could sustain a family's martial legacy for a century. Many were already contemplating forging closer ties with the Qin family, as Qin Muxue's emergence could herald rapid development for the Qin clan. Ah, so you have already broken through to dark energy. Shin Songyang pressed a hand against his chest, slowly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pale face etched with disappointment and envy. A narrow escape. Qin Muxue smiled faintly, gently brushing the strands of hair from her forehead. Brother Shun, my apologies. There is no need for apologies. I concede. Shin Songyang replied with newfound composure, a slight smile gracing his lips as he staggered toward the edge of the arena. The Shin family members hurried to support him, aware that injuries inflicted by hidden energy could be perilous, necessitating prompt treatment to prevent lasting damage. This spectacular battle bore witness to the emergence of a new genius in Yunyang, the youngest practitioner of hidden energy. Now, I officially declare Qin Muxue the champion of the great martial arts competition among the 8 martial academies of Yunyang. Let us hear your cheers. The host exclaimed excitedly, as the audience erupted in applause. Standing on the stage, Qin Muxue radiated beauty akin to jade, adorned with a subtle smile, surveying her surroundings with pride. Savoring this moment of adulation. This was her nature, to revel in the spotlight. Fang Mo gazed at the television, watching Qin Muxue bask in the flowers and applause, his heart filled with admiration. Now, let us invite the talented student from Ningjiang Yunkong Martial Academy, the top contender from the 100 Academy rankings, and the youngest master of Dan energy in the Galactic Federation in 3 centuries, Ms. Luo Jianyan, to present the awards to the top 3 of the Martial Academy competition. The host called out again, as the scene shifted to the podium, where a woman in white sat among the crowd. Instantly, everyone held their breath. This woman's beauty resembled a breathtaking painting from a celestial realm, her features exquisitely crafted as if by nature's most delicate brush. Every curve radiated a divine favor. Clad in a custom white martial attire that hugged her graceful form, she exuded an air of both elegance and strength, perfectly embodying the spirit of a martial artist. Her innate grace seemed to command the very essence of the air around her, making one believe she walked not merely among mortals, but effortlessly traversed the pinnacle of the ethereal martial path. Amidst the crowd, she resembled a newly blossomed white lotus, rising serenely from the water, transcendent and ethereal, rendering everything around her pale in comparison. Qin Muxue was indeed beautiful, yet beside this woman, she seemed remarkably ordinary, not merely in features, but lacking that extraordinary aura. One was a beauty of the earthly realm, the other a celestial fairy. It was her. Fang Mo felt as if struck by lightning, the hazy visage surfacing in his mind. He recognized her as the enchanting figure he had encountered since arriving. Her name was Luo Jianyan, the youngest master of Dan energy in the Galactic Federation in 3 centuries. He had heard of her, seen her on television. She was merely 22 years old. Fang Mo was taken aback, realizing he was still at the stage of Ming energy, pondering when he would reach Dan energy. They were from entirely different worlds. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he watched her on screen, her visage merging with his memories, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. A mere master of Dan energy, he was confident that it would not be long before he stood before her, proclaiming, "We meet again." If his earlier fervent training had been solely for the pursuit of martial arts, now Fang Mo had an additional goal. His motivation surged, and he hastily finished his meal, seeking a quiet place to rest his eyes briefly before returning to practice. In the afternoon, Guan Lai returned with a group of disciples. However, his expression was less than favorable. During the Martial Academy's observation, every martial hall had been overwhelmed. Not only were there several peak Ming energy experts, but also an 18-year-old practitioner of hidden energy, leaving the martial halls feeling somewhat shamed. What are you all dawdling about? Go practice. You've been cooped up. And now you've seen the gap in your abilities. It's time to catch up. His serious gaze swept over the disciples before he turned away, fuming as he retreated to the back courtyard. Feng Qingyuan, Miao Ping, and others exchanged glances, feeling an unexpected sense of misfortune. Had they known, they wouldn't have attended the competition. It was truly self-inflicted discomfort. Yet, they also felt wounded, having previously thought of themselves as formidable. But today, as competition revealed the stark reality of their shortcomings. Thus, they gritted their teeth and trained harder, putting in even more effort than usual. Fang Mo typically practiced until 8 when everyone else had left, but today, he found several still training when he finished. He followed his usual routine, returning home to take a bath, and after dinner, he was able to practice for another 3 hours. Fu Hu Zhuang, entering the realm. 2. 855,000. Fu Hu Quan, beginner's practice. 78, 100. Fang Mo glanced at the information in his mind. Tomorrow, he would be able to advance to the next realm in Fu Hu Quan. However, practicing both techniques simultaneously did hinder his progress. If he focused solely on Fu Hu Quan, he could reach the next level in just 2 days. Uncle Lu, another 10 buns, please. Fang Mo called out to Uncle Lu, who was busy at the bun shop. Coming right up. Uncle Lu approached, quickly retrieving 10 steaming buns from the steamer. Smiling as he said, "Today's beef buns are freshly made." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Fang Mo handed over the money and took the buns. Make way, make way." At that moment, 2 ruffians approached, shoving aside 2 women who were buying buns. Fang Mo frowned slightly upon seeing him in martial attire. The ruffians did not push him aside like the others, but instead circumvented him and approached. "You come here. Have you seen this person?" One ruffian pointed at Uncle Lu, brandishing a photograph. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. This was indeed an old photo of himself. The last time, the 2 ruffians he had killed had carried a similar image. Uncle Lu craned his neck to see under the light and glanced at Fang Mo, then chuckled. "Never seen him. Really never seen him? If we find out you have, you won't like the consequences." The ruffian glared menacingly at Uncle Lu. "I truly haven't seen him. If I had, I would have told you." Uncle Lu laughed nervously. The ruffians finally relented, staring at Uncle Lu. "If you find this person, inform us at the Big Wind Gang. There will be rewards." Yes, yes. If I see him, I will definitely notify you." Uncle Lu nodded hurriedly. The 2 ruffians turned to leave, kicking a stool aside, startling the customers who quickly moved away. At that moment, Uncle Lu discreetly gestured to Fang Mo, urging him to leave quickly. Fang Mo felt gratitude. Had Uncle Lu said anything, he would have been exposed. He nodded in appreciation and turned to depart. His heart grew heavy. It seemed the repercussions of killing those 2 men had arrived. It was clear he could not remain here. If these people traced it back to him, it would not be long before he was discovered. After all, a number of people had seen him when he first arrived. He quickened his pace, returning to his small courtyard to gather some essentials, preparing to leave at dawn. Chapter 17, Crisis Approaches. As Fang Mo returned home, heating a cup of milk and preparing to enjoy his buns, a sudden, urgent knocking and shouting echoed from outside. "Open the door, hurry up." His eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of caution rising within him. In this place, he had no acquaintances, and ordinary people would not knock so rudely. Instinctively, he grasped his clothing, preparing to don it, but soon hesitated. His gaze falling upon the soiled training attire of his martial arts school. He approached the courtyard gate, peering through the crack to observe the outside. 2 burly men clad in black were forcefully pounding on the door, their strikes so vigorous that the iron gate trembled. "Open up quickly. If you don't, we'll break it down." With a sudden force, Fang Mo yanked the door open, his eyes cold and piercing as he intoned ominously, "Do you dare to try?" The 2 men momentarily faltered, about to unleash their fury. However, when their eyes landed upon the character for martial emblazoned on Fang Mo's training uniform, their expressions shifted dramatically. A student of the martial arts school, the shorter of the 2 regained his composure, quickly plastering a smile on his face and politely saying, "My apologies. We were seeking someone and got a bit impatient. I don't have the person you're looking for. If you dare to damage my door again, I'll cripple that hand of yours." Fang Mo retorted coldly, slamming the door shut, nearly colliding with their noses. "Curse it. What bad luck to run into someone from the martial arts school." The taller man rubbed his nose, visibly displeased. "Let us go," the shorter one urged. "We need to check another place. The boss specifically instructed us not to provoke anyone from the martial arts school. They're too formidable, possess genuine skills, and have powerful backing. If we get beaten, there will be no one to stand up for us. What is the rush? Didn't they say the vice leader has already found someone who has seen him and will soon bring them to identify him? We might as well wait for the vice leader to arrive before we investigate." "You know nothing." The shorter thug scoffed, his face filled with disdain. "If the vice leader finds him first, we'll have no share in the bounty of 30,000. "Right. How could I forget about that?" the taller thug exclaimed, slapping his forehead in excitement. Listening from behind the door, Fang Mo felt as though a massive boulder had struck him when he learned that the vice leader had found a potential identifier. Standing in the dim courtyard, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Escape. He understood that if discovered, all his dreams would shatter into nothingness. I cannot give up like this, he murmured, determination flashing in his eyes. He swiftly gathered his essential belongings, each item weighing heavier on his heart, as if he could hear the urgent ticking of time. Initially intending to exit through the door, he hesitated upon hearing hurried footsteps, suggesting that a number of individuals were approaching. He hurriedly moved to the wall and scaled it. Pressing himself against the wall, shrouded by the veil of night, he peered ahead to see a group of individuals advancing from the opposite alley. Each member of this group was robust and armed with clubs, exuding an air of menace, while a middle-aged woman stumbled among them, pushed forward unsteadily. Wang Pa. Spotting the woman under the street lamp, Fang Mo's heart tightened. She was someone who had seen him. He dared not linger, silently slipping into the shadows of the night, leaving behind the small courtyard that had once offered him refuge, while ahead lay an uncertain path fraught with peril. Each step resonated with the quickening of his heartbeat, the urgency of his escape trailing closely behind him. The two thugs, having completed their search at the second location, noticed Huang Jun's arrival and quickly approached him. Vice leader. You're here. Though not tall, Huang Jun moved with a steady gait, exuding an unyielding authority. Several gang members instinctively parted to make way for him, and as his cold gaze swept over them, the two thugs lowered their heads, nervously swallowing hard, the atmosphere seemingly thickening with his presence. What are you doing? Didn't I instruct you to wait for orders and act only upon my arrival? At his words, the two men trembled. The shorter one hastily replied, Vice leader. We were eager to search quickly, to find that person and report back to you. Humph. Huang Jun snorted, glaring fiercely at them before turning his attention to Wang Pa. Speaking in a deep tone, where is he? Right up ahead. Wang Pa, startled, pointed shakily ahead. You better not be lying. If we find him, we won't trouble you, and you'll be rewarded. But if you mislead us, you'll have to face the consequences. Huang Jun's eyes gleamed with cold menace. How could I dare? Wang Pa trembled in response, her figure appearing particularly small and helpless under the dim streetlight. Then lead the way. Huang Jun barked, and Wang Pa hurriedly shuffled ahead, the group in hot pursuit. The two thugs quickly followed, and as they reached Fang Mo's courtyard, their expressions subtly shifted. Yet they still clung to hope. However, when Wang Pa tremulously pointed at Fang Mo's door and said, he lives in this house, both men's bodies froze, their faces paling as their steps involuntarily slowed. Have we checked this place? Huang Jun inquired, his gaze piercing into the two. The two men jumped at the question, the shorter one stammering, we've checked. What kind of person lives here? Huang Jun demanded sternly. The shorter thug hastily described, in his 20s, dark-skinned, with somewhat long hair, wearing a martial arts uniform. Is it him? Huang Jun turned sharply to Wang Pa. She shivered, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, yet facing Huang Jun's threatening glare, she quivered. That's him. I'll deal with you later. Huang Jun shot them another fierce glare before gesturing to the others, who spread out to secure the courtyard walls. While the two men knocked on the door. Open up. Hurry. They struck several times, but there was no response from within. Huang Jun turned to the two men, who quickly replied, he was here just 2 minutes ago. At this, Huang Jun's expression shifted, his voice low and commanding, go in. With that, the two thugs leaped over the courtyard wall, gracefully landing inside. Moments later, the door swung open, and the two men addressed Huang Jun, urgency in their voices. The room is empty. There's only a light on. This is bad. He has escaped. Huang Jun's face darkened, and he barked, quickly notify the perimeter. Seal off all the alley entrances and intercept him. We must not let him get away. Yes. The gang members responded in unison, swiftly producing phones to make calls. Seal off all exits. We're looking for a young man, robust and dark-skinned, wearing a martial arts uniform, with long hair, in his 20s. Huang Jun's face turned a deep shade of anger as he approached the two men, delivering a stinging slap to each, his voice booming. What are you waiting for? Go chase him. If he escapes today, I'll skin you both alive. Yes. The two men hurriedly covered their faces and dashed out. Chapter 18, The Encounter. After quietly distancing himself, Fang Mo accelerated his pace. Even a moment's delay could allow them to catch up. This hour was precisely when the city thrived with activity. Once he reached the main street, those thugs would dare not brazenly obstruct anyone. He traversed 2 alleyways, hastily making his way toward the main thoroughfare of Chenghuang Street. The bright street ahead bustling with cars and pedestrians. Heart lightened, he quickened his stride, nearing the street when suddenly his gaze sharpened. He spotted 2 men at the alley's entrance, armed with short clubs, casually smoking and chatting. His steps faltered slightly before he lowered his hat, preparing to pass by. The 2 men glanced at Fang Mo but did not impede his progress, which brought him a surge of relief. Nevertheless, he maintained a nonchalant pace as he approached, now merely 10 steps away. Just then, the walkie-talkie on one of the thugs crackled to life. Seal off all exits. A young man, robust and dark-skinned, donned in martial arts attire with long hair, likely in his 20s, caught Fang Mo's attention in the narrow alley. The moment he heard the distinct sound of footsteps, his heart tightened, prompting him to hasten his pace. Block him, bellowed a burly man who suddenly received a phone call, pointing a finger at Fang Mo, while another muscular figure swiftly reached for a baton at his waist, shouting loudly, "Stop!" Fang Mo's gaze shot up, and in an instant, he surged forward. "You're looking for death." The larger man roared, swinging the baton towards Fang Mo. With a fierce determination, Fang Mo felt an overwhelming surge of power coalesce within him, exploding forth like a tiger pouncing in the wilderness, swift and unstoppable. His figure cleaved through the night, radiating an irresistible aura as he charged directly at the man wielding the baton. Fang Mo's left arm whipped out like a lash, deflecting the incoming baton while his right palm followed suit, delivering a powerful strike to the man's chest. The impact was so forceful that the man was sent crashing against the wall like a puppet with severed strings, producing a dull thud. "Damn it." The other man's expression changed drastically. He discarded his cigarette and stepped forward, launching a swift kick that sliced through the air. Fang Mo assumed a defensive tiger stance, his body agile, hands poised like claws, firmly blocking the sweeping kick. His legs were anchored to the ground, unyielding against the fierce assault, showcasing the depth of his foundational training. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mo shifted his technique, transforming his palm into a claw, gripping the man's calf while delivering a powerful kick to his supporting leg. With Fang Mo's current strength, he could easily snap a tree of his arm's girth, let alone the man's leg. However, the larger man was skilled. He spun around, aiming a kick at Fang Mo's head. Fang Mo quickly released his grip and retreated, knowing that failure to do so would result in a devastating blow. The man landed and shouted urgently, "Call for backup." He then leaped again, throwing a punch towards Fang Mo's face. Gritting his teeth, Fang Mo suddenly shook himself, throwing a punch to counter. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. The immense force knocked Fang Mo's hat off, and he felt his hand nearly shatter under the impact, stumbling back 2 steps, while the larger man also retreated. Both evenly matched. "Good lad, take another punch from me," the man roared, charging at Fang Mo once more. At that moment, the wounded man blew a whistle. "This is it." Fang Mo's expression turned icy. He realized he wouldn't be able to leave without dealing with this situation. As the larger man lunged at him again, Fang Mo stood his ground, choosing to confront him head-on. Calm and composed, he stepped forward, weaving through the man's attack, pivoting like a whirlwind, and with deft precision. He deflected the man's punch with both palms, then quickly executed an upward strike aimed at the man's chin. The blow was clean and decisive, accompanied by a muffled crash as the man was sent flying back, staggering against the streetlight. The dim light flickered ominously, shadows dancing wildly. Blood spurted from the man's mouth and nose as he clutched his face, unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide with terror. "Elbow strike," Fang Mo barked, stepping forward to drive his elbow into the man's chest. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the man collided heavily with the streetlight again. The light bent, the bulb shattering, plunging the alley into darkness. The man who had blown the whistle, terrified, dropped it and scrambled to escape. Fang Mo's gaze hardened. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a kick that knocked the man down, then followed up with a punch to the back of his neck, snapping it without a sound as the man crumpled to the ground, convulsing. It was only then that Fang Mo paused to catch his breath, his back drenched in sweat. What had seemed slow was, in fact, rapid. The encounter had lasted mere seconds. Both opponents were skilled martial artists, and without his previous experience in combat, he might have fallen today. Despite the danger, the explosive nature of the tiger fist had proven formidable. Disregarding the need for rest, he quickly scanned his surroundings, retrieved his hat, and departed. He had already heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching the alley. Once out, he regained his composure, took several brisk steps, and flagged down a taxi, sliding into the vehicle. Just as the car sped away, Huang Jun and several others burst into the alley. Huang Jun's eyes widened with rage upon seeing the 2 bodies illuminated by the dim light. "Leave 2 here to investigate, the rest follow me," he commanded, leaping towards the street, with several men trailing behind. However, once they reached the street, they were met with a bewildering scene of vehicles and pedestrians, none able to identify the perpetrator. "Split up and pursue along both sides. Gather everyone, we must catch that person today." Huang Jun seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration, having lost 2 underlings while the culprit had escaped. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Despite chasing for several miles and questioning numerous individuals, Fang Mo's presence remained elusive, and the 2 men he had injured were beyond saving. "Damn it! Damn it!" Huang Jun roared in fury, kicking a bent streetlight until it snapped, startling an elderly woman nearby. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon her. He strode over and grabbed her by the hair, his voice icy. "Tell me, which martial arts school is that kid from? Reveal it now, and I might spare you today. Otherwise, your family will be waiting for your corpse." I don't know. I truly don't." The woman stammered, terror causing her to tremble. "Haven't you seen him? Didn't you notice the characters on his clothing?" "I can't read," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "Then what use are you?" Huang Jun's hand rose, ready to strike her down, his rage blinding him to the consequences of murder. "I know someone who must know," the woman suddenly exclaimed, her voice rising in desperation as Huang Jun's palm hovered just inches from her forehead. "Speak. Who knows?" If you dare deceive me, I'll ensure your death is slow. Huang Jun's voice was as cold as the icy winds of October. The woman trembled, closing her eyes in despair, tears flowing freely. The owner of Lu's bun shop must know. Chapter 19. Sister Guan's Combat Prowess. Fang Mo settled into the taxi, choosing not to head directly to the martial arts school. He was wary that there might be individuals awaiting him there, and being cornered would spell trouble. After traveling several kilometers, he switched vehicles and found a hotel to stay at. It wasn't until he locked himself in his room that he finally exhaled, feeling the weight of the evening's danger. However, the fight had left him with a refreshing exhilaration, as if his understanding of the Tiger Fist had deepened. Tiger Fist. Initial practice, 88-100. Fang Mo's consciousness delved into his mind, examining the information on the copper mirror, and he was taken aback to discover that his proficiency in the Tiger Fist had risen to 88, up from the previous 78. He had not anticipated that combat experience could enhance his skills so significantly. This realization opened up another avenue for improvement. It seemed that mere practice was insufficient, and real combat was essential. Given the hotel's unsuitability for training, he settled for practicing stances, completing 2 rounds before taking a break. The following day, he rose at his usual time, standing for an hour to practice. After checking out, he grabbed a quick breakfast from a roadside vendor and hailed a cab to the martial arts school, intentionally arriving later to ensure there would be people present. Indeed, upon arriving at the martial arts academy, he noticed disciples entering the premises with increasing frequency. He hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle and made his way toward the academy, where he observed 2 vans parked at the entrance. Fang Mo. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he heard someone call out to him. Ignoring the voice, Fang Mo continued his stride toward the academy, only to halt abruptly. Emerging from the corner of the academy were 2 burly men, brandishing short clubs, advancing menacingly towards him. Huang Jun, weary and evidently having spent a sleepless night, stepped out of the vehicle, flanked by 5 others, each wielding a similar club. Kid, I thought you wouldn't show up. You've kept us waiting. Huang Jun discarded the cigarette but in his hand, his gaze fixed on Fang Mo with a fierce intensity. What do you want? Fang Mo suddenly shouted. This is the Tiger Might Academy. Are you here to cause trouble? Seize him. Huang Jun's expression darkened as he barked the command. The group of men lunged at Fang Mo with impressive speed, clearly seasoned fighters. Fang Mo swiftly threw his bag at the 2 blocking his path, then charged forward, delivering a punch that sent one of them staggering back, while a powerful shoulder charge knocked the other assailant away, allowing him to break free and dash toward the academy. Where do you think you're running to? Huang Jun shouted, grabbing a short club and hurling it at Fang Mo. Sensing the rush of air, Fang Mo quickly dodged to the side, the club whistling past him. A chill ran down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward toward the academy. Stop him. Huang Jun appeared behind him, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Fang Mo's head. Hearing the rush of wind, Fang Mo instinctively shifted his body, protecting himself with his arms while lowering his center of gravity, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground, demonstrating a solid stance. The overwhelming force struck him, and his stance crumbled under the weight. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his arms aching as if they might tear apart, and a dull pressure filled his chest. Before he could rise, 2 burly men pounced, pinning him down, one twisting an arm behind his back. He struggled desperately, but a heavy blow to his abdomen stole his strength. Huang Jun approached, his eyes glinting with malice. Still trying to run? If you do, I'll break your legs. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, the 2 men began to drag Fang Mo off. Brother Fang. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, and 3 or 4 academy disciples emerged at the entrance, led by Ding Ziyuan. What are you doing? Assaulting someone at our academy? Release Brother Fang immediately. Ding Ziyuan commanded sternly. Huang Jun paid no mind, waving his hand dismissively. Get lost. How dare you? Save him. Ding Ziyuan shouted as he rushed forward, momentarily causing the other disciples to hesitate, but they quickly followed suit. Seeking death, Huang Jun growled, spinning around to deliver a kick that sent Ding Ziyuan flying. The other 3 disciples halted in shock. Bright strength. Their faces turned pale. The explosive sound of his kick indicated that they were facing a master of bright strength, and they dared not advance further. Is this what the disciples of the academy have come to? Humph. Huang Jun scoffed, turning to stride toward the vans. Impudent. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air as a figure dashed from the courtyard, launching herself at Huang Jun. His expression shifted as he swiftly turned to counter the attack, his leg colliding with a fist, producing a resounding thud. Huang Jun staggered back, needing the support of his 2 henchmen to steady himself. As the crowd watched, a tall woman clad in a white training outfit emerged, having just sent Huang Jun reeling with her punch. Sister Guan, they VE captured Fang Mo. Ding Ziyuan exclaimed, clutching his chest in urgency. The newcomer was none other than Guan Lu, the daughter of Guan Lai. Upon seeing her, Fang Mo felt a surge of hope. With Guan Lu's presence, he believed he would be saved. Guan Lu regarded Huang Jun with a fierce gaze. Which gang are you from? To dare seize individuals at our academy? Release him immediately. Huang Jun gritted his teeth, pushing aside his men. You take them away. I'll deal with her. Dare you? Guan Lu's ire ignited as she sprang into action, and Huang Jun responded in kind, rushing to confront her. Mountain-crushing fist. Huang Jun roared, his sleeves exploding as he unleashed a powerful strike, a series of 4 resounding blows echoing forth. Tiger's might crumbling fist. Guan Lu cried, her jade palm flicking out, producing 6 thunderous impacts. Peak bright strength. Huang Jun's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a ferocious punch, refusing to believe that he, a grown man, could be bested by a young woman. With a thunderous crash, energy erupted as Huang Jun was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the van, shattering its glass and causing it to rock violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Guan Lu, undeterred, charged again and delivered a swift kick. Huang Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he narrowly evaded, unwilling to confront her directly. With a resounding thud, Guan Lu struck the van, pushing it half a meter away, sending its occupants flying and shattering the front and rear glass. Impressive. Fang Mo marveled at the scene, astonished at Guan Lu's strength. He had always known she was formidable, but her explosive power was astounding. Surely it must be in the thousands of kilograms. Seizing the moment while the two were momentarily stunned, Fang Mo forcefully shook off his captors, striking them back with a double palm attack before retreating hastily. Catch him. Huang Jun barked in a panic as a few thugs rushed forward, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Guan Lu. Who dares to cause a ruckus at the academy? At that moment, a group of armed individuals stormed out from within the academy, shouting as they approached. Seeing the gathering, Huang Jun realized the odds were against him. Retreat. Now, he shouted, scrambling into the van with the aid of his remaining henchmen. The vehicle lurched forward, racing away as the crowd pursued for several dozen meters, but failed to catch up. What just happened? Who were those people? Feng Qingyuan approached, sword in hand, inquiring urgently. Ask him. Guan Lu turned to Fang Mo, her expression filled with indignation. Who knew you had provoked someone outside, drawing the attention of gang members? Feng Qingyuan turned to Fang Mo, his brow furrowed. What is going on, brother Fang? Fang Mo replied, equally bewildered, senior brother, I truly have no idea how this happened. I spend my days at the academy, returning home only at night. I have no knowledge of how I attracted the attention of these gang members. Last night, they barged into my residence, and luckily I managed to escape and hide for the night. I never imagined they would corner me at the academy. Yang Qingyuan nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Brother Fang spends all his time training at the academy, and Shun Ti have provoked any gang members. Guan Lu, hearing this, felt her anger subside slightly as she recalled Fang Mo's routine, arriving at the academy before dawn and leaving only at night. He had no time to stir up trouble. But what is this? They clearly came to capture you? Enough talk. Feng Qingyuan interrupted, gesturing for Guan Lu to be silent. He placed a reassuring hand on Fang Mo's shoulder. You needn't fear. With our academy's support, those gangs will not dare to act recklessly. For now, stay within the academy. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he scanned the gathering crowd, declaring loudly, I will investigate and find out which gang had the audacity to disturb our Tiger Might Academy. This proclamation stirred murmurs among the onlookers. Many appeared unsettled and quickly dispersed. Chapter 20, Reactions from All Sides. Feng Qingyuan returned to report to Guanlai. Fang Mo and Ding Ziyuan went to the pharmacy to procure medicine, both having sustained injuries, thus becoming kindred spirits in their suffering. Fang Mo was genuinely touched by Ding Ziyuan's willingness to assist him. This was a friend worth having. Even more surprisingly, despite the disdain and mockery they faced from some individuals within the martial arts school, when it came to a crisis, these same people came to their aid. For the first time, he experienced a sense of belonging, a warmth flowing within his heart. With your frail physique, who could you possibly defeat? You would be better off focusing on learning alchemy with me, Master Xie said as he applied ointment to Fang Mo's swollen arm, incessantly fussing over the inflamed area. Fang Mo, somewhat speechless, noted that Master Xie was always eager to have him practice alchemy, and quickly shifted the topic, asking, Master, what is this medicine? I feel a warmth, and the pain has diminished significantly since I applied it. Master Xie beamed with pride, declaring, indeed, this is my concocted purple ginseng bruise elixir, specifically designed to treat contusions and bone injuries. Apply it, and I assure you, you will soon feel invigorated. Ding Ziyuan, envious, quickly interjected, Master Xie, may I also have some of this medicine? You have no need for it. Master Xie replied dismissively, barely lifting his eyelids. There is a bruise remedy on the shelf. Apply it yourself. Ding Ziyuan's expression fell instantly, and he muttered sulkily, fine. He retreated to a corner to apply his own medicine, casting envious glances at Fang Mo, who noticed that his previously swollen arm was beginning to return to normal, further fueling Ding Thun's envy as he vigorously rubbed the elixir on his own injuries. After applying the medicine, Fang Mo felt significantly better, realizing that his teacher possessed considerable skill. The potency of the remedy was remarkable. Within half an hour, all swelling had vanished, and the pain was completely alleviated, igniting a deeper interest in pharmacology within him. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the East Sea Grand Hotel pool, Wei Donghai swam to the edge and, grasping the ladder, pulled himself up. Two of his subordinates promptly offered him a bathrobe. Draping the robe over himself, he turned to Liang Cheng, who was waiting on the shore, and remarked, "That fool Huang Jun really dared to provoke the Tiger Might School. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Please, have a seat." He gestured to the chair across from him and took a seat himself. Liang Cheng sat down, still shaken, and said, "These martial arts schools are indeed formidable. Dozens of people emerged, including several skilled fighters. Huang Jun was fortunate to escape. Had he lingered, he might have been in serious trouble." Wei Donghai lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. "This is precisely why I advise you not to provoke these martial arts schools. The Tiger Might School is relatively low-key. Had it been any other school, Huang Jun likely wouldn't have made it out today." Leaning back in his chair, he asked Liang Cheng, "Have you investigated as I instructed?" "Yes, I've gathered the information," Liang Cheng replied excitedly. "I have thoroughly interrogated everyone Huang Jun contacted, and it can be confirmed that Fang Mo, who practices at the Tiger Might School, is indeed the young master of the Fang family, exiled from his clan. He has been hiding in the Tiger Might School." Wei Donghai raised an eyebrow. "Is it truly for 5 million? Just then, the phone rang. One of his subordinates hurriedly handed him the phone, his expression tense. "Boss, it's Captain Tang from the Public Security Bureau." Wei Donghai's expression shifted immediately, exchanging a glance with Liang Cheng, whose face also turned serious. Liang Cheng quickly said, "Boss, it must be about today's incident at the martial arts school." Nodding, Wei Donghai answered the call, instantly donning a smile. "Captain Tang, what an unexpected pleasure to receive your call this early. What can I do for you? Are you looking to jeopardize your standing, Wei Donghai?" Came a thunderous reprimand from the other end. Wei Donghai broke into a cold sweat, hastily replying, "Captain Tang, I must have misstepped somewhere. Please, enlighten me, and I shall rectify it. Cut the pleasantries." Captain Tang's voice was stern. "Tell me, which group caused the disturbance at the Tiger Might School today? Do not tell me you are unaware." Wei Donghai quickly grinned. "Of course I know. As soon as the incident occurred, I had my men investigate. The report just came in. These individuals are from the East District's Gale Gang, and they are searching for someone named Fang Mo, claiming he is training at the Tiger Might School." "Fang Mo?" Captain Tang's tone shifted to one of curiosity. "Indeed, that is his name. I have heard he is somehow related to the Yunyang Fang family." Wei Donghai confirmed, a smile crossing his face. "Understood. If the Gale Gang dares to set foot in the Chenghuang district again, inform me immediately." "Absolutely, no problem, Captain Tang. You must come by the EC for a visit sometime. Relax a bit. Enough of this. We will discuss it later." Captain Tang's voice turned cold before the call was abruptly disconnected. As Wei Donghai listened to the dial tone, he wiped the forced smile off his face, his expression darkening. "Damn it. That bunch of ruffians from the Gale Gang have stirred up trouble, and now I'm caught in the fallout. I should have demanded 2 million from them." Liang Cheng, concerned, asked, "Boss, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong?" Wei Donghai tossed the phone onto the table with a nonchalant smile. "If there are issues, they are Gale Gang's problems, not ours. Keep a close watch on their movements." "Understood," Liang Cheng affirmed. At the Gale Gang's bar, young Master Yang surveyed the injured Huang Jun and the 2 corpses on the floor, feeling a headache coming on. "I warned you all to be cautious. Why did you provoke the Tiger Might School?" He rubbed his temples and paced around the room, fixing his gaze on Huang Jun, gritting his teeth. "Is the Tiger Might School not formidable enough? Guan Lai is one of Yunyang's top experts, held in high esteem, with disciples scattered across military and political spheres. You actually dared to raid their school. Your audacity is astonishing." Huang Jun was drenched in sweat, feeling like a chastised child, unable to retort. He crossed his arms, feeling aggrieved. "If it weren't for your constant urging, would I have taken such risks?" But he dared not voice this thought. "Calm down, young Master Yang," Du Wei interjected, his face pale. "The situation is dire. We must consider how to handle this. Just now, Captain Huang from the East District's Public Security Bureau called, demanding we hand over the individuals involved, or they would seal our operations. What do we do? Who knows how to resolve this?" Yang Jihua's head throbbed. Had they truly stirred a hornet's nest? If the Gale Gang's operations were shut down, and word reached home, he would be in deep trouble. Du Wei hurriedly suggested, "Young Master Yang, should we consult young Master Lang for assistance?" Yang Jihua paused. Then a smile broke on his face as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. Though the Tiger Might School is formidable, they are still no match for the 5 major martial arts families of Yunyang." He quickly took out his phone and dialed Qin Lang's number, his face lighting up. "Young Master Lang, we have located Fang Mo. Just come and resolve it." Qin Lang, seemingly still half asleep, mumbled in response. Yang Jihua, sensing a moment of hesitation, quickly added, "We found him, but there is a small problem we can't handle. We need you to come take a look." On the other end, Qin Lang's voice dripped with displeasure. "Why is dealing with this waste such a hassle? I'm on my way." At Night Sea Bar, the call ended abruptly, and Yang Jihua's expression soured as he slammed his phone down. "When young Master Qin arrives, you explain the situation to him." He suddenly halted, casting a glance at Huang Jun and the others. "You lot, make it more dramatic. Also, bring over the injured members. Let young Master Lang have a look later." Upon hearing this, Du Wei was initially taken aback, but quickly understood and promptly replied, "Young Master Yang, I comprehend. I will arrange it immediately." Chapter 21. The martial arts powers. The Qin family of Yunyang resides on the same half-mountain street as the Fang family, merely a few miles apart, yet their estate occupies less than half of the Fang family's land. Among the 5 major martial arts clans of Yunyang, Shun, Yu, Qin, Zhou, and Shun, the Qin family ranks third. However, due to their lack of business acumen, they have contemplated a union with the affluent Fang family. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lang splashed water on his face, donned his clothes, and stepped outside, only to collide with Qin Muxue, who had just returned from her training in a white martial arts outfit. Qin Muxue was indeed stunning, tall and graceful, standing over 1.7 meters, her long legs accentuated, with droplets of sweat adorning her fair, jade-like face, her hair elegantly tied back, exuding an air of heroism. "Xiaolang, where are you rushing off to without eating?" Qin Muxue inquired, observing her brother's haste. "I have matters to attend to. I won't eat." Qin Lang chuckled, pausing to lean closer and whisper, "Sister, Yang Jihua and the others have found Fang Mo's whereabouts. I'm heading there now. Why do you seek him?" Qin Muxue's eyes narrowed slightly, her displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's face contorted with anger. "That scoundrel goes around claiming to be my brother-in-law. Sister, you have already been specially recruited by the Yun Kong Martial Institute. I cannot allow him to tarnish your reputation." Qin Muxue furrowed her brow, her voice firm. "Do not provoke trouble. The engagement has already been annulled, so why pursue him? Sister, just leave it be." Qin Lang waved his hand impatiently and dashed outside. Watching her brother rush out, Qin Muxue wore a worried expression and turned to the guard beside her. "Send someone to follow him. Do not let Xiaolang cause chaos." "Understood, miss." The guard responded, turning to leave. Qin Muxue accepted a warm towel from a maid to wipe her hands and calmly stated, "Prepare the vehicles. After I finish my meal, I must go to the academy. Today, Senior Luo will be visiting the academy, and I wish to accompany her." "Miss, you are truly impressive to personally escort the youngest master of the Mother Star," the maid remarked enviously. "Impressive?" Qin Muxue's face displayed a proud expression as she murmured, "The youngest master? The future is uncertain." In the front yard of the Tiger Might Martial Hall, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows as Fang Mo's figure danced amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Each punch and palm seemed to embody the untamed strength of a mountain tiger. Sweat poured down, splattering against the dust-laden ground. His movements transitioned from fierce to supple, then erupted with astonishing power. The gust of his punches echoing like a tiger's roar in the forest, instilling awe. In a final stance, he halted abruptly, his aura akin to a still abyss. The surrounding air seemingly solidified in that moment of tranquility. Tiger's subduing fist, a glimpse of the path, 11,000. An ancient copper mirror vibrated silently in his mind. Its golden light shimmering, the inscribed ancient characters leaping forth as if alive, signifying that he had entered a new realm of the tiger subduing fist technique. At this moment, Fang Mo felt enveloped by a warm current, insight springing forth from the depths of his soul like a gushing spring. Every principle of the fist and every aspect of strength surged to unprecedented heights. The warmth rose from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, honing his bones and tendons invisibly, strengthening them as his power quietly ascended. Fang Mo took a deep breath, savoring the tumultuous energy within him, a profound joy and sense of accomplishment blossoming within him, as if he had emerged from a cocoon, breaking free from constraints and soaring towards broader horizons. Encouraged by the surging power within, he immersed himself once more in the practice of martial arts, his stamina and intensity significantly heightened compared to before. By the time lunch arrived, he had achieved another 10 points of proficiency. At the dining table, discussions revolved around the Eagle Martial Hall's challenge to all martial halls in the city. "I heard that the Iron Eagle Martial Hall in the Southern District has issued a challenge to sweep all of Yunyang's martial halls." "How arrogant," someone scoffed. "Do they truly believe they can accomplish that?" "I have some insider information. The master of the Eagle Martial Hall hails from the Eagle Claw sect, which is a top-tier martial arts faction." Fang Mo turned to Ding Ziyuan beside him, inquiring, "Senior brother, is the Eagle Claw sect really that formidable?" Ding Ziyuan's expression grew serious as he replied, "Formidable is an understatement. It is one of the 8 top-tier martial arts factions." Noticing Fang Mo's bewildered look, Ding Ziyuan initially hesitated, then chuckled. "You are unaware of the 8 factions? No wonder. You are absorbed in your training and have little awareness of the outside world." Fang Mo chuckled sheepishly, imploring, "Senior brother, please enlighten me." "Very well, let me explain." Ding Ziyuan set down his utensils, his demeanor solemn as he began to elucidate. In the martial arts world, levels are distinctly categorized, from third-rate, second-rate to first-rate, and even super first-rate. At the pinnacle of the pyramid lies the 1 sect, the 3 institutes, the 5 schools, and the 8 factions, forming 4 major tiers. Seeing the spark of curiosity in Fang Mo's eyes, Ding Ziyuan elaborated. The 1 sect refers exclusively to the heavenly 1 sect, transcending even the super first-rate level. housing numerous hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with countless formidable individuals. It is said that there are experts at the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm? What level is that? Fang Mo's face displayed surprise. He seemed to have never heard of this realm. Don't you ever go online? Ding Ziyuan chuckled lightly. A hint of exasperation in his tone as he continued. The progression of realms is clear. After the bright strength comes the dark strength, followed by the transformative strength. Beyond that is the master level elixir strength, and then the formidable strength, which is divided into postnatal and innate, with the celestial realm above the innate. Ding Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with longing for higher realms, while Fang Mo was profoundly moved by the grandeur of the martial arts world. Ding Ziyuan regained his composure, lightly wiping his mouth, and continued. Next, let us discuss the 5 schools. The 5 schools include the Donglai Sword School, the Red Fireblade School, and others, whose strength closely rivals the 3 institutes, far exceeding the 8 factions. Fang Mo's heart stirred. It seemed that Yu Jian's sister, Yu Quan, was a disciple of the Donglai Sword School. The 8 factions consist of the Iron Sword Sect, the 5 Tigers Breaking Blade Sect, the Diamond Sect, the 5 Poisons Sect, the Medicine King Sect, the Eagle Claw Sect, the Iron Finger Sect, and the Blue Sea Sect. These 8 factions are all first-rate powers. Remember, when traversing the outside world, be cautious if you encounter disciples of these 8 factions. Although their combat strength does not match that of the 3 institutes and 5 schools, their numbers are vast and varied. If you provoke them, it can lead to significant trouble. Fang Mo nodded, silently committing this to memory. A question suddenly struck him, and he asked, Senior brother, why isn't the Martial Institute listed among these powers? Ding Ziyuan smiled as he explained. The Martial Institute is a critical entity of the Galactic Federation, not categorized within martial arts factions. They cultivate martial arts talent for the Federation, and the 12 super martial institutes possess strength comparable to first-rate sects, with their influence permeating military and political spheres. Fang Mo finally understood. One belonged to the civilian realm, while the other was part of the official domain. Ding Ziyuan patted Fang Mo on the shoulder, encouraging him. If you have the opportunity, you should consider applying to the Martial Institute. It could lead to a chance to join the military, and if you manage to enter the Interstellar Expeditionary Forces, the resources will be even more abundant. Fang Mo smiled faintly. Although the proposition was enticing, the foremost priority was to become a Mingjing warrior. Otherwise, all else would be mere empty talk. Chapter 22. The Destruction of the Store. Qin Lang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Xiao, before erupting into a boisterous laughter. Yang Jihua, are you certain you are not dreaming? Fang Mo, he is actually practicing martial arts? Are you serious? Yang Xiao's expression flushed slightly, yet his tone remained resolute. Lang Xiao, I am not jesting. Not only is he studying, but he also possesses some skill. The Dafeng gang has paid dearly for this, losing 4 of its members. He gestured towards the 2 corpses on the ground, attempting to substantiate his claims. Qin Lang's laughter subsided as he approached the bodies, lifting the white cloth to scrutinize them closely. A frown creased his brow. With his frail appearance, how could he possess such prowess? Du Wei, witnessing the scene, hurriedly interjected, Lang Xiao, this is absolutely true. Did you witness him in action? Qin Lang probed. Du Wei hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Not personally, but Huang Jun has fought him. Qin Lang's gaze shifted to the pale Huang Jun, who was being supported by 2 others, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Huang Jun, tell me, did Fang Mo inflict this injury upon you? His tone carried an air of incredulity. Huang Jun managed a bitter smile. Lang Xiao, my injuries were caused by others in the martial arts school. However, Fang Mo does possess some abilities. While he may not be exceptionally strong, he has certainly surpassed the average person. Qin Lang scoffed, evidently unconvinced. Martial arts? What level could he possibly attain? You are correct, without a foundational skill. What achievements could he hope to realize? Yang Jihua nodded in agreement, but then shifted his expression to seriousness. However, Lang Xiao, whether Fang Mo practices martial arts is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that he is currently hiding in the Tiger Way Martial Arts School. This morning, our men attempted to apprehend him but were injured by the school's disciples. Just look at Huang Jun's wounds. Now the school has taken action, demanding we hand over Huang Jun while also attempting to suppress our Dafeng gang. Qin Lang's displeasure was evident. A mere martial arts school, so audacious as to challenge the Dafeng gang? Yang Xiao explained helplessly. Lang Xiao, the head of the Tiger Way Martial Arts School, Guan Lai, is a Huajing warrior, with numerous disciples entrenched in both military and political spheres. And so what? Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. Yunyang City will not permit a mere martial arts school to dictate terms. Gather our people. I wish to see who dares to obstruct the Qin family. Lang Xiao, should we enlist the assistance of a Huajing warrior? Yang Xiao cautiously suggested. Unnecessary. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Let them see that Yunyang is not a small martial arts school where they can run rampant. Before he could finish, a mocking voice echoed from outside. Such grandiose claims. Is the Qin family truly that remarkable? Do you believe yourselves to be the foremost martial arts family in Yunyang? The crowd turned to find Yu Jian, flanked by 2 attendants, standing at the entrance. Yu Jian, A towering figure clad in athletic attire, sported a sharp haircut and piercing eyes. A sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yu Jian, what brings you here? Qin Lang's expression shifted slightly, his voice low and serious. Yu Jian's lips curled into a playful grin. What brings me here? To destroy your establishment. This place is far too antiquated. I am here to assist in its renovation. Yang Xiao, no need for thanks. It is my pleasure to serve. Upon hearing this, Yang Jihua's expression turned urgent, and he stepped forward. Yu Xiao, what is this? What wrongdoing has my younger brother committed? I apologize on his behalf. He understood that Yu Jian was a notorious tough guy, one who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. If apologies held any weight, why would we need the law? Yu Jian sneered coldly, gesturing with his hand. Smash it. The sound of destruction erupted from downstairs. Yang Jihua, Du Wei, and the others exchanged alarmed glances. They witnessed a dozen martial artists wielding baseball bats, wreaking havoc, while the Dafeng gang members charged in, only to be quickly overpowered. Yang Xiao, stop this. We just invested millions in renovations. Du Wei exclaimed urgently. Yang Jihua, equally anxious, turned to Qin Lang and implored, Qin Xiao, please, talk some sense into Yu Xiao. Yu Jian, that is enough. Qin Lang's forehead pulsed with anger. The destruction of the bar felt like a direct affront to him. He shouted furiously, launching himself at Yu Jian with a powerful punch. You think you can challenge me? Yu Jian's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he stepped forward, unleashing a punch that sliced through the air with a thunderous boom. The impact resonated like a clap of thunder. Yu Jian stood his ground, while Qin Lang stumbled back, retreating 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. Shock etched across his face. You've broken through to the late stage of Mingjing? You are no match for your sister. Lacking in every aspect save for indulgence. Yu Jian replied with a chilling smile. Qin Lang's expression shifted to one of indignation. What do you mean by that? If you wish to fight, I am ready. Yu Jian's eyes flashed dangerously, causing Qin Lang to hesitate. Engaging now would only lead to his own defeat. As he was no match for Yu Jian, pain radiated through his hand, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Seeing Qin Lang restrained, Yang Jihua hastily bowed repeatedly. Yu Xiao, please, I implore you, show mercy and cease this destruction. Yu Jian raised his hand, and immediately, one of his large henchmen gestured downward, halting the chaos in the hall. However, considerable damage had already been done, leaving the entire space in disarray. Yang Jihua, today's destruction serves as a reminder that some matters are beyond your involvement. Yu Jian's icy gaze bore into Yang Jihua, sending a chill down his spine. Although both hailed from martial arts families, they paled in comparison to the 5 great families of Qin and Yu, which had produced masters of the Danjing level. Their families boasted peak Huajing warriors, while Yang Jihua's strongest member was merely at the initial stage of Huajing. He understood precisely what Yu Jian meant. It was undoubtedly about Fang Mo, as Yu Jian was his closest ally. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, especially with Qin Lang present, and could only manage an awkward smile. Yu Jian brushed him aside and approached Huang Jun. You are Huang Jun, correct? You were the one who attempted to apprehend my brother Fang Mo and inflicted injuries upon him? Yu Xiao, Huang Jun swallowed hard. But his expression suddenly changed as Yu Jian launched an attack, a punch aimed directly at him. He hastily raised his fist to block, but the thunderous impact erupted in the room, a forceful blow that sent him reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into a coffee table, landing amidst shattered glass. Huang Jun's agonized scream followed as Yu Jian's foot pinned him down, sweat pouring from his brow in pain. Yu Xiao, please, have mercy. Du Wei's complexion turned ashen as he stepped forward, intent on rescuing him. Retreat. A sudden roar came from one of the burly henchmen accompanying Yu Jian, who stepped forward, blocking Yu Jian and delivering a punch of his own. The sound echoed like thunder, the powerful energy bursting forth. Du Wei was sent flying, crashing into a sofa that was thrust back a meter before he finally came to a stop, clutching his hand in shock. Late stage of Anjing. Qin Lang and Yang Xiao's expressions changed dramatically, realizing Yu Jian had brought along an Anjing warrior. What do you intend to do, Yu Jian? Qin Lang shouted furiously. What am I doing? Just watch. Yu Jian cast a cold glance at him before turning back to Huang Jun, his expression darkening. You are the one who injured my brother, correct? No. You shall spare me. Huang Jun's face was a mask of terror, but the next moment, he screamed in agony. The sickening sound of bones snapping filled the air as Huang Jun clutched his broken leg, howling in pain, while all members of the Dafeng gang turned pale with fear. Yu Xiao was exceedingly ruthless, directly shattering Huang Jun's leg. Next time, if I hear any of you bothering my brother Fang Mo, it will be far more than just a broken leg. Yu Jian coldly regarded Huang Jun, then cast a glance at Du Wei. Under his gaze, Du Wei dared not show anger or speak, fearing that if he provoked Yu Jian, he too would be met with violence. Enough venting, it's time to depart. Yu Jian chuckled, clapping his hands, before turning to leave. Qin Lang's temples throbbed with fury as he watched Yu Jian's receding figure. Suddenly, he bellowed, bring them in. With a swift rush, 2 figures emerged, exuding an imposing aura and sharp gazes. Yu Jian halted, a look of disdain crossing his features, and inquired, "What?" seeking a confrontation. At that moment, Qin Lang's face contorted with rage, his temples pulsating, as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us fight." Then, hold on, just then, a commanding voice echoed as a middle-aged man rushed in, exclaiming, "Young Master Lang, a call from the master." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang paused, his fierce expression gradually subsiding. He took the phone, pressing it to his ear, nodding as he listened. Moments later, he ended the call, his anger dissipated. And he regarded Yu Jian with a faint smile, stating, "Yu Jian, aren't you and your Yu family about to leave the mother planet? I wonder how long you can protect Fang Mo." Yu Jian's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he replied in a low voice, "I may leave. But if a single hair is harmed on Fang Mo, I shall not spare you." Qin Lang smirked ominously, retorting, "Then let us wait and see." Chapter 23. I prefer watching him reach a dead end. Fang Mo arranged for accommodations at the Martial Arts Academy, settling the meal expenses, and embarked on his life at the dojo. The lodging fees here included 2 meals a day, costing 3,000 a month, a considerable burden for the students. Wealthier students opted for better accommodations, while those less fortunate could not afford the expense. However, for Fang Mo, residing at the dojo was both safe and convenient, eliminating travel time, and he did not have to worry about meals. Most importantly, living at the dojo facilitated his training. The dojo boasted various facilities, including dedicated herbal preparation rooms, far superior to the small courtyard he had previously lived in. Had he known this earlier, he would have moved to the dojo sooner. Once settled in, Fang Mo's training intensified, and for several consecutive days, he hardly ventured outside, fully immersing himself in his practice. Moreover, the wind gang, of which he was concerned, did not trouble him, allowing him to train with peace of mind. Under the moonlight, he trained vigorously, repeatedly practicing the tiger fist, his punches slicing through the air, and he frequently shouted, using his voice to aid his breath, cultivating both energy and strength. He felt himself improving daily, with his tiger stance gaining 4 to 5 points each day. In the backyard beneath the locust tree, Guanlai and Xie Changmin were sipping tea and chatting. They observed Fang Mo diligently practicing through the central hall. "This boy is impressive. He is the most hardworking among all the disciples here at the dojo," Xie Changmin remarked with a smile. "In martial arts, mere effort is insufficient," Guanlai replied with a calm demeanor, sipping from his teapot, then added, "In the face of innate talent and bone structure, hard work is the least significant factor." "Brother, didn't you take a liking to him? Why not take him as your disciple?" Xie Changmin inquired. Guanlai set down the teapot, smiling as he responded, "He doesn't think highly of me." Xie Changmin laughed heartily. Nevertheless, his talent in herbal preparation is quite remarkable. He quickly grasped the basics and can already concoct foundational herbal liquids. However, his heart is solely set on martial arts, not on this. "No need to rush." Guanlai chuckled. "He won't be able to hold on much longer. If he doesn't advance to the Ming level within 6 months, he will surely realize his path." Xie Changmin chuckled as well. "If you truly don't want this disciple, I might just take him. Don't regret it then." Guanlai laughed in response. "I am more concerned that you will regret it, brother. Let us just wait and see." Xie Changmin chuckled. In the outer courtyard of the dojo, Fang Mo continued his practice, his punches slicing through the air, occasionally shouting to enhance his breath, cultivating both energy and strength. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been offered to Xie Changmin by Guanlai. Xie Changmin observed Fang Mo practicing, setting down his teacup, and smiling at Guanlai. "I heard that the Xingwu Martial Arts Academy has also fallen. Wu Gang from the Iron Line Fist was defeated by Wei Jintong's Eagle Claw, shattering his tendons?" "Indeed." Guanlai's expression grew serious, his fingers rubbing the purple clay teapot as he spoke in a low voice. "Eagle Claw is incredibly dominant. Wei Jintong has also cultivated the iron cloth shirt, making him impervious to blades and spears. The Iron Line Fist is also a formidable martial art. Yet it proved insufficient against Eagle Claw. All the disciples in the academy were defeated, and Wu Gang, unwilling to concede, faced Wei Jintong and had his tendons shattered, leaving him effectively crippled." Xie Changmin raised an eyebrow. "This marks the 3rd martial arts academy to fall. I suspect this individual has ulterior motives, likely targeting the Yunyang martial arts community." Guanlai nodded. "I share that concern. I met with the masters of several other academies, speculating that there may be support from the Eagle Claw School behind this, aiming to monopolize the Yunyang market. Recently, the Xiongning Martial Arts Academy has recruited many students. If this is indeed the case, it could spell trouble." Xie Changmin's expression turned grave. Eagle Claw's progression is rapid, with minimal training. One can quickly gain combat prowess, making it highly attractive to martial artists. If they sweep through the Yunyang academies and establish a reputation, it would be a devastating blow to all martial arts schools. "I am not particularly concerned about Wei Jintong," Guanlai remarked with a hint of pride. But his brow soon furrowed. "I am worried about my disciples in combat. Currently, only Feng Qingyuan has reached mid-level dark strength. Miao Ping has just broken through to dark strength, while at the peak of bright strength, we only have Yang Yunqing, Qi Jing, and Xiao Lu, who are merely at the late stage of bright strength, placing us at a disadvantage against them. He wore a look of resignation. In recent years, he had recruited few disciples with exceptional talent. Those with good bone structure were monopolized by the martial arts academy. The few disciples he had taken on were already commendable, yet still far from sufficient. You need not worry excessively, Xie Changmin stated with a serious expression, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Among the martial arts academies in Yunyang, those at the peak of energy transformation include Hong Jiantong of the void splitting palm and Xiong Jiang of the cloud lifting hand. Perhaps these two can withstand Wei Jintong. Guan Lai's eyes gleamed with hope as he replied slowly. The 11 martial arts academies on Chenghuang Street hold significant sway in Yunyang. If Wei Jintong desires to dominate Yunyang, he must first defeat us here on Chenghuang Street. Perhaps he will come here first. If things turn dire, do not endure any longer, Xie Changmin advised calmly. Guan Lai's gaze deepened as he remarked. If it truly comes to that, we will have no choice but to take that step. He looked at Xie Changmin, a hint of worry in his eyes. But, brother, you may not be able to stay here much longer. I too should be preparing to depart. Xie Changmin replied flatly. The two then fell silent. The moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting shadows upon them. The only sounds in the courtyard were the chirping of night insects and the distant sound of Fang Mo practicing his punches. In a vast swimming pool belonging to the Fang family, Hu Yuehua emerged from the water, adorned in a pink two-piece swimsuit. Though nearing her 40s, she was exceptionally well-maintained. Her figure curvaceous, skin fair and rosy, glistening with droplets under the lights, resembling a water lily. She accepted a towel from a middle-aged woman, drying herself off, and inquired Dindandawandao, "Have you found out the details?" The woman nodded. "Madam, we have confirmed that Fang Mo is studying martial arts at the Tiger Wanga, introduced there by Yu Jian. Humph, still not giving up. He dares to pursue martial arts." Hu Yuehua's expression darkened as she flung the towel onto the chair. It was no wonder we had been unable to uncover any information about him. He had the Yu family shielding him. The woman sneered. "There's no need for you to be angry. Even if he practiced for 100 years, he wouldn't amount to much." Hu Yuehua, feeling somewhat agitated, retorted sharply. "Giving him $1 million is meant to ensure he leaves far away, not to learn martial arts, nor to linger under my very nose. Although Xiaolian has driven him away. After all, he is still his son. You never know when he might decide to recall him. Then, my lady, I shall take action," the woman said, a sinister expression crossing her face as she lightly slashed her hand. "It would be so dull to kill him." Hu Yuehua waved her hand dismissively, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I would much prefer to see him in dire straits. You must find a way to exert pressure on the Hu Wei Martial Arts School to expel him. Furthermore, ensure that all martial arts schools refuse him. Let us see how he will cope." Chapter 24. Why must you force me? Fang Mo remained oblivious to the fact that Yu Jian was discreetly advocating for him, inadvertently catching Hu Yuehua's attention and thereby exposing his whereabouts. At that moment, he was eagerly gazing at the box brought by Ding Ziyuan. Inside were 20 bottles of bath elixir and 10 pounds of exotic beast meat. Ding Ziyuan placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a layer of foam boards atop, which lay 20 green bottles. Upon removing the upper layer, several vacuum-sealed bags of exotic beast meat were found below, accompanied by ice packs that were emanating a cool mist. The quantity of fresh exotic beast meat is rather scarce, so make do with this for now. I've already asked my father to pull some strings to see if we can procure more. Ding Ziyuan said somewhat helplessly. Thank you, senior brother Ding. Having this much is already quite sufficient. Fang Mo expressed his gratitude. Ding Ziyuan patted Fang Mo on the shoulder, advising, you need to establish a stable supply channel. As your consumption increases, a lack of consistent supply will impede your training progress. Fang Mo chuckled wryly. We'll take it one step at a time. After saying this, he retrieved some money from his drawer and handed it to Ding Ziyuan. Ding Ziyuan accepted it without hesitation, stating, then I shall take it. The next batch of goods may not arrive until next month. That's all right. Combined with the supplies from the martial arts school, it should last until next month. Fang Mo secured the elixirs in the cabinet and placed the exotic beast meat in the refrigerator to ensure they would not spoil. Subsequently, the two made their way to the front courtyard. In the front courtyard, Fang Mo inquired about the existence of underground boxing venues in Yunyang. What do you want to know that for? Ding Ziyuan asked, looking at Fang Mo with curiosity. Fang Mo hurriedly replied, I simply wish to see for myself. Ding Ziyuan laughed. If you want to watch, you can go to the Taisher Boxing Gym in the City Emperor District. You just need to pay the admission fee. However, the competition level there is rather low, mostly below the Mingjing level, with only occasional matches featuring Mingjing fighters. That sounds like a place worth visiting. Fang Mo thought that Taisher seemed to fit his requirements quite well, and he began contemplating when he might go to give it a try. The two arrived at the front courtyard and began their respective training. In the back courtyard, Guan Lai was instructing his disciples. Just then, the phone rang. He walked over to the table, picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and frowned slightly before answering. Vice President Bai, do you have any instructions? On the other end of the line, a booming laugh resonated. Haha, Master Guan, you are too polite. What instructions could I possibly have? Guan Lai smiled faintly. Vice President Bai is quite busy. You wouldn't contact me without reason. Nothing escapes Master Guan's perception. Vice President Bai laughed awkwardly before continuing. Then I shall speak plainly. I would like to inquire if your martial arts school has accepted a student named Fang Mo. Fang Mo? Guan Lai raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name, but quickly responded, indeed, there is such a student. May I ask if he has caused any trouble? The voice carried to the back courtyard, and many students turned to look, some straining to listen. Not trouble per se. The voice on the line paused briefly, lowering its tone slightly. It's just that I've heard this student is not suited for martial arts. Master Guan, do you not fear that keeping him at your school might tarnish its reputation? Upon hearing this, Guan Lai raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering why Vice President Bai was suddenly concerned about their student admissions. The caller was Bai Hongsheng, the Vice President of the Yunyang Martial Arts Association, responsible for daily operations. This association primarily coordinates matters between martial arts schools in Yunyang, and while it possesses limited authority, it is not to be trifled with. During annual reviews, a hiccup from the association could prove troublesome for a School S license. Bai Hongsheng lowered his voice. Master Guan, you are a discerning individual. The fact that I can call you indicates there is a reason behind it. He is merely one student. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Guan Lai smiled lightly. Could Vice President Bai enlighten me as to who is orchestrating this? Apologies, but I cannot disclose that, Bai Hongsheng replied, his voice slightly elevated. However, I can inform you that all martial arts schools in Yunyang will be notified not to accept this Fang Mo. Now, do you understand the power behind this? Master Guan, I am doing this for your own good. There is no need to seek out discomfort. Guan Lai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was somewhat taken aback. He replied coolly, Vice President Bai, I understand this matter. I will give it due consideration. After hanging up, Guan Lai furrowed his brow as he exited the back courtyard, making his way to the pharmacy. Inside the pharmacy, Xie Changmin was engrossed in a chess book, arranging chess pieces without lifting his head. I heard. Which faction do you think is applying pressure? It's hard to say. It could be the Yang family or the Qin family. Guan Lai shook his head, his expression serious. Tang Xiong informed me last night that both the Yang and Qin families from the Dafa gang are involved, and he can no longer lend support. He also suggested that Fang Mo leave and refrain from becoming embroiled in the power struggles of Yunyang. There may even be internal factors from the Fang family at play. He might not be able to withstand the pressure. This lad is in a precarious position. Many wish to deal with him. Xie Changmin chuckled. Senior brother truly intends to take him as a disciple? Though Guan Lai was inquiring, his gaze did not shift towards Xie Changmin. Xie Changmin set down his book, his gaze drifting towards Fang Mo, who was practicing his punches in the courtyard. In all these years, I have rarely encountered a disciple with such innate talent for alchemy. I cannot let all my knowledge be buried with me. Guan Lai followed his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Senior brother, with his innate talent. Perhaps the dark strength is his limit. If he cannot break through to the Danjing level, can he inherit your alchemical techniques? Pawn. Xie Changmin moved a pawn forward, his voice calm. Though a pawn is weak, once it crosses the river, perhaps it can create miracles. Guan Lai gazed at the chessboard. That single move of the pawn had enlivened the entire game, and his eyes glinted slightly. Fang Mo remained unaware of the happenings in the back courtyard. During lunch, however, he sensed something amiss. The people in the back courtyard were all looking at him with peculiar expressions, as if discussing him. Fang Mo paid it no mind, finishing his meal and resting briefly before returning to his training. Just as he was practicing, Ding Ziyuan rushed over. Fang Mo, stop training for a moment. What is the matter? Fang Mo halted his movements, looking at Ding Ziyuan with confusion. Ding Ziyuan pulled Fang Mo aside, speaking in a hushed tone. Fang Mo, who have you offended? What is wrong? Fang Mo's face was a mask of bewilderment at Ding Ziyuan's urgent inquiry. Ding Ziyuan, visibly anxious and sweating, exclaimed, just moments ago, I overheard Chen Minzhong from the backyard mentioning that the Martial Arts Association is demanding the master expel you. Expel? Why? Fang Mo was suddenly taken aback, his expression shifting. Recalling the peculiar gazes of the backyard disciples during noon, he finally comprehended the reason behind it. A tightness gripped his heart. An unsettling feeling began to stir within him. To leave the martial arts school now would signify a dead end for him. Without protection, he would surely fall prey to those gangs. Ding Ziyuan, visibly anxious, remarked, I don't know the specifics. It was the Martial Arts Association that notified us. Additionally, all martial arts schools in Yunyang are prohibited from enrolling you. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's heart jolted once more, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he grasped who was behind this. It could only be Qin Lang, who harbored such a deep-seated animosity towards him, or his stepmother, Hu Yuehua, who wished for his demise. Yet, Qin Lang likely lacked the capability. The Qin family would not indulge in such trivial pursuits. Thus, it must be his wicked stepmother, Hu Yuehua. With her influence and the financial might of the Fang family, she could certainly orchestrate this. Why must you force me? Anger welled up in Fang Mo's heart. He had already severed ties with the Fang family. Yet Hu Yuehua still refused to relent. It seemed she was intent on pushing him to the brink after taking away 5 million, now resorting to this tactic, leaving him with no escape. Ding Ziyuan sensed the fury emanating from Fang Mo's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. The coldness in Fang Mo's gaze was truly chilling. Chapter 25, Ironstone Boxing Gym. The news of Fang Mo's impending expulsion spread throughout the martial arts school. After enduring so long, he had finally earned the respect of the other disciples, but with this revelation, their gazes towards him had grown distant. With gangs prowling the streets and the Martial Arts Association bearing down on him, no one wished to associate too closely, fearing they might be implicated. Fang Mo refrained from inquiring with the master. Instead, he immersed himself in frenzied training, channeling all his resentment into his practice. Upon arriving in this world, he had yearned for a peaceful pursuit of martial arts, yet it seemed there were always those who thwarted his desires. He bore no hatred towards anyone. Why, then, were these individuals denying him a path forward? Why? Fang Mo's heart roared in anguish as his fist struck the sandbag, the over 100-kilogram weight swaying violently in response. The bag's relentless motion mirrored his life, mercilessly battered and devoid of autonomy. No, my fate is mine to command. Not dictated by heaven, no one shall obstruct my path. Fang Mo steadied himself against the bag, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. That evening, after dining and soaking in a medicinal bath, Fang Mo, for the first time, did not engage in solitary training before departing the martial arts school. This peculiar behavior astonished everyone. The martial arts enthusiast had not trained today and was leaving so early. Did he perhaps realize he was to be expelled and decided against further practice? Unconcerned with the thoughts of others, Fang Mo stealthily observed the surroundings upon exiting the school and, finding no one tailing him, cautiously navigated through alleys to change his attire and depart via a different route. After turning a couple of corners, he hailed a taxi. As the vehicle passed by Uncle Lou's dumpling shop, he noted its closure with a sense of bewilderment. Uncle Lou's business had been thriving. Why was it shut? Yet he dismissed the thought, and after a few miles, he transferred to another taxi, heading directly for the Ironstone Boxing Gym. Situated in the Huijiang Daxia, the Ironstone Boxing Gym was located 2 floors underground. Upon arriving at the building, he glimpsed the sign above, shimmering with a blue glow. Unlike martial arts schools that primarily focused on teaching, boxing gyms were meant for training, with many fighters honing their skills through sparring. The Ironstone Boxing Gym stood apart, offering not only standard training, but also underground matches, complete with betting. Stealing his resolve, Fang Mo entered the building and boarded the elevator to the underground level. To achieve rapid advancement, he could not adhere to conventional methods. He sought a more accelerated path to enhance his combat prowess. Initially intending to wait before coming here, the current circumstances left him no choice but to act swiftly. As the elevator doors opened, the name of the boxing gym appeared before him, but he was met with a barrier. 2 burly men stood guard at the entrance. They scrutinized Fang Mo, and one furrowed his brow. Are you here to train? Fang Mo stepped forward, stating, a friend referred me. I wish to participate in the arena matches. You want to join the arena fights? The 2 men exchanged surprised glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. One of them impatiently replied, go away. This is a boxing gym, not a place for games. Though Fang Mo had been training for nearly 2 months and had grown more robust, he still appeared somewhat frail compared to many others. If this weren't a boxing gym, I wouldn't be here, he replied calmly. The men paused momentarily, and one of them coldly remarked, if you seek death, no one can stop you. Follow me. With that, he swiped the access card, allowing Fang Mo to enter the gym. Before him lay a vast expanse, featuring 5 boxing rings, each occupied by practitioners engaged in sparring. A quick glance revealed they were all regular fighters, none possessing the advanced skills of the Ming level, and most were quite young. Their sparring partners were hired trainers, typically the ones enduring the blows, clad in protective gear. Fang Mo had deliberately chosen not to become a sparring partner, as the level of combat was far too low. It was mostly about assisting wealthy youths in their training, offering little value to his own progress. He found it far more beneficial to spar with his fellow disciples at the martial arts school. The burly man led Fang Mo to an office within the gym, where a stunning woman in her late 20s sat. Manager Su, this person wishes to participate in the arena matches, the man said respectfully, looking towards the woman. She lifted her gaze to Fang Mo, surveying him from head to toe. Fang Mo observed her in return, a slender beauty dressed in a white blouse. Her features delicately sculpted, with auburn hair cascading over her shoulders and diamond earrings glimmering under the light, exuding an air of competence. Standing taller than Fang Mo, over 175 meters, she extended her hand with a slight smile, saying, I am Su Monli, the manager of the Ironstone Boxing Gym. May I inquire your name? Fang Mo. As in ink and painting, he shook her hand, noting the softness of her grip, a thought arising in him. How delicate. This woman possessed a unique constitution. What a beautiful name. It carries profound meaning. Su Monli smiled softly, withdrawing her hand and signaling for the man to leave. She gestured for Fang Mo to take a seat. As he settled down, Su Monli poured him a glass of water and gracefully took her own seat. Mr. Fang, forgive my boldness, but may I ask what realm you currently practice? I am at the strength realm, yet to enter the Ming level, Fang Mo replied directly. Su Monli smiled lightly. Then Mr. Fang is aware of the rules of the underground boxing gym? The matches can be perilous, once you step onto the platform. We cannot guarantee your safety. Injuries, or even fatalities are possible. I am aware, Fang Mo responded calmly. Su Monli regarded him with eyes as clear as a tranquil spring, seemingly attempting to see through him. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, she stood up. Very well, since you are informed, please follow me. Fang Mo rose and followed Su Monli out of the office into an adjacent room, where testing equipment awaited. Upon seeing Su Monli approach, a burly man inside stood up. Assist him with the testing. Su Monli instructed the man, then turned her attention back to Fang Mo. Young Master Fang, we are about to assess your strength. If you meet the requirements, we can arrange a match for you. Otherwise, we will have to forego the arrangement. Very well. Fang Mo nodded and stepped forward. The burly man had already activated the machine, and Fang Mo positioned himself before the strength tester, firmly establishing his stance like a tiger. Focusing his mind and calming his breath, Su Monli observed quietly, harboring doubts about Fang Mo, as his physique bore no resemblance to that of a martial artist. Suddenly, Fang Mo's eyes widened, and in an instant, his body surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the target with a resounding thud. Bang! The machine registered the impact, and the data fluctuated rapidly. Beep! The data stabilized. 240 kilograms. A look of astonishment crossed Su Monli's face as her gaze swept over Fang Mo. Unable to fathom how such a slender frame could unleash such formidable power. Though not exceptional, she had anticipated a mere 150 or 160 kilograms at most. This surpassed her expectations. Manager Su, is this figure acceptable? Fang Mo inquired, aware of his own capabilities from having tested himself at the martial arts school in secret. He knew he could actually exert 280 kilograms of force. On Earth in his previous life, even the legendary Tyson could manage only 260 kilograms. Yet he had surpassed Tyson even before reaching the peak of his strength. Once he attained that level, a single strike would effortlessly exceed several hundred kilograms. Guan Lu had once kicked a car weighing over a ton more than a meter away, showcasing strength in excess of 1,000 kilograms. This is the terrifying aspect of martial artists in this world. Yes, this is more than sufficient. Su Monli replied with a smile. Young Master Fang, please follow me to register. At this moment, Su Monli's demeanor had noticeably shifted to one of greater warmth. Having reviewed Fang Mo's data, she had already formed a preliminary notion in her mind. Fang Mo's physique could serve as a deceptive advantage. If his combat abilities were promising, he could become a sensational figure for the boxing gym, potentially bringing in substantial profits. Chapter 26, Iron Mask. Su Monli escorted Fang Mo back to the office to sign the agreement. Young Master Fang, the rules of our arena dictate that you currently hold only an entry-level rank at our boxing gym. Each fight costs 1,000 yuan, and a victory rewards you with an additional 1,000. Furthermore, should you face death or permanent injury, our gym bears no responsibility. Do you have any objections? Fang Mo signed the agreement without a moment's hesitation. Excellent. The contract is finalized. Now, please select a mask and choose a moniker. Su Monli pulled aside a curtain on the wall, revealing an array of masks in various colors and shapes, all crafted from soft leather, designed to cover only the eyes. Reminiscent of Zoro's mask. Fang Mo glanced over the selection, then chose a sleek black eye mask, donning it over his face. Su Monli paused momentarily, taken aback by Fang Mo's appearance. With the mask, he exuded a certain charm, and his eyes, visible beneath the mask, sparkled with an alluring purity that was captivating. Ahem. Su Monli cleared her throat. Young master, please bestow upon yourself a name. Iron Mask, Fang Mo replied calmly, gazing into the mirror. Very well. From this day forth, young Master Fang shall be known as Iron Mask within our Ironstone boxing gym. Su Monli smiled. From now on, only I shall know your identity as Iron Mask. Please keep your mask on, and I will have someone escort you to the resting area. Our arena battles commence at 8 o'clock, so take this time to rest. Fang Mo nodded, and Su Monli summoned an attendant to lead him away. As they entered the elevator, it unexpectedly descended further, reaching the 4th level. Upon exiting, Fang Mo was guided down a corridor into a room. Mr. Iron Mask, you may rest here. There are refreshments available, as well as a restroom. When it's your turn, we will send someone to escort you to the arena. The staff member announced. Thank you. Fang Mo expressed his gratitude as the staff member exited and closed the door behind him. Fang Mo surveyed the room, which featured a half-meter high by 1-meter long glass window. Outside, vibrant lights flickered, accompanied by pulsating music. Approaching the window, he peered through to see a cage-like arena, surrounded by tiered seating. Inside the cage, several women in revealing attire danced fervently, while patrons in the booths joined in the revelry. Whether on Earth or in this realm, the modes of entertainment appeared remarkably unchanged. Fang Mo reflected on this scene, recalling his previous life in which he had been engrossed in cultivation. Yet due to the necessities of life, he had also managed businesses and navigated corporate landscapes, making him familiar with such dynamics. After a brief observation, he settled into a meditative position, striving to maintain his peak condition. The external music continued to throb with energy, punctuated by the excited screams of the crowd. While he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, in Su Monli's office, she was engrossed in her computer, studying a dossier in detail. Fang Mo. Fang Mo. The wasted scion of the Fang family. Intriguing. A smile of surprise graced Su Monli's face as she realized that contrary to the prevailing belief of his lack of martial potential, he had indeed embarked upon the path of martial arts. With a swift click, the document vanished, replaced by a live feed of Fang Mo in his meditative pose. A commendable mindset. I am curious to see if you can provide me with a surprise. A smile returned to her face. Her interest in Fang Mo piqued. Manager Su, the arena battles are about to commence. A staff member announced as they entered. I am aware. Su Monli rose, her smile fading into an authoritative demeanor. After adjusting her attire, she stepped out. Ensure that Iron Mask is matched against a less formidable opponent. We cannot afford to lose him in the very first match. Understood. Manager Su, the staff member replied. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, Su Monli had already unearthed his background. It was imperative for the organizers to investigate the origins of participants to prevent unforeseen complications, especially concerning prominent individuals, should an injury or fatality occur. It would lead to considerable repercussions. Time passed, and suddenly the music ceased. Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Iron Stone. Our boxing tournament is about to begin, so please prepare yourselves. The announcer's voice boomed throughout the room. Fang Mo rose and approached the glass window, positioned perfectly to witness the unfolding events in the cage. To his astonishment, the previously sparse audience had now filled the venue, with nearly every booth occupied. In the cage stood a rotund middle-aged man with slicked back hair, enthusiastically waving to the crowd. Today, we will witness 5 thrilling matches, featuring the ferocious wolf and his 19th bout, promising an exhilarating showdown between adept martial artists. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wolf, wolf. Fang Mo felt a surge of excitement. Today he was fortunate to witness a match involving a martial artist of exceptional caliber, and he was eager to observe. Now, let us introduce the competitors for the first match. They are the unmatched leg artist, Swift Wind, and the earth-shaking Iron Fist. The announcer's voice rang out with fervor as the big screen illuminated the names and stats. Swift Wind, practice strength realm, 1 year of training. Master of the Swift Wind kick, leg power 380 kilograms, 7 matches, 7 victories. Iron Fist, practice strength realm, 1 year of training, master of the Iron Line Fist. Fist power 350 kilograms, 2 matches, 2 victories. Fang Mo's heart sank as he realized both competitors possessed greater strength than he. At that moment, the stage lights illuminated, plunging the surrounding area into darkness as the two fighters entered the cage through the passageway. The Wind Chaser possesses a tall and lean physique, particularly notable for his long and powerful legs, while Iron Fist, though shorter in stature, boasts robust and muscular arms, his body adorned with sinewy muscle. The two stand on stage, a meter apart. 30 seconds to place your bets. The host calls out. In the VIP section, screens illuminate one face after another, all engaged in placing their wagers. Betting closed. With a commanding shout from the host, the audience retracts their devices. The rules are clear. If one party concedes, the match concludes, and the opponent must refrain from attacking. If no concession is made, the battle continues by default. The host, glancing at the two men in the cage, proclaims, "Do you understand?" They nod in unison. Close the cage. With a swift motion, the host signals, and the cage door is secured by two imposing figures. Silence envelopes the arena as the two contenders stand facing each other, their gazes locked, radiating intensity. Fang Mo watches intently. This is genuine combat. Attack. Suddenly, the Wind Chaser bellows, launching himself into action, his feet striking the ground like a galloping horse. He swiftly advances, delivering a whip-like kick aimed at Iron Fist's head, the air slicing with the force of his strike. Remarkably fast, Fang Mo narrows his eyes, recognizing that this kick is as swift as lightning, the accompanying wind suggesting it nears the threshold of the Ming level. Huh! Iron Fist responds with a roar, grounding himself in a horse stance, his fists poised. Bang! The Wind Chaser's leg collides against Iron Fist's forearm, producing a dull thud. Iron Fist staggers, taking a step back, while the Wind Chaser lands lightly, immediately executing a spinning kick towards Iron Fist's face. Iron Fist retaliates with a straight punch, blocking the attack, yet the Wind Chaser closes in again, launching a series of rapid kicks. Each strike is faster and heavier than the last, forcing Iron Fist to defend against the continuous barrage. The arena resounding with the rhythmic thuds of their conflict. Cheers erupt from the audience, with some women screaming in excitement, while the two fighters engage fiercely, their movements a blur. Fang Mo feels his blood surging. This is true combat, exhilarating and intense. Only through such trials can one truly become a warrior. Wind and clouds collide. The Wind Chaser shouts as he rotates in midair, his legs curling towards Iron Fist. The outcome is imminent. Fang Mo's heart quickens, his eyes alight with fervor. Come on! Iron Fist bellows as he braces for the incoming tornado kick. Planting his feet firmly, he retracts his fists, his arms swelling with bulging veins, resembling ancient vines. Double dragons emerge. His fists explode forward, producing a sound akin to thunder. The impact signals he is on the verge of breaking through to the Ming level. Fang Mo is taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He is all too familiar with that sound. Damn it. The Wind Chaser is equally shocked, realizing Iron Fist has concealed his true strength, having been pushed back without revealing his full potential. Yet, there is no retreat now, suspended in the air, gritting his teeth to unleash his full power. Victory hinges on this strike. Bang! Their fists and feet collide, generating a deafening echo, akin to a thunderclap. The Wind Chaser is sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and sliding back, while Iron Fist remains rooted, as immovable as if he were welded to the earth, his body pulsating with vitality. Beads of sweat rising from his brow. Huh! Iron Fist bellows, his hands weaving through the air as he strides towards the Wind Chaser, each step reverberating through the arena. The Wind Chaser's face twists in pain, sweat pouring down, his foot obviously injured as he attempts to retreat, but is unable to match Iron Fist's speed. Faced with the relentless pursuit, he can only force his leg to kick out, but Iron Fist's countering punches shatter his defenses, hitting the ground. The pain causes the Wind Chaser to grimace, while Iron Fist swings his massive arm like a hammer. The Wind Chaser desperately raises his hands to block, but it is futile. He feels his arms break under the force, his body violently slamming against the cage, blood spurting forth. Dark clouds gather. Iron Fist bellows, his fists descending towards the Wind Chaser's head, the gale of his strike threatening to crush him. Many women in the audience gasp, some shielding their eyes from the anticipated brutality, yet peeking through their fingers. I concede. The Wind Chaser cries out urgently, but it is too late. Iron Fist cannot halt his momentum. The Wind Chaser barely manages to turn his head as Iron Fist's fists collide with his shoulder. The sickening crack of bone echoing throughout the arena. Poof! The Wind Chaser violently coughs blood, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing as blood pours from his mouth, nose, and ears, staining the arena red. Iron Fist emerges victorious. The host exclaims with exhilaration, while the audience erupts into chaos. Iron Fist is magnificent. I want to bed you. Someone shouts, tossing money into the air. Damn it, you worthless fool. You cost me 10,000. Others angrily hurl insults and bottles at the cage, showing no sympathy for the gravely injured Wind Chaser. Two large men swiftly enter the cage, hoisting the Wind Chaser out. Fang Mo's expression turns solemn. The arena is indeed perilous. The Wind Chaser's shoulder is undoubtedly shattered, and he may never recover. Yet, his resolve strengthens. This is precisely what he requires. Iron Fist claims his 8th consecutive victory, receiving an 8,000 reward, plus a bonus of 10,000. The host raises Iron Fist's hand high, shouting in excitement. Fang Mo's eyes sparkle. A 10,000 bonus is a welcome surprise, providing both combat experience and financial relief from his dwindling funds. Iron Fist graciously acknowledges the crowd's cheers before retreating. The host, sensing the audience's fervor, proclaims, "Now, we proceed to the second match. This will be a battle of equals, as both fighters have achieved 10 consecutive victories in our Ironstone arena. Black Panther, Black Panther, red attire, red attire." The audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers, men and women alike swaying wildly, the music intensifying. Fang Mo observes as two figures emerge from the corridors, one clad in black, wearing a panther mask, and the other a tall woman in a striking red leather outfit, her legs remarkably long, adorned with a vivid crimson mask. Having witnessed Guan Lu's prowess, Fang Mo is intrigued rather than surprised by the woman's appearance. As the betting concludes and the host departs, the two fighters spring into action as the iron gate slams shut, their speeds astonishingly swift as they engage in a flurry of strikes. Both are speed-oriented warriors, relying on rapid exchanges. The Black Panther displays a nimble and unpredictable fighting style, while Red Attire moves gracefully, her palm strikes reminiscent of a dancing dragon. They dart across the arena, the sound of their blows echoing in a relentless rhythm. Fang Mo's gaze is riveted. Both fighters have reached the pinnacle of their training, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to the Ming level. He acknowledges that he would not stand a chance against either, unless he were to surpass his current limits. Nevertheless, observing their battle offers him invaluable insights. 10 minutes pass, and both combatants are visibly exhausted, panting heavily, yet the fight remains evenly matched. The crowd fervently rallying for their chosen champions amidst the escalating cheers and shouts. Many women, clad in revealing attire, sway to the music, caught up in the electric atmosphere. Bang! At that moment, the door swings open, and a staff member steps into view. "Mr. Ironface, it is your turn for the next round. Please, follow me." Fang Mo hurriedly stood up and followed the staff member outside. As they traversed the corridor, he could hear thunderous cheers emanating from within, signaling that the results had been announced. Indeed, upon arriving at the entrance to the arena and peering through the passageway, he discovered that the battle had concluded. The Black Panther leaned against the iron cage, clutching his chest with blood at the corner of his mouth, while the woman in red stood before him, regrettably. He could not witness how he was defeated. The woman in red emerged victorious in this round, earning a reward of 10,000, with an additional 2,000 in tips. Fang Mo was astounded. A single match had netted 30,000. Coincidentally, He stood in the corridor designated for the woman in red. As she descended, she caught sight of Fang Mo waiting and merely glanced at him before striding away, a fragrant breeze following in her wake. The third match will feature two newcomers. Iron Face versus Battle Bear. Hurry up, it's your turn. At that moment, the staff member nudged Fang Mo, and upon hearing the call, he promptly stepped forward. A beam of light illuminated him as he walked down the corridor, where the earlier cheers had been replaced by boos. What is Ironstone thinking? Bringing in such a weak contender. Are they seeking a change of pace through this farce? It's a mockery. A frail boy against a muscular man. It's evident who possesses the strength. Fang Mo walked calmly, unperturbed by the jeers. He had not come to seek applause. He glanced toward the opposing passage, where emerged a towering figure, a man of impressive stature and robust musculature, causing his heart to skip a beat. Today might indeed be a grueling battle. What is going on? Wasn't I supposed to be matched against someone weaker? In a luxurious private box, Su Monli observed the hulking figure entering the arena, her expression suddenly darkening as she turned to the staff member. The staff member's demeanor shifted slightly as he hurriedly explained, Manager Su, this was arranged by young Master Chun. He believes that such a stark contrast will attract more bets. Nonsense. Su Monli furrowed her brow, her voice low and serious. What contrast is there? This is akin to handing over money. How could Iron Face possibly defeat Battle Bear? Though Battle Bear has yet to step into the ring, he possesses innate strength. His punch weighs in at 350 kilograms. The disparity in power is insurmountable. It's too late to call it off now. Is it? The staff member expressed his concern. Forget it, let it be as it is. Su Monli waved her hand and turned her gaze back toward Fang Mo, silently wishing him well. Chapter 28, Battle Bear. Fang Mo entered the iron cage, feeling as though he were a trapped beast, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere, with remnants of blood from previous fights staining the ground. Battle Bear also stepped into the cage, standing opposite him, towering over him by at least 20 centimeters, exuding an overwhelming presence. Kid, just concede. Fighting me would be an act of cruelty. Battle Bear cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, his gaze dripping with disdain. Let us see how it goes first, Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. 30 seconds until betting begins. The hostess voice rang out, igniting the emotions of the crowd, and the screens around the arena lit up instantly. I'm betting on Battle Bear. It's a guaranteed win. Shouts erupted from the audience. Only a fool would wager on that kid. He has only been training for half a year. What can he possibly achieve? The crowd's opinions leaned overwhelmingly against him. The numbers on the large screen fluctuated rapidly. Soon, Battle Bear's betting amount swelled to 3 million, while Fang Mo barely reached over 100,000. However, the odds for him continued to rise, reaching an astonishing 115. In a lavish private room, four young men in their 20s, clad in exquisite attire, stood together, clearly from affluent backgrounds. Young Master Chun, are you giving us money? Exclaimed a young man in a teal suit, raising his glass with a smile as he placed a 1 million bet on the screen. This 10,000 seems like pocket change to me. Another casually dressed young man chimed in. You all are being too stingy. If young Master Chun is offering benefits, how could we be impolite? I'll bet 1 million too. You're all too petty. At that moment, a young man in a white suit with flowing artistic hair chuckled as he placed his bet. If young Master Chun is giving away benefits, and you're all betting 1 million, are you looking down on him? I'll wager 10 million. The others exchanged glances. The young man in the blue suit frowned. Qin Yuanping, 10 million seems excessive. We're just here for some fun. Are you truly aiming to make young Master Chun bleed? Qin Yuanping raised an eyebrow, casually responding. You underestimate young Master Chun. Does the boxing gym fear wagers? Young Master Chun, wouldn't you agree? He chuckled. Of course, if you feel it's too much. I can withdraw. Young Master Chin smiled slightly. Young Master Chin jokes. We at Ironstone can certainly handle 10 million. Qin Yuanping shrugged. See, I told you that amount is trivial to young Master Chun. Young Master Chin replied with a smile. Could it not be that young Master Chin is the one giving me money? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanping burst into delighted laughter. Haha. As long as young Master Chin has the skill, I'll gladly accept defeat. I do enjoy the unexpected. The young man in teal glanced at Qin Yuanping with a raised brow. I'll bet 1 million on Iron Face, with odds of 3 to 1. That's a worthy wager. My heavens, the total is now 15 million, and the odds have risen to 1. 3. The boxing gym was poised to incur a massive loss. I've made a mistake. I bet 10,000 on Iron Face. Now I'll be in trouble. Can I retract my bet? I mistakenly placed 50,000 on Iron Face. The stands erupted into chaos, with some expressing excitement while others showed despondency. Fang Mo observed the numbers, his expression shifting as he noted that no one had placed a bet on him. He had only garnered a mere 120,000, while Battle Bear had soared to 15 million. Kid, look at the numbers. Are you still planning to fight? Battle Bear, his face flushed with excitement, glared eagerly at Fang Mo. Are you ready to concede? Fang Mo calmly met his gaze and replied, Do you wish for death? Battle Bear exploded in fury, stepping forward. But the host immediately intervened, coolly stating, Any premature action will be regarded as defeat. Battle Bear quickly halted, his eyes burning with rage, his chest heaving as he seethed. Betting is now closed, the host announced, raising his hand, signaling the end of betting. He approached Fang Mo. Are you prepared? Fang Mo nodded. The host pressed a hand on Fang Mo's shoulder and whispered, Iron Face, this battle is a must-win. There is no room for failure. The consequences of a loss are beyond your capacity to bear. Fang Mo's eyes darkened slightly at the warning. The host shot him a final cautionary glance before exiting the cage. Though anger simmered within him, he understood the harsh reality. In this underground boxing arena, human rights were a mere illusion. Close the cage. With the host's loud command, the iron cage was sealed. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. Suddenly, Battle Bear roared, charging at Fang Mo with unbridled ferocity. He could hardly contain himself, his eyes filled with brutality. With a single stride, he covered 3 meters. His footfalls booming on the ground like a colossal bear, his palms sweeping toward Fang Mo like a giant fan, a fierce gust of wind preceding his strike. Just as his hand was about to descend, Fang Mo sprang into action, launching himself like a hawk into the embrace of Battle Bear, delivering a powerful punch straight to his heart. Bang! The punch connected with his chest, as solid as leather, the immense recoil reverberating through him. The colossal form of the Battle Bear swayed slightly, retreating a mere step. How formidable! Fang Mo was astounded, realizing the opponent's body was extraordinarily resilient, having absorbed his punch without any apparent damage. Seeking death, the Battle Bear, feeling a twinge of pain, roared in fury and unleashed a kick. But Fang Mo executed a swift tiger roll, narrowly avoiding the strike. Where do you think you're going? The bear bellowed, its left hand sweeping towards Fang Mo like a giant fan. There was no time to evade. Fang Mo swiftly turned, assuming the standing tiger stance, his arms shielding his chest against the bear's massive paw. Bang! Fang Mo felt a terrifying force collide with his arms, and he sank into a crouch, dissipating the power with his stance. His muscles surged, and his bones crackled under the strain. He actually blocked it. This lad possesses remarkable stance skills. Gasps erupted from the audience as they witnessed the clash of 2 beings with vastly different sizes and strengths, with Fang Mo managing to withstand the bear's blow. Su Monli's eyes sparkled with surprise as she murmured, did he really block the Battle Bear? This kid's stance technique is impressive. Perhaps he could defeat the bear. In the private box, the youth in a blue suit twirled his wine glass, smiling. That's impossible. He is far too outmatched. Qin Yuanping replied with a knowing smile. Open up. Indeed. In the next moment, the Battle Bear roared, the ground trembling beneath its feet as it unleashed an even more powerful force. Fang Mo's forehead bulged with veins, his legs tensed as he summoned all his strength to counter the impending blow. Yet, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The force crashed into his chest, propelling him backward. Where do you think you're going? The Battle Bear let out an exhilarating roar, advancing with a side lunge akin to a charging giant. Such a ferocious onslaught left Fang Mo no choice but to evade. He adjusted his footing, employing Tai Chi's principle of borrowing force to redirect the bear's momentum, deftly avoiding the direct impact. Boom! The bear crashed heavily against the iron cage, bending the steel columns and letting out a furious roar of pain. What technique is this? This move is intriguing. It actually redirects power. This technique is rather profound. It seems this iron-masked fighter possesses some skill. In the private box, several young spectators were astonished by Fang Mo's recent maneuver. There is no such thing as Tai Chi in this world. Fang Mo's movements are rather peculiar. I will tear you apart. Enraged, the Battle Bear charged at Fang Mo, its hands outstretched. Fang Mo, exhibiting agile footwork, evaded the bear's grasp, sidestepping to deliver a punch to its vulnerable ribs. Striking hard points would yield no success. Thus, he aimed for the weak spots. However, the bear was swift, turning to deliver a strike towards Fang Mo's head. If Fang Mo managed to land a blow to its side, his head would surely be crushed. Fang Mo had no choice but to abandon the attack, pivoting sharply to target the bear's lower back. Yet the bear spun around, unleashing a sweeping kick that howled through the air with immense power. Fang Mo hastily retreated to evade the strike, yet the distance between them widened once more. Coward! Stop running and face me. The Battle Bear, frustrated by Fang Mo's evasions, roared angrily, lunging forward with both hands. Chapter 29, The Victor, Iron Face. The bear's long arms and massive hands resembled claws. Fang Mo could only continue to dodge, seeking opportunities to strike at the bear's weaknesses, but each attempt resulted in a stalemate that forced him back. Although the bear lacked Fang Mo's agility and speed, its furious roars echoed in the arena as they circled one another. The bear was beginning to pant, while Fang Mo was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, his focus razor-sharp. If he allowed the bear to seize the moment, his defeat would be inevitable. Yet the audience grew impatient. Hurry up and fight. We came to see a duel, not a cat-and-mouse game. No more running. Stop and fight. I'll give 1,000 to kill that kid. The crowd erupted in anger, hurling bottles and throwing money in frustration. Kid, where do you think you can escape to? The bear, invigorated, charged at Fang Mo once more. No more evasion. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened. The bear's stamina outmatched his own, and if he continued to flee, he would exhaust himself and face certain defeat. It was time to take a chance. He had identified the bear's weakness. As the bear lunged forward, he too surged ahead, accelerating as they were about to collide. Slipping into the bear's embrace just as its paws reached for him. Is he seeking death? This boy has lost his mind. He cannot breach the bear's defenses. If the bear wraps its arms around him, it could easily crush his waist. The spectators in the private box gasped at the unfolding scene. The bear, a seasoned fighter, recognized Fang Mo's approach, a cruel smile spreading across its face. Kid, you dare use this move again? Die. It clasped its hands inward with ferocious intensity. Having trained specifically for this maneuver, it could crush trees, let alone Fang Mo's slender frame. I shall crush you. Fang Mo's eyes glinted with determination. He transformed his fists into palms, thrusting upward with tremendous force. The strike connected with the bear's chin, the sound of teeth clashing echoing like metal on metal. Ah! The bear screamed in agony, its head thrown back as it staggered, hands clutching its mouth in pain, blood spilling forth. The strike had likely crushed its tongue against its teeth. Elbow strike, Fang Mo commanded, stepping forward with 3 swift strides to deliver a powerful elbow to the bear's chest. The immense force sent the bear reeling backward, crashing heavily against the iron cage. Puffed. Blood spewed from the bear's mouth and nose as it clutched its chest. Where the Giant's Gate acupoint lay, a location few could withstand such an impact. How is this possible? How did he achieve that? A brilliant move, executed with such finesse, turning the tables in dire straits. In the stands and the private box, many spectators rose in astonishment. Qin Yuanping stood abruptly, moving closer to the window, his gaze fixated on the arena. Su Monli also stood, her eyes wide with surprise. Fang Mo had been on the brink of despair, yet he had managed to reverse the situation. The bear was bloodied and injured, but still standing. I will kill you. The bear roared in rage. Its words slurred as it clutched its chest, rising with one fist raised towards Fang Mo. The bear's physical prowess was undeniable, despite the devastating elbow strike. It still managed to stand. Yet Fang Mo did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, catching the bear's fist with a Tai Chi move, redirecting its force to throw the bear off balance. The bear stumbled forward, and Fang Mo swept his leg, striking the bear's knee. The bear's massive form flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Puffed. The bear coughed up more blood. Its towering height made the fall even more disorienting, leaving it momentarily incapacitated. Fang Mo seized the opportunity, following up with a swift kick to its head, sending the bear rolling and spitting out several teeth, blood streaming across the ground. Get up, battle bear. You worthless creature, rise. The crowd jeered furiously. Having placed heavy bets on the bear, their ire directed squarely at it. Mr. Qin, it seems I shall graciously accept this 10 million today. A smile illuminated Chen Su's face, dispelling the earlier shadows from his eyes. It's not over yet. One cannot draw conclusions prematurely. Qin Yuanping's expression remained composed, though the veins in his hand gripping the cup throbbed with tension. To him, 10 million was a substantial sum. Losing such an amount would be difficult to explain upon returning home and would disrupt his plans. Roar. The warbear seemed to have been provoked, letting out a furious roar as he pressed his hands against the ground and leaped up with vigor. Yes, the warbear is up. Take him down. The spectators erupted in cheers at this spectacle. Even Qin Yuanping's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, a smile gracing his features. At that moment, Fang Mo suddenly sprang into action, resembling a ferocious tiger leaping atop the warbear. Tiger claw to the ears. Fang Mo bellowed, his hands striking the warbear's ears with tremendous force, delivering the impact of hundreds of kilograms. The warbear instantly froze, his ears ringing, rendering him unable to hear a thing. As Fang Mo landed, he gasped for breath. The entire boxing arena fell into a profound silence, a stillness so eerie that every gaze was fixated upon the stage. The warbear swayed, blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His body lost its balance and began to topple backward. Crash! His body slammed onto the ground, causing the entire boxing ring to tremble, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Snap! Qin Yuanping's wine glass shattered in his grip. The warbear had been defeated. This blow would surely cost him dearly, if not take his life entirely. No one could withstand such a crushing blow and emerge unscathed. Damn it! Warbear, you useless fool. You've cost me 100,000. Why don't you just die? Iron Face, eliminate him. The audience erupted in fury, hurling bottles onto the boxing stage, their shouts echoing like thunder. The cage opened, and the host rushed in with a team to assess the warbear's injuries, quickly ordering him to be carried away for treatment. Knowing full well he could no longer fight, I declare the winner of this round is Iron Face. The host approached, jubilantly lifting Fang Mo's hand in triumph. Huh, kid. I will have your head, just wait. The audience responded with a chorus of boos and thrown objects, expressing their displeasure. I have won. 1-3. Turning 10,000 into 30,000. My heavens, I was right. I turned 50,000 into 150,000. Iron Face, I adore you. Some who had bet on the underdog shouted in excitement. It felt like a roller coaster ride, initially believing they'd been thrown into the water, They were astonished to have struck it big, wishing they had wagered even more. Mr. Qin, I thank you for your 10 million. Chen Su smiled at Qin Yuanping. Just 10 million. I can afford to lose. Qin Yuanping huffed dismissively. Haha, exhilarating. 1 million into 3 million. I truly have a keen investment mind. The man in the azure suit laughed heartily. The young man in casual attire with short hair chimed in. Zhou Xiaojiang, you must treat us. I need to recoup this 1 million. Zhou Xiaojiang immediately responded with a hearty laugh. If anyone is treating, it should be Chen. He won over 10 million today, right? Chen Su grinned. No problem. Tonight, you can choose the venue. I must treat Mr. Qin well, as he funded this. Qin Yuanping's expression soured as his gaze fixated on Fang Mo, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. Chapter 30, The Brutal Wolf vs. Iron Hand. Fang Mo returned to the resting room, where a medic entered to examine his injuries. Fortunately, they were not severe, mostly scrapes and a few bruises. With only his chest wound requiring more attention. After applying medication, the medic departed. Eagerly, he checked the information on the bronze mirror. Fu Hu stance. Entry level. 685. 000. Fu Hu fist. Initial understanding. 2. 881. 000. The Fu Hu stance had risen by 30 points, while the Fu Hu fist had astonishingly increased by over 40 points. Equivalent to a day's worth of training. Indeed, extreme combat proved beneficial. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled. The soaring figures validated his suspicions, opening up new avenues for improvement. Meanwhile, the next match was already underway, featuring the brutal wolf. Hearing the unprecedented fervor from the crowd, Fang Mo did not rush to leave, but instead leaned in to observe. Inside the cage stood two figures. The brutal wolf donned black attire, his face concealed behind a black wolf mask. His physique was well proportioned, neither tall nor short, standing motionless like the wind on the platform. The other contender, also clad in black, was notably taller than the brutal wolf. With long limbs that resembled those of an orangutan, his fingers glimmered with a bluish sheen, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, exuding a menacing aura. He was aptly named Iron Hand. Bets in the arena soared to 30 million, with both fighters fairly matched, though the brutal wolf held a slight edge, leading by 4 to 5 million. Close the cage. With the host's command, Iron Hand abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the brutal wolf. Screech. Suddenly, Iron Hand unleashed a piercing shriek, soaring into the air like a hawk diving for its prey. The brutal wolf reacted instantly, darting forward with a sweeping palm strike. Bang! Their claws collided with a resounding thud, both fighters recoiling before launching into another fierce exchange. Their movements were rapid as lightning, with the sounds of impact ringing incessantly. Fang Mo had initially perceived the brutal wolf as calm, but was taken aback by the ferocity of his strikes. The palm technique was violently aggressive, reminiscent of the sweeping palm style, while Iron Hand employed the eagle claw technique with equal ferocity. The two engaged in a whirlwind of clashes, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere was electrifying, with music blaring and the crowd erupting in cheers, both men and women screaming and dancing wildly to vent their excitement. Fang Mo pondered. Could Iron Hand's mastery of the eagle claw technique be linked to any practitioners from the Eagle Martial Arts School? Recently, the Eagle School had gained significant notoriety, having defeated numerous martial arts institutions, seemingly poised to become the foremost dojo in Yunyang. In the VIP booth, Chen Su's demeanor grew serious. His eyes fixed intently on the stage as he gripped his glass tightly. Eagle claw technique. He relaxed his grip and turned to Qin Yuanping. A subtle smile gracing his lips. I was wondering why Mr. Qin was so willing to bet. It turns out he has secured a master from the Eagle Claw School. What? Are you afraid, Chen? Qin Yuanping's earlier discontent faded, replaced by a confident grin. I assure you, I have not exaggerated my abilities. Nor have I held back in testing, as you have witnessed. Haha, afraid? I fear Mr. Qin might lose embarrassingly. Chen Su laughed heartily. Zhou Xiaojiang exchanged glances with the short-haired young man, their eyes communicating without words before returning their focus to the boxing stage. At that moment, the battle reached its zenith. Eagle soars for miles. Iron Hand roared, executing a series of rapid, interconnected steps, his claws slicing through the air toward the brutal wolf's vital points. The brutal wolf's arms spun like wheels, deflecting and striking, but his sleeves were torn asunder by Iron Hand's relentless assault, forcing him to retreat under the pressure of the eagle claw technique. Bang! The brutal wolf found himself cornered against the cage, his movements restricted. Now's the chance. Divine Eagle's 9 strikes. Iron Hand's eyes blazed with intensity as he emitted a sharp eagle cry, leaping into the air with claws aimed directly at the brutal wolf's eyes. Drilling fist. The brutal wolf countered with a fierce shout, his fist crashing against Iron Hand's claws. Yet, Iron Hand swiftly transitioned from claw to shock, deflecting the punches and driving straight for the brutal wolf's throat with frightening speed and stealth, leaving the brutal wolf seemingly unable to evade. Bang! The eagle's claw was firmly gripping the throat of the raging wolf, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, the raging wolf's gaze was ablaze with madness. He did not evade or flinch, instead delivering a powerful backhand strike aimed at Iron Hand's head. Die! Chokehold strike. Iron Hand's eyes glinted ominously as he bellowed, his claws exerting tremendous force. Normally, he could crush wood, let alone a throat. If the throat shattered, the raging wolf would possess no further offensive capability. Thus, he remained unconcerned about the incoming slap. The contest was on the verge of conclusion. The entire boxing arena fell into an instant hush, with spectators holding their breath, many rising from their seats, their expressions tense. The women, in particular, covered their mouths, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Xiao suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion paling. If the raging wolf were to lose, his boxing gym would suffer a loss of 20 million. The crux of the matter was that the raging wolf was the gym's star fighter, and his demise would mean a substantial loss of investment. Qin Yuanping, however, was brimming with exhilaration, his eyes radiating the light of impending victory. In another private room, Su Monli also stood up, her hands clenched tightly, her face a mask of anxiety. The outcome of this duel could determine the future of Ironstone. What was happening? Iron Hand's fingers were about to crush the raging wolf's throat, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his claws had grasped something extraordinary, soft yet indestructible, with a recoil that sent tingling sensations through his fingers. Bang! The raging wolf's palm struck heavily against Iron Hand's head. Iron Hand froze, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the raging wolf. Diamond no. He managed to utter, before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing backwards. The raging wolf stood motionless, calmly observing the fallen Iron Hand, who bore several crimson fingerprints on his neck, yet appeared unharmed. Bang! Qin Yuanping, who had previously displayed a triumphant demeanor, crushed his glass once more, rising abruptly with a pale face and trembling lips. He had trained in the iron cloth. Regardless of whether it was the iron cloth or not, Iron Hand had lost. At that moment, Chen Xiao, no longer anxious, wore a broad smile, raising his glass to Qin Yuanping and shaking it. Thank you, Qin Xiao. You've generously gifted me over 20 million this evening. Truly a good friend. You schemed. Qin Yuanping exclaimed, his face pale with urgency, angrily pointing at Chen Xiao. Qin Yuanping. Chen Xiao's expression darkened abruptly. He slammed his glass down on the table and stated coldly, a bet is a bet. This duel was initiated by you, conducted in front of everyone. Where's the deceit? If you cannot bear to lose, then do not engage in the contest. This is pointless for you now. How can we enjoy our camaraderie going forward? Zhou Xiaojiang remarked with a half-smile, holding his glass. Who cannot afford to lose? Qin Yuanping's complexion soured as he turned to Chen Xiao, declaring, I concede this round, but I shall reclaim my honor next time. With that, he flicked his sleeve and exited. Young master. Upon leaving, Qin Yuanping encountered several individuals waiting at the door, all of whom were bodyguards. Two stern-looking men in black approached him. Iron Hand is dead. Qin Yuanping raised a hand to halt them, speaking in a low voice, bring Iron Hand's body back. Accompanied by his bodyguards, he entered the elevator, descending to the third underground level. Here, a fleet of luxury vehicles awaited. Iron Hand's body was carried out by two men and placed into an SUV. Qin Yuanping's eyes were filled with fury. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, deliver the body to Master Wei, and inform him who was responsible for the killing. Additionally, investigate the true identity of that raging wolf. And also look into that iron face. He must pay for his loss of 10 million with his life. Understood, young master. The bodyguards replied respectfully. Qin Yuanping cast one last glance at Iron Hand's body before boarding one of the vehicles, and the two cars drove away. Chapter 31. The Misunderstanding of the Senior Sister. In the private room, Chen Xiao, Zhou Xiaojiang, and the young man with short hair did not leave. Zhou Xiaojiang spoke solemnly. It appears we can confirm that the Eagle Claw Martial Arts School is indeed associated with the Qin family. They are coveting the martial arts dominion of Yunyang. Chen Xiao, known as Chun Yiming, was a descendant of the Chen family, one of the 5 prominent martial arts clans in Yunyang. He managed the Ironstone Boxing Gym, a core establishment of the Chen family. His expression was grave as he turned to the young man with short hair. Shen Xiao, what is your perspective on this matter? Shen Songqi, the young master of the Shen family, one of the 5 martial arts clans, calmly replied while swirling his wine glass. If the Qin family merely allied with the Eagle Claw Martial Arts School, there is little to be concerned about. My current worry lies with the Eagle Claw sect. Is the Eagle Claw sect truly attempting to extend its influence into Yunyang? Zhou Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment. Shen Songqi drained his glass and replied with a serious expression. Do you know why Luo Jianyan from the Cloud Void Martial Academy has come to Yunyang? Isn't it to scout for talented martial artists? Zhou Xiaojiang queried, astonished. It is both yes and no. Shen Songqi shook his head, his fingers idly spinning the wine glass. I have some insider information. The Qin family is set to form a marital alliance with the He family of Ningjiang, one of the 3 major families of the Eagle Claw sect. The He family has a vice president of the Cloud Void Martial Academy. And Luo Jianyan's primary purpose for coming here is to facilitate Qin Mu Shue's introduction and to create a favorable impression for her. No way. A marital alliance with the He family? Didn't she just cancel her engagement with the Fang family? Zhou Xiaojiang exclaimed, incredulous. The information should be accurate. Chen Yiming asserted gravely. Did not Qin Mu Shui go to Ningjiang last year? She stayed there for several months, and it is highly likely that she has caught the eye of the He family. Moreover, she only returned in April, right after dissolving her engagement with the Fang family. And now news has emerged that the Cloud Void Martial Academy is recruiting in Yunyang. The timing aligns perfectly. This spells trouble. If the He family is also involved, we will find it incredibly difficult to resist. They are a family with a grandmaster of the martial arts. Zhou Xiaojiang said, his expression grave. What is there to fear? Shin Songqi replied with a faint smile. Have you not noticed that our elders remain composed? If the Qin family wishes to invite outside enemies into Yunyang, they must first seek our four families' consent. Indeed, should we not involve the Yu family as well? Zhou Xiaojiang urged. The Yu family likely has little interest. Chen Yiming remarked. Pouring wine for the two. The Yu family's focus has shifted to the Ji Yuan Star. Recently, they have been busy managing their enterprises, and many members have already relocated there. They probably will not participate in the conflicts of Yunyang. The Yu family has indeed struck it lucky by aligning themselves with the Donglai Sword sect, enabling their entire family to move to Ji Yuan Star, where the resources far surpass those of our home planet. Zhou Xiaojiang said, somewhat enviously. Nowadays, many major sects have relocated their gates to other planets, where resources are abundant, leading to rapid development. It is said that numerous new sects are emerging, while our home planet has been relegated to decline due to resource scarcity. However, immigration is no simple matter. Relocating family enterprises is even more challenging, as establishing a foothold on an alien planet is not achievable for just any faction. Do not envy them. Recently, I have heard that conflicts among alien races are severe on Ji Yuan Star, Tianma Star, and Talal Star, resulting in significant casualties. Currently, these colonial stars are not as safe as our home planet. Shin Songqi said with a smile. Let us not concern ourselves with that. Chen Yiming raised his glass. Addressing both of them, we should report this information to our families promptly. We must remain vigilant against any further actions by the Qin and He families. With the Yu family gone, we do not wish for additional factions to emerge. Absolutely. The three raised their glasses in agreement. Meanwhile, Fang Mo had already departed the boxing gym, having opted not to witness the subsequent match. He had also received 5,000 yuan from the martial arts school, 2,000 for winning the match, and 3,000 in tips. This was his first earned income. Though perilous, he would not retreat. Only by rapidly enhancing his strength could he confront the impending crisis. He had little time to engage in leisurely cultivation. On his return, he remained vigilant, changing vehicles twice before arriving at the martial arts school, unaware that his identity had been compromised. Fortunately, due to the incident involving Iron Hand and the Savage Wolf, Chen Xiao had lost interest in him. Otherwise, his true identity might have been exposed. Upon reaching the school past 10 o'clock, he eschewed rest and proceeded to train in the courtyard, determined to assimilate the insights of the day. Upstairs, Xie Changmin observed him from behind a window for a considerable time before fading from view. Fang Mo practiced late into the night before finally retreating to rest. The following day, he rose early as usual to train, practicing stances and punches while the other students became increasingly reluctant to associate with him. Only Ding Ziyuan expressed concern, urging him to consult the schoolmaster, but Fang Mo consistently declined. Noticing his apparent resignation, Ding Ziyuan ceased his attempts to engage him, reducing the frequency of his visits and inadvertently granting Fang Mo more time. During the afternoon break, he received a message from the Ironstone Martial Arts School, notifying him of a competition that evening. Consequently, he halted his training at 6 o'clock, indulged in a medicinal bath to recuperate his strength, and made his way to the boxing gym. His opponent for the day was of comparable strength, a stark contrast to the formidable battle bear. Fang Mo engaged in over 30 exchanges before ultimately defeating his opponent with a powerful elbow strike, securing victory in the match. However, the contest lacked the intensity of previous bouts, resulting in a mere 30 points increase in his tiger fist technique. He departed with 6,000 yuan. Thus, Fang Mo's routine became one of daily training, practicing boxing during the day and attending the Ironstone gym at night. Unless he sustained a significant injury that necessitated a day of rest, his tiger fist stances and techniques advanced rapidly, and the changes in him did not go unnoticed by the other students, who speculated that he might truly be engaging in self-destructive behavior. Yet, there remained confusion. Wasn't it said that he would be expelled from the school? The matter concerning his expulsion had seemingly stalled, as the schoolmaster appeared to have forgotten about it. However, with the schoolmaster silent on the issue, no one dared to inquire, and gradually, the students lost interest in the matter. On this particular day, upon returning from training, Fang Mo found himself weary. His opponent had been formidable, inflicting some injuries upon him, which delayed his return until 11 o'clock. As fate would have it, just as he descended from a taxi and ascended the steps, a vehicle halted nearby. Guan Lu emerged from the car. Senior Sister Guan. Fang Mo hastily stepped aside to allow her passage. Guan Lu merely nodded curtly and entered the gate, but paused at the entrance, her gaze fixed on Fang Mo. If you wish to learn martial arts, focus solely on your studies. If you have no desire to continue, Leave and spare us the waste of time. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback by her words, quickly realizing that Guan Lu might have learned of his nightly outings, mistaking them for leisure. He chose not to explain, respectfully responding, "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I shall take it to heart." Guan Lu did not reply, turning on her heel to enter the building. Initially, she had a favorable impression of Fang Mo. Despite lacking innate martial talent, he demonstrated diligence by training relentlessly each day, which had prompted her assistance in resolving his troubles. However, his recent behavior had been disappointing, as he returned home late at night, often bruised, suggesting he had been involved in altercations. At first, Guan Lu had not concerned herself with his activities, but upon encountering him that day, her disappointment was palpable, reflected in her frosty demeanor. Fang Mo understood and felt no need to clarify his actions, acutely aware that he could be expelled at any moment. He remained indifferent to others' opinions and expressions. Chapter 32, Medicinal Formulation in the Backyard of the Tiger Way Martial Arts School. In the study, Guan Lai was engrossed in reading. Guan Lu approached, carrying a cup of tea. Without looking up, Guan Lai turned a page and inquired, "You're back. How was the gathering last night?" "Unremarkable," Guan Lu replied, her expression waning as she set down the teacup, her displeasure evident. "It was just a bunch of young masters discussing trivial matters. The sparring lacked substance and was more of a performance. However, I did meet that Qin Muxue. She is not only beautiful but also exceptionally strong. Several young men were no match for her. Moreover, she even injured a young master from the Yu family, who couldn't withstand her 2 strikes." Despite being in the later stages of Mingjing, Guan Lai took a sip of tea, smiling slightly. These offspring of martial arts families enjoy advantageous conditions. They have been nurtured since childhood with spiritual herbs and exotic beast flesh, along with access to complete martial arts teachings, giving them a high starting point. There is no comparison. You needn't feel disheartened. Your abilities are commendable. Father, you always offer me comfort. I am well aware of my limitations, compared to Qin Muxue. I am indeed far behind. Guan Lu pouted, momentarily shedding her usual cold demeanor, revealing a more feminine side. Guan Lai set down the cup and regarded her. "Have you given any thought to what I discussed with you last time? I do not wish to go to the Dan Mountain Buddhist Institute." Guan Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Her face flushed with indignation. "The people there were insufferably arrogant, looking down on others. I refused to subject myself to such treatment." Guan Lai sighed softly. Such was the nature of the matter. Only those with exceptional innate talent could attend the Dan Mountain Buddhist Institute, and they often came from distinguished backgrounds, which inevitably bred arrogance. If you do not wish to go, then so be it. However, come autumn, I will find a way to send you to the Martial Academy. Attending the Martial Academy would be acceptable. Guan Lu nodded in agreement. By the way, suddenly, Guan Lu appeared to remember something, turning to Guan Lai with a look of dissatisfaction. "Father, have you heard? There is a student named Fang Mo who goes out every night. Such a student should be expelled to avoid tarnishing our school's reputation." "I am aware," Guan Lai replied with a slight smile, taking another sip of tea. "You know yet do not expel him? Did not someone from the Martial Affairs Association instruct you to do so?" Guan Lu asked, taken aback. "How do you know he is out for leisure?" Guan Lai countered, raising his gaze to meet hers. "I heard them discussing it. And I even encountered him upon his return one night. He bore injuries on his face. He could either be out fooling around or engaging in fights." Guan Lai spoke nonchalantly. "What you hear is often misleading. What you see is more telling. Are you certain he is out fighting?" "Forget it. I cannot be bothered." Guan Lu huffed, pouting as she turned and stormed out. "That child." Guan Lai chuckled, shaking his head as he resumed his reading. At that moment, the communicator on the table chimed. Guan Lai glanced at it to see the name Tang Xiong displayed. He set down his book and said, "Connect." Once the call was established, a holographic image of a middle-aged man in a black police uniform appeared. "Master." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Tang Xiong, who had once studied under Guan Lai, was now the captain of the Public Security Bureau, overseeing the Imperial City District. Guan Lai inquired calmly, "Have you gathered the necessary information? What is the situation?" "I have investigated." Tang Xiong nodded, his demeanor serious. "Master, the situation is somewhat troublesome. It pertains to the wealthiest family in Yunyang, the Fang family, and there are movements from the Martial Affairs Association. I have managed to thwart their attempts, but they are clearly unwilling to relent and may resort to greater force. I fear I may not be able to withstand it. Master, you must exercise caution." "Caution regarding what?" Guan Lai replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Tang Xiong lowered his voice and said, "Master, the Fang family is, after all, the wealthiest in Yunyang, possessing formidable connections across various sectors. If they are determined to pursue this matter, I fear I may not be able to stand in their way. Perhaps it would be best to dismiss the personnel involved." "Humph, that is out of the question," Guan Lai replied with a frown, a cold snort escaping him. "Tang Xiong, relay a message to the Fang family. If they make another move, I shall not hesitate to pay them a visit." With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, causing Tang Xiong's figure to vanish. On the other end of the line, clad in police uniform, Tang Xiong gazed at the darkened screen, feeling somewhat helpless. He glanced at the middle-aged man in a police uniform seated across from him and spread his hands in exasperation. Director Fong, you heard him. My master is quite resolute. I would appreciate it if you could convey this message to the Fong family. Director Fong, somewhat resigned, stood up, supporting himself on the table. Your master is exceedingly stubborn. Is it worth offending the Fong family over a mere student? I have already shielded you for so many days. If the higher-ups apply pressure, I fear I will not be able to withstand it. Tang Xiong, too, felt a sense of helplessness and offered a wry smile. My master is simply of that disposition. I apologize for the trouble, Director Fong. Please, do relay the message. Director Fong nodded, conceding, very well. I shall convey the message. The following day, as Fang Mo assisted Xie Changmin in concocting medicine, Xie Changmin seemingly asked casually, do you find yourself in need of money? Somewhat, Fang Mo replied, casting a puzzled glance at Xie Changmin, wondering how he knew of his financial troubles. You young man are quite misguided. Xie Changmin scolded, gesturing towards the shelves brimming with herbs. The skills I have imparted to you should be diligently honed. Once you master them, you need not worry about finances. Yet here you are, sitting on a treasure mountain without realizing it, while daily you venture out as a sparring partner, returning bruised and battered. What am I to say to you? However, master, my current proficiency must yield sellable medicine. Fang Mo replied with an awkward smile. Understanding that Xie Changmin likely thought he was out earning money, unaware that he was participating in underground fights as a mere sparring partner. Oh, so you blame your master for not teaching you earnestly, do you? Xie Changmin's eyes widened, and he tossed a stirring stick to Fang Mo. From this day forth, all potion preparation shall be your responsibility. Let us see how much you can learn. That is not what I meant, master. Fang Mo quickly protested. What do you mean it's not? Xie Changmin retorted sternly. It is settled. Fang Mo, taken aback, dared not argue further and accepted the stick, beginning to stir. He wished to practice. The martial arts academy could expel him at any moment, and his strength was paramount. Nevertheless, he recognized that Xie Changmin was acting in his best interest. After some contemplation, he found solace in the idea that if he could learn the craft and truly concoct medicine, he could survive even after leaving Yunyang. A thought crossed his mind, and golden characters materialized before him. Medicine properties. Initial insight, 155-1000. Grinding. Initial insight, 910-1000. Extraction. Initial insight, 378-1000. Pharmaceutical technique. Novice practicing, 331-100. From properties and grinding to extraction and refining. Each facet was a skill in potion making. During this period, he had diligently studied the books provided by Xie Changmin every night before sleeping, gaining considerable understanding of medicinal properties. Coupled with assisting Xie Changmin in concocting medicine, his progress was quite rapid. However, being a pharmacist was indeed no easy feat. One must comprehend the properties of each ingredient, including herbs, roots, minerals, and materials from exotic beasts, as each property must be mastered to extract effective components. Furthermore, one must select appropriate catalytic substances to enhance extraction rates and neutralize toxicity. The refining process involved a myriad of complex steps: when to heat, to what degree, how to stir, when to cool, and for how long to let it sit. Every stage's timing and technique could significantly impact the final product's quality. True to his word, Xie Changmin allowed Fang Mo to take full charge. Under Xie Changmin's guidance, Fang Mo began to refine medicine. His technique was steady, and his mindset calm, proceeding step by step as if conducting a chemistry experiment. Watching from the side, Xie Changmin couldn't help but nod in approval. Fang Mo's learning ability was indeed remarkable. His technique grew increasingly steady, and it seemed he made progress with each attempt. Indeed, a promising talent. Fang Mo carefully combined the final medicinal liquid, attentively using heat to condense it, observing its color, consistency, and aroma. At last, he completed all steps, gazing at the green liquid in the copper pot. A victorious smile spread across his face. He had accomplished the refinement independently. Do not rejoice just yet. We must test the potency. Xie Changmin, though pleased, maintained a serious demeanor. Understood, master. Fang Mo promptly steadied his nerves, cautiously extracting a drop and placing it into the testing machine, initiating the assessment. Chapter 33, Naming Names. Fang Mo felt a twinge of anxiety as he watched the machine screen, uncertain of what level he would achieve. According to Xie Changmin, a score of 60 was acceptable, but only a score above 90 would qualify as an effective potion. Beep. With a sound, the machine completed its assessment, and data illuminated the screen. Name, Dragon Tiger Essence Liquid. Quality, Ordinary First Grade. Potency, 68. Xie Changmin examined the data, astonished at first, yet soon remarked nonchalantly, only 68, barely passing. It falls short. Yet internally, he was elated. This was a remarkable find. Fang Mo had only studied for a brief time and had made such progress. He himself had not achieved this level until after 6 months of training. Fang Mo scratched his head and said, I understand, master. I will double my efforts. Xie Changmin stroked his beard, saying, continue refining. This Dragon Tiger Essence Liquid is my unique concoction. If you can produce a product scoring above 90, this recipe alone will ensure your sustenance. Master, I will certainly apply myself diligently. Fang Mo nodded, hastily focusing on the preparation of the medicine. With so many potions to concoct, he believed it would be no problem to significantly improve his proficiency today. Excellent, truly excellent. A mere martial arts academy dares to threaten our Fang family. Huiyuehua exclaimed, furious, as she smashed the cup in her hand upon hearing the report from the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow and replied, Madam, this Guan Lai is a peak practitioner of transformation, quite renowned in Yunyang's martial arts circles. Though he is older, his mastery of the tiger-subduing fist remains formidable. He has taught many disciples, and numerous important positions in Yunyang are held by his students, hence his audacity. How outrageous. This is an affront to us. As if we are not a martial arts family, and do not warrant respect. Huiyuehua's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. In today's world, martial artists were revered. Whether in interstellar wars or planetary colonization, the presence of martial artists was indispensable. Only they could adapt swiftly to varying climates and environments of different planets, battling ferocious beasts and ruthless extraterrestrial races to expand territories. Thus, the status of martial artists was of utmost importance. Although the Fang family possessed immense wealth, they were not a martial arts family, and thus were consistently overshadowed by the 5 major martial arts clans in Yunyang. While the Fang family employed many martial artists as bodyguards or enforcers, most were below the transformation level, with few above that threshold willing to serve as guardians for others, primarily being kept for emergencies. This did not imply they would risk their lives for the family. Therefore, Guan Lai's mere words unsettled Huiyuehua, leaving her restless. Though she was seething with anger, she found herself powerless. Should Guan Lai truly come knocking, it would escalate into a significant uproar. The notion of a stepmother taking action against a stepson already cast out from the family would not reflect well and would be difficult to justify. She had always maintained an image of a virtuous wife and mother. How could she allow it to be tarnished? Aunt Son, do you happen to know any experts? If not, perhaps we could resort to the dark web to post a bounty and eliminate this Guan Lai. The Fang family may lack in many areas, but we are certainly not short on funds. Would 10 million suffice? If not, I can offer 100 million. Her gaze fixed upon the elderly woman, her voice laced with menace. Aunt Sun's eyes darkened momentarily before she replied, Madam, there is no need to go to such lengths. What do you propose? Huiyuehua asked, her expression tinged with curiosity. Aunt Sun smiled gently. Madam, have you not heard the rumors? The Qin family has recently partnered with the Eagle Martial Arts School, which has been challenging various dojos. We could leverage this situation. Are you suggesting that we have the Eagle Martial Arts School challenge the Tiger Might Martial Arts School? Precisely. Huiyuehua's eyes brightened with excitement. How could I have forgotten? Aunt Sun, please arrange for us to contact the Qin family. Did they not reach out to us a few days ago seeking collaboration? If they manage to defeat the Tiger Might Martial Arts School, we would be willing to offer them 30 million as support. Fang Mo had finished concocting all the potions, his proficiency having surged to 79 points. His progress was rapid, and he no longer required guidance from Xie Chongmen. However, he found the time consumed rather excessive, having spent the entire day in the apothecary. Just as he completed his tasks, his phone buzzed. Anticipating it to be Yu Jian, he was surprised to find it was Su Monli. Frowning slightly, he wondered why she was calling instead of texting. Manager Su, isn't there a match today? Young Master Fang, an unexpected incident has arisen. A fighter has specifically requested to duel with you. Su Monli's melodious voice came through the receiver. I'm sorry, I'm feeling rather fatigued today. Fang Mo declined outright, having genuinely exhausted himself from a day of alchemy. Young Master Fang, I implore you to reconsider. If you agree to participate today, we can increase your compensation to 10,000, in addition to providing you with 10 pounds of exotic beast meat as a supplement. Fang Mo was tempted. He had just run out of exotic beast meat. Contemplating briefly, he accessed the information in his consciousness, where golden characters materialized. Subduing Tiger Stance. Entering the hall, 12, 285, 000. Subduing Tiger Fist. Initial understanding, 9, 671, 000. After a period of intense training and competing, both his Subduing Tiger Stance and Subduing Tiger Fist had progressed rapidly. The Subduing Tiger Fist was on the verge of a breakthrough. He mused that participating in the match today would likely yield an increase of 20 to 30 points. By tomorrow, he could achieve a breakthrough. All right, I will go, he agreed. Thank you, young Master Fang. Please arrive promptly tonight. Su Monli's voice was irresistibly charming. After ending the call, Fang Mo quickly cleaned up and grabbed a bite to eat before heading to the Ironstone Martial Arts School. As he stepped outside, he encountered Guan Lu and Qi Jing exiting from the backyard. Fang Mo, is he going out again? Guan Lu observed Fang Mo's retreating figure, her brow creasing slightly in displeasure. Qi Jing, noticing as well, remarked coldly, Sister, why do you concern yourself with him? He wouldn't amount to much anyway. If he weren't residing in the dojo, I wouldn't care, but his presence here tarnishes our dojo's reputation. She quickened her pace, intending to call out to Fang Mo, but by the time she stepped outside, he had already hopped into a taxi and vanished. Qi Jing urged, Sister, let him be. Others must have already arrived. We should hurry and secure a good spot. Tonight, There will be a battle featuring a late-stage Mingjin warrior. Guan Lu cast a glance at the taxi Fang Mo had taken, her brow furrowed. Let us go. Upon arriving at Ironstone, Fang Mo was greeted once more by Su Monli. She regarded him with a mix of curiosity and admiration. She had watched his progress closely, and with 8 consecutive victories, he was beginning to gain a measure of fame within Ironstone. This had also brought considerable profit to the dojo. Hence her demeanor towards him had become notably more amiable. She poured a glass of water and handed it to Fang Mo with a bright smile. Thank you for coming. Young Master Fang, you've truly helped me out of a great dilemma. Fang Mo accepted the cup with a slight smile. What is the strength of my opponent? Su Monli retrieved a file from the table and presented it to him. Name, Breaking Mountain Claw. He practices Eagle Claw technique. His punching power is comparable to yours, at 350 kilograms, but his hand techniques are exceedingly formidable. Eagle Claw technique? Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Su Monli. But I don't know him. Why would he specifically request to fight me? At that moment, thoughts flickered in his mind. Could the Eagle Claw technique be associated with the Eagle Martial Arts School? Lately, they had gained notoriety for challenging numerous dojos. Su Monli smiled slightly. Perhaps he has seen you compete before. Very well, I accept. Fang Mo nodded, eager to test the prowess of the Eagle Claw technique. He was also in search of a stronger opponent, as his recent progress had noticeably slowed. Su Monli watched as Fang Mo walked away, her expression tinged with regret. Indeed, a specific request had been made, but it was not from a competitor, rather from Qin Yuanping. Today, Qin Yuanping had once again challenged Qin Yiming. He sought to settle the score with Fang Mo, undoubtedly motivated by the loss of 1 million. She had previously taken great care to protect Fang Mo, discreetly ensuring his safety. Now, with Qin Yuanping unable to locate him, he sought revenge in the arena. She had not intended for Fang Mo to participate, but she was not in a position to make decisions. It was Chun Xiao's directive. Chapter 34. It could not be Fang Mo. Fang Mo entered the room to rest while awaiting the match to commence. Meanwhile, Guan Lu and Qi Jing had also arrived at the entrance of Ironstone Martial Arts School. Qi Jing craned her neck, scanning the area, and seemed to spot someone. Raising her hand to wave from a central booth. Sister, let us hurry over. They've arrived. Qi Jing tugged Guan Lu toward the booth. Inside the booth sat 3 individuals, 2 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Sister Guan, Sister Qi, you've finally made it. It's about to start. The girl exclaimed joyfully as she stood up and rushed over to link arms with Guan Lu. With fair skin and large eyes, she exuded a pure and youthful charm, her black hair tied back in a ponytail, embodying the essence of youth and vibrancy. She was none other than Chu Silin, who had trained alongside Fang Mo in the courtyard. The other 2, named Chen Song and Lu Shiwu, were also students of the dojo. They too stood up with enthusiasm. Sister Guan, Sister Qi, please, take a seat. We ordered food and drinks. Once seated, Chu Silin clung to Guan Lu's arm, bubbling with excitement. Sister, tonight features a duel of Mingjin warriors. The famous Violent Wolf of Ironstone will be competing against a Mingjin warrior from the Eagle Claw School. It's sure to be thrilling. You and Sister Qi will absolutely not regret coming. Indeed. Chun Song and Lu Shiwu chimed in warmly. This Violent Wolf possesses remarkable strength, having won 20 consecutive matches. Guan Lu smiled slightly in response. I have heard of this Violent Wolf, but I have yet to witness his matches. Today seems like an opportune moment to observe. As for the underground boxing ring, she holds little regard for it. In her eyes, those who step into such arenas are merely martial artists lacking lineage, motivated solely by monetary gain, and their strength is unlikely to be formidable. However, at the invitation of Chu Silin, she is curious to see for herself. Chu Silin possesses exceptional talent. According to her father, she is the best among his disciples, and he harbors thoughts of taking her as an apprentice. Thus, out of consideration for Chu Silin's goodwill, she feels reluctant to dismiss her invitation outright. Furthermore, both Chen Song and Lu Shiwu have performed admirably and will likely soon break through to the Mingjing stage, becoming formal disciples. Qi Jing remarked coolly. What kind of experts could possibly emerge from the Ironstone boxing ring? That Violent Wolf is likely just a product of hype. Among them, Qi Jing comes from the most distinguished background and is a late-stage Mingjing martial artist, which naturally instills a sense of pride in her. She similarly looks down upon those who engage in underground boxing. Guan Lu nudged Qi Jing, noting that while her junior sister is quite capable, she can be a tad harsh. The expressions of Chu Silin and the others turned slightly awkward. At this moment, the music softened and the lights began to flicker, intertwining towards the ring. It was about to begin. Chu Silin hastily shifted the topic. Fang Mo was taken aback when he realized he was the first to take the stage. As he stepped into the venue, the stirring music resonated around him. Iron Face. Iron Face. The audience erupted in excited cheers. I love you, Iron Face. Some women leaned forward, waving and screaming with fervor, nearly ready to leap onto the stage. Guan Lu frowned at the frenzied women, feeling somewhat out of place in this atmosphere. Fang Mo approached the iron cage with a calm demeanor, devoid of any reaction to the cheers. as if he were a solitary wolf traversing a desolate wilderness. Iron Face, a practitioner of the Liqui realm, using the tiger fist? Guan Lu observed the information displayed on the large screen, her brow knitting in concern. Tiger fist? This Iron Face couldn't possibly be from our martial arts school, could he? Chen Song inquired, astonished. It doesn't seem likely. If he were from our school, we would recognize him. Lu Shiwu remarked, fixated on Fang Mo's silhouette. Qi Jing raised an eyebrow, saying, the first 33 forms of Tiger Fist are widely disseminated. Not only practitioners from our school can perform it. Guan Lu narrowed her eyes, intently observing Fang Mo's figure. It seemed familiar, reminiscent of Fang Mo's silhouette she had seen earlier when leaving. It can't be Fang Mo, with his strength. How could he possibly step into the ring? Guan Lu shook her head, insisting, he is definitely not from our martial arts school. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, there were individuals from the martial arts school present in the ring as he stepped into the cage. An opponent entered opposite him, slightly taller, clad in a form-fitting outfit, with sinewy arms that exuded strength, appearing significantly more robust than Fang Mo. Through the bronze eye mask, his gaze bore a cold, provocative glint as it fixed upon Fang Mo. Fang Mo stood composed, as if in a tranquil slumber. The corpulent host approached the ring, adopting an exhilarating tone. Ladies and gentlemen, every match today promises to be spectacular, and we commence with an enticing opener. Iron Face versus Breaking Mountain Claw. The audience erupted into another wave of cheers, the atmosphere intensifying. The host continued with infectious enthusiasm. Iron Face is a familiar name to many. He has achieved 8 consecutive victories, wielding the unpredictable Tiger Fist, defeating one expert after another. Today, he faces the newcomer, Breaking Mountain Claw. Hailing from the recently renowned Eagle Martial Arts School, with an exceptionally formidable Eagle Claw technique. Who will prevail today? A murmur spread through the crowd. I'm betting on Breaking Mountain Claw. I believe in the Eagle Claw technique. I'm with you. I also support Breaking Mountain Claw. The Eagle Martial Arts School has recently triumphed over a dozen others. I've watched their matches on television, and the Eagle Claw technique is truly domineering. Iron Face is decent, but he still seems somewhat lacking. I too choose Breaking Mountain Claw. In a luxurious box, 6 or 7 young elites were gathered, including the familiar Qin Yuanping and Chun Yiming, along with several unfamiliar faces, all prominent young lords from Yunyang. It seems the majority favors Breaking Mountain Claw. Qin Yuanping remarked with a grin, raising his glass while observing the betting data. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, glancing at Qin Yuanping. Qin Xiao, how do you plan to play today? How much are you betting this time? Qin Yuanping extended a single finger, grinning at Chun Yiming. 10 million. Does Chen Xiao dare to match it? Of course. Why wouldn't he? Chun Yiming replied with a smile. Last time, Qin Xiao wagered 10 million. Even if I lose this time, I'll have the funds to cover it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanping's smile faltered for a moment before he scoffed. Well then, let us see if Chun Xiao has the fortune this time. My luck has always been excellent. Chun Guangming retorted, raising his glass defiantly. The others remained silent, exchanging glances. The two were clearly engaged in a subtle rivalry, observing the unfolding situation. I find Iron Face intriguing. I believe he will win. I'm betting 3 million. Zhou Xiaojiang chimed in with a grin. Qin Yuanping's smile dimmed slightly as he turned to Zhou. As long as you're not afraid of losing. Who has to say who will lose? Zhou Xiaojiang replied with a nonchalant smile. The others refrained from placing bets. Even Shin Songqi remained on the sidelines, seemingly watching closely. A silent exchange occurred between Chun Yiming and Zhou Xiaojiang. Their gazes grew serious as they focused on the ring. At this point, the betting had concluded, and the battle was about to commence. Chapter 35, Life and Death Match. Close the cage. A commanding shout rang out, and the iron door slammed shut. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant, the rhythm of the music escalating, stirring the crowd's emotions. Fang Mo shifted slightly, stepping forward into the tiger stance. His body subtly rose and fell, synchronized with his breath, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Guan Lu's eyes brightened, having received the true teachings of the Tiger Fist. She instantly recognized Fang Mo's authentic technique. It was undoubtedly unlike the watered-down versions circulating outside. Breaking Mountain Claw knelt on one knee, arms extended, claws outward, adopting the eagle's stance, as if preparing to soar. Their gazes locked, fierce and sharp, as if sparks were about to ignite, causing the entire audience to hold their breath. Suddenly, Breaking Mountain Claw let out a piercing screech, the sharp sound cutting through the music, assaulting the eardrums. With a powerful leap, he charged at Fang Mo. Claws aimed directly at his face. Fang Mo also sprang into action, stepping forward with a counter, executing a move reminiscent of the 2 dragons carrying the mountain. Using both hands to deflect the opponent's claws. The force was akin to colliding with steel, causing Fang Mo's arms to tingle. He couldn't afford to dwell on the discomfort. He flicked his hand, akin to a white serpent striking towards the opponent's throat. The opponent's claws suddenly flipped downward, attempting to grasp Fang Mo's arm. Those fingers resembled steel talons that would surely cause severe injury. Fang Mo had no choice but to retract his strike and shake off the opponent's grip. With a tearing sound, his sleeve was ripped, leaving several claw marks on his arm. Fang Mo initiated a rising kick, but breaking Mountain Claw's claws pressed down, blocking his foot, causing him to retreat a few steps to create distance. His arms throbbed with pain. Had he been a moment slower, the damage would have been far more severe. Again, breaking Mountain Claw cackled, arms outstretched, claws darting like lightning. Fang Mo remained silent, mirroring his opponent's stance, engaging in a battle of wits and techniques. His palms and fingers executed precise strikes and grabs, showcasing the exquisite artistry of the tiger crouch fist. In contrast, his adversary employed a relentless assault, targeting Fang Mo's vital points with every move, never straying from his throat, heart, or ribs. Occasionally, he attempted to twist Fang Mo's arm to the brink of breaking. This was the most arduous fight Fang Mo had ever faced, even more challenging than his encounter with the bear. The opponent's prowess and speed far surpassed his own, leaving him in a state of strenuous struggle, completely restrained. Fang Mo's garments were torn in several places, his arms marred with an array of wounds, stained with copious amounts of blood. Had it not been for his prior life experience and the evasive techniques of Tai Chi, his arms would have surely been rendered useless by his foe. Iron Face, gather your strength and defeat him. I've wagered 100,000 on you. And if you lose, I will have someone deal with you. Break the Mountain Claw, intensify your efforts. I'll reward you with 1,000. The audience erupted in excitement. Some cheering for Fang Mo while others rallied behind Break the Mountain Claw. Occasionally, coins and bottles were hurled from the stands, crashing against the iron cage. Sister Guan, do you think Iron Face can withstand this? Chu Silin inquired urgently, as both fighters employed the tiger crouch fist, leading her to hope for Iron Face's victory. It's difficult. Guan Lu shook her head solemnly. Iron Face's strength pales in comparison, and the eagle claw technique is indeed formidable. His defeat is merely a matter of time. Her gaze remained fixed on Fang Mo, and for reasons unknown, she increasingly felt that Iron Face resembled him. Have you all noticed? Iron Face bears a striking resemblance to someone from our martial arts school, Chen Song suddenly remarked, furrowing his brow. Guan Lu's expression shifted as she turned sharply to Chen Song, though she refrained from questioning him. From our martial arts school? Who could it be? I can't see it. Lu Shiwu asked in astonishment. Does he not resemble that reticent fellow, Fang Mo? Chen Song mused. Guan Lu's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected anyone to share her perception, leading her to wonder if this individual was indeed Fang Mo. Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. Lu Shiwu scrutinized Fang Mo on the platform, but soon shook his head with a chuckle. It can't be him. There's no way Fang Mo possesses strength comparable to Iron Face. The gap is too vast. It's impossible. He wouldn't even dare to spar. Chu Silin asserted with unwavering conviction. Guan Lu's gaze wavered, acknowledging the disparity between Iron Face and Fang Mo. Perhaps it was merely her illusion. Yet she firmly believed Iron Face could not be Fang Mo. How could someone lacking innate talent achieve such combat prowess in such a short time? Iron Face is on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Qi Jing's calm voice broke through. The crowd quickly turned their attention, their expressions shifting dramatically. Eagle flies over the sea. On the battlefield, Break the Mountain Claw seemed enraged, emitting a piercing scream as he lunged forward, spinning and clawing at Fang Mo's vital points. Fang Mo had no choice but to retreat defensively. A misstep resulted in Break the Mountain Claw tearing at his chest, leaving 5 bloody gashes. Before he could react, the opponent's other claw darted for his throat. Fang Mo grasped the opponent's wrist, but was swiftly met with a counter grip. Submit to me. Break the Mountain Claw roared, his claws tightening menacingly. His fingers, as hard as steel, threatened to sever Fang Mo's tendons. Fang Mo hastily executed a Tai Chi cloud hand technique, attempting to deflect the attack, yet the opponent's relentless pressure made escape impossible. Strike the leg. Fang Mo kicked out, and Break the Mountain Claw retaliated, both landing powerful blows to each other's abdomen, forcing them apart with staggering force. Fang Mo collided against the iron cage to halt his retreat, feeling a searing pain across the back of his hand, blood pooling from 5 deep claw marks. Ugh! Fang Mo gasped, tasting blood, his insides feeling as though they might rupture from the impact. A sense of despair washed over him. He had exerted all his strength, yet still found himself outmatched. It seemed he would meet his end here today. Young Master Chun, winning this 10 million seems rather effortless. In the VIP room, Qin Yuanping chuckled triumphantly, relishing the chance to reclaim his losses from the previous bout. The outcome remains uncertain. Chun Yiming replied with a faint smile, though his eyes darkened, his grip on his glass tightening. Young Master Chun, conceding is not shameful, Qin Yuanping proclaimed, his face alight with glee. Break the Mountain Claw has mastered the iron cloth technique. That kick could not possibly harm him. Iron Face is already incapacitated. Defeat is inevitable. Chun Yiming replied coolly. Until the moment of surrender, anything is possible. Qin Yuanping's gaze turned icy. Then let us await the conclusion. Meanwhile, in another room, Su Manqing wore a complex expression. Fang Mo's predicament had arisen from her own machinations. She activated her communicator. Supervisor Fu, halt the match. We cannot allow anyone to be harmed. The host, a portly middle-aged man, glanced towards Su Manqing's position and replied through the intercom. Manager Su, this match cannot be stopped. It is a life or death contest. Young Master Chun has already arranged it, so that only one side's death will conclude the bout. Su Manqing's expression darkened instantly. Why was I not informed? Supervisor Fu smiled slightly. That is a question for Manager Chun. Su Manqing fell silent, terminating the communication as she gazed at Fang Mo within the cage, a flicker of compassion flashing in her eyes. I hope you don't hold this against me. Chapter 36. I will not submit. You've got some grit. Break the Mountain Claw flicked the flesh and blood from his fingers before producing a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. But it's merely a bit of grit. He discarded the handkerchief, brushing off non-existent dust from his abdomen, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Fang Mo, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier kick. Are you afraid? Thinking of conceding? Break the Mountain Claw sneered at Fang Mo, relishing the notion that this was a life or death struggle, where only one could fall to bring an end to the conflict. Life or death struggle? Fang Mo's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the host. It was evident that there was no intention to halt the match. His eyes wandered to the VIP room, where he spotted Su Manqing standing behind the floor-to-ceiling glass window on the second floor. Meeting his gaze, she visibly stepped back. I've been set up. Fang Mo felt a chill within. He comprehended the betrayal he had suffered. No wonder the host had not elucidated the rules. This was indeed a life or death contest, where only one would perish to unlock the cage. He had trusted Su Manqing, yet was unprepared for her silence on such critical details. Her earlier evasion had revealed her own trepidation. She was aware of what was at stake. Kid, weren't you arrogant? Kneel now, and I might grant you a swift death. Break the Mountain Claw's face bore a mocking grin, seemingly in no rush to end Fang Mo's life, instead savoring the thrill of playing cat and mouse. What to do? What to do? Fang Mo forced himself to remain calm, contemplating his next move. He refused to accept dying here. He still had the path of martial arts to pursue. Why was it so challenging to seek the martial way? The Qin family pressures me. The Fang family pressures me. I will not submit. A tempest of fury surged within Fang Mo, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, a resounding vibration echoed through his mind, the copper mirrors stirring. In the vast ocean of consciousness, a magnificent bronze mirror emanated a golden radiance that flooded into his mind. In that instant, he felt a profound clarity, as if his comprehension of the Tiger Fist had ascended to new heights, accompanied by the manifestation of golden characters. Tiger Fist. Entering the Hall of Mastery, 15,000. He had leveled up. A surge of elation coursed through Fang Mo's heart. He had not anticipated such an advancement at such a critical moment. Immediately thereafter, an intangible energy surged from every part of his body, akin to a torrent of molten lava, crashing throughout his being. Where this energy flowed, it seemed to ignite his bones, muscles, fascia, and vital essence, all devouring energy and transforming, rapidly enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, his stamina was restored at an astonishing pace. The pain in his abdomen dissipated, and the blood on the back of his hand began to clot, a tingling sensation indicating healing. In just a few breaths, his power had significantly increased, his body brimming with a tumultuous energy, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. He slowly raised his gaze towards his opponent, his eyes ablaze with fiery determination. You think you can make me kneel? You are not worthy. He coldly stared at the mountain-shattering claw, using the pillar for support as he gradually stood upright, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his resolve unwavering. Foolish and unaware of your own mortality. The mountain-shattering claw glared at Fang Mo, his expression darkening as he charged forward. I shall send you to your demise. Divine Eagle's 9 strikes. With a piercing eagle's cry, he descended from the sky, his claws creating a multitude of phantom strikes aimed directly at Fang Mo's eyes. Yet, Fang Mo's gaze remained tranquil. In a sudden burst of action, he stepped forward, his hands shaking vigorously, unleashing a roar akin to a fierce tiger's call, propelling himself forward. Boom. The arena reverberated with a thunderous sound as both figures landed simultaneously, though the mountain-shattering claw staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. How is this possible? How have you suddenly grown stronger? The mountain-shattering claw's hands trembled as disbelief flooded his eyes, feeling a tingle of numbness in his claws. There are many impossibilities of which you are still unaware. Fang Mo coldly retorted, pressing forward towards the mountain-shattering claw. I refuse to believe you could have suddenly gained strength. It must be a deception. Watch as I defeat you. The mountain-shattering claw snarled through gritted teeth, launching himself at Fang Mo with fervor. The battle intensified, surpassing their previous encounters, with fists, feet, claws, and palms clashing in a whirlwind of fury, accompanied by the sounds of violent collisions. The mountain-shattering claw roared in rage, yet he found himself continually overpowered by Fang Mo, unable to reclaim his earlier prowess. What is happening? How has Iron Face suddenly become so powerful? Was he merely pretending before? Chu Silin observed the fierce combat with astonishment. Chen Song shook his head. It does not seem like an act. He was genuinely injured just moments ago, nearly incapacitated. No one would dare to feign such vulnerability. It appears he has experienced a breakthrough. At that moment, Guan Lu's eyes fixed intently on the stage. Did you not notice how Fang Mo's tiger fist has evidently improved? It is significantly stronger than before. He likely gained insight from the recent battle. Is it truly possible to achieve a breakthrough in the heat of battle? Lu Shiwu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that both his power and speed have escalated. That is merely your misperception. The enhancement of his fist technique is manifesting in its evident strength. The martial arts journey of body refinement and marrow extraction requires consistent effort and gradual progress. There is no sudden spike in power, as if one were playing a game and leveling up. Qi Jing shot him a sardonic glance. Lu Shiwu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He knew she spoke the truth. Mastering the fist could not tolerate even a hint of pretense, and progress was achieved step by step. Slap. Qin Yuanping nearly spilled his drink on himself, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Young Master Qin, what do you think? I told you not to rush. Chen Yiming's smile returned to his face. The outcome is still uncertain. Indeed, the outcome remains in question. Qin Yuanping regained his composure, speaking with a hint of detachment. It is merely a moment of insight. This will not determine the final result. Bang! Just as he was about to utter the word defeat, the cup in his hand shattered once more. Rising abruptly, he fixed his gaze on the arena, astonishment etched across his features. I refuse to believe it. On the stage, the mountain-shattering claw found himself under Fang Mo's relentless assault, his furious howls echoing as he unleashed all his strength. Tear the sky claw. Die. His hands resembled genuine eagle talons, striving to rend the very air asunder. Tiger step crushing fist. Fang Mo too erupted with vigor, his blood surging, the tiger fist reaching its zenith as his fist struck out, breaking through the opponent's claws like a tiger entering a forest. Crashing into the mountain-shattering claw's chest, sending him staggering backward. The mountain-shattering claw retreated a few steps, spitting blood as he laughed maniacally. Huh. Do you not know I practiced the iron cloth shirt? You cannot harm me. Centimeter force elbow strike. Fang Mo bellowed, advancing swiftly. His elbow aimed directly at the mountain-shattering claw. Come on. The mountain-shattering claw roared, clenching his fists, muscles bulging on his chest as he attempted to absorb Fang Mo's strike head-on. Boom. Fang Mo's elbow directly impacted the giant gate acupoint, combining the principles of Tai Chi's centimeter force. The force beneath his feet surged forward once more, enhancing the penetration of the blow, causing the mountain-shattering claw's face to flush crimson as his body involuntarily recoiled, colliding against the iron cage. Puff. Blood sprayed from his mouth, disbelief filling his eyes as he gasped in agony. Impossible. How can you breach my iron cloth shirt? You can go and ask it yourself. Fang Mo roared like a tiger pouncing, his hands transforming into claws as he struck fiercely at the opponent's ear. Chapter 37. Your words are hurtful. This strike from Fang Mo was lethal. How could such a vulnerable area withstand such force? The mountain-shattering claw emitted a chilling scream, clutching his ears as he staggered back. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, resembling a malevolent specter. After retreating a few steps, he crashed against the iron cage, his body rebounding yet collapsing forward. He convulsed on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The scene fell into a profound silence. The mountain-shattering claw had been defeated. This unexpected turn left many in disbelief. He had truly triumphed. Su Monli's face was a mixture of shock and then joy. Fang Mo's survival alleviated much of her guilt, and she realized her palms were drenched in sweat. Curse you, mountain-shattering claw, pay me what you owe. I won. I bet on Iron Face, turning 100,000 into 150,000. Iron Face, I want to sleep with you. Iron Face, I love you. On the stage, some furiously hurled bottles, cursing the mountain-shattering claw, while others cheered ecstatically, many women blushing and screaming in excitement. Qin Yuanping's face was dark, as if it could drip with water. He wished he could tear the mountain-shattering claw to shreds for squandering such an excellent opportunity, allowing the opponent time to recuperate and improve his martial skills. Young Master Qin, I told you, until the very last moment, there is no definitive win or loss. I shall gladly accept this 10 million. Chen Yiming laughed heartily at Qin Yuanping. At that moment, his mood was exceptionally buoyant. Today had been exhilarating, with 10 million secured, all while Qin Yuanping seethed with rage. I must also thank young Master Qin. I just won nearly 5 million. Zhou Xiaojiang chimed in with a smile. Do not celebrate too soon. Qin Yuanping suppressed his fury, restoring a calm facade as he spoke nonchalantly. This is merely an appetizer. We shall see the true outcome shortly. You will not win this match, nor the next. Chen Xiao replied with a grin. Qin Yuanping's face bore a faint smile. Chen Xiao, shall we raise the stakes? How much shall we wager? Chen Yiming smiled faintly and remarked, 100 million. Do you possess such a sum? Qin Yuanping swept his gaze across the boxing gym, extending his finger to point and declared, how about wagering this ironstone boxing gym? The expressions of everyone present shifted noticeably. Was Qin Yuanping truly serious? The ironstone, not to mention its foundational real estate and decor, generates an annual income of several tens of millions, with a valuation of no less than 2 to 3 billion. He audaciously proposed to gamble the Ironstone boxing gym itself. Chun Yiming, already aware of Qin's intentions, felt a surge of anger and retorted coldly. If you wish to wager my Ironstone boxing gym, Qin, what will you stake in return? Qin Yuanping, having prepared for this moment, waved his hand. And a person stepped forward from behind, placing a briefcase onto the table. With a decisive snap, Qin Yuanping opened the suitcase, turning it to display its contents before Qin Yiming. This is the property deed for the Lijiang building. Is it sufficient to counterbalance the Ironstone? The crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. Qin Yuanping was indeed playing for keeps. The Lijiang building was a crucial asset of the Qin family, and his willingness to stake it signified the entire family's backing. Zhou Xiaojiang cast a grave glance at Chun Yiming, awaiting his response. Chun, are you afraid? Qin Yuanping teased with a smirk. Very well, I accept the wager. Chun Yiming abruptly slammed the suitcase shut, his voice low and intense. They were truly gambling. This was madness. The stakes were higher than anticipated. The Chun and Qin families were bringing their conflict into the open, and it seemed that a storm was brewing in Yunyang. Whispers filled the room, as onlookers realized that what began as a mere rivalry between two young masters had escalated into a clash of two formidable factions. Excellent. Chun, your decisiveness is commendable. Let us determine the victor. Qin Yuanping laughed heartily, unaffected by his recent loss of 10 million. In the stands, Guan Lu observed Fang Mo exiting the cage and stood up. I'll step outside for a moment. Sister Guan, I'll accompany you. Chu Silin hastily offered. No need. You all stay here. Guan Lu declined, hastening away from the booth with a sense of urgency. Qi Jing watched Guan Lu's departing figure, her eyes slightly flickering. She understood Guan Lu's intent. Surely, she sought to ascertain whether the iron face was indeed Fang Mo. A smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth, for she believed it to be impossible. Guan Lu swiftly exited the stands, descending the stairs. The iron face had just passed through the area below, undoubtedly heading into the passage. Upon reaching the lower level, she immediately spotted the door. She hurried to pull it open, but it was locked. At that moment, she saw the iron face following a staff member deeper into the corridor. Guan Lu pushed against the door several times with great force, but it remained firmly shut. As she watched the iron face's silhouette about to vanish, she called out urgently, Fang Mo. Her gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure, only to be met with disappointment. The iron face disappeared around the corner without pausing. Had she misjudged? Doubt clouded her eyes as she dejectedly slapped the door and turned to leave. Little did she know, Fang Mo had heard her call, but just as he reached the corner, he hesitated briefly without halting. Uncertain of who had called him, he found the voice unclear amid the blaring music. He only discerned it was a woman's voice. Yet, given the secrecy surrounding his identity, he could not afford to reveal himself, and thus continued on his way. The door swung open, and Fang Mo stood momentarily stunned at the sight of a figure inside. Su Monli. She stood gracefully, a warm smile gracing her face as she addressed the staff member. You may leave now. Yes, Manager Su. The staff member acknowledged before turning to exit, carefully closing the door behind them. Su Monli regarded Fang Mo, who remained motionless, and smiled gently, gesturing toward a seat. Please. Have a seat. I will tend to your wounds. Is this medicine safe? Fang Mo responded calmly. At his words, Su Monli paused momentarily, turning to look at him with a wistful smile. Such words can be quite hurtful. After all, who willingly causes harm to another? Unmoved, Fang Mo replied evenly. Do you believe I would tell you if I knew? Su Monli gazed at him with wide, earnest eyes, filled with sincerity and regret. Fang Mo met her gaze. Their eyes locked for a full 30 seconds. For reasons unknown, Su Monli began to feel overwhelmed. It was not guilt that troubled her, but the intensity of his gaze stirred feelings within her that she had never experienced over the years. As she felt her resolve wavering, Fang Mo finally broke the silence. I believe you. He moved to sit beside her, casually shedding his upper garment, revealing his fair torso. What are you doing? Su Monli exclaimed, taken aback, instinctively retreating. Her cheeks flushed as she beheld his exquisite physique, her heart racing. Aren't you going to apply the medicine? Fang Mo asked, his eyes questioning. Oh, Su Monli finally registered, her face reddening further. Chiding herself for her flustered state in front of a younger man, she quickly regained her composure and approached him to apply the medicine. It seems your injuries are healing rather quickly, Su Monli observed in surprise while applying the ointment, recalling the severity of his wounds from earlier. Fang Mo acknowledged her observation. Indeed, his injuries were healing remarkably, particularly his hands, a benefit of his advancement. I consumed a healing elixir. No wonder. Su Monli released her earlier doubts, diligently applying the medicine while softly advising. You should refrain from visiting the boxing gym for the time being. That Broken Mountain Claw is someone the Qin family has hired. They likely won't let you off easily. If you kill him, the Eagle Martial Arts Gym may also seek revenge. The Qin family? Fang Mo's eyes shot up to meet Su Monli's. She smiled slightly. Yes, it's Qin Yuanping who has wagered against us. Since you caused him to lose money, he certainly won't let you off the hook. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Broken Mountain Claw was indeed a hired hand of the Qin family. This could serve as a means to reclaim some interest. He nodded decisively, understood. Once the medicine was applied, Su Monli glanced at the arena, advising, "You should leave later. Best to blend in with the crowd when it disperses to avoid attracting attention." With that, she gathered her medical kit and departed. Fang Mo watched her retreating figure, puzzled by her kindness towards him. Was it an attempt at redemption? Yet, a thought began to form in his mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Su Monli might already know his identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned Qin Yuanping. No longer willing to delay, he resolved to heed Su Monli's advice. He changed into a different outfit and quietly exited through the passage, opening the door to the boxing gym's stands. Chapter 38. The Brutal Battle. The arena was now engulfed in fierce combat. The crowd erupted in frenzied cheers, the air thick with the scent of smoke, alcohol, perfume, and a heady mix of hormones. Fang Mo felt as though he had returned to the vibrant nightlife of Earth, a time he had once cherished, yet now found repugnant. He sought a corner to observe the battle. The violent wolf, he noted, recognizing the fighter engaged in the ring. Another master of the eagle claw technique, Li Feng, engaged in an exceedingly fierce battle. Both warriors exhibited minimal defense, relying on sheer force in a brutal clash, a collision of strength that epitomized the aesthetic of violence. The resounding echoes of their confrontation drowned out even the most intense of music. Observing their struggle, Fang Mo felt as though he were witnessing two ferocious beasts locked in a desperate duel. In stark contrast, the previous encounter between Qin Mu Shui and Shin Song Yang seemed significantly weaker, devoid of such bloodshed and savagery. This spectacle ignited a fervor within Fang Mo, whose gaze was riveted on the combatants as he eagerly absorbed their martial experience. Though the Mingjin realm appeared to belong solely to the second stage of martial prowess, many individuals spend their entire lives mastering merely the Li Jing stage without ever attaining the Mingjin. Mingjin is not merely a matter of strength. Rather, it is about explosive power. It involves harnessing the body's energy to unleash a concentrated force, resulting in a thunderous impact upon striking. The saying that a single sound is worth more than a fortune encapsulates this idea. Some may possess great strength, but lack destructive capability, relying only on brute force. The requirements at the Fuhu Martial Arts School are relatively stringent, selecting only those with commendable foundations. However, among nearly 30 students in the front courtyard, it is unlikely that more than 10 will reach the Mingjin level, and only 1 or 2, if any, might attain the Injin level. Thus, those who achieve the Mingjin status have promising prospects, whether joining a gang, serving as security, or enlisting in the military. A formidable master like the Fierce Wolf, a top-tier practitioner of Mingjin, would undoubtedly be a leader in many small factions. Such matches are rare, which is why Fang Mo was so engrossed. As the battle raged on for several minutes and countless exchanges ensued, the intensity of their combat began to take a toll on both fighters, their movements gradually slowing. However, Fang Mo discerned a troubling sign. The Fierce Wolf appeared to be on the verge of defeat. Despite his commendable stamina and robust defense, it was evident that he lagged behind his opponent in martial technique, and Li Feng's defensive capabilities were clearly superior. In terms of exchange damage, the Fierce Wolf had not gained the upper hand. Fang Mo mused that the Fierce Wolf likely had not mastered the true essence of the claw technique, possibly being a self-taught practitioner, which is a lamentable reality for many ordinary martial artists. In a world where martial arts have flourished for only 3 centuries, monopolization has become alarmingly pronounced. Advanced techniques and resources are tightly controlled by major factions. Those with good foundations and talent may find opportunities in martial academies or various sects. But for those lacking innate ability, pursuing a path in martial arts becomes exceedingly difficult, much like his own experience. Without the mysterious copper mirror and the mastery gained through practice, he would undoubtedly have been eliminated from the martial academy within 6 months. Thus, he empathized deeply with the Fierce Wolf, silently rooting for him. Suddenly, Fang Mo's expression shifted. He noticed that the Fierce Wolf might be on the brink of exhaustion, revealing a slight opening in his technique. Piercing Heart Claw, Li Feng seized the moment, showcasing his combat prowess as he lunged forward, the eagle claw aiming directly at the Fierce Wolf's chest. Although the Fierce Wolf's martial skills were inferior, his battle experience was extensive, and he attempted to deflect Li Feng's claw with a sideways movement. Yet, he was met with equal swiftness from his opponent. Li Feng was not targeting his heart. Instead, he swiftly altered his attack, seizing the Fierce Wolf's left arm. Splitting Sky Claw, tear apart, Li Feng commanded fiercely, his grip tightening, the eagle claw embedding itself into flesh. Heart-pounding palm. The Fierce Wolf realized he could not evade the strike, and with a swift motion, he aimed a powerful palm strike at Li Feng's chest. The impact resonated, causing Li Feng to stagger back 2 steps, accompanied by the sound of fabric and flesh tearing. The Fierce Wolf retreated, clutching his arm, blood gushing forth, his forehead drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. That strike had likely torn a major tendon. The Fierce Wolf is injured. Despair washed over him. He could lose the fight, and with it, his 50,000. Fierce Wolf, you cannot lose. You are the undefeated wolf. Conquer him. The crowd erupted in commotion at this turn of events, many having placed substantial bets. In the VIP box, although Chun Yiming remained seated, his hand trembled around his wine glass. Should the fierce wolf be defeated, the Iron Stone would fall into the hands of the Qin family, a devastating blow to the Qin clan. Conversely, Qin Yuanping wore a smile, his previous gloom replaced by the delight of a scheme bearing fruit. Die! Li Feng let out a chilling shriek, lunging forward once more, his eagle claw stained with blood. The fierce wolf attempted to block the attack, but their hands collided. And in an instant, Li Feng reversed his grip, seizing the joint of the fierce wolf's right hand. The target was not his throat. Bone-crushing hand, Li Feng commanded coldly. Twisting fiercely, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the arena. The fierce wolf gritted his teeth and kicked out, landing a blow to Li Feng's chest. Li Feng staggered back from the force, yet his eagle claw remained embedded in the fierce wolf's arm, flesh torn and bone exposed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The searing pain elicited a muffled groan from the fierce wolf as he retreated, colliding against the iron cage. His arms hung limply, his right hand grotesquely deformed. Resembling a mechanical contraption, his face ashen and beads of sweat cascading down. Your diamond body is incomplete, isn't it? Li Feng sneered, wiping the blood from his hands. A cold smile spreading across his face. That so-called indestructible body is merely a technique you will never master. You think you can match me with that? My Eagle Claw Sex Iron Cloth is unparalleled. It is beyond your reach. If I could master the first level of the diamond body, I would surely defeat you. The fierce wolf, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth, his gaze locked onto Li Feng. Unfortunately for you, you cannot. Li Feng retorted coldly, malice flickering in his eyes. You conspired to kill my junior brother, but I will not kill you. I will render your limbs useless, forcing you to crawl through life. Li Feng's laughter was chilling as he lunged forward, seizing the fierce wolf's shoulders with his eagle claw, intent on tearing apart the bones. Should those bones break, the fierce wolf would be rendered incapable of martial arts forever. The fierce wolf let out a blood-curdling scream. Many women averted their eyes, unable to witness the brutality. This only fueled Li Feng's excitement, a cruel glint igniting in his gaze as he exerted all his strength to rip the tendons apart. It was not his first time inflicting such violence. He had previously shattered the necks of numerous martial artists, and the sensation exhilarated him. Suddenly, the fierce wolf let out a frenzied roar, propelling himself off the iron cage and head-butting Li Feng with ferocious determination, striking his nose with a resounding crack. Blood erupted forth, causing Li Feng to recoil in pain, instinctively withdrawing. Let us perish together. The fierce wolf, bloodied and wild-eyed, lunged at Li Feng once more. The crowd watched in shock. True to his name, the fierce wolf exhibited genuine madness, willing to fight even in such a grievous state. Seeking death, Li Feng, infuriated, released his grip on his nose and delivered a powerful kick, sending the fierce wolf crashing back against the iron cage, blood spewing forth. Li Feng followed up with an attack, but the fierce wolf, using his injured left hand, retaliated. However, Li Feng seized both of his hands, twisting violently. The sound of shattering bones reverberating as the fierce wolf's left arm was completely broken. With a deafening roar, the fierce wolf lifted his leg to kick out. But in the next instant, he was flung away by Li Feng, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Li Feng arrived, crushing the left leg of the savage wolf with a brutal stomp, shattering the entire calf. The savage wolf emitted a desperate and haunting wail. Dare to harm me? Prepare to die? Li Feng bellowed, delivering another crushing blow that broke the savage wolf's right leg as well. The scene was punctuated by the piercing screams of a few women, after which an eerie silence fell. It was utterly barbaric. The formidable savage wolf had been reduced to a dismembered figure. Yet, Li Feng was not satiated. He grasped the savage wolf's shoulder blades from behind, preparing to shatter them as well. Stop! A thunderous voice rang out, and there stood Chun Yiming on the second floor, commanding in a deep tone. He has already been defeated. Do not inflict further harm. Li Feng looked up at the second floor, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a sudden surge of power, his eagle claw tore downwards. The savage wolf let out a chilling scream as both shoulder blades were snapped by Li Feng's grip. Chapter 39, The Madwoman. Fang Mo watched the scene unfold, his expression grim. Li Feng was merciless. Not only had he severed the limbs, but he had also wrenched out the cervical vertebrae. The savage wolf was utterly crippled, a once promising martial prodigy reduced to ruin. Previously, he had harbored some regret over the severity of his actions, but now it seemed that the brutal path he had chosen was justified. Otherwise, it could have been his own demise, perhaps ending as tragically as the savage wolf. You. Chun Yiming's face turned a shade of iron, his teeth clenched as he questioned. You have already won. Why must you destroy him? At that moment, Qin Yuanping stepped forward, his face adorned with a victor's smile. Chen Xiao, this is a life-and-death battle. The stakes are absolute. What? Do you, a mere boxing gym owner, wish to break the rules? Chun Yiming remained silent, furiously flicking his sleeve. Enough, let him live. Li Feng decided. Qin Yuanping, however, smiled coolly, calling out to Li Feng while displaying his ample belly. His gaze turned to Chun Yiming as he raised his voice. Chen Xiao, you have lost. The Ironstone Martial Arts Hall is now mine. But I am in no hurry. Prepare yourself. For I shall take over the Ironstone Boxing Gym tomorrow morning. I await your arrival. Chun Yiming gritted his teeth in response. Haha. Chen Xiao is indeed a straightforward man. Then let us meet at dawn. Qin Yuanping laughed heartily, brushing aside the previous gloom, and waved his hand. Let us go. Today is a splendid day. Gentlemen, let us head to Chunhua Palace. Tonight, the expenses are on me, young Master Qin. With that, he laughed jovially, leading the group away, while several young masters chattered and laughed as they departed. Clear the venue and close the gym, Chun Yiming uttered coldly before turning to leave, disappearing from sight. Fang Mo observed the unfolding events with a heavy heart. The Iron Stone had changed hands, seized by Qin Yuanping. He recognized Qin Yuanping as the cousin of Qin Muxue, a significant figure in the Qin family, someone he had encountered more than once. Now, the Qin family was entangled with the Eagles Martial Arts Hall, contending with the Qin family. The Ironstone Martial Arts Hall was a crucial asset for the Qin family. Had they truly decided to sever ties? A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed that the skies over Yunyang were on the verge of transformation. As the audience began to disperse, Fang Mo cast a glance at the savage wolf being carried away from the stage by the staff. His eyes filled with complex emotions as he swiftly exited with the crowd. Weighed down by his thoughts, he returned to the gym, though he changed vehicles midway. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he crossed through the front yard and entered the side yard, intending to return to his dormitory when suddenly a figure emerged from behind a tree, blocking his path. Sister Guan, you have yet to rest? Fang Mo was slightly taken aback upon seeing Guan Lu, who rarely visited this place. Moreover, their conversations had amounted to fewer than 10 exchanges, and her presence here indicated she was clearly waiting for him, which surprised him. Suddenly, Guan Lu moved, striking directly at Fang Mo with a palm, her tiger claw cutting through the air with a chilling breeze. Instinctively, Fang Mo reacted, adopting the tiger's stance and meeting her attack with a punch, resulting in a muffled thud. The ground beneath his feet trembled as he attempted to withstand the blow, yet he found himself sliding back a meter. Sister, what are you doing? Fang Mo called out in alarm, bewildered by Guan Lu's sudden aggression. But Guan Lu showed no signs of stopping. She stepped forward, delivering a hammering strike aimed at Fang Mo's chest. Fang Mo evaded, countering with a powerful strike of his own, resulting in a fierce clash of fists. He felt his arm nearly fracture from the impact, prompting him to retreat several steps. With a roar, Guan Lu pressed the attack, lifting her leg to deliver a sweeping kick that stirred the leaves on the ground. The force of her kick was immense, imbued with lethal intent. Fang Mo felt a surge of battle fervor ignite within him. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, launching a two-legged strike aimed at Guan Lu's thigh. Guan Lu's face flushed crimson as she retracted her leg and executed a spinning kick. Fang Mo was taken aback by her swift response and had no choice but to defend with both hands, bracing himself against the overwhelming force. His body was forced sideways, and he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing. His arms felt as if they might rupture. Her strength was far too formidable, rendering him unable to match her. However, Guan Lu halted her advance, choosing not to pursue him further. Her gaze fixated intently on Fang Mo. She had confirmed it. The Iron Mask was undeniably Fang Mo. No other student in the martial arts hall, untrained in the Ming level, could have withstood her 2 strikes, yet Fang Mo had done so. Her eyes shifted to his arms, and she surmised that if she were to pull back, there would undoubtedly be injuries, marks left by the eagle claw technique. This person was truly adept at concealing his capabilities. He had maintained this facade within the martial hall, and she had not anticipated his combat awareness to be so acute. Yet, ultimately, Guan Lu restrained herself, refraining from verifying the injuries on Fang Mo's arm. She let out a heavy huff, turning to leave, feeling a twinge of shame. She realized her misunderstanding of Fang Mo. She had long thought him inept, wasting time outside indulging in frivolities, unaware that he was participating in underground boxing matches. Perhaps he was fighting so fiercely because he feared expulsion from the gym. No wonder he always returned with injuries. She had misjudged him entirely. Fang Mo watched Guan Lu's retreating figure, momentarily bewildered. What was this all about? Was she venting her frustrations on him? If only he knew that Guan Lu had deduced his true identity. Once back in his room, he shed his outer garments, only to find that the wounds on his arm, which had nearly healed, had reopened due to the earlier conflict. Madwoman, Fang Mo muttered through gritted teeth, retrieving ointment from the cabinet to tend to his wounds anew. He needed to practice boxing tomorrow. He couldn't let anyone see his injuries. After refraining from further training, he made his way to the medicine room, drawing hot water and mixing in the medicinal liquid before submerging himself in the bath. As he soaked, his mind began to replay the earlier battle. He realized that some combat techniques he had learned in his past life were still applicable. For instance, the inch force technique, which was a potent tool against those who had not yet attained the dark energy level. Had it not been for the Tai Chi and inch force techniques, he would have surely faced defeat today. Recalling the Iron Mountain Claw's iron cloth shirt, he felt a pang of envy. If he could master that skill, it would compensate for his defensive weaknesses. Suddenly, thoughts of the savage wolf resurfaced. Despite his arms being injured by Li Feng's eagle claws, he had not lost his combat effectiveness, indicating he must have possessed an exceptionally profound defensive technique. The image of the savage wolf battling Li Feng flashed before him, showcasing the terrifying prowess of a Ming-level martial artist. This intensified his desire to reach that level. He needed to exert himself and break through to the Ming level as swiftly as possible. In the rear courtyard, Guan Lu stormed back, ignoring her father Guan Lai, who was engrossed in a game of chess with Xie Changmin. This girl, even at this age, remains as erratic as ever, lacking any semblance of decorum. Guan Lai remarked with exasperation. Xie Changmin chuckled as he picked up a chess piece, remarking with a smile, "Let us not nitpick. Lu is quite obedient indeed. Knight. Jump. Being obedient is all that matters." Guan Lai also grasped the chess piece, his tone somber as he replied, "I sent her to the Buddhist temple at Dan Mountain. Yet she stubbornly refuses to attend the Xiang class. I would advise against it as well." Xie Changmin glanced at the chessboard, once more lifting the knight, and calmly stated, "The atmosphere at the Dan Mountain Buddhist temple is indeed quite poor. The outer court is dominated by various factions, and one is unlikely to learn anything of true worth there, General." Guan Lai gazed at the chessboard, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he set down his piece. "I lost. I still cannot outplay my senior brother." Xie Changmin offered a slight smile and also placed his piece down. "So, where do you intend to send Lulu?" Guan Lai poured a cup of tea for Xie Changmin from the teapot, saying, "I plan to send her to the Sonyang Martial Institute. I have a friend there who holds a position and can assist in securing a spot for her. Let us send her to Yunkong instead. I have some acquaintance with Bai Zhujiang, the dean of the alchemy division at Yunkong Martial Institute. I shall write a letter, and you can take Lulu there." Xie Changmin raised the teacup to his lips and took a sip. Upon hearing this, Guan Lai's face brightened with joy, and he hurriedly expressed, "Thank you, senior brother. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Lulu." Xie Changmin laughed. "Now you are being overly polite with me. However, this matter must wait. We shall discuss it again in 6 months. Guan Lai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication, gazing at Xie Changmin in astonishment. "Senior brother, do you intend to send Fang Mo as well?" Xie Changmin slowly rose, walking to the window, where he gazed at the clear moonlit sky, and calmly replied, "That depends on whether he can break through to the Mingjing level. If he does not achieve that breakthrough, he will not be qualified to go." Chapter 40. Pinnacle of Power Training at Luming Villa on Shanyang Mountain, managed by the Qin family. This estate serves as a hub for leisure and entertainment. However, only the elite of Yunyang are permitted entry to Luming Villa. At this moment, within an ancient tea room of the villa, 3 individuals sat together, all around their 40s. Though their attire was simple, they exuded an aura befitting those in positions of power. These 3 were the heads of the 3 major martial arts families in Yunyang: Shun, Zhou, and Shun. Shen Kaijiang, Zhou Yundong, and Chunningzhong, all representative figures at the pinnacle of Yunyang martial arts. The mere movement of these 3 would send tremors throughout the entire Yunyang. Chunningzhong, tall and slender with brows like swords, smiled slightly. "Is Yu Gang still unwilling to come?" Shen Kaijiang, with a complexion as pale as jade, dressed in a gray-white, front-buttoned short shirt, placed his teacup down with an indifferent expression. Yu Gang has long abandoned any interest in Yunyang affairs. Although he hasn't explicitly declared his allegiance, it is likely he will not participate, so we need not concern ourselves with him. Zhou Yundong slammed his teacup down heavily, his voice grave. "That old rascal Yu Gang has certainly sensed something amiss. The Yu family intends to relocate, but not all will depart. Some industries and relatives remain in Yunyang. His talk of relocation is merely an attempt to distance himself from this matter." He was of short stature, yet lean, with slender eyes that glimmered with a cold light. Chunningzhong smiled slightly. "If the Yu family does not wish to participate, we need not force the issue, with only 3 martial arts families in Yunyang. I believe it is for the best." The 2 men were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Chunningzhong. "Brother Chun, do you have some plans in mind?" Chunningzhong smiled subtly, looking at the 2. "That depends on your intentions. Are you preparing for battle, or are you inclined to bow to the He family in Ningjiang?" "We have no habit of bowing in submission." Zhou Yundong scoffed coldly. "This is Yunyang, not Ningjiang. What of the He family?" Shen Kaijiang maintained a calm demeanor. "Brother Chun, please reveal your plans. Since the Qin family has triumphed over your Ironstone Boxing Academy, you wouldn't simply concede without a fight, would you?" Chunningzhong's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he spoke seriously to the 2. "As the saying goes, strike at the serpent 7 inches. The Qin family wishes to rely on the He family, does it? Then let us sever their claws and break the He family's grip. Let us see how they can continue their arrogance." Shen Kaijiang nodded slightly, looking at Chunningzhong. "Please elaborate." Chunningzhong leaned forward, beckoning to the 2, then whispered softly. The other 2 couldn't help but nod, their eyes gradually brightening. At the Qin family's hall, several important figures of the Qin family were gathered. Qin Shanlin occupied the main seat, while Wei Zhendong of the Xiongning Martial Academy sat beside him. Qin Shanlin appeared to be in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a beard of 5 willow-like strands, exuding an air of elegance. Wei Zhendong was similarly in his 40s, robust and sturdy. With long hands reminiscent of a gibbon, sitting with a commanding presence. With a smile on his face, Qin Shanlin spoke. Tonight we have won a significant victory, having secured Iron Stone and diminished the Chun family's momentum. Next, we shall aim to take down the Shun family's Wind Club, suppressing these three families. At that point, our Qin family will be the foremost martial arts family in Yunyang. The members of the Qin family were filled with excitement. For years, the Qin family had been repressed, and their dissatisfaction had been brewing. Now, with the He family's support, the Qin family was ready to rise. At that moment, an elder of the Qin family voiced his concern. Head, we have just received news that Shin Kaijiang, Zhou Yundong, and Shin Yingzhong have secretly met. Qin Shanlin smiled slightly, his confidence unwavering. Let them meet. It's just the opportunity, we need to see how they will act. If they remain quiet, we must tread carefully. There are too many martial arts families in Yunyang. In my opinion, one family is sufficient. Qin Shanlin was currently brimming with ambition. His daughter had excelled, gaining admission to Yunkong Martial Institute and catching the eye of the He family's young master. With the He family's backing, his ambitions could no longer be contained. Head, with the support of the He family's experts, we need not fear these three families. Why not simply flatten them? Exclaimed an elder of the Qin family, his face alight with excitement. That is out of the question. Qin Shanlin replied, his countenance grave. We cannot provoke the authorities, nor can we draw attention from other factions. We must proceed step by step, without haste. He silenced the eager members of the Qin family, turning to Wei Zhendong with a friendly smile. Brother Wei, how is the situation at your martial academy progressing? Wei Zhendong replied calmly. Currently, the only forces in Yunyang that can challenge me are Hong Jiantong of the Piqing Palm, Xiong Jiang of the Qingyun Hand, and Guan Lai of the Fuhu Martial Academy. Once I defeat these three, I will have complete control over the martial arts realm in Yunyang. Qin Shanlin nodded, contemplating before saying, Brother Wei, I suggest you start with Guan Lai of the Tiger Wei Martial Academy. Hong Jiantong is advanced in age at 60 and poses little threat. Xiong Jiang is weaker than the other two, and your Eagle Claw technique can easily suppress him. Only Guan Lai, the leader among the 11 martial academies on Chenghuang Street. If you can defeat him, the rest will surely surrender. Wei Zhendong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall issue a challenge tomorrow. I have heard of Guan Lai. He possesses genuine skills, and I have long wished to spar with him. Excellent. Qin Shanlin's expression brightened, clasping his fists. Then I shall preemptively congratulate Brother Wei on your impending success. The following day, Fang Mo rose early as usual. After a night of rest, the injuries on his arm had faded to faint traces, barely noticeable. He did not disturb anyone and made his way to the testing room, activating the strength tester. Assuming the Fuhu stance, he summoned his vital energy, and with a sudden, powerful punch, the air whistled around him. Bang! The heavy blows struck the punching bag with a resounding thud, the numbers on the tester fluctuating rapidly. With a beep, the display froze. 380 kilograms. Fang Mo gazed at the figures above, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. In just a few days, he had gained 100 kilograms. This figure had reached the pinnacle standard of martial prowess. In other words, once he comprehended the profound essence of strength, he would be poised for a breakthrough. However, the elation was fleeting. Achieving such a feat through innate talent was a foregone conclusion. It was not a matter for pride. After turning off the machine, he proceeded to the front yard to continue his practice, standing firm in his stances. Unfortunately, he could not visit the Ironstone recently and had to refine his skills alone. He practiced for 2 hours, and others gradually arrived, each finding their own space to train. Chu Silin also made her appearance. Unlike her usual solitary practice, today she seemed to be observing Fang Mo with intent. During his brief respite, she approached him. Senior Brother Fang, your tiger fist has improved, hasn't it? Fang Mo cast a surprised glance at Chu Silin. She was known for her haughty demeanor, associating only with a select few distinguished peers, rarely acknowledging others, let alone speaking to him. Today, however, she had come to engage him. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, he sensed an underlying question. He merely smiled calmly and replied, I'm not quite sure. I just practice like this every day? Chu Silin, with a seemingly pitiful expression, implored, Senior Brother Fang, could you offer me some guidance? There are aspects of the tiger fist that I find perplexing. Fang Mo was taken aback. Was she truly seeking his counsel? Everyone knew he was looked down upon by others. Thus, he declined outright. Junior Sister Chu, surely you jest. What could I possibly teach you about this martial art? Silin, if you have any uncertainties, I can assist you. At that moment, Miao Ping, standing not far off, suddenly interjected, his gaze sweeping over Fang Mo with a warning. All right, Senior Brother Miao. Chu Silin responded cheerfully, then made her way to Miao Ping. She merely wished to ascertain whether Fang Mo was the iron-faced individual from the previous night. But that was of little consequence. Miao Ping's attention was of utmost importance. Fang Mo felt a pang of confusion. First Guan Lu, now Chu Silin. Something was amiss. Nevertheless, he shook off his distracting thoughts and resumed his training. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy emerged. Just as Fang Mo was about to finish his set, A heavy knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by shouts. Chapter 41. The Challenge Letter. The morning light slanted upon the ancient entrance of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy. The crimson lacquer glinted with the luster of years under the sunlight, while two stone lions flanked either side, their piercing gazes seemingly guarding the dignity and honor of the academy. Above the entrance, a plaque inscribed with the words Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy in running script exuded an undeniable air of authority. The heavy doors creaked open slowly. Miao Ping stepped forward, leading a group of disciples. His expression was grave as he surveyed the crowd before his gaze landed on a group of 5 individuals at the center of the entrance. Clad in striking black attire adorned with a golden eagle in flight on their chests, they stood out prominently. The leader, in his 20s, was robustly built, with a powerful physique and long, muscular arms. His unique eyes shone with the sharpness of a hawk. The 4 behind him were equally formidable, their temples bulging and skin glistening, clearly warriors brimming with vitality. Miao Ping stepped over the threshold, followed closely by the others, confronting the 5. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly, already suspecting their identity upon seeing their attire. They belonged to the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, notorious for challenging the Yunyang Martial Arts Academy. The young man with hawk-like eyes stepped forward, brandishing a challenge letter. "I am Tai Ying of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, here by the command of my master to deliver a challenge," he announced loudly. 3 days hence, at the City Emperor Temple, the Eagle Martial Arts Academy will hold a contest. Will the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy dare to respond? He held the letter high above his head, the bold red characters of the word challenge seeming to blaze like fire. Instantly, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, all astonished. The audacity of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy to publicly issue a challenge at the City Emperor Temple was unprecedented. Would the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy accept? How could they not? The master of the Tiger Might Academy had once swept through all 38 martial arts academies in Yunyang. There was no way they would cower. The arrogance of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy was in dire need of a lesson. Although Miao Ping had anticipated this, he still felt a jolt. A public challenge was a rare occurrence. "Quickly inform the master," he commanded, then turned to Tai Ying, steadying his demeanor as he said calmly, "Wait for a moment." One disciple dashed toward the back courtyard. "No hurry, take your time," Tai Ying replied with a casual smile, retracting the letter. "Surely, with the illustrious reputation of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy, you wouldn't be intimidated into refusing a challenge? Preposterous." Miao Ping's eyes narrowed dangerously as he replied in a low voice. "The reputation of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy is earned through battle. We will not shy away from your challenge. You would do well to wait." A smirk played on Tai Ying's lips, his disdain evident as he retorted. "If you dare to accept, why hesitate over a mere challenge letter? Is it a lack of strength or confidence?" He intentionally elongated his last words. Miao Ping's gaze turned as cold as frost, as though it could freeze the very air around them. Fang Mo, standing amidst the disciples, furrowed his brow. While challenges were to be expected, such words were unseemly and clearly intended to provoke. He hoped senior brother Miao would not fall into their trap. They were likely well prepared. "Arrogant." Miao Ping's voice chilled. "Let me see what strength you possess that emboldens you to speak so brazenly." Fang Mo's heart sank at his words. Miao Ping had indeed been lured in. However, Tai Ying burst into laughter. "That is precisely my intent. I too wish to see if the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy is merely a name. You shall soon find out." Miao Ping's expression darkened ominously as he stepped forward, each stride causing his muscles to tense and relax with a subtle grace, resembling a cheetah poised to spring. An altercation was imminent. "Clear the way. They are all dark energy practitioners. A clash could be dangerous." The crowd buzzed with excitement, hastily retreating to clear the area. "I too wish to know." Tai Ying sneered, casually handing the challenge letter to a companion, stepping into the arena with one hand behind his back and stating coolly, "Come forth." Seeking death, Miao Ping was thoroughly incensed, letting out a low growl, his body seemingly propelled by an unseen force, launching forward. His fists sliced through the air with a whistling sound, the atmosphere itself tearing apart under the weight of his power, forming visible whirlwinds. "Excellent." Tai Ying suddenly let out a fierce cry, his muscles tightening, veins bulging like coiled dragons as he unleashed a terrifying force, soaring into the air like a hawk diving for its prey. Bang! Their attacks collided, the surrounding air compressing and producing a faint explosive sound. An almost imperceptible ripple of air spread outward, stirring up dust from the ground. The onlookers gasped in awe, recoiling in shock at the might of the dark energy practitioners. Staggering backward, both combatants retreated several paces. Miao Ping's eyes flashed with astonishment. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations, making him feel as though his bones might shatter. Unease crept into his heart. Just moments ago, driven by anger, he had stepped forward to strike. Now, with so many eyes upon him, retreat was no longer an option. Should he falter, not only would he be humiliated, but the reputation of the martial arts school would also suffer. "You are no better than this." Iron Eagle chuckled disdainfully, flexing his wrist with an air of contempt. "Come again." Miao Ping, usually so proud, hesitated momentarily but was soon incited again, launching a fierce attack with his tiger claws aimed directly at his opponent's face. "Bring it on!" Iron Eagle shouted, echoing with a piercing eagle cry as he lunged forward. The two combatants engaged swiftly, their formidable inner strength causing each clash to resonate with explosive energy, forcing the onlookers to step back in awe. The Tiger Fist is indeed extraordinary. What a powerful momentum. Iron Eagle is formidable as well. He appears to match Miao Ping blow for blow. Speculations arose among the audience regarding who might emerge victorious. Observing Miao Ping's Tiger Fist, one astute martial artist noted, though his strikes are fierce, his steps seem rushed, as if he is being dictated by his opponent's rhythm. In the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in martial attire furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Another martial artist remarked, "Indeed, Iron Eagle's claw technique is remarkable. It is said they frequently train by battling fierce beasts. Their tenacity and ferocity are unparalleled." The supporters rallied for Miao Ping, shouting encouragements, "Miao brother, strike him down. Show him no mercy." However, with every cheer, Miao Ping felt increasingly uneasy. The opponent's ferocity and relentless grip of his eagle claws were proving to be overwhelming. He pondered grimly, "At this rate, not only will I fail to win, but I may not even escape unscathed. How can I hold my head high before my juniors and fellow practitioners? I cannot afford to lose." With renewed determination, Miao Ping's eyes blazed with defiance as he intensified his attacks. Trouble is brewing. Fang Mo, watching from the crowd, furrowed his brow. The Tiger Fist, known for its speed and power, would surely diminish if hesitation crept in. He decided to seek out Feng Qingyuan and the others for assistance. Just then, he noticed Feng Qingyuan, Guan Lu, and Qi Jing had already arrived, observing the unfolding battle. "Miao brother seems agitated," Feng Qingyuan noted, his expression grave. Qi Jing craned her neck. "Really? It appears Miao brother has been on the offensive." Guan Lu shook her head. "Miao brother is indeed becoming reckless, continually pressing the attack. Brother, I suggest we intervene." Fang Mo glanced at Guan Lu, acknowledging her perceptiveness. It was evident that Iron Eagle was controlling the pace of the fight, gradually wearing Miao Ping down and waiting for a moment of vulnerability. In the arena, Miao Ping's relentless barrage began to show signs of fatigue. His breaths grew ragged, and his offensive momentum faltered. Eagle turns the clouds. Iron Eagle seized the opportunity, unleashing a tempestuous assault with a thunderous roar, his claws raining down with unrelenting ferocity. Each strike aimed at Miao Ping's vital points. Miao Ping's expression shifted. He braced himself, mustering all his strength to defend. The two fighters moved with incredible speed, their claw and fist strikes intertwining, the air filled with the sounds of their fierce clashes. Yet, Miao Ping found himself retreating under the onslaught, his gaze betraying his growing panic. Divine Eagle S9 strikes. Iron Eagle sensed victory within his grasp, launching an even more ferocious attack. Hornets roar in the mountains. Miao Ping gritted his teeth, forcing himself to summon strength for a counter. Were they both willing to fight to the bitter end? The outcome was imminent. Many martial artists in the audience felt a surge of adrenaline, their eyes glued to the conflict. "Stop!" Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed, and a figure swooped through the crowd like a great bird, landing between the two combatants. With a swift motion, he blocked their attacks. Boom! The sounds of two thunderous impacts resonated as both fighters were sent reeling backward. Miao Ping staggered back several paces before finding his footing, his breath rapid as he spotted Feng Qingyuan, relief washing over him. "Brother!" Feng Qingyuan gestured for him to remain calm, his gaze fixed on Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle also stepped back, his four companions rushing to his side, glaring fiercely, while the students of the Tiger Might Martial School advanced, creating a tense standoff. Iron Eagle's eyes flickered with frustration. He had nearly bested Miao Ping, only to be thwarted by Feng Qingyuan's timely intervention. Shaking out his tingling hand, he sneered, "Brother Feng, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Have you come to take the field on behalf of your junior? Do not waste your breath." Feng Qingyuan replied coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Iron Eagle. "We at Tiger Might Martial School accept your challenge. You may return now. We shall meet on the arena at the City Royal Temple in 3 days." Iron Eagle, resigned, realized his chance had slipped away. He hurled the challenge note with a grim determination. "Very well. We shall see each other on the arena in 3 days." Feng Qingyuan caught the note. "Let us go." Iron Eagle signaled to his group to leave, having nearly achieved his goal of defeating Miao Ping and diminishing his spirit, only to be interrupted by Feng Qingyuan. "Miao brother." Miao Ping approached Feng Qingyuan, a hint of shame on his face. "Let us discuss this inside. Master is waiting for us." Feng Qingyuan raised his hand to halt him, his eyes lingering on Iron Eagle's retreating figure, an expression of concern etched on his face. He had felt the weight of Iron Eagle's formidable strength in their brief encounter, and it was clear that Miao Ping was not his equal. The upcoming challenge seemed fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 42. I have a candidate. The students of Tiger Might Martial School, both in the front and back courtyards, appeared somewhat distracted. They frequently cast glances toward the reception hall, where, following the challenge issued by the Eagle Martial School, various school leaders had been arriving in droves. The influx of visitors created a bustling atmosphere akin to a marketplace. making it difficult for the students to concentrate on their training. They gathered in clusters, discussing the impending challenge in 3 days, some brimming with excitement, while others were consumed with worry. Do you think we can win against the Eagle Martial School? It's hard to say. Did you not see how Meow Brother was defeated? That Iron Eagle is truly formidable. His claw techniques are overwhelming. Didn't you watch the news? The Eagle Martial School has 5 champions: Tiger, Leopard, Eagle, Wolf, and Fox, with Wang Hu being the strongest, already at the late stage of Dark Strength. Zheng Bao is at the mid-stage of Dark Strength, while our brother Feng is merely at the mid-stage of Dark Strength, making it impossible for us to compete. If that is the case, isn't this match just asking for punishment? What are you afraid of? Isn't Master here to support us? We need not fear Wei Zhendong. Indeed, Master once swept through 38 martial schools in Yunyang. That Wei Zhendong is certainly no match for him. That is not so certain. Master is already 50 years old, while Wei Zhendong is only 40, right in the prime of his physical strength. It would be a disadvantage for Master to fight him. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The saying that youth holds the advantage in combat is not mere rhetoric. While martial arts can extend one's lifespan, there are limits. Aging beyond 50 is commonplace, and only upon reaching the great master level does one's lifespan significantly increase. Living to 100 is no trivial feat thus. A match between the 50-year-old Guan Lai and the still robust Wei Zhendong would undoubtedly favor the latter, as they would be competing at the peak of their respective levels. Should Master Guan fail, the future of the martial school would be uncertain. Where would they go to learn martial arts then? Throughout the discussions around him, Fang Mo remained silent, diligently practicing his punches and stances, as though all of this bore no impact on him. At that moment, Guan Lai sat in the main seat, facing an individual across from him. The man in his 40s, adorned with spectacles and dressed in a deep blue suit complemented by a golden tie, epitomized the image of a successful businessman. Guan Lai perused the business card of Chun Yanfeng, the general manager of the Xinfeng Martial Arts School, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he set the card down. What brings you here, Mr. Chun? Guan Lai inquired directly, fully aware of the underlying motives. In recent years, the Chun family's Xinfeng Martial Arts School had been steadily absorbing other martial arts institutions, and they had not hesitated to cast their eyes upon his own Tiger Might School. Chun Yanfeng set down his teacup and stated plainly, Master Guan, I am here to assist you in resolving the troubles posed by the Eagle Martial Arts School. Oh, I am intrigued to hear your thoughts, Guan Lai replied, his demeanor calm. Regarding the tournament in 3 days, do you possess absolute confidence? As I understand it, your eldest disciple, Feng Qingyuan, is at the mid-stage of hidden strength, while your second disciple, Miao Ping, has just entered this realm. In contrast, the Eagle Martial Arts School boasts an elder disciple, Zhang Hu, at the late stage of hidden strength, and a second disciple, Zheng Bao, at the mid-stage. Although their third disciple, Tai Ying, has just entered hidden strength, he has already bested Miao Ping. Chun Yanfeng's gaze was intense, accompanied by a smile that bore an air of pressure. Given your disciple's capabilities, the odds of victory seem insurmountable. Master Guan, do you not agree? Guan Lai narrowed his eyes slightly before responding in a measured tone. Since you mention this, Mr. Chun, I presume you have a solution? With a smile, Chun Yanfeng produced 3 documents from his briefcase and handed them over. These 3 individuals include one at the late stage of hidden strength, another at the mid-stage, and the last at the pinnacle of bright strength. Should you agree to become the Chun family's protector and concurrently serve as the chief instructor of the Xinfeng Martial Arts School, they can join the Tiger Might School this very night. Upon hearing this, a mocking expression crossed Guan Lai's face. His expectations had indeed been met. He replied coolly, Mr. Chun, while I may be of advanced years, I have yet to reach a point where I am compelled to accept recruits. As for the tournament, our school has its own plans and requires no assistance from you. Chun Yanfeng's expression darkened. Master Guan, this arrangement is entirely beneficial for you. Fame and fortune are at stake. Why persist in stubbornness? Must you truly wait until the Eagle Martial Arts School defeats us, leading to our disgrace and closure? Guan Lai responded calmly. I have long since lost interest in fame and fortune. It will not be so easy to strip the Tiger Might School of its name. Please leave. Feng Qingyuan promptly approached, gesturing for Chun Yanfeng to depart. Despite his displeasure, Chun Yanfeng chose to remain silent, collecting his belongings and turning to leave. What is your perspective, senior brother? Guan Lai inquired, looking towards the hall where Xie Chongmin had emerged. Is he from the Qin family? Xie Chongmin asked. Indeed. Guan Lai confirmed with a nod. Xie Chongmin inclined his head slightly. You acted rightly. This is clearly a struggle among the 5 prominent families of Yunyang, and we must not become entangled. We would only serve as collateral damage in their conflict. The Qin family is not to be trusted, and the Chun family seeks to take advantage of the situation. They are unworthy of my guardianship. Guan Lai's face was etched with anger. As a martial artist at the pinnacle of transformation, he held his pride dearly. What do you plan to do about the tournament? Xie Chongmin inquired. After observing Tai Ying's performance today, it is evident he possesses a solid foundation and ample combat experience. Miao Ping falls significantly short. I have been too focused on training and have neglected practical combat, Guan Lai sighed. Discussing this now is futile. Xie Chongmin regarded him thoughtfully. The competition stipulates 3 bouts: strength, bright strength, and hidden strength. What are your thoughts on how to allocate your disciples? Guanlai pondered for a moment. I will assign Feng Qingyuan to the hidden strength bout. His style is steady, and he has a chance at a draw. For bright strength, I will select Yang Yunxing. As for the strength bout, I am still deliberating. Initially, I considered letting Chu Silin compete, but given the Eagle Martial Arts School's fighting style, she may not be suitable. Currently, I have the options of Chun Song, Wang Qing, and Lu Shiwu. He rose and walked to the door, casting his gaze over the disciples practicing in the courtyard. In truth, he felt no certainty. While these individuals had trained well, they were far from matching the disciples of the Eagle Martial Arts School. They lacked the ferocity that comes from true combat experience. With a quiet sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitable conflict ahead. Father, those 3 are inadequate. I have a candidate. A voice suddenly interjected, and Guan Lu appeared in the hall. Chapter 43. Her insight surpasses yours. What candidate could you possibly have? Do not spout nonsense. Return to your training. Guan Lai said, his eyes narrowing at Guan Lu. Father, I am not speaking frivolously. Guan Lu retorted, her brow arched defiantly, unafraid of her father's glare. Chu Silin, Qin Song, and Lu Shiwu may possess decent foundations, but they have never experienced battle. They cannot possibly rival the students of the Eagle Martial Arts School. Selecting them is a guaranteed failure. Guan Lai looked at her, feeling a mixture of exasperation and affection. His daughter had lost her mother at a young age, and he had indulged her, resulting in her rebellious nature. Consider your demeanor. Do you not fear the ridicule of your uncle? Guan Lai admonished gravely. Xie Chongmin chuckled slightly. No harm done, little Lu. Since you disagree with these 3, who do you propose instead? Since my uncle has inquired, I would like to hear your thoughts. Let us see if you truly possess discernment worthy of my uncle's scrutiny. Guan Lu declared, her confidence unwavering. I assure you that my choice will astonish you, and I guarantee that among the disciples in the front courtyard, none can surpass my selection. Oh, Xie Chongmin's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he exchanged glances with Guan Lai. I am quite curious now, little Lu. Who else in the front courtyard could possibly captivate your esteem so? Do not listen to his ramblings. I have yet to uncover any talent. How could she? Guan Lai said with a bemused smile. Guan Lu beamed with pride. Father, uncle, my candidate will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Enough of the suspense. Speak your mind. Guan Lai urged with a laugh. Guan Lu pointed decisively in a particular direction. I choose him. Both men followed her gesture, their eyes landing on a solitary figure in the corner, diligently practicing his fists and kicks, each movement precise, sweat cascading down in the blazing sun. Indeed, the individual Guan Lu indicated was Fang Mo. Fang Mo was immersed in practicing the tiger-subduing fist, having entered the 3rd stage of the technique. The more he trained, the more attuned he became to its essence, lost in his own world. It was as if the universe revolved solely around his body in rhythm with the movements of the fist. After observing for several breaths, Guan Lai's eyes widened in astonishment. I never imagined his tiger-subduing fist had reached such a level. Xie Chongmin stroked his beard with a smile. Of course, it must have taken you 3 months to reach this stage, correct? Guan Lai nodded. Indeed. Back in my day, it took me 6 months, while my brother achieved it in a month. We were already among the best among the outer disciples of the Dansha Mountain Buddhist Institute. The tiger-subduing fist is easy to learn but challenging to master. I never anticipated this young man would grasp it so swiftly, within 2 months, no less. Xie Chongmin sighed slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes. What a shame that such remarkable talent is limited by inadequate roots. Indeed, his foundational skills are too poor. Guan Lai echoed, sighing. He had personally examined Fang Mo's bones and knew he lacked the innate qualities of a martial artist. Without a strong foundation, both the starting point and end point were essentially predetermined. Guan Lu, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Father, why do you undervalue him? You only focus on his roots and overlook Fang Mo's mastery of martial arts. With such prowess, how could his combat capability be lacking? Who says one cannot possess strength without a strong foundation? Enough of this nonsense. Go to the back courtyard and practice. Your uncle and I have matters to discuss. Guan Lai waved his hand dismissively. At this, Guan Lu fumed, her frustration boiling over. Father, why do you not trust me? I stake my life on this. Fang Mo is undoubtedly the strongest among the front courtyard disciples. If you do not believe me, let them compete, and you will see the truth of my words. Preposterous. What kind of life assurance is that? Go back. This place has nothing to do with you. Guan Lai's voice bore a weight of frustration. Father, you will regret not heeding my words. Guan Lu, equally irate, turned to leave, thoroughly exasperated with both her father and master. Why could they not trust their own perceptions? In her eyes, Fang Mo was undeniably the strongest, yet her father and the others were resolutely skeptical, igniting a deep sense of anger and disappointment within her. What do you think, master? Guan Lai inquired, watching Guan Lu depart and turning his gaze towards Xie Chongmin. Xie Chongmin smiled faintly and replied, I must say, junior brother, you have a remarkable daughter. Her discernment surpasses yours. Guan Lai, taken aback, exclaimed, Master, do you also concur with what he said? Xie Changmin's eyes drifted towards the courtyard, indicating with a glance, "You should observe closely. His vital energy is abundant, his steps are steady, his punches powerful and precise. He has already reached a significant level in the tiger fist technique. Just look at how stable his stance is. It remains unparalleled in the courtyard." A hint of regret crossed Xie Changmin's face as he continued, "I have been somewhat negligent lately, failing to observe him closely. I did not realize he had progressed so remarkably." Guan Lai ceased his chatter, taking a few steps forward to gaze out the window, watching Fang Mo practice for several minutes. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Indeed, it is as you say. This young man possesses extraordinary insight, yet alas, his physical constitution is regrettable. Throughout history, those of inferior bone structure have struggled to enter the martial arts realm. This is an immutable truth. For 3 centuries, the martial arts have thrived, and countless generations have concluded that the warrior's foundation is of utmost importance, accounting for nearly 90% of a warrior's success, with the remainder attributed to talent, diligence, and lineage. Throughout the past 300 years, how many of those with inferior bone structure have achieved greatness? Xie Changmin smiled gently, stating, "I have mentioned that even a small soldier can create miracles. I was uncertain before, but now I have a stronger feeling that perhaps he truly can." Guan Lai raised an eyebrow, looking at Xie Changmin, and asked, "Master, shall we allow him to participate?" Xie Changmin, however, smiled slightly and replied, "No. He may serve as an alternate. We shall see how he performs in tomorrow's contest." Guan Lai did not press further, nodding in agreement. "As you say, master." Xie Changmin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the sky. "This battle is crucial for your teachings in Yunyang. You must win. You cannot afford to lose. Here is what we shall do. Gather the other 3 competitors for 3 days of intensive training. I will personally provide them with the medicinal substances for refinement, and additionally, I will impart a few techniques for you to practice, strengthen your training, and strive to defeat your opponents during the grand competition." Upon hearing this, Guan Lai's eyes lit up momentarily, but then dimmed with concern as he asked, "Master, is your health up to this?" "No worries." Xie Changmin waved his hand dismissively. "You go and make the arrangements. The reputation of our Danrum Mountain Buddhist Institute must not falter." Guan Lai, upon hearing this, refrained from further objections and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, master." Chapter 44. Farewell to friends. The Tiger Fist Martial Arts School remained lively until nightfall. Visitors from various martial arts schools had ceased their visits, and the students returned home. This time, it was not only Fang Mo training at the martial arts school. Feng Qingyuan, Yang Yunxing, and Chen Song had also stayed behind, receiving closed-door guidance from Guan Lai in the training hall. Fang Mo, however, practiced diligently in the front courtyard. He was unfazed by Guan Lai's decision not to allow him to participate. His focus was solely on his training, feeling as though he was on the cusp of breaking through to the next level, as if a mere layer of paper stood between him and success. "Fang Mo, someone is looking for you," called out Grandpa Zhang from the entrance as Fang Mo practiced. "Looking for me?" Fang Mo replied, puzzled, but he halted his movements, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hurried to the door. Yu Jian, upon seeing the figure clad in a white leisure martial arts outfit at the entrance, Fang Mo's eyes brightened, and a smile spread across his face as he rushed to greet him. "Mo Gu, you've gotten darker again." Yu Jian chuckled, playfully punching him lightly. "Darker is healthier." Fang Mo laughed, returning the playful gesture without flinching. His physique was no longer the frail one it used to be. He merely swayed slightly, no longer recoiling as before. "Very good, your strength has indeed improved." Yu Jian's eyes sparkled with delight. "I can't be stagnant forever, otherwise. How could I catch up to you? How could I possibly be intimidated?" Fang Mo replied with a smile. "Haha, intimidated? Then you better keep up. I'm waiting for you." Yu Jian laughed heartily. Though they were good friends, Yu Jian did not believe Fang Mo could catch up to him. At just 17, he had already reached the late stage of the Mingjing realm, while Fang Mo was still in the Lijing stage, with no chance of advancement due to his inferior bone structure. Thus, he thought Fang Mo was merely joking. Sensing Yu Jian's disbelief, Fang Mo chuckled. "All right, just wait." Yu Jian shook his head in amusement before asking, "Why not invite me in for a tour?" "Come on in." Fang Mo smiled, leading Yu Jian into the martial arts school. With all the disciples having gone home, it was inconsequential for him to enter. Yu Jian surveyed the surroundings, disappointment evident in his eyes. "I didn't expect the Tiger Fist Martial Arts School to be in such poor condition, relying entirely on traditional equipment. I feel the same. In fact, these tools make it easier for one to concentrate on training." Fang Mo explained cheerfully as he guided Yu Jian to the resting area in the courtyard, offering him a seat and pouring a cup of water. "What brings you here? I heard that your family is preparing to relocate to Zhiyuan Star. Is that true?" The relocation of the Yu family was significant news, frequently reported on television lately. Yu Jian nodded as he accepted the water. "It's true. My family has been busy with the relocation, which is why I haven't had time to come by. Otherwise, I would have told you sooner. Congratulations." Fang Mo exclaimed with a smile. Zhiyuan Star is a thriving place for martial arts, rich in resources, and now that various major sects are moving there, It has become a coveted destination for countless martial artists. Not so fast. Yu Jian shook his head with a smile. It's a place where we coexist with other races. The alien tribes are fierce, and the beasts are rampant, far more dangerous than our home planet. Fang Mo waved his fist, showcasing his muscles. Isn't that perfect? Strength is essential for martial arts. Otherwise, why would so many factions relocate there? That is true. Yu Jian chuckled, taking a sip of tea and setting the cup down. Looking at Fang Mo. So what do you think? Are you interested in coming with us? Fang Mo paused slightly at this suggestion. Relocating to another planet was no simple matter, with stringent requirements and exorbitant costs, several $100,000 for a single person. While martial artists received priority, Fang Mo's current strength would not qualify him. Gaining a spot would undoubtedly require significant effort from the Yu family, and he did not wish to burden Yu Jian, especially since he was not yet in a position of authority within the family. However, he felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's consideration. I want to be going. I'm quite content here. Once I have honed my skills, I will come to find you, Fang Mo declared. I knew you wouldn't come with me, Yu Jian said, a hint of disappointment in his expression. He looked at Fang Mo and lowered his voice. However, you'd be wise to leave this place. The situation in Yunyang has become rather complicated lately. The Eagle Claw sect is attempting to extend its influence here, and the Qin family is using the Eagle Claw sect to target other families. Yunyang may soon descend into chaos, and it's not safe for you to remain here. From the day of the conflict between Taisher, Qin Yuanping, and Shun Yiming, Fang Mo had sensed something amiss. Now, upon hearing Yu Jian's words, he realized his intuition was indeed correct. The Xiongning martial arts school had not arrived in Yunyang by mere coincidence. This was a deliberate incursion, further supported by the Qin family as an inside ally. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "This has nothing to do with me. I am but a humble student at a martial arts school. They surely won't target me." Yu Jian, noticing Fang Mo's carefree demeanor, advised earnestly, "You must remain vigilant. If you sense any danger, leave Yunyang at once. I've asked my uncle to arrange a letter of recommendation for you. If things go awry, head to the Zhulong Martial Arts School in Wujiang." He handed Fang Mo an envelope. Inside, you will find not only the recommendation letter, but also purchase vouchers for 30 vials of medicinal liquid and a ticket for 100 jin of exotic beast meat. You can collect them from Fuyun Hall when the time comes. Fang Mo accepted the envelope, feeling its weight, and suppressed the surge of emotion within him as he tightly grasped it. When do you leave? He inquired. I was originally scheduled to leave in September, but given the current turmoil in Yunyang, my family has instructed me to depart early. I will leave with the first group this week, so I won't have the chance to bid you farewell. Yu Jian's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow at the impending separation. Fang Mo felt a pang of sadness too. His only friend was about to leave him, leaving him to face an uncertain future alone. To lighten the mood, he playfully punched Yu Jian's arm and forced a smile, saying, "Why act so sentimental? It's not as if we won't see each other again. Rest assured, I will definitely visit you." Yu Jian recoiled slightly, a grimace of pain flitting across his face. Fang Mo, noticing this, was taken aback. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury from training," Yu Jian replied, rubbing his shoulder with a grin. He then stood up, dusting off his pants. "All right, I must be on my way. Remember our agreement. I will be waiting for you at Ziyuan Star. You must come. Don't wait until I'm old and gray." Fang Mo, reassured by his explanation, shrugged off the concern. Injuries during training were commonplace. "Sure, I will definitely seek you out. It won't be long," he declared sincerely. Although the journey to Ziyuan Star was rumored to take months, he believed that with time, his strength would undergo a significant transformation. He would go to see his only friend in this world. Fang Mo accompanied Yu Jian to the entrance, where a vehicle awaited by the roadside. Yu Jian opened the car door, but hesitated to enter. Turning back, he looked at Fang Mo with a serious expression. "Mo, go. If Yunyang descends into chaos, you must leave and go to the place I mentioned." Fang Mo nodded solemnly. "Yes, if the situation turns dire, I will go." Yu Jian then smiled, nodding once more before waving his hand. "No need to see me off. I'm leaving now." He bent down and entered the car, rolling down the window to wave again. The vehicle soon merged into the traffic, its taillights gradually fading from view. Fang Mo stood there, motionless, as the car disappeared into the stream of vehicles. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of solitude. His only friend was gone, and it seemed there was no one left in Yunyang with whom he could connect. Chapter 45. The Great Celestial Cycle. On the 6th day of the 6th lunar month in Yunyang, the summer sun blazed fiercely, its scorching rays licking at the martial arts school. Even the shade nets erected in the courtyard struggled to fend off the oppressive heat, with waves of warmth rising from the ground, enveloped by towering walls that made the air stifling. A mere moment spent standing left one drenched in sweat. Most students sought refuge in the shade of trees, but Fang Mo stood resolutely under the blazing sun, his figure moving rhythmically in stance training, sweat pouring down. Oblivious to the discomfort, Fang Shidi is truly relentless. He hasn't paused even in this sweltering heat, he Xiaobing remarked, observing Fang Mo drenched in perspiration. Wang Qing scoffed with a hint of mockery. "It's merely a facade. He lacks the innate talent." What good is hard work without a solid foundation? Indeed, as if he is the only one capable. While we rest, he insists on practicing, simply seeking attention. Several other students chimed in, their disdain evident. Ding Ziyuan frowned. Reluctant to stir trouble, yet unable to suppress his thoughts, such words are uncalled for. If you truly had the heart, you could attempt to follow his lead. I believe Fang Shidi's diligence is commendable. Suddenly, Chu Silin interjected, wait, has Fang Mo really been standing in stance for nearly 2 hours? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards him. Fang Mo's movements resembled the ebb and flow of ocean tides, his breath deep and tranquil, a soft low hum emanating from him, as if the very air resonated with his energy. Could he be practicing the 72 celestial breathing technique? He Xiaobing speculated in astonishment. As one of the most formidable students in the courtyard, second only to Chen Song, his discerning eye was sharp. Impossible. If we cannot achieve it, how could he? Wang Qing's eyes flickered with jealousy. He Xiaobing retorted urgently, how could I misjudge? Pay attention to his breathing rhythm, it cannot deceive. His face displayed a mix of shock and envy. The 72 celestial breathing technique greatly enhances stance training, yet it is no simple feat. One he himself had yet to master. Chu Silin's gaze sparkled. She understood the difficulty of the 72 celestial breathing technique well, having not yet achieved it herself. How could someone without martial roots like Fang Mo succeed? Ding Ziyuan exclaimed in delight. What did I tell you? Although Fang Shidi lacks innate talent, with this level of effort, he is bound to progress. Indeed, Fang Shidi's relentless practice is admirable. A person like him, if not to improve, would defy the heavens. Others echoed in agreement. Hearing this, Wang Qing grew increasingly displeased. So what if he masters the 72 celestial breathing technique? Without talent, what achievements can he attain? Brother Wang is right. Martial arts ultimately depend on innate talent. A little comprehension can change nothing. Several students, harboring biases against Fang Mo, chimed in. He Xiaobing cast them a disapproving glance before walking away to train alone. He had no desire to associate with those who disdain hard work while belittling the efforts of others. Everyone ought to focus on their own training. We cannot let Fang Shidi surpass us. That would be embarrassing, Chu Silin added, turning to find a spot to practice her punches. Fang Mo remained blissfully unaware of the murmurs around him. He was engrossed in the world of stance training, his breath deep, energy coursing through him as his body swayed. Inhaling felt like a dragon drinking from a river, and exhaling resembled a tiger's roar through the mountains, the rhythm of his breath reverberating within him. At last, he released a long exhalation, the airflow swirling around him, cleansing his internal organs and washing away impurities. Finally completed, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Achieving the 72 celestial breathing technique was within his expectations. Since advancing in the tiger's roar fist, his physical strength had increased significantly, rendering the completion of this technique a manageable task. Images of copper mirrors and golden characters flickered in his mind, light dancing in his eyes. One cycle of the Great Celestial Cycle granted him an increase of 3 points in proficiency. Should he complete 3 rounds in a single day, coupled with the medicinal baths, he could achieve 4 rounds. With additional proficiency gained from sparring at the Ironstone Arena, within a month, his stance training was poised to break through to the 4th realm, and his physical attributes would undergo a qualitative leap. In the martial arts school, few could elevate the tiger's roar stance to the 4th realm, and should Fang Mo succeed, his power would undoubtedly see a substantial rise. Progress in the tiger's roar fist was equally promising. With nearly 18 hours of diligent practice each day, his enhanced stamina allowed for shorter rest periods and quicker recovery, enabling him to complete over 70 repetitions daily. At this rate, reaching the 4th realm of the tiger's roar fist within 2 months was well within reach. In this realm, only Feng Qingyuan has attained such a state within the Martial Arts Academy. After a slight fluctuation of his emotions, he returned to tranquility, immersing himself once more in the practice of his martial techniques. Today, he sensed that the threshold of Mingjin seemed increasingly clear. Perhaps the departure of Yu Jian had awakened his latent potential, or perhaps a single spark of inspiration could propel him into the realm of Mingjin, truly embarking on his martial journey. Not far away, Guan Lu gazed at Fang Mo, who was engrossed in his training, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. She felt anger that her father had not chosen Fang Mo, yet found herself powerless to persuade him. Unbeknownst to Fang Mo, he remained oblivious to Guan Lu's thoughts and the attention of others, diligently practicing in silence. As he persevered with the 72 major circulations of breathing, his efforts intensified. He arose at 4 in the morning for training, continued undeterred even during the sweltering midday heat, and practiced late into the night. His unwavering dedication and hard work began to earn the respect of many who had previously harbored skepticism towards him. The doubts voiced by Wang Qing and others gradually diminished, replaced by a growing sense of respect and curiosity. Fang Mo's relentless perseverance seemed to inspire everyone within the Martial Arts Academy, leading them to realize that while talent is indeed important, tireless effort can transcend so-called limitations. Consequently, the atmosphere within the academy shifted from its previous laxity to one of fervent dedication, with everyone fully committed to their training. He Xiaobing and Chu Silin, among others, actively engaged with Fang Mo to exchange insights on their practices, fostering a spirit of positivity and encouragement throughout the academy. Fang Mo was also eager to share his experiences. And through mutual encouragement and learning, the training environment became unprecedentedly rich. Naturally, Guanlai was aware of the changes within the academy. Observing the performance of the disciples, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Senior brother, I admit I misjudged," Guanlai remarked, standing in the hall, gazing at Fang Mo, who was diligently practicing his punches under the sun, a look of reflection on his face. I never anticipated that his tiger-subduing stance had already achieved the great circulation breathing, and that his tiger-subduing fist was on the brink of Mingjin, with just a thin membrane remaining. Xie Chongmin nodded slightly, saying, "This young man possesses exceptional talent and insight, coupled with a steadfast character. Had it not been for his poor foundation, he would surely be a prodigious talent. Now you see that your daughter's discerning eye is indeed sharp." Guanlai chuckled, responding, "In temperament, she certainly takes after her mother." Xie Chongmin laughed, saying, "However, you have made little Lu quite angry. She is not even speaking to you now. Why not explain yourself instead of letting her stew in anger?" Guanlai shook his head, his gaze turning serious as he replied, "It is wiser to exercise caution. If word of this were to spread, the element of surprise would be lost." Xie Chongmin nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard and adding, "That is true. With the competition tomorrow, Huwei Martial Arts Academy must once again showcase its prowess." "Indeed, Huwei Martial Arts Academy has remained too low-key for too long," Guanlai remarked, his eyes turning skyward, pondering deeply. Chapter 46, The Martial Arts Competition. The city god temple, standing resilient through a millennium, once thrived as a place of great reverence, but now finds itself subdued amidst the clamor of the interstellar era. However, today, this ancient temple has been infused with new life as a grand martial arts competition is about to unfold. As the dawn gradually brightens the horizon, the rising sun, akin to a serene judge making its entrance, casts its light upon the newly erected stage in the temple square. The platform, constructed from sturdy timber, towers over 2 meters in height, surrounded by spectator stands and enclosed by barriers. At this moment, a multitude of spectators has gathered around the perimeter of the stands. Many had arrived in the dead of night for this rare public display of martial prowess. The media, too, is not to be outdone, with television stations, online live streams, and print media converging, setting up various recording devices, signaling that the impact of this competition far exceeds the confines of mere inter-academy exchanges. As the melodious chime of the temple's bell resonates, the roads surrounding the temple come alive with activity. Teams from various martial arts academies converge like a tapestry, each carrying their own flags and emblems, showcasing the distinctive flair of their respective sections. First to arrive is the Qingyang Martial Arts Academy, clad in uniform blue training attire, their ranks marching in perfect synchrony, exuding a magnificent aura. Following closely is the Beitue Martial Arts Academy, their members donned in white training outfits, executing punches as they enter, their synchronized movements and dazzling spinning kicks eliciting rounds of applause. Subsequently, various academies make their entrance. Seemingly the entirety of Yunyang's martial arts community is present, all showcasing their utmost capabilities. Some excel in agility and nimbleness, while others impress with sheer strength. The fervent displays appear less as support for one another and more as performances, akin to advertisements for their respective academies. Of course, there are a few who genuinely cheer for Huwei Martial Arts Academy, but such sincerity is likely in the minority, as the predominant sentiment among the academies is one of rivalry, rather than camaraderie. Look over there, Yunhe Martial Arts Academy has arrived. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd as many point towards the entrance. The Yunhe Martial Arts Academy is small in numbers, with only a dozen or so members dressed in matching blue uniforms. 2 disciples at the front carrying a banner as they make their way through the passage towards the venue. Their meager numbers pale in comparison to the larger contingents, and they do not perform but simply walk in. I heard that the head of Yunhe Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xiangdong, is a disciple of the inner sect and once killed a peak dark gene martial artist with a single punch. Nonsense. That is merely a tale of yore. He was recently defeated by the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, and yet he dares to show his face here today. Having lost, he should go home. As the crowd buzzes with commentary and mockery, Lin Xiangdong's body trembles slightly with anger, yet he refrains from immediate response, taking a deep breath to steady himself, his chest rising and falling as he strives to suppress the emotions threatening to erupt. His gaze sweeps over each disciple, capturing the hurt and struggle reflected in their eyes. Some disciples avert their gaze, seeking refuge from the biting words of the crowd. A flicker of compassion passes through Lin Xiangdong's eyes as he slowly raises his hand to gently pat the shoulder of a nearby disciple, a silent gesture of comfort and a transfer of strength. The disciple meets Lin Xiangdong's encouraging gaze, which radiates trust and resolve, illuminating the shadows within their hearts like a warm light. Lin Xiangdong lifts his head, and his disciples follow suit. Together they stride into the venue. Look, the Hongtong Martial Arts Academy has also arrived. The crowd erupts once more. the head of Hongtong Martial Arts Academy, Hong Jiantong, alongside Xiong Jiang of Qingyun Martial Arts Academy and Guan Lai of Huwei Martial Arts Academy, are renowned as the three great masters of the Yunyang martial arts scene, and their arrival undoubtedly draws significant attention. Their procession is grand, each member exuding vitality and confidence as they enter, performing punches and chanting slogans. Though nearing his 60th year, Hong Jiantong stands tall, his movements imbued with the power of a seasoned martial artist, causing those around him to instinctively step aside. As he enters the venue, numerous academy heads rise in respect, and he merely responds with a smile and a nod. Led by staff, he takes a seat beside Lin Xiangdong. Old Hong. Lin Xiangdong quickly stands to offer his respects. Xiangdong is here, no need for formality, take a seat. Hong Jiantong replies with a smile. Noticing that Hong Jiantong remains seated, Lin Xiangdong grits his teeth, sits back down, his expression calm, though his fists are tightly clenched. As time passes, more academies arrive, while Hong Jiantong remains composed. His eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly detached from the surroundings, responding to greetings with mere nods. The Qingyun Martial Arts Academy has arrived. A loud cheer erupts, prompting Hong Jiantong to open his eyes, his gaze instinctively drawn towards the commotion. A throng of individuals approached, all clad in crimson training attire, brandishing banners that proclaimed, "May the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy achieve resounding victory against the Tiger Might Academy." Such unabashed enthusiasm stirred quite a commotion. Xiongjiang, a robust figure with a gleaming bald head, strode ahead of the crowd with an imposing presence, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs of outsiders. He led dozens of his disciples into the venue with great strides, laughter echoing as he engaged warmly with those around him. "Brother Hong, you arrived early," Xiongjiang exclaimed, spotting Hong Jiantong and advancing with a cupped fist salute and a broad smile. Hong Jiantong rose to reciprocate the greeting, inquiring with a grin, "Brother Xiong, I heard you were away. What brings you back so soon?" Xiongjiang replied with a hearty laugh. "How could I miss such an important event? I must witness firsthand how certain individuals conclude this affair. The Yunyang martial arts community shall not be trampled upon." His voice resonated loudly, devoid of any attempt at subtlety. Hong Jiantong chuckled, gesturing for Xiongjiang to take a seat beside him. "Brother Xiong, let us converse." "Absolutely. I too wish to discuss matters with you, Brother Hong," Xiongjiang replied readily, waving for his disciples to settle in designated areas while he pulled up a chair next to Hong Jiantong. "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" he asked quietly as he settled down. Hong Jiantong pondered before responding. "It's hard to say. One side is a dragon crossing the river, while the other is a ferocious mountain tiger. However, Guan Lai has been rather low profile in recent years. His disciples may not match the prowess of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy." Xiongjiang nodded in agreement, his expression growing solemn. "Your analysis is astute, Brother Hong. I too harbor concerns. If Guan Lai falters, we may very well be the next targets." Hong Jiantong laughed lightly. "At my age, I'm afraid I can no longer engage in combat. It will be up to you, Brother Xiong." Xiongjiang responded with a hearty laugh. "You are far too modest. Brother Hong, your strength is well known. I lack such confidence and must rely on you." "Ha ha, Brother Xiong, you are overly humble. Your Qingyun hand has improved immensely in recent years," Hong Jiantong replied with a smile. As the two men conversed, both were aware that neither felt entirely secure about competing against the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. A loss would tarnish their hard-earned reputations. Suddenly, a stir ran through the crowd. "The 5 great families have arrived." The 5 great families. Hong Jiantong's expression shifted slightly as he turned toward the entrance, where several groups were making their way toward the arena. "Why have they come as well?" Xiongjiang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in surprise before he spoke in a low tone. "Indeed, this competition is connected to them." He glanced at Hong Jiantong and whispered, "Brother Hong, I have heard that the Qin family and the Eagle Claw sect, alongside the Ning and He families, are collaborating to monopolize Yunyang. Is that true?" Hong Jiantong stroked his beard, a knowing expression crossing his face. "Indeed, the Qin family is at odds with the Zhou, Chun, and Shin families. This competition is a contest. Otherwise, do you believe so many would attend?" Xiongjiang's countenance darkened. "Then we are to be mere cannon fodder. What business do they have with us?" Hong Jiantong responded gravely. "The Ning and He families have their own objectives. If the Eagle Martial Arts Academy were to dominate the Yunyang martial arts community, a far stronger force would emerge, capable of overpowering the 5 great families." "Now I understand." Xiongjiang's expression shifted to one of realization. "The Ning and He families are cleverly leveraging our Yunyang strength to combat Yunyang's own forces." Hong Jiantong sighed softly, expressing regret. "For years, I have advocated for a coalition among martial arts academies to form a powerful alliance, but no one has agreed. Now, we find ourselves at the mercy of others." "Times have changed," Xiongjiang remarked, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Brother Hong, after this concludes, we must strategize on this matter. We cannot remain disunited and allow others to bully us." Hong Jiantong's eyes brightened momentarily before he lowered them thoughtfully. "Indeed, we must devise a plan." Chapter 47, Inescapable Fate. The martial arts forces of Yunyang can be classified into 3 categories. The first, undoubtedly, is the Martial Institute category. The Martial Institute, established and managed by the Federation, represents the official power. With abundant resources and substantial financial backing, it has attracted numerous skilled practitioners, resulting in formidable strength. However, the Martial Institute refrains from participating in local conflicts. Consequently, the true martial power in Yunyang lies within the second category, the 5 great martial families. These families boast deep-rooted traditions and have produced martial artists of remarkable caliber, having maintained a stronghold in Yunyang for many years, thus possessing profound influence. They can be regarded as the true overlords, commanding a level of respect that even local authorities dare not challenge, relying on them for support. The third category consists of martial arts academies. Across the 7 districts and 13 counties of Yunyang, hundreds of academies exist, forming a considerable power structure with significant influence. Fortunately, these academies generally operate independently, avoiding any hierarchical disputes, resulting in a lack of unified strength. At times, their combined might may even fall short of a few powerful gangs. Yunyang is also home to numerous gangs, though they lack many skilled fighters and often operate under the auspices of the 5 great families, providing them with benefits. Thus, the 5 great martial families stand as the pinnacle of martial power in Yunyang. Their attendance at this competition elevates its profile even further, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Each family sent a modest delegation of 7 or 8 individuals, led by an elder, presumably to gain experience. The presence of the 5 families prompted the heads of various academies to rise in greeting, including Hong Jiantong and Xiong Jiang, though the 5 families maintained a haughty demeanor. The leader merely acknowledged them with a slight nod before proceeding to their designated area alongside representatives from the Martial Affairs Association. To everyone's surprise, only 4 of the 5 families appeared. The Yu family was notably absent, while the Qin family walked independently, with the Shun, Zhou, and Chen families clearly showing camaraderie as they entered together. Many in attendance were privy to the underlying tensions, confirming the rumors that the Qin family had allied with the Eagle Martial Arts Academy to vie for control over Yunyang, severing ties with the other families. How arrogant. Perhaps in a few days, there will be only one family left, Xiongjiang thought, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. As a practitioner of transformative martial arts, he found their arrogance intolerable. Hong Jiantong cast a sidelong glance at Xiongjiang, offering a faint smile. Be cautious with your words, Brother Xiong. We are merely instructors in martial arts, not involved in their affairs. Xiongjiang replied solemnly. I simply cannot abide their demeanor. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers, followed by a wave of excitement as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Xiongjiang fell silent, observing as a group of 50 to 60 individuals emerged, all clad in black training garb adorned with golden embroidered eagles. Each person appeared robust, exuding vitality and an intimidating aura that compelled the onlookers to step back. My goodness, the presence of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy is overwhelming. I can feel the pressure, one spectator remarked. Look at the disciples trained by the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. They all seem formidable. I must send my child to learn from them. Indeed, I will return and convince my brother to enroll my nephew as well. Their aura far surpasses that of the previous academies. Not just surpassing, they are on an entirely different level. No wonder the Eagle Martial Arts Academy can sweep through all challengers. They possess genuine prowess. The murmurs of the crowd filled the air, and the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of pride, their heads held high, striding with renewed vigor. However, this display cast a shadow over the faces of the other academies present. The Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy has arrived. At this moment, a voice called out from the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of many, who turned their heads in curiosity. Indeed, the members of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy made their entrance. The members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy also paused, with Wei Zhendong glancing back, his gaze falling upon the foremost figure, Guanlai. The 2 factions halted, standing defiantly against one another across a distance of several dozen meters. Guanlai stood before the throng, his eyes locking with Wei Zhendong's, where cold glimmers sparked like fireworks. Wei Zhendong narrowed his eyes, feeling the weight of pressure. Guanlai's spirit remained undiminished, and it seemed a fierce battle loomed ahead. Let us proceed, he stated calmly, turning to lead the way into the arena. Guanlai had brought all his disciples along, both to rally support and to broaden their horizons. Even Master Xia had come, trailing behind Guanlai. Fang Mo walked amidst the crowd, reluctant to be there, as the morning would cost him precious training time. However, since Guanlai mandated everyone's participation, he had no choice but to attend. Upon arrival, he was somewhat taken aback by the sheer number of spectators. A throng so vast it could only be described as a sea of humanity. Guanlai's expression was equally grave. He too felt the pressure during his exchange of glances with Wei Zhendong, recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent and his own lack of assurance. Let us proceed. Guanlai signaled with a wave of his hand, leading the group toward the arena. Master Guan, Hong Jiantong, and Xiongjiang rose, bowing respectfully towards Guanlai. Old Hong, Brother Xiong, you have also come. Guanlai replied with a courteous bow. Xiongjiang stepped forward, grasping Guan Lai's hand firmly, his voice low and earnest. Master Guan, this battle rests upon your shoulders. You must uphold the honor of our Yunyang Martial Arts Academy. I will do my utmost. Guan Lai smiled slightly, shaking his hand before releasing it. Master Guan, you must triumph. Lin Xiangdong approached, clasping his hands in salute, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Guan Lai met Lin Xiangdong's earnest gaze and nodded solemnly, returning the gesture before leading his disciples to the main stage. The Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy and the Eagle Martial Arts Academy were positioned on either side of the officiating table, where the Martial Arts Association had invited 3 experts from martial arts academies to serve as impartial judges, ensuring the fairness of the contest. As both sides took their positions, despite being meters apart, the tension was palpable, with the students glaring at each other with hostility. Fang Mo observed the scene, noting the presence of the 4 prominent families. But he did not see any members of the Yu family. He surmised that the Yu family had chosen to abstain from this conflict, opting to remain entirely uninvolved. Suddenly, he felt a distinct gaze upon him. Qinlang. Their eyes met, and Fang Mo's pupils constricted in realization. Qinlang was watching him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he made a throat-cutting gesture. Fang Mo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Qin family had learned of his presence at the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy. The individuals who had previously ambushed him must have been sent by Qinlang, rather than from a rival gang. As for why they had not acted later, it was likely because he was sheltered within the academy, making them hesitant to strike. He pondered the upcoming match, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Could it be related to the Qin family? The specter of vengeance loomed. Fang Mo's expression hardened. He had been evading confrontation, wishing to disentangle himself from the affairs of the Fang and Qin families. He sought only to pursue martial mastery, yet it seemed the Qin family was unwilling to grant him peace. It became clear that sometimes, evasion was not a viable solution. One might wish to escape hatred, but others might not afford them such leniency. Certain dangers must be confronted head-on. A surge of killing intent welled up within him. Yet, the Qin family was considerably stronger than he. How could he resolve this? The hour had come. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the arena, breaking Fang Mo's reverie. On the stage, Bai Hongsheng, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, held a microphone. Bai Hongsheng, plump and bespectacled, was supposed to be in the spotlight today, yet beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had been thrust into this role under the auspices of the Qin family, as well as the Chun and Shin families, and he understood the intricacies involved. He felt the pressure of the impending confrontation and knew that this was a thankless task. Wiping his brow, he proclaimed loudly, "This battle is to foster camaraderie through martial arts, to exchange and learn from one another. No life-threatening injuries are permitted. A party will forfeit if they concede or fall from the stage. All parties must cease hostilities, otherwise it will be deemed a loss. If both sides are in agreement, please ascend the stage to sign the combat agreement." Chapter 48. Are they afraid? Guan Lai and Wei Zhendong ascended the stage under the watchful eyes of all present. Standing face to face, a mighty aura surged between them, causing Bai Hongsheng to involuntarily step back 2 paces, his eyes wide with astonishment. The terrifying presence of peak-level martial artists was overwhelming. Though he himself was a dark force practitioner, he found himself unable to withstand the energy radiating from them. "Please." Wei Zhendong gestured graciously. "After you," Guan Lai reciprocated. The two approached the table set upon the stage, picking up the brushes laid before them to inscribe their names. They exchanged bows once more before turning to descend the stage, their communication devoid of superfluous words. Only then did Bai Hongsheng step forward, directing 2 staff members to unfurl the agreement for all spectators to see. The combat agreement was established and took immediate effect. The contest would be divided into 3 rounds, the practice strength stage, the Ming strength stage, and the dark strength stage. All participants must be students currently enrolled in the martial arts academies. Any deception discovered would result in an automatic loss. Bai Hongsheng wiped his brow again, announcing loudly, "Now, let us commence the first round. May I invite the practitioners from both sides specializing in practice strength to take the stage." As the staff removed the table, he leapt down from the stage, eager to avoid the limelight. In past competitions, he had been filled with enthusiasm, but today, he wished only for a low profile. Wei Zhendong sat in a high-backed chair, not bothering to glance back as he waved his hand dismissively. From the ranks emerged an individual who approached him, offering a respectful salute before turning to stride towards the arena. Still several meters away, he suddenly accelerated, bounding forward with a leap, arms spread wide like a mighty eagle, landing gracefully on the 2-meter-high stage. Upon reaching the stage, he executed several stances of the eagle claw technique, the wind from his strikes whistling fiercely. Every move displaying astonishing power. What a masterful claw technique. So impressive. Cheers erupted from the crowd, while onlookers reveled in the spectacle. The discerning martial arts masters nodded in approval. Though they held reservations about the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, they could not deny the solid foundation of this student, who was evidently on the verge of breaking through to the Ming strength level. The eagle claw technique truly lived up to its reputation as a premier martial art. demonstrating its dominance. Xiongzhang's expression grew serious. He scanned his own disciples, realizing that none among them in the practice strength category could likely best this opponent. Hong Jintong remarked calmly, Wei Zhendong has a keen eye for talent. This young man's innate abilities are exceptionally suited for the practice of eagle claw technique. Among Guan Lai's disciples, none can compare. This round is perilous. Xiongzhang's face darkened. Meanwhile, on the third floor of a tea house outside the square, Shen Kaijiang, Zhou Yundong, and Chen Yingzhong sat in a private room enjoying tea. This Guan Lai is too obstinate, unwilling to accept our support. This first round is destined for defeat. Chen Yingzhong stated coolly. Zhou Yundong wore a smirk tinged with mockery. Guan Lai is an exceedingly proud individual. Had he not been injured in the past, he might have already transcended to the realm of Danjing. How could he possibly accept our terms? I had already stated that there was no need to negotiate with him. Shen Kaijiang nodded in agreement. I have crossed swords with Guan Lai in the past, and his prowess is indeed profound. He is the finest candidate. What a pity. If he were to be defeated, Wei Zhendong's influence would only grow stronger, and other martial arts schools might abandon their resistance. Should he unite all the martial arts schools in Yunyang, he would possess sufficient strength to challenge us. His brow furrowed as he turned to Chen Yingzhong and inquired, How go the discussions over there? Have they reached an agreement? Chen Yingzhong responded with a slight smile. That old fox is quite cunning. He understands that if Wei Zhendong's power rises unchecked, his own position will surely be jeopardized. How could he refuse? That's good to hear. A semblance of relaxation appeared on Shen Kaijiang's face as he smiled slightly. Let them bicker for now. Allow Wei Zhendong to revel in his arrogance for a couple of days. When the time comes, we shall crush him and see how long the Qin family can remain defiant without Wei Zhendong's support. Zhou Yundong suddenly interjected. Has the He family dispatched anyone to investigate the Qin family? Who exactly are they? Could they be practitioners of Danjing? Upon hearing this, both Shen Kaijiang and Chen Yingzhong's expressions grew serious. I have already arranged for someone to gather intelligence from Ningjiang. I trust we shall receive news soon. Shen Kaijiang said lightly. You need not worry excessively. The He family from Ningjiang cannot afford to fully support the Qin family. The fact that they managed to send Wei Zhendong over is already a significant backing. Masters of Danjing are not commonplace. Just because the Qin family is willing to offer a daughter, they are exerting such effort. While he spoke thus, the importance of identifying who was involved remained clear. Zhou Yundong solemnly remarked, Could it be that Lu Jiangyan has arrived? Chen Yingzhong's expression suddenly turned grave. Lu Jiangyan has been in Yunyang for quite some time, without leaving. If it is indeed her, we are in trouble. Unthinkable. Shen Kaijiang waved his hand dismissively, his face taking on a serious expression. Though the He family from Ningjiang is formidable, they cannot command a genius master like Lu Jiangyan. I have heard that she came to Yunyang in search of someone. In search of someone? Who might that be? Chen Yingzhong inquired with a hint of confusion. That remains uncertain. Shen Kaijiang shook his head, a look of perplexity in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Why has the Tiger Might Martial Arts School sent such a disciple to the stage? At that moment, Zhou Yundong spoke up. The three ceased their discussion, turning their gaze to the arena. The representatives of the Eagle Martial Arts School executed a few moves before halting, as one stood upon the stage. His gaze ablaze as he addressed the Tiger Might Martial Arts School. I am Han Zhou from the Eagle Martial Arts School. I invite the esteemed practitioner from Tiger Might to enlighten me. Han Zhou appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, yet his physique was impressive. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, arms as powerful as a primate's, his muscles honed to perfection, exuding an extraordinary strength. His fingers were long and sharp like eagle talons, his temples pulsing with vitality, and his voice resonated like thunder, radiating an overwhelming presence. The practitioners of the Tiger Might Martial Arts School, witnessing Han Zhou's prowess, exchanged glances, many recognizing their inability to compete. Chu Silin, who had previously harbored reservations about selecting Chen Song, now felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Han Zhou's capabilities. She silently rejoiced that she was not the one chosen, for she had no confidence in facing Han Zhou, who was clearly on the verge of breaking through to Mingjing. The sound of his eagle claw technique already echoed with explosive potential. Guan Lai's gaze fell upon Chen Song. After 3 days of intensive training, Chen Song had made substantial progress, yet when he met Guan Lai's gaze, his eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he unmistakably exuded a diminished aura. Chen Song was commendable in many respects, but he lacked the indomitable spirit of a true martial artist. Guan Lai sighed softly. Over the years, the martial arts school had failed to nurture promising talents. Chen Song was among the better prospects, yet still fell woefully short. It seemed that his choices in selecting disciples over the years had been flawed. Father. At that moment, Guan Lu stepped forward urgently, calling out. Guan Lai turned to her, raising a hand to halt her words, causing Guan Lu to stomp her feet in frustration. She realized that Chen Song's aura could not possibly surpass Han Zhou's, yet her father remained oblivious to it, leaving her anxious and helpless. Why is the Tiger Might Martial Arts School not sending someone up? Are they afraid? If so, they should concede. At that moment, Han Zhou's booming laughter echoed from the stage. This provoked uproarious laughter from the Eagle Martial Arts School's disciples, and even among the spectators. Guffaws rang out, the sound grating on the ears. Guan Lai's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Chen Song. Chen Song, do you have confidence? I do not. Chen Song trembled at the words, biting his lip and shaking his head, genuinely lacking assurance. A surge of anger welled up within Guan Lai. He had meticulously nurtured Chen Song, yet he had not transformed as hoped. His gaze scanned the disciples before abruptly landing on Fang Mo. Fang Mo. You shall take the stage. Chapter 49, I must warm up. Fang Mo was taken aback, staring incredulously at Guan Lai. He had never dreamt that Guan Lai would call upon him. Surely, it was not his turn. After all, there were many disciples in the front courtyard who had been training longer than he had. Master. Nevertheless, he hurriedly stepped forward. Do you dare to go up? Guan Lai asked sternly, fixing his gaze on Fang Mo. Fang Mo looked at Guan Lai, and then turned his eyes toward Han Zhou on the stage. He nodded resolutely. I dare? Excellent. Guan Lai's eyes suddenly sparkled with unexpected enthusiasm. He had not anticipated Fang Mo's willingness to accept. And a look of satisfaction crossed his face as he nodded. Go forth. Give it your all in this match. Yes, master. Fang Mo clasped his fists in salute, turning to ascend the stage. At that moment, Guan Lu hurried to catch up with Fang Mo, grasping his arm with determination in her eyes. Fang Mo, I know your strength. You must win this battle. Fang Mo met Guan Lu's gaze, feeling a wave of confusion. It seemed she might know something he didn't. And he nodded. I will do my best. Upon hearing his agreement, a smile spread across Guan Lu's face as she softly urged, not just your best. You must win. There's a reward for you if you succeed. What reward? Fang Mo asked, astonished. Guan Lu beamed brightly, giving him a gentle push. You'll find out once you win. But if you lose, I won't let you off easily. Go, junior brother Fang. You can do it. Ding Zhiwu cheered, making a fist pump gesture. We believe in you. Junior brother Fang. He Xiaobing and Chu Silin chimed in, rallying support for Fang Mo. All right. Fang Mo smiled back at the crowd, turning to stride toward the arena. Is there truly no one left in the Tiger Might Martial Arts School? Why send someone like this? This fellow seems rather frail. What strength could he possibly possess? Are they conceding? The crowd buzzed with chatter at Fang Mo's appearance, punctuated with derisive jeers. Although Fang Mo had trained for nearly 2 months and his physique had become sturdier, he still appeared notably slender compared to those who had trained in martial arts, lacking the imposing stature and muscular build typically associated with practitioners. Fang Mo is taking the stage? Qin Lang watched in disbelief as Fang Mo ascended the platform, his eyes widening in astonishment. He knew Fang Mo had been training, but how much strength could he have gained in such a short time? After all, he was perceived as worthless. Did he dare to step onto the stage? Was he seeking his own demise? Xiaolang, do you know him? Qin Linyue asked, glancing at Qin Lang. Second uncle. He is Fang Mo. Qin Lang whispered back. Fang Mo from the Fang family. Qin Linyue inquired, puzzled. Yes, that's him. Qin Lang confirmed with a nod. Qin Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, go inform the members of the Eagle Martial Arts School to incapacitate him. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he replied, all right, second uncle, I shall do so immediately. Madam, it's Fang Mo. Outside the square, in a nearby tavern. Aunt Sun pointed at the arena and spoke to Hu Yuehua, who was seated. I see him. Hu Yuehua said, gripping her binoculars tightly, her gaze cold. This good-for-nothing dares to step onto the stage for a match. What could he possibly have learned? Aunt Sun smiled slightly and remarked, perhaps Guan Lai has thought better of it and no longer dares to oppose us. He must have sent him to his demise. The corners of Hu Yuehua's mouth curled into a chilling smile. That would be for the best. However, the Tiger Rogan cannot be spared. They have cost me 30 million. And now it is too late for them to surrender. Once they are defeated, I will make them feel the wrath of the Fang family. Fang Mo also heard the murmurs and the boos, but he pretended not to notice as he approached the arena step by step. Instead of leaping up like Han Zhou, he ascended the stairs. This only incited further laughter and mockery from the crowd. Kid, I advise you to step down and bring someone stronger, Han Zhou said, crossing his arms with a disdainful look in his eyes. Fang Mo calmly ascended the stage and smiled gently. No worries, if I lose, someone will naturally take my place. Just as Han Zhou was about to retort, he glanced toward the Eagle Martial Arts School's direction and saw a person beside Wei Jindong gesturing to him. He instantly understood, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to Fang Mo, his eyes now filled with coldness. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, he shifted his body and assumed the eagle claw stance, exuding an imposing aura. Wait. Fang Mo suddenly raised his hand to stop him. What now? Han Zhou asked, retracting his posture with a stern voice. I need to shake the sand out of my shoes. Fang Mo chuckled as he crouched down, removed his shoes, and began tapping them against the ground to dislodge the sand, performing the action leisurely, much to Han Zhou's irritation. Oh, just step down. If you're too scared to fight, don't waste our time. The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, clamoring for Fang Mo to leave the stage. Yet he paid them no mind as he continued his task. Are you done yet? Han Zhou called out impatiently. Done. Fang Mo finally finished, and took his time putting his shoes back on. Han Zhou resumed his stance, barking, let us begin. Wait. Fang Mo raised his hand again to halt him. Han Zhou, nearly losing his composure, stopped and angrily shouted, "Are you ever going to be finished?" Fang Mo replied nonchalantly, "I need to warm up. If I don't, I might pull a muscle. Don't you want to stretch a bit too?" "I don't need to. Hurry up." Han Zhou snapped in frustration. Fang Mo smiled slightly, stretching his legs, moving his arms, and twisting his waist, which nearly drove Han Zhou to the brink of fury. After waiting for a dozen seconds, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Are you ready yet? If you don't start fighting, get down." "All right." Fang Mo smiled faintly, assuming a stance. "Come at me." Only then did Han Zhou finally take his position, but the delays had clearly affected him. His earlier posture of the great rock was now somewhat loose, and his focus seemed to waver. Fierce tiger pounces on the mountain. Suddenly, Fang Mo glared, his blood surging forth as he unleashed a roar like a tiger, leaping forward with the ferocity of a beast. In that instant, he appeared as a true tiger. His prior weakness vanished, his speed astonishing. Han Zhou was startled by the tiger's roar and, in a panic, reacted with the eagle claw to counter. Bang! Their claws collided, producing a dull thud. Han Zhou's eyes widened in shock. He felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, realizing that Fang Mo's seemingly frail body possessed terrifying strength, equal to his own. Caught off guard and unable to fully unleash his power, he found himself at a disadvantage, retreating involuntarily. Well done with that move. Fierce tiger pounces on the mountain. Guan Lai's eyes sparkled with admiration, secretly praising Fang Mo. His technique had revealed a glimmer of the true essence of the Fukian. "Brother Fang, your strength is impressive." The spectators from the Tiger Wang were equally astonished. If Fang Mo's attack had been unexpected, the clash of strength was undeniable. They were aware of the depth of his Fukian, yet they had not anticipated his power to be so formidable. Guan Lu's face was filled with joy. He had indeed not been mistaken. The iron-faced warrior was Fang Mo. Today's victory was assured. A sneak attack. This is a sneak attack. Many from the Eagle Martial Arts School shouted in outrage, while Wei Jindong's expression darkened. Tiger's step cannon punch. Ignoring the shock from the crowd, Fang Mo seized his opportunity. Unleashing his full power, his footwork swiftly closing the distance as he delivered a cannon punch straight to Han Zhou's chest. Han Zhou, having just halted, found himself unable to evade as Fang Mo charged at him like a fierce tiger, hastily raising both hands to shield his chest. Bang! Fang Mo's fist struck Han Zhou's arm, the tremendous force forcing his hands against his chest, causing him to stagger backward. "Block it!" Han Zhou bellowed, summoning his strength as he stomped the ground, attempting to push Fang Mo back. Golden Rooster shakes its wings. Fang Mo stomped down again, his arms trembling as he unleashed a burst of internal force, driving Han Zhou's arm back onto his chest. Boom! Han Zhou could hardly withstand the impact, his body being pushed back several steps, his arm feeling as if it might shatter under the penetrating force that struck his chest, leaving him on the verge of vomiting blood, a strong urge to cough overwhelming him. "Down you go!" Fang Mo roared, charging forward like a ferocious tiger, his powerful energy pressing down like a predator pouncing on its prey. Chapter 50. Where's the reward my sister spoke of? This is bad. Before Han Zhou could regain his footing, Fang Mo was upon him, the overwhelming momentum leaving him no time to evade. "Block it!" He gritted his teeth and shouted, sinking into a firm stance, his arms taut, attempting to withstand this blow with his iron cloth shirt. Bang! Fang Mo delivered a crushing elbow strike directly to his heart, causing Han Zhou's face to turn ashen in an instant. His body was propelled backward, tumbling off the stage and stumbling several steps back. Uffed! Han Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground. His iron cloth shirt had proven utterly ineffective against Fang Mo's elbow strike. It was as if he had struck with the force of a mountain, believing the iron cloth shirt could absorb the blow. Yet Fang Mo's attack was not only fierce, but also employed the principles of Tai Chi's inch power. With his current strength, he could have sent a bull flying, let alone a man, especially with such a heavy blow to the chest. The crowd erupted into an uproar. How could this be? Han Zhou was knocked off the stage? What just happened? I looked down for a moment. How did Han Zhou end up off the stage? This is an unscrupulous sneak attack. He should be disqualified. Official, why isn't there any intervention for such a blatant sneak attack? Sneak attack? Which of your eyes saw a sneak attack? It was not stated that the match had begun. It's Han Zhou's own carelessness. Who can he blame? The audience was embroiled in heated debate, some arguing passionately, while the members of the Eagle Martial Arts School shouted in protest. Useless. Wei Jindong's eyes flashed with fury. A match he had deemed certain had unexpectedly turned against him. Guan Lai was also somewhat taken aback. He had believed that Fang Mo and Han Zhou would engage in a grueling battle, and that Fang Mo was likely to lose. Yet he had never anticipated that the fight would be resolved so swiftly. Moreover, it was Fang Mo who emerged victorious. He cast a glance at Xie Chongmen, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Fang Mo's ascent to the stage was not merely the result of Guan Lu's insistence. Rather, it stemmed from their covert observations. The reason for not intensifying his training was to create a false sense of security for the Xiongning Martial Arts School, thereby catching them off guard. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. As Fang Mo stepped onto the arena, Han Zhou dismissed him entirely, only to be unexpectedly thrown off the stage. However, he soon sighed softly. What a pity. Yay! Guan Lu exclaimed, raising her fist in excitement. Fang Mo's victory validated her judgment. Fang Mo won. Surely this is not a dream. The students of the Hui Martial Arts School were utterly astounded, their faces awash with disbelief and confusion. The very Fang Mo they had always underestimated displayed such formidable prowess. Defeating Han Zhou in 3 moves and leaving him bloodied. Was this not more surreal than a dream? You cheated. Han Zhou rose, his face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Mo, exclaiming loudly, I protest. I demand a rematch. This battle does not count. Fang Mo dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and replied with a smile, but I launched a surprise attack. Did you not declare the start? Han Zhou faltered momentarily, then retorted angrily. You didn't wait for me to be ready. You struck first. That is indeed a sneak attack. Fang Mo chuckled. If you weren't prepared, why step into the ring? Go home and have some milk before returning. Haha, right, if you're unprepared. What business do you have in a duel? Off you go for your milk. The crowd erupted in laughter, some even shouting mockingly, which only served to further infuriate Han Zhou. Shut your mouths. Han Zhou roared, pointing at the crowd, his forehead throbbing with rage, clearly on the brink of a breakdown. Han Zhou, return. An authoritative shout resonated, silencing the voices of thousands. Han Zhou turned to find Wei Zhendong's cold, piercing gaze upon him. He felt a jolt of fear and quickly retreated, clutching his chest. At this moment, an elderly man with a dignified appearance, his hair and beard entirely white, rose from the judging panel and stated solemnly, this battle is officially recognized. The Hui Martial Arts School is victorious. Wei Guanju, do you have any objections? Wei Zhendong replied with an indifferent demeanor, I have no objections. Excellent. The elder nodded, his gaze sweeping the arena as he proclaimed, this battle goes to the Hui Martial Arts School. Bravo. Hui has triumphed. Hui. The students from various martial arts schools jubilantly raised their hands in celebration for the Hui Martial Arts School, while the onlookers joined in the raucous cheers, the atmosphere electrifying. Guanju, congratulations on acquiring such a talented disciple. Such combat aptitude is exceedingly rare. Hong Jiantong beamed at Guanlai. Xiong Jiang added with a smile. That lad is indeed impressive, feigning weakness, then shattering the opponent's confidence, striking decisively without hesitation. Guanju, you have clearly invested great effort in nurturing him. He surpasses my lackluster disciples by leaps and bounds. Genuine praise. Guanlai smiled in response, yet his heart was somewhat conflicted. He had never once guided Fang Mo, who seemed to have honed his skills entirely on his own, leaving Guanlai feeling as though his title as a master was somewhat hollow. As Fang Mo descended from the stage amidst the cheers of the crowd, he returned to the ranks of the Hui Martial Arts School and bowed respectfully, saying, Guanju, I have lived up to your expectations. Guanlai nodded with a smile. Fang Mo, your performance was commendable. Go rest for now. Yes. Fang Mo acknowledged and stepped into the ranks, where numerous seniors and juniors eagerly approached to congratulate him, their enthusiasm noticeably heightened. Fang Mo responded with smiles to each. Junior brother Fang, you truly astonished everyone this time. Ding Ziyuan, brimming with excitement, gave Fang Mo a thumbs up. Although he had sensed Fang Mo's potential, he had never anticipated such a remarkable display. His prior investment now felt thoroughly justified. It was merely a stroke of luck that caught my opponent off guard. Fang Mo humbly smiled as he explained. Regardless, you emerged victorious. Ding Ziyuan chuckled. At that moment, Guan Lu approached and patted Fang Mo on the shoulder. Ding Ziyuan, recognizing the cue, tactfully stepped aside, observing the two with a bemused expression, pondering why Guan Shiji seemed to share a special rapport with Fang Mo Shiji. What about the reward you mentioned? Fang Mo asked in a hushed tone. Guan Lu raised her delicate chin and replied with mock annoyance. What's the rush? We'll discuss it once we return. Oh, all right. Fang Mo shrugged, unconcerned about the reward. He merely wished to understand how Guan Lu had gauged his true abilities. Useless. All of them are useless, not even as capable as a waste. Hu Yuehua seethed with fury, shattering a teacup against the wall with a fierce slap. In that moment, her previously elegant demeanor was replaced by a twisted, menacing expression, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Madam, there is no need for you to be so upset. Despite his commendable performance, his innate potential dictates that he will never progress far. Perhaps Ming Jing is the pinnacle for him. Aunt Sun quickly interjected. Not a shred of possibility must be allowed. Hu Yuehua's eyes blazed with malice. I cannot permit him to pose any threat to Yanger. After all, he is the legitimate heir of the Fang family. Should those old fossils discover that Fang Mo possesses true talent, the repercussions could be dire. She gritted her teeth and continued. Moreover, this boy is exceedingly adept at concealing his abilities. These years, he has managed to keep his talents hidden, revealing a sinister disposition. Such concealment must harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps his previous rescue was not a mere coincidence, but rather a well-laid plan. Yes, it must be so. It is highly likely that someone from the Fang family is still shielding him. Aunt Sun's expression shifted slightly, her gaze turning cold as she replied, Rest assured, madam. Last time, He was fortunate enough to be saved, but should we act again, I will ensure he has no opportunities. Hu Yuehua ground her teeth and commanded. You must arrange this immediately. Regardless of whether the Huwei martial arts school wins or loses, Fang Mo must perish. I cannot bear to see him any longer. Chapter 51, Cloud Hands. Damn it. How could he have defeated Hanzhou? Wasn't he supposed to lack the aptitude for martial arts? Qin Lang stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally comprehending the situation. He had eagerly anticipated Hanzhou dismantling Fang Mo. Yet the unexpected defeat left him grappling with disbelief. Qin Linyuan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he remarked, Fang Mo is quite the enigma. He has secretly trained to this level. This boy cannot be underestimated. Qin Lang urged urgently, Second uncle, I have always said that this Fang Mo is not simple. Yet my sister refuses to believe it. If it were up to me, I would simply eliminate him to prevent any future troubles. This boy is too adept at hiding. He must harbor ill intentions, perhaps even waiting for revenge. Qin Linyue raised a hand to halt Qin Lang, speaking in a grave tone. We will discuss this when we return. For now, do not act. We are not afraid of the Yu family. We have painstakingly kept them at arm's length and cannot afford to entangle ourselves again. This would be detrimental to our Qin family's plans. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang clenched his teeth in frustration and replied, Understood, second uncle. Yet the cold glint in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts, indicating he had not truly absorbed his uncle's advice. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, Bai Hongsheng announced with enthusiasm, in the first round of the Strength Realm battle, the Huwei Martial Arts School has emerged victorious. For the second round, in the Mingjing contest, please have both sides send their disciples to the stage. He felt elated, as he did not wish for the Xionying Martial Arts School to triumph. That school was far too dominant, showing him little respect. Although the authority of the Martial Arts Association was limited, the various martial arts schools still held them in some regard. If the Eagle Martial Arts School were to dominate singularly, even absorbing the Yunyang Martial Arts School, their Martial Arts Association would undoubtedly be rendered impotent. Feng Lang, it is time for you to take the stage and restore our lost dignity. Wei Zhendong commanded with a darkened expression. What should have been a foregone conclusion in the match had unexpectedly spiraled into chaos, leaving Wei Zhendong profoundly displeased. A fierce glint flashed in Feng Lang's eyes as he solemnly replied, Understood. He clasped his fists in salute and turned towards the arena, his steps purposeful. With a piercing eagle cry that sliced through the air, he ascended the stage with the grace of a great eagle. Standing upon the platform, he bowed towards the direction of the Tiger Might Martial Arts School and declared loudly, Feng Lang of the Eagle Martial Arts School seeks a challenge. Which esteemed opponent from the Tiger Might Martial Arts School shall step forth to enlighten me? Fang Mo observed Feng Lang on the stage, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. Li Feng, he thought, startled to realize that the so-called Li Feng was indeed Feng Lang of the Eagle Martial Arts School. Although Li Feng had concealed his face at the Ironstone Arena, his hairstyle and physique bore striking similarities, particularly the eagle tattoo on his arm. Li Feng. Guan Lu's eyes suddenly widened, and she gasped softly. Fang Mo turned sharply to Guan Lu, instantly comprehending why she was aware of his capabilities. She had indeed visited the Ironstone Arena. Unbeknownst to Guan Lu, she had caught Fang Mo's gaze as she hurriedly approached Guan Lai, whispering a couple of hurried words. A flicker of surprise crossed Guan Lai's eyes before he waved her away, signaling her to withdraw. Yunxing, you shall go up. Remember the methods I have taught you and pay attention to the opponent's iron cloth shirt. Guan Lai instructed Yang Yunxing. Yes, master, I understand. Yang Yunxing replied respectfully, bowing before he turned to ascend the stage. Fang Mo watched Yang Yunxing's retreating figure, his brows knitting together. Yang Yunxing possessed a calm demeanor and lacked fervor for martial arts. He pursued this path merely to satisfy familial expectations, devoid of the tenacity that true martial artists exhibit when facing adversity. Feng Lang's performance at the Ironstone Arena was far more frenzied than that of the Violent Wolf, and Yang Yunxing would likely find himself at a disadvantage in their confrontation. Guan Lu seemed to recognize this potential peril and wished to intervene, but was rebuffed by Guan Lai, who understood that Yang Yunxing was currently the only suitable candidate from the Tiger Might Martial Arts School, as Guan Lu's skills were still lacking. Furthermore, the senior brother, Feng Qingyuan, was undoubtedly engaged in another battle, leaving Yang Yunxing as the only viable contender. Upon reaching the arena, Yang Yunxing chose to ascend via the stairs, mirroring Fang Mo's earlier approach. Observing this, the audience remained silent. After all, Fang Mo had already demonstrated that leaping onto the platform served no purpose, and perhaps Yang Yunxing possessed equal strength, eschewing frivolity. Once on stage, Yang Yunxing clasped his fists and stated, Yang Yunxing of the Tiger Might Martial Arts School seeks your guidance. Feng Lang licked his lips, a dangerous glint igniting in his eyes. Haha, he chuckled. Yang Yunxing, age 22, trained for 6 years, and only at the pinnacle of Mingjing. You truly are unimpressive. Best step down. Pretty boy, you are no match for me. Yang Yunxing's expression darkened slightly as he retorted. Let us see if I am your match after we have fought. Feng Lang's face twisted into a cruel smile as he replied. Declining a toast only to accept a penalty drink? Then I shall beat you until you concede. Are you ready? You may emulate your junior brother's tactics. Whether to pour sand in your shoes or warm up, I can wait. No need. Let us begin now. Yang Yunqing coldly responded, his good temper having been provoked. Good. Feng Lang suddenly suppressed his laughter, issuing a sharp shout as he propelled himself off the ground, charging at Yang Yunqing like a tempest. His eagle claws aimed directly at Yang Yunqing's face, the wind howling as if to rend the very air. Yang Yunqing had not anticipated that Feng Lang would attack without hesitation. He hurriedly retreated while simultaneously defending himself, the two engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. Their fists and claws generating fleeting shadows, the sound of their strikes echoing fiercely. Feng Lang launched a ferocious assault from the outset, claws, fists, legs, knees, relentlessly attacking while Yang Yunqing remained on the defensive, continuously retreating. Faced with Feng Lang's onslaught, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, clearly struggling against such a frenzied attack style. Nevertheless, Yang Yunqing's defense was tight, meticulously maneuvering to keep Feng Lang on the move, denying him any opportunity. Master, the opponent seeks to exhaust Feng Lang's stamina. Should we not remind our senior brother? Wang Hu, the senior brother of the Eagle Martial Arts School, approached Wei Zhendong and whispered. Wei Zhendong raised a hand, silencing Wang Hu with a calm expression. No need. Your junior brother knows how to handle it. In the tea house, Chen Ningzhong watched the battle unfold on the stage, his brow furrowing. It seems that this student from Tiger Might Martial Arts School is not employing the tiger fist, he remarked. This is Cloud Hands. Suddenly, Shin Kaijiang interjected, his expression grave. Cloud Hands. You mean the inner door martial art of the Dan Mountain Buddhist Institute? Zhou Yundong's eyes widened in shock. Not only was he taken aback, but Chen Ningzhong's eyes also flashed with surprise. Indeed, this is Cloud Hands, though it appears to be merely a few scattered moves, lacking a coherent system. Though lacking in structure, it is still Cloud Hands. Shun Kaijiang's gaze deepened, his face reflecting thoughtful contemplation as he slowly remarked. It seems we must reassess Guan Lai. He possesses knowledge of the inner door martial arts of the Buddhist Institute, which suggests a deep connection to the temple. Chen Ningzhong and Zhou Yundong could not help but adopt serious expressions. The super sect loomed like a mountain over all. And even a casual practitioner from the inner circle could be a fearsome presence. They, with their limited capabilities, dared not provoke such forces. Yet, it is merely Cloud Hands. I suggest we observe further before drawing conclusions, Chen Ningzhong cautioned in a low voice. Chapter 52, A Ruthless Strategy on the Arena. The two combatants had exchanged over 100 strikes, their stamina severely taxed. Although Yang Yunqing adopted a defensive posture, he was compelled to exert himself fully under the relentless barrage from Feng Lang, leaving him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Fortunately, his solid foundation, coupled with the assistance of Cloud Hands, allowed him to maintain a steady performance amidst the ferocious onslaught. Feng Lang's ferocity was palpable, yet his exertion was greater. His body drenched in sweat, his breath grew labored, and the power behind his strikes began to wane. Despite the unyielding assault, Yang Yunqing remained on the defensive, understanding his opponent's intentions. You aim to drain my stamina? I shall see how long you can endure. He scoffed. With that, Feng Lang's assault surged anew, both in intensity and speed, becoming even more frenzied, as if he had succumbed to madness. Yang Yunqing gritted his teeth, tightening his defense. His hands became like impenetrable doors, sealing off all avenues of attack, his feet tracing the 9 palaces, skillfully evading Feng Lang's furious onslaught. Feng Lang roared in rage, his eyes bloodshot, his attacks resembling an unending avalanche, the shadows of his claws casting a heavy pall. Yet, no matter how furious he became, Yang Yunqing remained unfazed, refusing to engage him head-on. Instead, he utilized his adept fist techniques to counter, inflaming Feng Lang's anger further, akin to a lion driven to fury. However, it became evident that Feng Lang's attacking prowess could not be sustained. Moments later, his strikes began to weaken, his breath becoming even more labored as his stamina waned, his attacks growing increasingly disorganized and feeble. Fantastic. At this rate, Feng Lang is bound to be defeated, Chu Silin exclaimed with excitement. Miao Ping remarked coolly. No matter how great the stamina, it cannot withstand such consumption. Although Yang Shidi's skills are not formidable, his solid foundation allows him to adopt a defensive strategy. Depleting his opponent's stamina, Feng Lang's defeat is merely a matter of time. Guan Lu remained silent, her gaze turning serious as she focused intently on the battlefield. Sensing that something was amiss, having witnessed Feng Lang's power at the Ironstone Arena, she recalled him being even more ferocious. How could it be that he was now so depleted? There was likely some deception at play. Guan Lai's expression grew grave, concern evident in his eyes. Xie Chongmin whispered to him. Yang Yunqing may be in danger. Feng Lang's stamina does not seem overly depleted. He appears to be secretly gathering strength for a counterattack. Guan Lai nodded gravely, realizing there was no time for reminders. He could only rely on his own wits now. Hoping he would not fall for the trap, Feng Lang's gaze shimmered with determination and cunning, akin to a lurking beast, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Feng Lang roared, Azure Dragon probes claws. A fierce claw strike aimed directly at Yang Yunqing's throat. prompting Yang Yunqing to hastily counter with a hammer-like blow to deflect the attack. Feng Lang appeared to momentarily falter, stumbling slightly, leaving a gaping opening in his defense. His expression shifted dramatically, betraying alarm as he scrambled to protect himself. What a splendid opportunity. Yang Yunqing recognized the moment, his gaze sharpening. What was his defense for? If not to find such an opening? How could he let this golden chance slip away, especially when he was nearing his limit and needed to counterattack? Tiger step, crashing fist. Yang Yunqing unleashed the ferocity of a raging tiger, launching a powerful punch toward Feng Lang's chest. The impact reverberated with a thunderous sound, shattering the air, as if the very void quaked in response. This punch was immensely powerful, capable of shattering rocks and breaking stones with a force akin to 1,000 pounds. Alas, Feng Lang's expression turned frantic as he retreated abruptly, but it was too late. The fist struck him squarely in the chest. Accept your defeat. Joy flashed in Yang Yunqing's eyes as he unleashed the full force of his punch, determined to send Feng Lang flying. However, Feng Lang suddenly collapsed inward, his chest caving in as if he had struck nothing but cotton. This is bad. Yang Yunqing's heart sank, and he quickly withdrew his fist, attempting to retreat. Too late. A cruel glint ignited in Feng Lang's eyes as he swiftly curled his hands into claws, seizing Yang Yunqing's arm with the ferocity of an eagle's talon piercing flesh. The sound of tearing fabric accompanied the sickening crack of flesh. Yang Yunqing cried out in agony, stumbling backward, his right sleeve shredded, his arm bleeding profusely. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, dripping onto the arena as he clutched his arm, drenched in sweat. Oh no, Brother Yang is injured. The onlookers from the Tiger Might Martial House paled instantly, gasping in shock. Defeated, Guan Lai's countenance darkened, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Yang Yunqing had indeed succumbed to temptation, falling into the trap. Had he adhered to his instructions, he might have had a chance. What a pity. Brother Feng, press on, defeat him. The spectators from the Eagle Martial House cheered exuberantly. Wei Zhendong, however, observed with an indifferent expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fully aware that this was the inevitable outcome. Haha, take another blow. Feng Lang sneered, shaking off the blood and torn fabric from his hands as he lunged at Yang Yunqing. Yang Yunqing, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised his left hand to block. But it was futile. After 2 feeble attempts at defense, Feng Lang struck him again with a claw to the chest, sending Yang Yunqing crashing to the ground. Blood spurting forth, 5 deep claw marks etched across his chest, dripping with crimson. Haha again. Feng Lang laughed maniacally, charging toward Yang Yunqing once more, his claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as though tearing the atmosphere itself apart. I concede. Yang Yunqing shouted desperately. Yet, Feng Lang's eyes flared with ferocity. His assault unabated as his claws lunged toward Yang Yunqing's head. Stop. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing Feng Lang's momentum to falter. He turned to see the source of the shout, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion among the 3 officials who had commanded him to cease. Feng Lang halted, disappointment evident in his gaze. He should have attacked Yang Yunqing's throat directly, and now that chance was lost. The opponent has surrendered. You are not permitted to strike again. Do you not know this? The dark-faced middle-aged man admonished sternly. I momentarily forgot. Feng Lang chuckled wickedly. The middle-aged man shot him a cold glare, intoning. In this battle, the Eagle Martial House prevails. You may leave the stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Lang's smile broadened as he glanced at the struggling Yang Yunqing. A look of disdain on his face, giving a thumbs down before roaring with laughter as he strode confidently off the stage. You. Yang Yunqing seethed, spitting blood as he staggered back. Brother Yang. At that moment, several disciples from the Tiger Might Martial House rushed onto the stage, hoisting Yang Yunqing away amidst a flurry of activity. What a brutal tactic. Guan Lai examined Yang Yunqing's injuries, his forehead vein throbbing. The tendons in Yang Yunqing's arm were nearly severed. He turned to physician Xie with a solemn expression, saying, Senior brother, preserve his tendons. I understand. Xie Changmin nodded, instructing others to take Yang Yunqing aside for treatment. Guan Lai, observing Xie Changmin tending to the bloodied Yang Yunqing, wore a grim expression as he returned to his seat, deliberately ignoring Feng Qingyuan, and said in a low voice, Qingyuan, you know what you must do, correct? Chapter 53, Both Sides Suffer. In the June dawn, the sun bore down with scorching intensity, enveloping the earth in a stifling heat that was nearly unbearable, the stillness suffocating. Yet the crowd of onlookers seemed oblivious. Their backs drenched in sweat, their eyes fervently fixed on the arena. On stage, Wang Hu and Feng Qingyuan stood opposed, like 2 statues poised to unleash their full potential. Wang Hu, with a robust physique and elongated limbs, had short hair that resembled needles, his gaze sharp like a predator fixated on its prey, locking onto Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan remained composed, his expression steady against Wang Hu's intense scrutiny, as tranquil as an ancient pond, unruffled by the slightest ripple. The 2 remained silent in their standoff for several breaths, an oppressive aura of battle hanging thick in the air. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Wang Hu let out an eagle-like cry, launching himself into the air, his claws aimed squarely at Feng Qingyuan's face, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Feng Qingyuan's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he sprang into action, embodying the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. His claws meeting Wang Hu's in a fierce clash. The distance of mere meters vanished in an instant, the gust of wind howling as their garments billowed. Boom! The two claws collided, a sound like thunder reverberating throughout the arena, the force of their energies colliding creating visible ripples in the air. Both retreated a few steps. A glimmer of surprise flashing in Wang Hu's eyes. Late stage of hidden strength? This contradicts the intelligence reports. Was Feng Qingyuan not at the mid-stage? This was clearly the prowess of a late-stage practitioner. Hong Jiantong and Xiong Jiang exchanged incredulous glances. Then Hong Jiantong smiled. Congratulations, Brother Guan. Your talented disciple has reached the late stage of hidden strength. Truly commendable. Guan Lai humbly smiled. He has merely just broken through. This child has always been somewhat slow-witted. Hence the delayed progress. Xiong Jiang jested. Master Guan, you are putting pressure on us. Guan Lai chuckled silently. In his heart, he knew that this breakthrough was largely aided by his senior brother's support. Wei Zhendong's gaze sharpened as he looked at Guan Lai, inwardly reflecting, Guan Lai, you conceal your depths well. Wang Hu, now certain of Feng Qingyuan's strength, was not only unafraid but rather exhilarated. Excellent. Now this is interesting. Come at me again. No sooner had he spoken, he shook his palms, his blood surging. The solid stone surface of the arena rumbling as his eagle claws sliced through the air like arrows piercing water, claw shadows filling the sky, aimed at Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan's eyes narrowed, emitting a tiger's roar that resonated with authority. His blood surged like a tide as he moved with the sound, meeting the attack like a tiger unleashed from its cage. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows, their figures intertwining on the stage like phantoms. The battle intensified, with Wang Hu's eagle claw technique clashing against Feng Qingyuan's tiger-subduing fist. One was dominant, the other ferocious. Each collision between these hidden strength practitioners resonated like thunder, the energies shooting forth, winds swirling, and banners fluttering wildly. Fang Mo watched intently, astonished to see his usually composed senior brother fight with such wild abandon, matching Wang Hu blow for blow, eagerly absorbing every combat technique. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed from the arena as the two figures separated, both drenched in sweat. Their faces flushed, breathing heavily as if they had just run a great distance. Their garments bore numerous rips, and their hair had become disheveled. Once more, I shall surely defeat you. Eagle strikes the sky. Wang Hu's eyes burned with intensity as he roared like an eagle soaring aloft, then dove toward Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan's countenance remained composed as he suddenly unleashed a powerful roar, his arms trembling with ferocity, akin to a fierce tiger leaping into the air to confront Wang Hu. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes mid-air, descending to the ground only to continue their relentless assault, akin to a tempestuous storm. Wei Zhendong, who had initially worn a carefree expression, gradually grew solemn, his eyes narrowing as he muttered to himself. Even if Feng Qingyuan has advanced, it is inconceivable for him to possess such abundant vitality. How could he withstand Wang Hu's onslaught? Could it be the result of some elixir? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Guan Lai, visibly anxious, leaned towards Xie Chongmin and whispered, Senior brother, do you think Qingyuan can endure this? Xie Chongmin smiled faintly, stroking his short beard with confidence. Fear not, Qingyuan has barely absorbed half of the purple qi blood essence pill. This conflict will only expedite his absorption, enhance his prowess, and aid in his recovery, thus compensating for the disparity with Wang Hu. Guan Lai nodded, yet his expression remained taut with concern. As the battle raged on for several minutes, both fighters became increasingly sluggish, their bodies marred with wounds. Now reduced to a contest of willpower, Wang Hu landed a vicious hook to Feng Qingyuan's chest, while Feng Qingyuan retaliated with a powerful kick to Wang Hu's torso, resulting in both men being sent sprawling to the ground. They staggered back to their feet, with Wang Hu spitting blood, a few shattered teeth mingled with the crimson fluid, his face contorted with rage. I possess the iron cloth shirt. You cannot harm me. Let's see how many more of my strikes you can endure. Feng Qingyuan remained silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he lunged forward once more, and the two became entwined in a fierce struggle. They're both grievously injured. How can this continue without intervention? The onlookers gasped in horror. The scene had turned quite bloody, yet many were exhilarated by the spectacle. Wang Hu's claw tore into Feng Qingyuan's arm, while Feng Qingyuan's tiger claw met Wang Hu's right cheek, ripping at his ear and causing blood to spurt forth. Both men collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath. I refuse to believe it. I must triumph over you. Wang Hu bellowed, struggling to rise once more. His eyes bloodshot like a madman. He was utterly baffled by Feng Qingyuan's resilience. How could he still stand after sustaining such grievous injuries? You cannot prevail. Feng Qingyuan's gaze remained resolute as he fought to his feet, his body trembling and clearly at its limit, yet he stood tall. I will endure. I can still push through. His vision blurred, yet he summoned inner strength, a flicker of energy rising within him, instilling confidence. Cease. At that moment, Guan Lai and Wei Jindong shouted in unison, both leaping onto the stage to rescue their disciples. Continuing this battle would surely lead to dire consequences. Master, I can still fight. Wang Hu protested, struggling against their hold. Enough. Wei Jindong's expression darkened as he struck Wang Hu with several precise points, causing him to weaken and lose his strength. He then turned to the onlookers, his voice somber. Bring your senior brother down. Immediately, several disciples from the Eagle Claw School rushed onto the stage to carry Wang Hu away. Feng Qingyuan, weakened, leaned against Guan Lai, apologizing. I have failed as a disciple. You performed admirably. Guan Lai reassured him softly, giving him a gentle pat, after which Feng Qingyuan succumbed to sleep. He entrusted him to several disciples from the Tiger Might School. As the disciples retreated, Guan Lai and Wei Jindong remained on the platform, slowly turning to face one another. A formidable aura began to swell, creating an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to thicken the very air. What is happening? Are they about to clash? The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Surely not. Are these two masters of the Transformation Realm truly going to fight? How thrilling. We might witness the battle of Transformation Realm warriors. The spectators erupted in excitement. They can't genuinely engage in combat, can they? Xiongzhang's face was a mask of shock. Hong Jintong's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. It is quite possible. This duel must yield a victor, or it will not conclude. Indeed, it must happen. Lin Xiangdong of the Cloud Crane sect clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor, hoping Guan Lai would emerge victorious over Wei Jindong. Chapter 54, The Battle of Transformation. The wind stilled. The sun seemed to retreat behind the clouds, casting a shadow over the arena. The air felt as though it had solidified, with all eyes fixed upon the two combatants on stage. I have long heard of the unparalleled prowess of the tiger-subduing fist. May I witness it today? Wei Jindong began. It is said that the Eagle Claw School's iron cloth shirt is unmatched. I too have yearned for enlightenment. Guan Lai replied calmly. The battle is about to commence. In a tea-house's private room, Shun Kaijiang and his companions stood, moving to the window, their eyes fixed intensely on the arena, eager to glean from the encounter between these two true masters of the transformation realm. Who do you believe will triumph? Chen Yingzhong inquired solemnly. I would wager on Wei Jindong. After all, he is a disciple of the inner circle of the Eagle Claw School, and thus far, no one has managed to breach his iron cloth shirt. Zhou Yundong responded gravely. Shen Kaijiang and Chen Yingzhong exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their skepticism regarding Guan Lai. Given that he was over 50, while Wei Jindong was in the prime of his youth, naturally possessing a physical advantage. Meanwhile, in an adjacent establishment, 3 individuals sat in a private room. One of them was Qin Linshan, accompanied by 2 others. One, a woman in pristine white attire exuding an icy elegance, named Luo Jianyan, and the other, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Qin Linshan sat slightly apart from the others, his demeanor respectful. Jianyan, who do you think will emerge victorious? The middle-aged man asked, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Luo Jianyan's profile. However, Luo Jianyan remained unresponsive, her gaze scanning the crowd with an air of distraction, seemingly oblivious to his question. Not receiving a reply, the middle-aged man raised his brow slightly and inquired, Jianyan, is something amiss? At that moment, Luo Jianyan snapped back to reality, abruptly rising to her feet. Brother He, I must step out for a moment. Without waiting for a response, she exited the room, vanishing from sight. Brother He reached out as if to call her back, but hesitated, retracting his hand, his expression darkening. Qin Linshan quickly interjected, Mr. He, would you like me to send someone to follow Luo Xianzi, in case she requires assistance? No need. Brother He waved his hand dismissively. Resuming his seat, his gaze now coldly fixed on the arena, devoid of any trace of a smile. Qin Linshan felt a shiver run down his spine and chose to tread carefully, refraining from provoking the man's ire. On the platform, the intensity between the two combatants escalated, the air around them warping under the sheer force of their auras. Those nearby could almost hear the surge of their vital energies, like a roaring river. Suddenly, the arena erupted with a thunderous sound, as both combatants sprang into action, their movements creating twin phantoms that collided with explosive force. Bang! The sky reverberated with the sound of thunder as a terrifying energy burst forth, visibly distorting the air. The flags at the edge of the arena were blasted away, torn fabric flying in all directions. How terrifying! Is this the might of Transformation Realm warriors? Fang Mo observed in shock, realizing the sheer power they wielded. Their clash surpassed thousands of pounds of force. As the two fighters landed, the arena trembled, the solid bluestone beneath their feet shattered under the impact, sending debris scattering in all directions. In the next instant, both combatants once again exerted their strength, causing the arena to tremble as they collided with tremendous force. Their figures moved with the swiftness of the wind, darting across the stage in a blur, the sounds of their clashes ringing incessantly in the air. As their energies surged and whirled, creating a tempest that sent banners fluttering wildly. Fang Mo was taken aback, his eyes struggling to keep pace with their movements. If such martial prowess were displayed on Earth, these warriors would undoubtedly be deemed demigods, their power formidable beyond measure. His heart swelled with exhilaration. The might of those who could harness their energy so terrifyingly made him ponder how powerful practitioners of Dan energy, Gang energy, and the celestial realm must be. He felt a surge of passion, his anticipation for this martial world ignited. These two individuals were truly fearsome. Xiongjiang narrowed his eyes, astonishment etched across his features. At that moment, he grasped the disparity between himself and these two titans. Hong Jiantong similarly squinted, fixated on the battle, his expression shifting to one of apprehension. Wei Zhendong grew increasingly alarmed, having previously assumed that Guanlai, being over 50 and a decade older than him, would have experienced a decline in physical capabilities. Yet, the latter's strength exceeded his wildest expectations, showing no signs of deterioration, matching him blow for blow. I refuse to believe it. Wei Zhendong's eyes blazed with determination as his vitality surged forth, executing the move Eagle Soars 10,000 miles. A piercing eagle cry resonated through the air, akin to a hawk diving towards Guanlai. Excellent, tiger-subduing force. Guanlai bellowed, his feet sinking into the ground as his back arched like a ferocious tiger. In the next moment, his bones erupted with a thunderous crack, emitting a roar that echoed like a tiger's growl as his claws struck out. Boom! A cataclysmic thunderclap reverberated, and a tempest of energy exploded forth, sending both warriors reeling backwards. With each step they took, the ground trembled beneath them, the blue stones shattering. As the arena itself quaked, threatening to collapse, Wei Zhendong was propelled backwards over 10 meters, crashing into a pillar, the steel structure bending under the impact. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? The sheer force of his opponent's punch is beyond what my iron cloth can withstand. Clutching his chest, Wei Zhendong's face bore an expression of shock. Tiger step, drilling punch. Suddenly, Guanlai roared again, his feet launching with ferocity, causing the ground to fracture as he lunged forward like a raging tiger. His fist glowed with brilliance as the air around it buckled under the pressure. Dan energy. At that moment, Hong Jiantong sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dan energy is the pinnacle of hidden strength, where vigorous blood and energy coalesce to form internal power, also known as inner strength. The hallmark of Dan energy is this very inner force, which is far more formidable than hidden strength. Though the distinction between Hua energy and Dan energy is but a thin veil, it represents a chasm of difference. My heavens! When did Guanlai advance to Dan energy? Xiongjiang's eyes widened in shock. This is bad, it's Dan energy. Qin Linshan also realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in alarm. Wei Zhendong felt the overwhelming pressure of Dan energy, his eyes igniting with flames as he unleashed a furious roar, blood surging forth. His upper garments shredded to reveal a powerful physique, terrifying energy coursing through him, forming countless crimson veins upon his skin. Divine Eagle's 9 strikes. He bellowed as his claws struck out, meeting Guanlai's tiger fist, eager to test the strength of Guanlai's Dan energy. Boom! A dreadful sound erupted, the arena fracturing instantly as the violent energy surged forth. Wei Zhendong's body was again sent flying, crashing several meters to the ground. As his feet landed, the earth cracked beneath him, and with a series of thuds, he staggered back 10 steps, yet somehow managed to remain standing. Thud! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying. Yet he did not fall, his resilience astonishing as he withstood a blow infused with Guanlai's inner strength. Chapter 55. Is a master truly remarkable? Wei Zhendong slowly lifted his head, a grimace on his face, not bothering to wipe the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Guanlai. You have advanced to Dan energy. Having consolidated his inner strength for a year, today marked his breakthrough. I accept my defeat without grievance. A faint smile crept onto Wei Zhendong's face as his body gradually slumped backward, thudding heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. Dan energy. Another Dan energy master has emerged in Yunyang. The expressions of those from the 4 great martial families shifted dramatically. The emergence of a Dan energy warrior would undoubtedly alter the martial landscape of Yunyang. For Dan energy practitioners are revered as masters. What does it mean to be a master? To establish a school of thought. In prosperous martial realms or major cities, a master might not be considered extraordinary, but in a place like Yunyang, they are an invincible force. The appearance of a Dan energy master spells trouble for these families. Hong Jiantong's complexion turned pale as he sank down slowly, realizing that with Guanlai's ascension to Dan energy master, his own title as the foremost expert of Yunyang was lost. From now on, all martial halls would surely bow to Guanlai's leadership. How wonderful! Guanlai has become a master. The Eagle Martial Hall is finished. Xiongjiang exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. Master! At that moment, the members of the Eagle Martial Hall reacted, several rushing forward to check on Wei Zhendong's injuries. Guanlai's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood how he had achieved mastery. Had it not been for his senior brother's arrival, aiding him in healing his injuries, providing medicinal support, and guiding his training, he would not have reached this day. Is being a master truly remarkable? Just then, a cold voice resonated, startling everyone. Guan Lai spun around to see a figure soaring toward him, a palm striking forth. The powerful force swirling with energy, the air seeming to grow heavy, as a greenish glow pulsed from the assailant's hand. A Dan energy master. Guan Lai's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned his inner strength, launching a fist to meet the incoming attack. Bang! The collision of fist and palm unleashed a thunderous roar, and the already damaged stage shattered into pieces. Guan Lai was forced back, each step fracturing the ground beneath him, until he crashed against the steel framework, which could no longer withstand the impact and was sent flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he found himself injured. The newcomer landed gracefully atop a steel pillar. Standing with arms crossed behind his back, it was none other than Mr. He, who had been sitting with Qin Linshan, another Dan energy master. My heavens! So many masters have appeared today. What on earth is happening? The onlookers were nearly driven to madness. Just as one master emerged, another, even stronger, appeared and injured Guan Lai. This day was nothing short of extraordinary. Where else could one witness such thrilling combat? In the private box, Shen Kaijiang, Cheningzhong, and Zhou Yundong exchanged astonished glances, understanding that this must be the master dispatched by the He family to the Qin family, the very individual they feared. Who are you? And why did you ambush Guan Lai? Guan Lai clutched his chest, his expression tense as he questioned the stranger. He had only just entered the realm of Dan energy, while his opponent was evidently a seasoned master, with inner strength far surpassing his own. If his inner strength was a mere drop, the other's was an ocean. Yet the assailant appeared astonishingly youthful, seemingly in their 30s, a Dan energy master in their 30s. Ambush you? You dare to claim that right? Mister. He regarded Guan Lai with a haughty demeanor, coldly declaring, you injured my eagle claw disciple. This is merely a lesson. So you understand that Dan energy masters come in varying strengths. Is being a Dan energy master truly remarkable? Just then, yet another voice, calm yet assertive, echoed as a figure surged forth from the crowd. Who is that? Mr. He's expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly turned to unleash a palm strike. Bang! As the palms clashed, thunder resonated through the sky, and Mr. He was propelled backward, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled beneath him as he staggered back a few steps, each footfall shattering the blue bricks beneath him. Finally, after retreating 7 steps, he came to a halt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his astonished gaze fixed upon the individual who now occupied his former position. This person, in his 50s, donned a green robe, his hair flecked with gray, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Mr. He with an air of indifference. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Mr. He inquired, wiping the blood from his lips, his voice low and commanding. Ambush you? You think you deserve such treatment? The words echoed from the elder's lips, nearly causing Mr. He to spit blood in outrage, his eyes blazing with anger. Very well. You dare to insult the Eagle Claw sect. Pray, reveal your name. At that moment, those gathered below were struck with disbelief. The elder was none other than Master Xie. Fang Mo was equally astonished. The man he had seen lounging in a recliner, listening to the radio, and making him work in the pharmacy, was actually a master of Danjing. It was a revelation that made him feel utterly blind. Was it true that, like in novels, masters often appeared in the most unassuming ways? He felt he had struck gold. Yu Jian had found him a martial arts school, and it turned out to be a royal flush. My heavens, that Master Xie is actually a Danjing master? Xiong Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Master Xie could be such a formidable figure. Previously, he had even visited the Wu martial arts school, seeking Master Xie's assistance in refining a batch of medicine. Sweat trickled down his back as he recalled having patted the man's shoulder, urging him to do his best. Hong Jiantong was equally bewildered, his eyes wide with incredulity. How could a master be hiding within the confines of a martial arts school as a mere pharmacist? Shen Kaijiang, Cheningzhong, and Zhou Yundong were similarly astounded, realizing that such hidden talents resided within the modest Wu martial arts school. He must be a disciple from the Dan room at the Buddhist Institute on Dan Mountain. Suddenly, Shen Kaijiang's expression relaxed, and he smiled, saying, Isn't this a good thing? The previously shocked expressions of Cheningzhong and Zhou Yundong shifted, revealing glimmers of joy. Indeed, if the Eagle Claw sect faces off against Dan Mountain, their ambitions to extend their reach into Yunyang will not be so easily realized. If a conflict arises, it will be all the more interesting. In the adjacent room, Qin Linshan's thoughts were consumed with frustration. He cursed the Fang family for their meddling. Had it not been for them, he would not have targeted the Wu martial arts school. To his dismay, he had kicked a solid wall and felt a deep-seated resentment. Just then, a clear voice pierced the air, followed by the sound of fabric slicing through the wind. A figure swept past the crowd, landing atop one of the pillars on the ring. Clad in white, with flowing hair, she appeared almost ethereal. Luo Jianyan, how did she arrive here? Shen Kaijiang exclaimed upon recognizing her. It is she. Fang Mo's heart raced, his eyes alight with excitement. Chapter 56, The Spine-Connecting Pill. Luo Jianyan's emergence was akin to the warm sunlight of spring breaking through the harsh winter chill. instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere and drawing everyone's attention. It is the fairy Luojian. Truly, it is the fairy Luojian. The crowd erupted in fervor, young men and women waving their arms and shouting in delight. Some girls were so overwhelmed they nearly fainted. I have seen the real fairy Luojian. Chu Silin was equally ecstatic. As a devoted fan of Luojian Yan, she clutched Fang Mo's hand tightly, her excitement evident. Fang Mo's gaze remained fixated on Luojian Yan's visage, and in that moment, the memory of their fleeting encounter intertwined with the reality before him, delivering an unprecedented shock. She was his first encounter in this new world, and also his savior. Regrettably, she stood high above, like a celestial being, seemingly far removed from his humble existence, perhaps having forgotten his insignificance. Qian Kuan-shou, Xie Changmin. He Kong Kong's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment evident in his exclamation. Xie Changmin sighed softly, looking at Luo Jianyan and saying, "It seems there are still those who remember my name." Luo Jianyan smiled, replying, "Senior, you are being too modest. In the past, you single-handedly infiltrated the Golden Blade sect on Jiyuan Star, slaying 7 Danjin masters and defeating the Grand Elder, the Pinnacle Master Wang Jing. You single-handedly obliterated the Golden Blade sect, leaving your name echoing throughout the Galactic Federation. Who could forget? What? He is the one who destroyed the Golden Blade sect? Oh my, he has been hiding right here in Yinyang." Shen Kaijiang and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. The events from years past had far-reaching implications, nearly known to all. Now, learning that Xie Changmin not only lived but also concealed himself in Yunyang was utterly astonishing. He Kong Kong's countenance fluctuated, filled with trepidation. Given Xie Changmin's prowess, ending his life would be a trivial task, and he had slain countless master-level individuals. The students of the Wuwei Martial Arts School were utterly stunned, unaware that a legendary figure resided among them. In their shock, they also felt regret, wishing they had approached him sooner. Fang Mo was once again taken aback. The pharmacist he had befriended was indeed formidable, an unexpected boon. Xie Changmin appeared somewhat dazed, but after a moment, he smiled faintly and said, "Those are all old tales. I have long forgotten them." His gaze turned to Luo Jianyan, and he spoke calmly, "Fairy Luo Jian, given your age, you should not be aware of these matters. Since you do know, I assume you seek my assistance?" Luo Jianyan clasped her hands in respect, saying, "Senior, your insight is remarkable. I have indeed been searching for you for some time. I have come to Yunyang upon hearing that you have appeared here, seeking your help." Xie Changmin stroked his short beard, replying nonchalantly, "I am but a humble man with only my alchemical skills to my name. Are you asking me to refine medicinal materials?" Senior is indeed wise. Luo Jianyan's eyes sparkled with fervor as she produced a jade vial from her bosom and tossed it to him. "This medicine can only be refined by you, hence my visit." Xie Changmin accepted it, pouring out a red pill, his eyebrows lifting slightly. The spine-connecting pill. Has someone fallen victim to the illusion Sansi spine poison? Luo Jianyan nodded, her expression grave. "Indeed, this medicine was developed by you to counteract the spine poison. I would like to request your assistance in creating a pill that can suppress the spirit beast level spine poison." Spirit beast level? "I cannot guarantee success." Xie Changmin waved his hand, tossing the pill back. Luo Jianyan bowed respectfully. "I earnestly request that you give it a try, regardless of the outcome. I shall reward you handsomely." Xie Changmin replied coolly, "Why should I help you?" Luo Jianyan retrieved a letter from her robe and tossed it to him, stating, "The person who gave me this letter said you would surely extend your hand." Xie Changmin raised an eyebrow, unfolded the letter, hastily read it, and then asked, "When?" "The sooner, the better." Xie Changmin nodded. "Then come to the Wuwei Martial Arts School tomorrow to fetch me." Luo Jianyan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly agreed. "Yes, senior, I will personally come to the Wuwei Martial Arts School to welcome you tomorrow." Xie Changmin turned to He Kong Kong and said nonchalantly, "He Kong Kong, go back and tell He Shubai that while I do not concern myself with the He family's affairs in Yunyang, they should not provoke my disciple at the Wuwei Martial Arts School. Otherwise, I would not mind paying the He family a visit." He Kong Kong's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He Kong Kong hurriedly retreated, while the members of the Eagle Claw sect swiftly carried Wei Jindong away. The members of the 4 great families also dispersed to report the situation. Xie Changmin and Guan Lai departed with the people from the Wuwei Martial Arts School, with Luo Jianyan following suit. The crowd gathered in excitement, fervently discussing the day's events, certain that the scene would swiftly spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, within the private chamber, Hu Yuehua, filled with indignation, shattered her cup, her face a canvas of resentment and fury. Why had it come to this? How could Guan Lai become a master of the Dan realm? How could this worthless individual be graced with such fortune? First, it was Luo Jianyan who saved him, and now any martial arts school could produce a master of the Dan realm. A wave of panic and unease surged within her. If Fang Mo were truly a good-for-nothing, it would be one thing, but the talent he displayed today, coupled with the emergence of a Dan realm master from the Tiger Might Martial Arts School, could rival her son Fang Yang. Once the family elders learned of this, would they not seek to befriend the Dan realm master and perhaps even reinstate Fang Mo? No, absolutely not. She declared anxiously, Aunt Sun, we must return to the Hu family. I need to find the old master. Fang Mo must be dealt with. He cannot be allowed to influence Younger. The Fang family's assets can only belong to Younger. My lady, do not be hasty. It is not yet time for that. Aunt Sun quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. How can I not be anxious? This good-for-nothing seems to be favored by fortune. No matter what, he survives. How can I find peace? Hu Yuehua exclaimed with urgency. Though not typically impulsive, Hu Yuehua found it difficult to maintain her composure concerning Fang Mo. She was acutely aware of her husband's lingering affections for his late first wife. Fang Xiaolian's coldness towards Fang Mo stemmed from his belief that Fang Mo was responsible for his wife's demise. Additionally, Fang Mo's mediocre performance and the physical and intellectual impairments he sustained during birth caused Fang Xiaolian to lose all patience, resulting in Fang Mo's marginalization. Yet, what if one day Fang Xiaolian's feelings shifted and he chose to accept Fang Mo again? This was a thought she could not bear to entertain. A source of torment for many years. She had attempted to deal with Fang Mo numerous times, yet he always seemed to turn misfortune into fortune, driving her to the brink of despair. My lady, remain calm. I have a plan. Aunt Sun urged once more, holding Hu Yuehua down. Once reassured, Hu Yuehua looked at Aunt Sun with eager anticipation. Aunt Sun, do you truly have a plan? Aunt Sun nodded solemnly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. My lady, if it were anyone else, I might be unaware, but I have heard of Xie Changmin. Although he annihilated the Golden Knife sect, I know that the young master Wu Changfeng managed to escape and has since joined the Red Fire Blade sect, now serving as the head of the Heavy Blade Institute. He has been pursuing Xie Changmin for years. A sinister smile crept across her face. If he learns that Xie Changmin is in Yunyang, do you think he would let him off? A spark ignited in Hu Yuehua's eyes as she grasped Aunt Sun's hand tightly. Aunt Sun, can you deliver the message? Aunt Sun replied, I can certainly try. There should be a way to convey the information. Excellent. Wonderful. Hu Yuehua urged excitedly. Aunt Sun, hurry. Get the message sent out at once. In the Tiger Might martial arts school, within Guanlai's study, he removed his shirt and sat cross-legged on the couch. While Xie Changmin placed his hand on his back, Guanlai's skin flushed a deep crimson, and his body trembled slightly. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the redness on his body receded rapidly. Xie Changmin withdrew his hand, having finished his work. Guanlai slowly exhaled, his complexion returning to normal, free from the pallor it had earlier displayed. The internal energy of the eagle claw technique is truly formidable, rampaging through the body. Without my senior brother, I would not have been able to contain it. Guanlai remarked, his tone serious. Xie Changmin washed his hands in a basin nearby, then dried them with a towel. You need to return to the Dan Room Temple for training. To advance to the Dan Realm, you must cultivate the Dan Realm techniques. You have been lacking in this regard, and if you had practiced the Dan techniques, you would not have been injured by that single blow. Guanlai nodded gravely. Understood. I will find the time to return. Dressed once more, he turned to Xie Changmin and inquired, Senior brother, are you really going with Luo Jianyan? Xie Changmin nodded. From the moment I revealed myself, I could not remain in Yunyang. I must leave. Wu Changfeng will soon catch wind of this and pursue me. Guanlai's expression turned apologetic. This is all because of me, senior brother. This has nothing to do with you. Xie Changmin waved his hand dismissively, tossing aside the towel and his eyes glinting with icy determination. Whether he comes or not, I will seek him out. This vendetta has been long overdue. It is time to settle it. Senior brother. Guanlai looked at Xie Changmin, concern evident in his gaze, yet he found no words of comfort to offer. Fully aware of the pain his senior brother carried. Enough. You are not a child anymore. Xie Changmin chuckled. This time, I will take Lulu along, with Luo Jianyan escorting her to Yunkong Martial Academy. She holds considerable influence there and can provide Lulu with the support she needs. Far better than following my old friend's path. Upon hearing this, Guanlai's eyes sparkled with joy, but he quickly added, but will this work? Yunkong Martial Academy is notoriously difficult to enter. Will Luo Jianyan agree? She must agree. My assistance is worth this price. Xie Changmin replied with calm confidence. As the students returned to the martial arts school, they buzzed with excitement, discussing the recent battle. However, Fang Mo chose not to rest, rushing to the front yard to practice, unwilling to waste a moment. Today's contest and the spectacle of the fight had seemingly granted him newfound clarity. He was determined to seize the opportunity to hone his skills and seek a breakthrough. Righteousness of the Guangong. Wrapping the elbow. Tiger step cannon hammer. Fang Mo executed each move with precision, his actions deliberate yet powerful, each punch carrying a fierce wind, his vitality surging like a roaring tiger. Descending tiger. Tiger roars through the forest. A low growl emanated from his chest, his movements growing even more forceful, causing his garments to billow. This commotion caught the attention of the students engaged in discussion, and they turned to watch. Brother Fang is truly giving his all. He spares no time. Ding Xuan remarked with a hint of admiration. The others nodded in agreement, genuinely impressed. They had come to respect Fang Mo, who had recently defeated Han Zhou from the Eagle Martial Arts School, securing a victory in a single bout. Yet, he remained humble, returning immediately to training. Have you noticed that Brother Fang's boxing technique seems somewhat different? Lu Shiwu suddenly expressed his confusion. What is different? I didn't notice any change, He Xiaobing questioned, equally puzzled. Not just Lu, but others also observed with curiosity, eager to discern what set Fang Mo's boxing apart. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air, akin to a thunderclap, startling all present. Fist resonance. My goodness, Brother Fang has broken through to the Ming realm. In an instant, everyone erupted with disbelief and astonishment, unable to fathom how Fang Mo had achieved this breakthrough so effortlessly. Soon after, Fang Mo unleashed two more explosive sounds, leaving the onlookers finally convinced of his accomplishment. They rushed towards him, encircling him in celebration. A breakthrough to the Ming realm was indeed worthy of congratulations. He has done it. He has broken through. Chu Silin stared blankly, her heart filled with shock and disappointment. She had assumed that her superior talent and prior foundation would lead her to be the first to break through the Ming realm, yet Fang Mo had outpaced her. Ding Ziyuan stood momentarily stunned, his mind racing with disbelief. He had only been at the martial arts school for 2 months. How could this be considered a lack of martial artist aptitude? What a farcical notion. Few with talent could achieve a breakthrough this swiftly. Regaining his composure, he hurried over to congratulate Fang Mo, his heart swelling with joy. Fang Mo's advancement validated his earlier investment, and he was thoroughly impressed with his own foresight in selecting Fang Mo. At that moment, on the steps of the hall stood Xie Changmin and Guan Lai. Guan Lai turned to Xie Changmin, smiling as he said, Senior brother, I must admit, I feel a tinge of regret. Xie Changmin chuckled, it is too late for regret. Senior brother, how do you plan to arrange it? Xie Changmin raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, let him first cultivate in the martial arts hall. My skills are derived from the inner teachings of the Buddhist temple and cannot be imparted to him. He should begin with the tiger fist. Guan Lai nodded in understanding. Now I comprehend. As the two approached, the crowd immediately bowed in respect, and the students gazed at Xie Changmin with heightened reverence, refraining from their usual jesting. Hall master. Teacher. Fang Mo greeted them with a bow. Guan Lai nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, Fang Mo, demonstrate your Ming Jing for me to observe. Understood, Hall master. Fang Mo clasped his fists, then focused his energy and assumed the tiger stance, his spirit and concentration reaching an extraordinary level. Suddenly, he moved, unleashing a punch that resonated through the air with a sharp, clear crack, creating visible ripples in the atmosphere. Very well, you have indeed reached the Ming Jing. Guan Lai nodded slightly, recognizing the solidity of Fang Mo's technique, the explosive sound entirely natural. Let us test it on the wooden post. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo approached the strength testing post, once again gathering his focus, tuning his energy to its peak. All eyes were fixed on him, and students from the back courtyard joined them, including Guan Lu, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ever since she learned he was the Iron Face, she had been intrigued by how someone with such poor foundational skills could achieve this level. Observing Fang Mo's relentless training, she began to understand that his accomplishments stemmed from his unwavering persistence and effort. In the evenings, while she rested, Fang Mo practiced diligently. In the mornings, she would find him still immersed in training. It seemed as though he was perpetually engaged in his practice, a fervor she had never witnessed before. Thus, she felt compelled to suggest that her father allow Fang Mo to compete, and he did not disappoint her expectations, emerging victorious in the contest. Tiger Step Cannon Punch. Fang Mo shouted, stepping forward with a thunderous punch that struck the sturdy wood. Bang! The wood splintered, fragments flying. Excellent! The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as Fang Mo's punch demonstrated astonishing power, nearly cleaving the wood in two. Guan Lai nodded approvingly and addressed Fang Mo, from tomorrow, you shall train in the back courtyard. Yes, Hall Master. Fang Mo replied, his heart soaring with joy as he bowed deeply. Chapter 58. The senior sister's reward. Fang Mo had broken through to Ming Jing, officially becoming an inner disciple of the Tiger Might Martial Arts Hall. The students congratulated him, some even clamoring for him to treat them, but thankfully, Guan Lai intervened, suggesting a communal feast at the cafeteria to celebrate, allowing for a special exemption to drink during lunch, leading to cries of long life from the students. The cafeteria prepared over 10 dishes, each table overflowing with food and drink. To ensure the students enjoyed themselves, Guan Lai abstained from joining the meal, opting instead to retire to his study with Xie Changmin for drinks and conversation, thus allowing the students to revel freely, regardless of their status as inner or outer disciples. Dozens of students mixed together, competing in drinking games, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a festival. Fang Mo was also urged to drink a few cups, but sensing the situation getting out of hand, he seized the opportunity to escape to his dormitory to continue practicing. He did not allow himself to become complacent due to his breakthrough. He understood that from this point forward, his path of cultivation would only grow more arduous. Despite possessing innate talent, the required mastery levels would become increasingly daunting. His proficiency in the Tiger Post was still below 2,000, and the Tiger Fist barely exceeded 300, far from the 5,000 mark needed for advancement. Thus, he recognized the necessity for more time and effort. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. After practicing 2 sets of punches, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Guanlu, who leaned against the doorframe with a radiant smile, observing Fang Mo. I knew you would be hiding here, practicing your punches. Fang Mo paused, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, and responded with a grin. Senior sister, what brings you here? Surely, you are not here to reward me, are you? Though I'm not in any rush. However, if you insist, I wouldn't mind accepting. Guanlu, dressed in a white t-shirt that accentuated her figure and black stretch pants that elongated her legs, shot him an amused glare. How conceited. You think I would personally bring you a reward? You have quite the nerve. Fang Mo, captivated by his vibrant and youthful senior sister, chuckled, but senior sister, you cannot go back on your word. You promised me a reward, and you wouldn't dare deny it, would you? Deny it? Not at all. Guanlu arched an eyebrow, asserting, if I promised you a reward, then there shall be one. Well then, let us see it. Fang Mo extended his hand, grinning. Who knew you could be so opportunistic? Guanlu replied with playful annoyance. Fine, here you go. Feigning irritation, she retrieved a thin notebook from behind her and tossed it into Fang Mo's hands. Here's your reward. Don't ever say, I didn't give you one. Now I must take my leave. With that, she clapped her hands and turned to leave. Fang Mo, puzzled by her gift, opened the small notebook and, upon glancing at it, his eyes brightened. Analysis of the Ming Jing in the Tiger Fist, insights from Guan Lai. This was indeed the Hall Master's insights on the Tiger Fist, an invaluable treasure. Looking up, he saw Guanlu had already exited the courtyard, and a warmth spread through his heart. Her thoughtful gesture was truly appreciated. This was undoubtedly Guan Lai's secret manuscript, a core inheritance that contained insights not typically shared. Yet, Guanlu had given it to him. He quickly composed himself, eagerly delving into the notebook, feeling a hunger for knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, Guanlu lingered at the courtyard entrance, peering through the window at him absorbed in his reading, a smile gracing her lips before she turned to leave. The notebook spanned just over 20 pages, yet Fang Mo read it with rapt attention. Having just broken through to Ming Jing, his understanding of it was still rudimentary. But the notebook provided him with a wealth of knowledge that rapidly enhanced his comprehension of the Tiger Fist. Ming Jing was not merely about the magnitude of strength. It encompassed the intricacies of technique, integrating spirit, energy, and intention into a singular force, directing intent to guide energy, and harnessing energy to unleash power instantaneously. He read and reread, striving to grasp the concepts, occasionally practicing the techniques to experience them firsthand. Suddenly, a vibration resonated in his mind, as if enlightenment surged through him, and he gained a new understanding of the Tiger Fist. Quickly, he returned his consciousness to his mind's eye, where the vast ocean of awareness unfolded, and the magnificent copper mirror floated above, golden characters appearing upon it. Tiger Fist, Initial Insights, 735-5000. Seeing these words, Fang Mo's heart raced, merely by studying the manuscript. His proficiency in the Tiger Fist had surged by 500 points. No wonder he felt a newfound understanding of the technique. Elated, he realized he had discovered another means to enhance his proficiency beyond mere combat. That 500 points equated to 5 days of training. He was confident that continued contemplation would yield further improvement. Filled with a renewed sense of purpose and excitement, Fang Mo unleashed a flurry of punches that echoed explosively, each strike resonating like thunder. Should anyone witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Having just broken through to Ming Jing in the morning and achieving such explosive strikes by afternoon showcased his exceptional talent. The headquarters of the Fang Group stood majestically in the bustling heart of Yunyang's city center. Fang Xiaolian took great pleasure in standing atop the highest level, surveying the entirety of Yunyang and contemplating his vast commercial empire. At a youthful age of just over 40, his raven black hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a well-tailored black suit that exuded an air of solemnity and authority. His tall stature and straight posture conveyed an imposing presence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Positioned before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed down at the vibrant cityscape of Yunyang, his fingers lightly tapping against the windowsill, revealing a complexity of emotions within him. Master, this is all the information we have gathered regarding the young master. Behind him, his trusted subordinate, Du Chuan, reported respectfully, raising his gaze slightly before continuing. Additionally, the 30 million allocated by Madam has indeed been transferred to the Qin family's account. I understand, Fang Xiaolian replied calmly, his eyes still fixed on the dazzling lights of Yunyang. At that moment, his usually stern and austere countenance appeared particularly intricate. His feelings towards Fang Mo were fraught with contradiction. The boy's birth had coincided with the death of his wife, leaving within him an unspoken resentment and anguish. He found it impossible to dissociate his grief from Fang Mo, which rendered him unable to face his son for an extended period, let alone harbor any affection. Each encounter with Fang Mo reopened the wound within his heart, inflicting pain akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. On the other hand, Huihua, Fang Xiaolian's current wife, harbored malicious intentions towards Fang Mo, repeatedly attempting to harm him. Although Fang Xiaolian's feelings towards Fang Mo were complex, he could not turn a blind eye to his role as a father. Thus, he used the recent upheaval to strip Fang Mo of his status as heir. Ostensibly, this was a punishment and exile for Fang Mo. However, it was, in truth, an attempt to shield the naive boy from the treachery within the family and to grant himself a reprieve from his inner turmoil. Yet, Hu Yuehua remained relentless. And Fang Mo, restless himself, sought to learn martial arts, showcasing his talent in combat. Now, the Tiger Might Martial Arts School had produced 2 masters of the Danjing, further complicating matters. Would Fang Mo truly remain at ease, knowing he had garnered the attention of these masters? Might conflict arise once more, leading to fraternal strife and familial chaos? With a decisive snap of his fingers, he halted his tapping, turning to Du Chuan with a grave tone. Make arrangements. I wish to see him. Du Chuan hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, master. Chapter 59. A formal apprenticeship inside the martial arts school. The students, having indulged in their revelry, were granted the afternoon off by Guanlai. Elated, they rushed home to boast about their affiliation with a school that boasted masters of the Danjing. Since the recent competition, visitors and aspiring students flocked to the Tiger Might Martial Arts School. Had it not been for Guanlai's announcement of closure, the threshold would surely have been trampled. In contrast, Fang Mo remained steadfast, continuing his rigorous training that afternoon with unwavering determination. His fervor for practice intensified, having broken through to the Mingjing, which not only enhanced his martial skills, but also provided a spiritual breakthrough. He relished this sensation, brimming with confidence for the future, blissfully unaware that Fang Xiaolian was soon to seek him out. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Fang Mo persevered in his training. Xie Changmin stood on the steps, having observed him for half an hour, his expression revealing a multitude of emotions. He recognized that Fang Mo was truly suited for the path of martial arts. His tiger fist appeared to have improved since the morning. It was astonishing to witness both innate talent and exceptional insight manifest in Fang Mo. Yet, he pondered whether this was ultimately a blessing or a curse. While innate talent would limit Fang Mo's achievements, his remarkable insight might breed an unwillingness to accept failure, potentially leading to profound suffering in the future. Xie Changmin's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he proclaimed, Fang Mo, cease your practice. Wash your face and come to the pharmacy to see me. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo halted his movements and looked up to see Xie Changmin retreating to the pharmacy. A few minutes later, Fang Mo arrived at the pharmacy. There, Xie Changmin was reclined in his wicker chair, listening to the radio, exuding the air of a master with none of the earlier condescension. Teacher, you called for me. Fang Mo entered the room, standing before Xie Changmin. Come here, let me take a look. Xie Changmin beckoned. Fang Mo approached, allowing Xie Changmin to examine his muscles and bones. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xie Changmin's eyes, while Fang Mo's constitution seemed to have shifted slightly. It had not fundamentally changed. He reclined again, gazing at Fang Mo, and remarked, Fang Mo, I must tell you, with your constitution, you are unlikely to surpass the Huajing stage. This is nearly the utmost limit of innate talent. Has your ambition shifted? Or do you still wish to pursue the martial path? Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback by Xie Changmin's frank assessment and the blow it represented. However, recalling his potential, his expression hardened with resolve. Teacher, my heart for the martial path will never waver. I hope you understand. Believing that Xie Changmin would encourage him to pursue alchemy, he hastened to clarify his intentions. Xie Changmin nodded solemnly, fixing his gaze on Fang Mo. If your aspirations remain unchanged, know that with your constitution, you cannot go far. There are 3 paths that may alter your innate talent. Fang Mo's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, Please, teacher, enlighten me. Xie Changmin continued. The first path is to enter the inner courtyard of Dan Mountain's Buddhist Academy and become a disciple of the Buddha, where you may practice the supreme technique of the I Jing, which could potentially alter your constitution. However, I must inform you, this opportunity is nearly non-existent. The I Jing is a closely guarded secret. Currently, no more than 5 individuals have learned this technique at the Buddhist Academy. The difficulty of acquiring it is akin to ascending to the heavens. Intrigued, Fang Mo looked at Xie Changmin and asked, What is the second path? Xie Changmin replied, The second path is the legendary mad Taoist, who practiced a divine art known as the indestructible body of Vajra. This technique can refine the body and alter one's constitution. It is said that the mad Taoist was once of ordinary talent and achieved transcendence through this practice. Fang Mo's heart stirred at this mention, reminding him of the violent wolf. Xie Changmin continued, Alas, the mad Taoist succumbed to madness, perishing atop the martial peak during a lightning tribulation. And the indestructible body technique has since been lost. The remnants that remain are incomplete, and no one has succeeded in practicing them. Those who attempt it are driven mad. Fang Mo's heart sank. The incompleteness of the technique explained the violent wolf's rage. Yet, he thought, while others might fail, perhaps he could give it a try. It might be worthwhile to seek out the violent wolf. Thus, you have only one path left to choose. Xie Changmin smiled gently, adding, The final path is to learn the art of alchemy from me, to refine the world's spiritual medicines and treasures, thereby defying fate, altering your constitution, and perhaps even changing your destiny. Snapped back to attention, Fang Mo exclaimed, I am eager to learn the art of alchemy from you, teacher. Excellent. Xie Changmin suddenly straightened. Looking intently at Fang Mo, kneel down and formally become my apprentice. Fang Mo quickly knelt, respectfully bowing his head. Fang Mo pays his respects to master. Haha, rise. Xie Changmin laughed, gesturing for Fang Mo to stand. He retrieved 3 thick notebooks from the table and handed them to Fang Mo. I must depart tomorrow and cannot personally impart the alchemical techniques to you. This compilation contains my life's work. Your capacity for learning is remarkable. Take these and study diligently. You shall surely achieve success. Yes, master. Fang Mo accepted the 3 hefty notebooks with both hands. Xie Changmin assisted Fang Mo to his feet, expressing with a tinge of regret, alas, all the martial arts I have mastered are derived from the inner sanctum of Dansher Mountain's Buddhist Institute, and thus cannot be casually disseminated or taught to you. For now, you must remain at the Martial Arts Academy to hone your skills. Fang Mo promptly replied, Yes, master. I will diligently practice at the academy. Xie Changmin chuckled, Rest assured, I have made arrangements for you. He retrieved a box from the table, handing it to Fang Mo. Inside, there is a letter. Once you have transcended the pinnacle of Mingjing, make your way to Yunkong Martial Academy and present this letter to the Dean of the Alchemy Institute, Bai Zhujiang. He will facilitate your entrance into Yunkong Martial Academy to study the path of alchemy, where you may also cultivate your martial arts. Furthermore, within the box lies a manual on swordplay, which I bestow upon you as a token of our first meeting. Fang Mo felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. Accepting the box with both hands and expressing his gratitude, Thank you, master. Xie Changmin sighed lightly, a serious expression taking over his countenance as he stated, I take you as my disciple, but this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, nor claim to be my disciple outside. Master, why is that? Fang Mo inquired, puzzled. Xie Changmin smiled faintly, I have many friends, but even more enemies. While declaring you as my disciple may afford you certain conveniences, it equally invites unimaginable peril. Just heed my instructions. Now go, return, and train diligently. I hope that one day you will shatter the ironclad rule that mortals cannot attain the martial way and reach the zenith of martial arts. That will suffice for me. He waved his hand and reclined back into the wicker chair. Fang Mo, cradling the items, bowed respectfully, stating, I shall not disappoint master's expectations. I take my leave. He exited, glancing back as he reached the door, witnessing Xie Changmin gently swaying in the chair, with the radio playing a familiar tune. Chapter 60, Guan Lu's Request. Dad, I do not wish to go, Guan Lu declared with a face full of reluctance in Guan Lai's study. No, what can you accomplish by staying? Guan Lai's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. You have now reached the late stage of Mingjing and are on the verge of breaking through to Anjing. The resources in Yunyang are too scarce. If you desire to progress, you must seek a grander platform. Yunkong Martial Academy is one of the 12 prestigious martial academies of the Federation. Only there will you find ample opportunities for growth. Guan Lu sulked. But what will happen to you if I leave? Guan Lai hesitated, his expression faltering. Since his wife's passing a decade ago, he had raised his 2 children alone. His son had grown and departed, leaving only his daughter by his side. Truthfully, he did not wish for her to leave. He wanted her to remain close. However, Guan Lu possessed commendable innate talent, and keeping her nearby would be unfair to her potential. His expression softened as he spoke gently. Silly girl. Your father is not yet so old that he requires your care. Dad, I can't bear to part with you. Guan Lu exclaimed, throwing herself into Guan Lai's embrace. Tears welling in her eyes. Guan Lai's own eyes glistened with emotion as he gently patted her shoulder. Go. Venture out into the world. Do not squander your talent. It's not far to Ningjiang, merely a few thousand miles away. I will come to visit when I can. Dad, you mustn't deceive me. Guan Lu immediately transformed her tears into laughter, releasing her hold on Guan Lai, wiping her tears away. You're already a young lady. No more crying. Guan Lai chuckled softly, wiping the tears from her face with a smile. Rest assured. When have I ever deceived you? Guan Lu suddenly appeared serious as she recalled something. Dad, I have one request. Guan Lai smiled. What do you need to request from me? Speak freely. Not just one request. I would grant you 10. Wait a moment. Guan Lu dashed back into the room, returning shortly with an envelope, which she handed to Guan Lai. Dad, please take a look. Guan Lai's expression turned quizzical as he opened the envelope, extracting the documents within. His brow furrowed upon recognizing the contents, and he looked at her. How do you possess Fang Mo's information? When did you conduct this investigation? Guan Lu, surprised by her father's knowledge, said, Dad, you know about Fang Shidi's identity? Guan Lai tossed the documents onto the table, stating sternly, Of course I know, but you haven't told me how you acquired this information. I had Brother Tang help me investigate. Guan Lu admitted. Guan Lai scrutinized her. What do you intend to investigate about Fang Mo? Guan Lu felt her cheeks flush under her father's gaze and retorted, Dad, what are you thinking? Didn't a gang attempt to kidnap Fang Shidi last time? I simply asked Brother Tang to look into him. which is how I learned of his identity. In truth, it was only after Guan Lu discovered Fang Mo's connection to Tianmian that she sought Brother Tang's assistance. She was concerned that Fang Mo's concealment might jeopardize the martial academy. However, upon learning of his identity, she felt a profound sympathy for him. Guan Lai observed Guan Lu's expression, his heart sinking, but he maintained his composure as he inquired, "What do you intend to do with this information? What do you want me to do?" "Dad, Fang Shidi is too pitiful. He was jilted and cast out from his family, and yet they continue to oppress him." Guan Lai raised an eyebrow. "So, you want me to assist him? This is his family matter, and I cannot intervene." "Oh, I do not mean for you to interfere in that matter." Guan Lu stamped her foot in frustration. "Dad, what I mean is that I believe Fang Shidi is an extraordinary talent in martial arts. You should pay him more attention and cultivate him diligently. He is destined for greatness." Guan Lai sighed lightly. "But do you not know the ironclad rule that mortals cannot pursue martial arts, given his innate abilities? How far can he truly go?" Guan Lu's expression shifted to one of indignation as she retorted, "What ironclad rule? I refuse to believe it. History has shown that others have broken through it. Can Fang Shidi not do the same? And who are those individuals?" Guan Lai replied gravely, "Aren't they all gifted individuals with extraordinary fortunes? I believe in him. With his diligence and talent, he may very well stand alongside those individuals. Perhaps he is also one of those fortunate ones." Guan Lu proclaimed confidently. If Fang Mo were to hear Guan Lu's evaluation of him, he would likely be moved to tears, and indeed, Guan Lu was right. He truly possessed great fortune. Guan Lai regarded the spirited Guan Lu, chuckling softly. "All right, your father is not foolish. Rest assured, while he is at the martial academy, I will impart to him the true essence of martial arts and provide him with the finest resources. Are you satisfied now?" "Ah," Guan Lu gasped, initially taken aback, then joyously leaped forward to embrace Guan Lai, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." All right. You're already a young lady, yet you're acting so silly." Guan Lai laughed, though his eyes were filled with affection. Fang Mo opened the first volume of the notes gifted by Xie Changmin, the pharmacological compendium. The handwriting was neat, documenting numerous herbs, their places of origin across various planets, and their effects, all meticulously recorded. Upon perusing the classifications, he was astonished to find the herbs categorized as common, inferior, earth, heavenly, and then spiritual. As he flipped through the pages, his astonishment grew. He realized that this world was far more mysterious than he had previously imagined. Many herbs were also linked to beasts, and the recorded information was alarming, leading him to ponder the terrifying nature of such creatures. His attention was drawn to a particular page, 1,000-year purple ginseng. The text succinctly stated that this was a heavenly-grade spiritual herb, worth its weight in gold, and exceedingly rare in the world. It possessed an astonishingly supportive effect for warriors striving to break through their bottlenecks. 1,000-year purple ginseng. Suddenly, the door to Fang Mo's memories swung open. A thought struck him. He recalled how Qin Muxue had frequently mentioned the need for exceptional medicine to break through bottlenecks, particularly that time when she had vaguely hinted that the Fang family possessed purple ginseng. In retrospect, it seemed that such remarks were not mere idle chatter. In his past life, the foolish Fang Mo had attempted to steal the purple ginseng and was nearly beaten to death by Fang Xiaolian upon being caught. It dawned on him that it had all been part of a grand scheme. Fang Mo couldn't help but smile. In that instant, he felt a newfound clarity in his soul, as if something had been shattered, allowing him to feel a deeper connection with this body. Fang Mo closed the pharmacological compendium and shifted his gaze to 2 other tomes regarding alchemy. These notes meticulously chronicled knowledge ranging from the rudimentary art of potion making to the profound intricacies of pill refinement. Fang Mo realized that this was not merely the culmination of Master Xie's years of dedication, but also a bridge to a higher realm of martial arts. However, as he perused the section on pill refinement, a frown creased his brow. It was evident that mastering these skills demanded a profound inner strength, requiring at least the attainment of the Danforce realm, an aspiration that remained, for him, an elusive dream. Stowing away the notes, Fang Mo's attention fell upon the box gifted by Guan Lai. Upon opening it, he discovered an unopened letter lying quietly within, addressed to Bai Zujian. He refrained from hastily delving into the letter's contents, choosing instead to extract the volume titled Desolate Sand Blade Technique. As he leafed through its pages, he realized he held in his hands a complete and rare collection of superior blade techniques, encompassing methods from the bright force to the dark force. For someone in desperate need of martial prowess, this was undoubtedly a timely boon. Chapter 61. Encouragement from a junior disciple. A luxurious silver flying craft descended gracefully at the entrance of the Huwei Martial Arts Hall, drawing the attention of all present. As the hatch opened, Luo Jianyan emerged clad in athletic attire, her figure tall and poised, exuding an ethereal aura that rendered the onlookers breathless. Fang Mo's gaze met hers once more, stirring subtle ripples within his heart. Their proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of her fragrance, making the dreamlike atmosphere even more vivid. Unaware of Fang Mo's intense scrutiny, Luo Jianyan strode directly towards Xie Changmin, her smile warm and gentle. Following closely behind was another young lady, also dressed in white athletic wear, her ponytail swaying gracefully, her smile sweet and reminiscent of the girl next door. Qin Muxue. Fang Mo regarded these two women, whose fates were intertwined with his own, a faint smile gracing his lips. How wondrous the twists of life could be. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Luo Jiangyan addressed Xie Changmin with a smile. Perfect timing. Xie Changmin replied with a nod. Turning to Guanlai, he said, Junior brother, let us depart. Guanlai nodded, concern flickering in his eyes as he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Take care, senior brother. Xie Changmin nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze landing on Fang Mo, giving a slight nod before turning and making his way towards the craft. I'm off, father, Guan Lu announced, a hint of sadness lingering in her eyes. Go ahead, call me when you arrive. Guan Lai replied with a smile, maintaining a fatherly authority. Guan Lu nodded, picking up her suitcase as she approached the flying craft. After a few steps, she paused to look at Fang Mo and said, Junior brother, do your best. I believe you can do it. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a personal farewell from Guan Lu. He quickly responded, Sister, rest assured. I will double my efforts. This exchange left onlookers surprised. Guan Lu's special farewell seemed to signify a deeper connection between her and Fang Mo. Guan Lai's expression flickered with a barely perceptible emotion, yet he chose to remain silent. Qin Mushua's eyes also fell upon Fang Mo, her gaze betraying a complexity of thoughts. She had not expected Fang Mo to be so fortunate as to become a disciple of the Danforce master, especially now that her own family was entangled with this master, caught in a tense relationship with the other three families. Senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers, I am leaving. Guan Lu smiled as she waved goodbye to everyone, before boarding the flying craft. The crowd responded with enthusiastic farewells. Luo Jiangyan cast a glance at Fang Mo, her brows slightly furrowing. She seemed to feel a sense of familiarity with him, but could not place it, dismissing the thought as she turned back to the craft. Qin Muxue followed suit, but as she reached the entrance, she glanced back at Fang Mo, only to find his expression inscrutable. He did not return her gaze, and she vanished through the doorway. The hatch closed, and the craft ascended slowly, swiftly disappearing from sight. You may disperse. Return to your training, Guan Lai stated tersely. Turning to head back into the martial hall, his mood evidently subdued, with both his senior brother and daughter departing on the same day. He felt the absence of familiar companionship within the hall. Fang Mo resolved to dedicate himself to training in the rear courtyard that day. After bidding farewell to his fellow disciples, he made his way to the back. Welcome to the rear courtyard, junior brother Fang. Feng Qingyuan greeted him with a smile upon his arrival. Master brother, I will trouble you for guidance in the future. Feng Qingyuan replied cheerfully. No need for guidance. We shall learn from one another. Feng Qingyuan smiled back. Yang Yunqing and Miao Ping also came over to greet him. And even the usually aloof Qi Jing displayed a touch more warmth. Fang Mo exchanged greetings with everyone before commencing his training. He practiced standing postures and fist techniques, performing as he always had, seemingly unaffected by recent events. Feng Qingyuan remarked, no wonder junior brother Fang achieved a breakthrough in bright force so swiftly. His mental fortitude is truly admirable. Miao Ping commented, while bright force may be easier to break through, dark force is a different matter entirely. Feng Qingyuan smiled, saying, it is still early to discuss that. He then turned to Qi Jing, chuckling, sister, it seems I have won our bet. Qi Jing smiled back, I concede, rest assured. Senior brother, I will bring the items tomorrow. Feng Qingyuan laughed heartily. All right, tomorrow we shall feast on exotic beast meat, courtesy of our esteemed sister Qi. Hail to brother Feng. Hail to sister Feng. The disciples in the rear courtyard cheered jubilantly, with Feng Qingyuan and Qi Jing both smiling. Yet, for her, 10 gene of exotic beast meat was hardly a burden. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Fang Mo showed no signs of diminishing effort. If anything, he seemed more determined than ever. Standing firm and practicing his punches, his relentless dedication reinvigorated the training atmosphere, inspiring all to put in greater effort, even staying an hour later than usual. As night fell and others departed, Fang Mo shifted his focus from punches to blades. The desolate sand blade technique, consisting of 5 fundamental forms, blowing sand, whirling sand, breaking sand, rolling sand, and coiling sand, offered endless variations. He practiced with an iron blade from the martial hall, diligently rehearsing each movement of the forms. The desolate sand blade technique truly lived up to its name, evoking a sense of grandeur. Its techniques were robust and powerful, imbued with an overwhelming aura of combat. Desolate sand blade technique. Initial practice, 1100. In his mind, golden characters leapt upon the bronze mirror, signifying that Fang Mo had officially stepped into the realm of blade techniques. From this point onward, his daily routine crystallized, training in fist techniques and standing postures by day, practicing blade techniques by night, and studying Master Xie's alchemical insights before retiring to rest. Yunyang City seemed to have entered an unprecedented tranquility. The Xiongning Martial Arts Hall had tempered its brilliance, and the Qin family had returned to a state of calm, as if everything had resumed its rightful course. However, The reputation of the Hui Martial Arts Hall soared to new heights, with a steady influx of visitors and eager learners. Guanlai was discerning in his selection of disciples, admitting only a few individuals of exceptional talent over the course of several days, thus breathing new life into the hall. On one particular day, Guanlai summoned Fang Mo, who was deep in his training. Hall Master. Fang Mo approached with a respectful bow. At this point, Guanlai refrained from allowing him to address him as master, and Fang Mo understood the reason. It was due to his allegiance to Xie Changmen. Guanlai set down his teacup and regarded him. Fang Mo, how proficient are you in the art of alchemy at present? Fang Mo pondered briefly before responding. Hall Master. I am now adept at concocting the dragon and tiger vitality elixir and the bone-strengthening soup, with an energy potency of only 50%. I am currently studying the blood-nourishing pill and can also prepare it for free. Guanlai nodded in approval, saying, very well. All right. Today you will take 2 people to Fuyun Hall to collect the medicinal herbs and the meat of exotic beasts. From now on, all the medicinal liquids in the martial arts hall will be prepared by you. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo was overjoyed and hastily responded, yes, master. I will take the people there immediately. Chapter 62. You have mistaken the person. Fang Mo, accompanied by Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing, arrived at Fuyun Hall. This was an enterprise of the Yu family. He had been here with Yu Jian before, but upon his return, he found that the ownership had changed. Recently, he had followed the news. Apart from the major headlines regarding the martial arts competition, the most significant news was the entire Yu family relocating to Zhiyuan Star. He had attempted to contact Yu Jian, but the call had not gone through, indicating they had already departed. Regrettably, he had not been able to bid Yu Jian farewell, which left him somewhat melancholic. Fortunately, the person in charge of Fuyun Hall, General Jia, was exceedingly warm and somewhat obsequious, prioritizing their needs and swiftly completing the transaction. General Jia, I have a few tickets here. I wonder if they can be redeemed this month? Fang Mo produced the medicinal tickets and tickets for the exotic beast meat. Handing them to General Jia. General Jia took them, inspecting them with a troubled expression. Brother Fang, to be frank, our quota is quite stringent. Your amount is considerable, which poses a challenge. Fang Mo furrowed his brow. Had Yu Jian's departure rendered his influence ineffective so quickly? Just then, General Jia suddenly smiled mysteriously and whispered, however, Brother Fang is not an outsider. I will find a way to squeeze out some for you. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo immediately understood that the other party was attempting to curry favor, likely with ulterior motives. He smiled slightly and said, thank you, General Jia. I look forward to your continued support. Of course, of course. General Jia promptly responded with a beaming smile. Mutual assistance, who knows? Perhaps one day, I might need Brother Fang's help. Fang Mo returned the smile. Indeed, mutual assistance. Although he was uncertain of General Jia's intentions, securing tangible benefits was the priority. Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing watched in astonishment as Fang Mo redeemed 100 jin of exotic beast meat and over 30 bottles of medicinal liquids, utterly dumbfounded. Fang Mo merely explained in passing that he had someone assist him, offering no further elaboration. While Fang Mo was focused on loading the goods, a luxurious car slowly came to a halt before him. Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing exchanged curious glances. Such a luxury vehicle must be worth tens of millions. At that moment, the car came to a steady stop, and the door opened to reveal a refined middle-aged man emerging from the passenger seat. Everyone looked on with puzzled expressions as the man approached Fang Mo and slightly inclined his body, saying, Young Master Mo, President Fang wishes to see you. Fang Mo had already seen enough to recognize the car and the man. He calmly replied, You have mistaken the person. I do not know any President Fang. Du Chuan smiled faintly, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Young Master Mo jested. President Fang is waiting for you. Please, get in the car. Fang Mo's gaze sharpened as he regarded the man, his tone unwavering. I have stated that I do not recognize any President Fang. You have mistaken the person. Please step aside. Fang Mo, what is the meaning of this? Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing approached, their eyes filled with concern. Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let us continue loading. Meanwhile, General Jia, standing off to the side, watched the car with a look of astonishment. How could he not recognize it? This was the vehicle of the president of the Fang Group, highly recognizable in Yunyang. Looking back at Fang Mo, his eyes sparkled with realization. This individual was indeed connected to the Fang family. At that moment, the rear window of the car rolled down, revealing a face partially obscured, as a commanding voice resonated. Why must I ask you again? Fang Mo turned his head, but the window had already rolled back up. Wait for me. Fang Mo called back to Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing, stepping forward. Du Chuan promptly opened the car door, and he took his seat within. The door closed once more, leaving Du Chuan standing vigil beside it. Fang Xiaoyan sat in the back, a glass of brandy resting on the cabinet beside him, calmly observing Fang Mo. Fang Mo settled opposite him, maintaining a placid gaze. This was the first time he had encountered his father since traversing to this world. Yet the memories of their interactions were scarce and somewhat hazy. He had come to offer an opportunity, both for himself and for the other man. Their eyes locked. Fang Mo stared unflinchingly, his gaze utterly composed. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, and the sky outside darkened, as if a storm were brewing. The entire car interior grew somber. Fang Xiaolian was taken aback. This son, whom he had long disdained, appeared markedly different, daring to meet his gaze. Something that had never occurred before. Had his personality shifted after facing death? Why do you not leave Yunyang? He broke the silence. Why should I leave? Fang Mo calmly retorted. Fang Xiaolian disliked Fang Mo's tranquility. He leaned back in his seat, his eyes stern. You should know this is for your own good. What is good for me? I am well aware. There is no need for your counsel. If you are here to discuss this matter, then let me clarify. I will stay in Yunyang if I choose, and I will leave if I desire. It is of no concern to you. With that, he reached for the car door. He was utterly disillusioned. The reason for the visit was not to show care for his son, but rather to expel him further away. Stabilizing the Fang family. He must be afraid of retaliation. Without my protection, you will not last a day in Yunyang. Fang Xiaolian stated flatly. Your protection? Huh. Fang Mo scoffed. Fang Xiaolian's voice turned cold. Do you believe you have survived all these years in the Fang family on your own? Do you think that without the Fang family's support, you could endure? Then I should thank you for being such a wonderful father, providing exceptional protection for your son. Fang Mo's eyes brimmed with derision. Fang Xiaolian replied coolly, there is no need for this tone. I only wish for you to leave Yunyang as quickly as possible. I will arrange everything in another city. This is best for everyone. The Fang family must remain stable. I cannot allow any unforeseen factors to emerge. Fang Mo's mockery intensified. What do I care for the stability of the Fang family? He extended his hand towards the car door, but paused. Looking back at him again. Oh, and please refrain from pretending to care for me. It is too hypocritical and revolting. If you despise me, why come to see me? We have severed ties, which is exactly what you wished for. So I implore you not to appear before me again. It would only further disgust me. How dare you? Fang Xiaolian could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes flashing with fury as he shouted. Yet Fang Mo merely smiled derisively, pulled open the car door, and stepped out. Slamming the door with a heavy thud, Fang Xiaolian, enraged, gasped in frustration, suddenly swiping the glass off the cabinet in a fit of rage. Brother Fang. Ding Ziyuan and He Xiaobing approached, their expressions filled with concern, having overheard the earlier outburst. It's nothing, let us go. Fang Mo smiled faintly, greeting General Jia before the three of them got into the car and departed. On the way, Fang Mo said nothing, and the two exchanged glances without speaking. By now, they had a general understanding of Fang Mo's identity. After all, the Fang family was too renowned for them to be unaware. Fang Mo's heart was cold. Initially, he had sought out Fang Xiaolian to fulfill the original intentions of the previous Fang Mo, to meet his father. However, the outcome had only left him enraged. Fang Xiaolian was not there to help him resolve any troubles. He viewed him as a nuisance, wishing to expel him for the sake of the Fang family's stability. Fearing retribution. Revenge upon Hu Yuehua, revenge upon the Fang family. Fang Mo chuckled. Initially, he harbored little animosity, yet now, he had successfully ignited the flames of hatred within himself. He had acquired a new objective, to make Fang Xiaolian comprehend the profound error of his decisions. Chapter 63. The Breakthrough of the Mad Sand Blade Technique. Fang Xiaolian sat within the confines of his automobile, his eyes tightly shut. However, his thoughts oscillated amidst the vehicle's jolts, inadvertently stirring memories long buried. She was a pure and innocent woman, whose every frown and smile radiated unparalleled beauty, as if bestowed upon him by the heavens themselves. They traversed the world together, practiced swordsmanship side by side, and sat atop mountains to witness the sunset, eventually entering the sacred bond of marriage. Yet all of this came to an abrupt halt one fateful afternoon. He could not fathom why, in this age of advanced technology, his beloved wife would succumb to a sudden and catastrophic hemorrhage. His world crumbled in that instant. He cradled their child, weeping in despair. His mother summoned a master from the Shilling Mountain, declaring that all misfortune stemmed from this child, who was born a prodigy, destined to bring calamity to both parents, ensuring that all who drew near would suffer dire consequences. Unless the child was guided otherwise, it would herald the decline of their lineage. From that moment forth, he harbored a disdain for this child, even hatred, as it had taken from him the one he cherished most. Yet, whenever he beheld that familiar visage, doubt would creep into his heart. Thus, when his mother resolved to send Fang Mo away, he found himself unable to follow through. However, Fang Mo's frigid gaze and icy words pierced his heart like arrows, causing him sharp pangs of pain. Du Chuan, do you believe I am a good father? Fang Xiaolian suddenly inquired. Du Chuan turned to look at him. Fang Xiaolian remained with his eyes closed. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Master, the young master will one day understand your benevolent intentions. You act for his benefit, and for the stability of the family. Fang Xiaolian abruptly opened his eyes and addressed Du Chuan. From this day forth, lift the restrictions on my wife. She is permitted to utilize funds below 100 million. Furthermore, grant her the Silver Kill order, allowing her to mobilize the Silver Kill group. Du Chuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, responding with respect. Yes, Master. Instruct Silver Kill accordingly. I require them to force him to depart from Yunyang. Fang Xiaoyan gradually closed his eyes again, leaning back, his face shrouded in darkness. His brows slightly twitching, revealing his inner turmoil. As you wish, master. Du Chuan observed him, feeling a sense of melancholy. A father and son at odds has never been a pleasing spectacle. Yet, would the master's actions not invite even worse repercussions? That lady is no kind-hearted soul. Meanwhile, upon returning to the martial arts hall, Fang Mo immediately sequestered himself in the alchemy chamber, dedicating himself to the art of potion making. He had become capable of independently concocting the Longhu Yuan liquid required by the hall. He undertook the entire process alone, grinding herbs, brewing, mixing, extracting, and finally boiling. Deng Ziyuan, somewhat concerned for Fang Mo, periodically checked on him in the pharmacy, finding him engrossed in alchemy, which allowed him to return to his training with peace of mind. For an entire day, Fang Mo remained within the alchemy room, and the fruits of his labor lay before him, bottles of potion neatly arranged on the table. He continued his endeavor, standing before the copper pot, diligently boiling the last batch. He stirred carefully, ensuring that the ingredients melded thoroughly to evoke their maximum potency. Steam billowed from the pot, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of the herbs. Once the temperature was reached, he added the shujin grass powder. Fang Mo meticulously poured in the powder, stirring with intent. The shujin grass was a crucial auxiliary herb, releasing its properties gradually during the high-temperature boiling process, interacting with other ingredients to enhance the potion's efficacy. The integration of the shujin grass was flawless. Next came the most critical step, the addition of the spiritual herb, purple ginseng powder. Purple ginseng, a first-tier spiritual herb, possessed formidable abilities to nourish qi and blood. However, its requirements were stringent. The spiritual essence abundant in purple ginseng needed an optimal temperature and potion environment to activate, yielding potent effects in nourishing vitality and strengthening bones. It could be said that all other herbs served the purpose of this spiritual herb. The moment the purple ginseng powder entered the potion, it triggered a subtle chemical transformation, the liquid swiftly shifting from a brown hue to a vibrant emerald green, signifying the perfect fusion of the precious elements within the purple ginseng. Success! Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. In his mind, the mysterious copper mirror trembled, and golden characters materialized. Alchemy, a glimpse into the path, 11,000. A deluge of information regarding alchemy surged into his consciousness, simplifying the previously intricate steps into a singular skill, the art of alchemy. Fang Mo suddenly felt as though this breakthrough in alchemy had elevated his mental fortitude, honing his understanding of martial arts as well. Could this be the so-called convergence of disparate paths? His interest in the study of alchemy deepened significantly. To validate his concoction, he tested the potion's efficacy. He dripped the liquid into a reagent box and placed it into the testing machine. Beep. With a sound, the machine concluded its analysis, illuminating the data. Name, Longhu Yuan liquid. Quality, ordinary middle grade. Energy level, 76. Fang Mo initially froze upon seeing the data, followed immediately by elation. His perseverance had not been in vain. He had finally succeeded in producing a middle-grade potion. This marked a significant advancement in his alchemical skills, bringing him closer to becoming a true alchemist. He opened the door, only to find that darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with even the students having returned home. The martial arts hall lay in silent stillness. It dawned on him that he had been immersed in potion making for an entire day. How did the potions turn out? As he began to tidy the pharmacy, Guanlai approached, hands clasped behind his back. I brewed 300 bottles. Master, take a look. Fang Mo handed over the potion bottles. Guanlai accepted them, unscrewed a bottle, and inhaled deeply, nodding slightly before turning to Fang Mo. What is the energy level? Most are around 70, with the last achieving 76. Fang Mo replied. Guanlai nodded. 76 is already within standard parameters, yet there remains a considerable distance to 90. You must accelerate your efforts to concoct first-tier spiritual herbs. Yes, master, I will do my utmost, Fang Mo responded earnestly. Guanlai smiled gently, saying, You should also commence the preparation of the bone-strengthening soup and blood-nourishing pills. The hall stock is dwindling, and if you do not produce them soon, we will have to procure them externally. Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. These two potions were indeed genuine first-tier spiritual herbs, and Guanlai was entrusting him with their creation. Master, I may still lack the necessary finesse for these two potions. He hesitated to say, Give it a try? Guanlai regarded him with earnestness. All alchemists are forged through practice. Do not fear failure. The hall can still accommodate your experiments, and I trust my senior brother's judgment. You possess a natural talent for alchemy. Fang Mo felt a surge of gratitude at Guanlai's words, promptly affirming, Yes, master, I shall strive to learn. Guanlai departed with a smile, entrusting the alchemical responsibilities entirely to Fang Mo, demonstrating immense confidence in him. Fang Mo clenched his fist. He would dedicate himself even more fervently to the art of alchemy, in honor of the support from his teachers and the master. After tidying up the pharmacy, he returned to his dormitory for a shower, washing away the fatigue of the day. He realized that potion making was far more exhausting than martial practice, not merely in terms of physical exertion, but also in mental strain. After consuming a light meal and resting for a while, he regained his energy and stepped into the courtyard to practice with his sword. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a silver glow over the tranquil courtyard. Fang Mo stood at the center, his grip firm upon the iron blade, as the night air seemed to carry a hint of anticipation, gently caressing his resolute visage. This evening marked the moment for his breakthrough in the wild sand blade technique. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging power within. Inspired by the fierce winds and endless sands of the desert, each movement of the wild sand blade technique encapsulates the grandeur and wildness of nature. He silently recited the blade technique before slowly opening his eyes. Blowing sand technique. Fang Mo moved with grace, the blade slicing through the air as if summoning a gentle breeze laced with hidden sharpness, causing the surrounding dust to dance in the wake of his blade's wind. Spinning sand technique. The blade's gleam traced arcs in the air, as if the atmosphere was being cleaved, emitting a faint whistling sound akin to a whirlwind suddenly arising in the desert. As his blade strikes deepened, Fang Mo's movements accelerated. Each swing felt as if he were engaging an unseen adversary. The clash of his blade against the sand curtain sent ripples visible to the naked eye, distorting the very fabric of space. Within the luminous dance of the blade, Fang Mo's countenance flickered between light and shadow, steadfast and composed. His gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Whirling sand technique. With a powerful shout, he raised the long blade high, channeling all his energy to its zenith before striking down with fervor. In that instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted outward from his center, scattering sand and dust, leaving only the brilliant blade light that cleaved through the chaos. In that fleeting moment, Fang Mo felt the power within him reach a critical threshold. A torrential warmth surging forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to his limbs and bones. Buzz. In the ocean of consciousness, the bronze mirror trembled. Divine light surged forth, and golden characters appeared. Wild sand blade technique. First glimpse of the path, 11,000. Chapter 64. You are too far behind. With the breakthrough in the wild sand blade technique, Fang Mo had also mastered a skill of lethal intent. The blade became an extension of his hand, a different form of fist, yet imbued with greater lethality. With this advancement in blade technique, he sensed a newfound understanding of his fist techniques as well. Sheathing his blade, he began to practice his punches. At times, he struck with the swiftness of lightning, and at others, with the steadiness of a mountain. The wind of his fists howled, sometimes lunging forth as if a fierce tiger leaping from its cage, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. Beneath the locust tree, Guanlai stood behind, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Mo's movements, astonished. He had witnessed Fang Mo practice the blade techniques moments ago. He knew that it was a technique passed down to Fang Mo by his senior brother, and within just a few days, Fang Mo had seemingly grasped the essence of the wild sand blade technique. What surprised him even more was that Fang Mo's tiger fist appeared to improve with each passing day. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. He was well aware of Fang Mo's innate weaknesses, having been born with fragile bones that made martial prowess difficult to attain. Yet, it seemed to have no bearing on Fang Mo. Could it be that sheer effort could indeed bridge the gap of innate deficiencies? Suddenly, 3 explosive sounds shattered the stillness of the night like thunderclaps in his ears. 3 punches rang out, indicating the mid-stage of the bright strength. Guanlai was rendered motionless. If his memory served him correctly, Fang Mo had only just broken through to the bright strength 5 days prior. To achieve mid-stage in mere days, was he dreaming? Guanlai even pinched his own thigh. The pain was real, and so was the sight of Fang Mo practicing his punches under the moonlight. Perhaps this little soldier could indeed forge a legend. At that moment, Guanlai recalled Xie Changmin's words. He had to concede to his senior brother, for his perceptiveness far surpassed his own. A pang of regret washed over him. However, the prospect of personally nurturing a legend while training alongside him felt rather appealing. A smile crept onto Guanlai's face. Suddenly, he sprang into action, his body darting forth, swiftly traversing a distance of 20 meters. As Fang Mo practiced his punches, he felt an unsettling thrum in his heart. A formidable presence bore down upon him, and from his peripheral vision, he saw a figure dashing toward him. He hastily executed a sweeping kick. Crack! The clash of their limbs sent a powerful force reverberating through him, causing him to stumble backward, his foot aching as if fractured. Yet, the opponent's fist followed with relentless ferocity, striking like thunder, the air cracking with sound. He hastily countered with the standing tiger fist. Boom! The air trembled as he felt the terrifying force surge toward him, forcing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps. He finally discerned the identity of his assailant. The pavilion master, he exclaimed in surprise. Come again, Guanlai bellowed, his feet pounding the ground with a thunderous echo as a fierce tiger claw descended upon Fang Mo's chest. Fang Mo quickly gathered his wits to confront the onslaught. Guanlai clearly showed no intention of holding back, his palm descending with overwhelming force. Boom! Fang Mo was sent sprawling, rolling several times upon the ground. Get up! Guan Lai commanded sternly, his feet unrelenting as he advanced once more, delivering another palm strike. Fang Mo swiftly executed a dragon-twisting pillar leap, bracing himself against Guan Lai. But he was compelled to respond with all his might, yet he was continually repelled and knocked down. Fang Mo had never faced such difficulty, even when battling the mountain-crushing claw. Though Guan Lai did not unleash his full strength beyond the mid-stage of bright strength, the disparity in combat awareness and reflexes was insurmountable. His once proud combat instincts proved utterly ineffective before Guan Lai, as he was mercilessly felled time after time. Boom! With a horizontal palm, Guan Lai sent Fang Mo crashing to the ground, where he struggled to rise but failed. "You are too far behind," Guan Lai remarked coolly, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Lying on the ground, Fang Mo gasped for breath, filled with a sense of defeat. He realized that in the face of a true powerhouse, his so-called techniques were utterly futile. Strength, only strength, was the key. "Tomorrow night, we continue." Guan Lai's voice echoed once more. Fang Mo lifted his head from the ground, only to find Guan Lai had retreated into the inner courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, a satisfied smile adorned Guan Lai's face. His steps noticeably lighter. Fang Mo's performance had greatly pleased him. A flicker of trepidation crossed Fang Mo's eyes, yet a spark of eagerness ignited within him. It seemed the pavilion master was preparing to personally impart his martial arts. This opportunity must not be squandered. Even if it meant enduring pain, he would persevere. For the chance to receive direct guidance from a grandmaster of dance strength was invaluable. As long as he remained standing, he would fight on. Life, in a single word, is to be bold. Resolutely, Fang Mo braved the pain and fatigue, laboriously rising to his feet. After procuring a medicinal solution, he approached the soaking chamber. Filling a tub with the healing liquid, stripping off his clothing, he revealed a body marred with bruises. Everywhere was either black or purple. Guan Lai had indeed shown no mercy, nearly rendering him incapacitated. He had lost count of how many times he had been defeated. Submerging himself in the medicinal bath, the scorching liquid enveloped his skin, a blend of pain and pleasure. With a focused thought, his consciousness drifted into the sea of awareness, where the immense bronze mirror hovered above, golden characters manifesting upon its surface. Divine skill, mastery through repetition, the path emerges. All skills in this world hold no extraordinary secrets. Rather, it is merely a matter of familiarity. Tiger subduing stance. Entering the threshold, 2250500. Tiger fist. First glimpse of the path, 146-75000. Alchemy. First glimpse of the path, 11,000. Wild sand blade technique. First glimpse of the path, 11,000. Others omitted. His gaze fell upon the tiger subduing stance and tiger fist, shock immediately overtaking his expression. The tiger subduing stance had increased by 150 points, while the tiger fist had surged by 210 points. After undergoing an intense training session that lasted 2 days, the pain he endured was undoubtedly worth it. Ouch! In a moment of excitement, he accidentally touched a sensitive area, causing him to sharply inhale in response to the pain. Just a moment ago, he barely felt it. Now, the agony seemed to intensify. After soaking in a bath and returning to his quarters, he applied the ointment left by Master Xia once more before collapsing into bed. The following day, Fang Mo awoke as usual, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that his previously severe injuries had healed. While some of the more serious wounds bore faint marks, his spirit was remarkably invigorated, as if his body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. It appeared that overnight, his physical condition had undergone a notable enhancement. Little did he know, Guan Lai had not only been delivering blows, but also using his internal energy to refine Fang Mo's body. As he practiced his punches that day, Fang Mo found himself moving with greater coordination, his actions noticeably more precise. His comprehension of the tiger fist seemed to have ascended to a new level. "Junior brother Fang, you can't possibly be advancing to the mid-stage of Mingjin, can you?" Feng Qingyuan remarked, his gaze filled with astonishment as he observed Fang Mo's training. "Indeed, I've gained some insights," Fang Mo replied with a smile. "What a freak." Feng Qingyuan rolled his eyes. His junior brother seemed to be on an extraordinary path, inciting envy among others. The group around them displayed expressions of shock. "Junior brother Fang, I'm beginning to suspect that those who said your innate talent isn't suited for martial arts must be blind, considering how rapidly you're advancing compared to the rest of us." Yang Yunqing chuckled. "I also suspect that, junior brother Fang, you might have been misleading us all along," Qi Jing said, her eyes glimmering with jealousy. She felt Fang Mo was catching up to her, which added pressure on her. Fang Mo quickly waved his hands in denial. "Not at all. It was just some medicine that Master Xie generously provided." "Oh, so that is how it is." Qi Jing's smile returned as she said, "I knew it. It must be due to the medicine. Otherwise, how could your progress be so astonishing?" The others expressed their understanding, albeit with a tinge of envy and regret, wishing they had known about Master Xie's remarkable abilities sooner, so they could have rushed to assist him and not let Fang Mo monopolize such good fortune. Fang Mo smiled silently. Chapter 65. Shouldn't it be given to the senior brother? Miao Ping observed Fang Mo with a semblance of concern on his face, Junior brother Fang, you should be cautious with that medicine. Too much can be harmful. Relying solely on external aids for enhancement will make future breakthroughs more difficult. Qi Jing added her voice of concern. Yes. Junior brother Fang, remember that relying on external forces is not the essence. Self-cultivation is fundamental. Fang Mo smiled. Thank you. Senior brother Miao and senior sister Qi, I have already finished the medicine, and I will be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Miao Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to procure some medicine from Fang Mo, only to find that it was all gone. All right, everyone. Let us return to our training. Feng Qingyuan urged, dispersing the group. He firmly believed that it was indeed the medicine given by Master Xie that had enabled him to break through to the late stage of Engine. Fully aware of its potency, even now still absorbing its effects, he patted Fang Mo on the shoulder and assured him, don't worry. As long as you don't overindulge in medication, you'll be fine. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Mo nodded in gratitude. Feng Qingyuan, his senior brother, was quite amiable and looked out for his juniors. Fang Mo then found a quiet place to practice. He reset his daily schedule. Realizing that devoting an entire day to alchemy as he had before was not sustainable, he trained in the morning, had lunch, and then proceeded to the pharmacy for alchemical work. He would gather the necessary herbs, blend, grind, and extract them, preparing for the next session of alchemy. After spending 2 hours in the herb room, he resumed his training in the afternoon. By nightfall, when everyone had departed, he practiced with his sword in the backyard, awaiting Guanlai for guidance. True to form, Guanlai arrived at the appointed time once again. Fang Mo endured rigorous trials. His once delicate form subjected to the tempestuous onslaught of Guanlai, until he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He returned to soak in medicinal baths and apply ointment. Days passed in succession. Each day brought pain, leaving him battered and bruised. Fortunately, he was now free to use medicine at will. And with Master Xie's remedies for injuries, he managed to maintain his vitality. Though the suffering was substantial, he was growing at an astonishing rate. Time flew by, and half a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. In July, the nights in Yunyang began to carry a chill. The bright moonlight filtered through the leaves of an ancient locust tree, casting a soft glow in the martial arts school's backyard. Two figures moved rhythmically back and forth, their fierce exchanges resonating with sharp clashes that sent tremors through the leaves. Faster! Guanlai shouted sternly, his palm ruthlessly thrusting toward Fang Mo's face. The force of his strike accompanied by a powerful gust. Fang Mo deflected the blow with one hand and swept his right leg toward Guanlai's waist. Guanlai, however, raised his foot slightly to block the strike, while stepping forward to deliver another palm strike to Fang Mo's chest. Standing tiger form. Fang Mo bellowed, grounding himself in the tiger stance, unleashing a roar as he met Guanlai's attack with both palms. With a resounding thud, energy erupted, and dust was kicked up from the ground, yet he stood firm. Veins bulged on Fang Mo's forehead, his garments billowing as he emitted a fierce cry. Fierce tiger entwined. He trembled on his feet, his bones crackling as he unleashed a violent surge of power through his palms. Fierce tiger entwined. Guanlai echoed, his body quaking as if all his strength was channeled into his hands. With a thunderous crash, Fang Mo stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance, drenched in sweat. Not bad. You can withstand 30 of my strikes now, Guanlai remarked, his hands clasped behind him, a satisfied smile finally gracing his face. He had witnessed Fang Mo's remarkable growth, astonished at how far he had come, from initially being unable to withstand a single strike to now exchanging blows with him. Of course, he had been using the same level of power as Fang Mo, yet it was still an impressive feat as a master of the Danjin realm. Guanlai's physical capabilities and combat instincts were formidable. Fang Mo gritted his teeth, rubbing his bruised arm, and weakly replied, Master, your entwined strikes are far more refined than mine. I cannot match your strength. Guanlai smiled faintly. When you can achieve complete relaxation throughout your body, you will be able to do so? All right. Guanlai clapped his hands, stating, for now, let us conclude the intense training. Take a few days to rest and reflect. I will assess your progress shortly. Understood, Master. Fang Mo replied respectfully. Go back and rest. Guanlai waved his hand as he turned toward the inner courtyard. Needing a respite himself, even his old limbs could not withstand such daily exertion. It had been many years since he had devoted himself so earnestly to mentoring a disciple. And yet, this one was not even his own. He sighed softly, feeling a mix of regret and melancholy. It shouldn't have been given to the senior brother. Fang Mo too let out a sigh of relief. He was eager for a break. This period of relentless training had nearly worn him out. Nevertheless, his progress was equally astonishing. Under high-pressure conditions, his proficiency surged as if he were driving a racing car. His tiger stance was nearing the fourth realm, and his tiger fist was advancing rapidly. He could now unleash 6 consecutive strikes, having entered the late stage of Mingjin. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in awe. Without the intense training, Fang Mo felt significantly lighter. However, he maintained his routine, merely extending the time dedicated to alchemy at noon. He was determined to concoct blood-nourishing pills as soon as possible. In the present day, the stock of blood-nourishing pills in the martial arts hall has dwindled significantly. These pills have become a type of advanced spiritual medicine, essential for practitioners in the late stages of the bright strength realm, as they nourish the vital energy and blood, fortifying the organs to withstand the more ferocious power encountered when breaking through to the dark strength realm. The complexity of refining blood-nourishing pills far surpasses that of the Dragon Tiger Vitality Elixir, as it requires not just one but 3 types of spiritual herbs, each imbued with potent spiritual essence and distinct elemental attributes, making their amalgamation a formidable challenge. Within the apothecary, an ancient bronze furnace radiates warmth under the glowing coals. The viscous black liquid within the sturdy copper pot bubbles with fine froth. Fang Mo stirs gently with a bronze spoon. He has successfully combined the bloodroot and blood pattern flower and only needs to merge one more herb to achieve success. The 100-year-old Rehmannia root. Fang Mo's expression turns serious. The root possesses a fiery nature and is inherently fickle, making it the most unstable of the components. He pours the pre-measured 30 grams of Rehmannia powder into the copper pot, and the previously bubbling black liquid erupts into a vigorous boil, as if a chemical reaction is occurring, swiftly transforming the liquid's color to a vivid yellow. No, it's too fast. Fang Mo hastily withdraws the heat, lowering the temperature, and removes several charcoal pieces. Puff! Dark smoke billows from the concoction, filling the room with a burnt odor. Alas, he was still a moment too late. Fang Mo halts, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He has mismanaged the time and temperature. 10,000 is lost. He takes a deep breath to steady his emotions, opens the door to disperse the scent, disposes of the failed mixture, and cleans his tools. Just as Fang Mo finishes tidying up and steps out of the apothecary, Chun Song approaches him. Senior brother Fang, have you completed your alchemy? Fang Mo smiles at Chun Song. Is there something you need, junior brother Chun? Chun Song produces a letter and hands it to Fang Mo. Here is a letter addressed to you. From whom? Fang Mo asks, puzzled by the unexpected correspondence. A woman in her 40s. She mentioned she is from Lu's dumpling shop, and I believe you must know it. At the mention, Fang Mo's expression shifts. During his initial days at the martial arts hall, his breakfast and dinner were largely supplied by Lu's dumpling shop, yet he wonders why they would send him a letter. Thank you, junior brother Chun. Fang Mo replies, accepting the letter. It's no trouble at all, senior brother Fang. Please, carry on. Chun Song quickly waves him off with a beaming smile before turning away. However, his smile fades as he reflects that while Fang Mo has ascended to the status of senior brother after choosing to break through to bright strength, he himself has now become a junior brother. Once Chun Song departs, Fang Mo extracts the letter and reads it intently. After a moment's contemplation, he tucks the letter away, returns to his quarters to change his attire, and heads towards the entrance of the martial arts hall. Presently, Fang Mo holds a unique position within the hall. He is not just an inner court disciple, but also an alchemist, with all medicinal concoctions crafted by him. Thus, aside from Guan Lai, no one oversees his movements. Senior brother Fang, you're heading out. Ding Ziyuan greets him with a smile as he notices Fang Mo leaving. I'm just going out to attend to some matters, Fang Mo replies cheerfully. Currently, in the front courtyard, aside from Ding Ziyuan, he is still addressed as senior brother. Others do not enjoy such privilege. Shall I accompany you? Ding Ziyuan inquires. No need, senior brother Ding. You should continue your practice. Fang Mo gestures dismissively as he strides towards the exit. Watching Fang Mo's figure fade from view, Chun Song retracts his gaze and turns to Wang Qing. Junior brother Wang, shall we engage in sparring? Absolutely. Wang Qing responds with enthusiasm. Chapter 66. Xiao Fang, please save Uncle Lu. At Lu's dumpling shop, the door stands ajar. But the scene is starkly different from before, lacking the towering stacks of steamers and the bustling figure of Uncle Lu. Fang Mo approaches, pushes open the door, and is met with chaos. Chairs and tables lie overturned. A woman sits in one of the chairs, weeping. Aunt Lu. Fang Mo calls gently. The woman slowly turns. Her hair disheveled, face haggard, and eyes swollen, marked with trails of tears. Fang Mo is momentarily taken aback. Aunt Lu had once possessed a captivating charm. How has she come to look this way? Upon recognizing Fang Mo, her eyes brighten suddenly, and she lunges forward, grasping his hand. Xiao Fang, please save Uncle Lu. She cries, collapsing to her knees before him. Aunt Lu, please remain calm. Fang Mo quickly supports the nearly collapsing woman, helping her settle into a chair. Now, take your time and tell me what has happened. I promise to do my utmost to assist Uncle Lu, but I need to understand the situation. Aunt Lu clutches Fang Mo's hand urgently, speaking rapidly. Uncle Lu is gravely ill. The doctor says he requires surgery, but the costs are exorbitant. Uncle Lu, in his desperation, resorted to high-interest loans. Now, they have detained him, demanding repayment, threatening to break his legs if he fails to pay. Her voice chokes as she speaks, her eyes pleading with tears. Xiao Fang, I am at my wit's end and can only implore you. Hearing this, Fang Mo feels a slight relief. If it is merely a matter of debt, it is not insurmountable. Do not worry, Aunt Lu. How much do you need? 150,000. She whispers, her voice nearly inaudible, as more tears cascade down her cheeks. Fortunately, that is not an insurmountable sum. Fang Mo exhales softly, speaking soothingly. Aunt Lu, wait here. I will return with the money. However, he feels a twinge of confusion. While Uncle Lu's dumpling shop may not yield a fortune, it seems unlikely he would find himself in such dire straits, but he dismisses it, thinking there must be some circumstance at play. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Aunt Lu is momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt. Xiao Fang, thank you, thank you. I will repay you with my utmost effort. Working like a mule, Fang Mo smiles gently. Aunt Lu, there is no need for such words. Just wait here, I will retrieve the money. He turns to leave swiftly. Xiao Fang. Suddenly, Aunt Lu calls out, appearing hesitant, her eyes filled with unease. What is it, Aunt Lu? Fang Mo inquires, turning back to her. It's nothing. Just be careful. She hastily shakes her head, murmuring softly. Do not worry, I will return shortly. Fang Mo reassures her before quickly departing to fetch the money from the martial arts hall. 150,000 is not a trivial sum for him. But given his acquaintance with Uncle Lu, who has helped him in the past, he feels compelled to assist. If he were to neglect this, he knows he would be unable to escape the clutches of the gangsters. Thus, he must render this aid. In a rush, he returns to the martial arts hall, retrieves the money, and after handing over 150,000 to Aunt Lu, he finds himself with less than 500,000 remaining. Nevertheless, he does not hesitate to give her the money. Aunt Lu, here is 150,000. Hurry and rescue Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu appears momentarily stunned, clutching the money mechanically as she steps outside. Upon reaching the door, she abruptly halts. Xiao Fang, could I ask you to accompany me? She turns to Fang Mo, biting her lip until it turns a shade of purple, her eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. I cannot go alone. I am terrified. Those people are too frightening. I fear they might take the money and not release him. You are from the martial arts hall. They would not dare to act recklessly. Observing Aunt Lu's distressed expression, Fang Mo cannot bear to refuse. He nods. Very well. Where do we need to go? Tears well in Aunt Lu's eyes as she replies. To Wanchun Tea House on 13th Street. Fang Mo nods resolutely. Let us go. We must bring Uncle Lu back swiftly. Thank you, Xiao Fang. Aunt Lu whispers, biting her lip. It's nothing. Fang Mo smiled and waved his hand, leading Aunt Lu away from the bun shop. Aunt Lu remained silent, her head bowed, her hands clutching her bag trembling, and she stumbled as she walked. Fang Mo shook his head, recognizing that it was entirely normal for an ordinary person to be so shaken by such an incident. In an effort to alleviate her tension, he inquired, by the way, what illness does Xiao Gang have? I saw him looking fine. Why does it cost so much? Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback by his question, then hurriedly replied, yes. It's a lung disease, difficult to treat. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, a lung disease? I saw Xiao Gang just last month, and he seemed healthy, even playing basketball. How could he suddenly have such a severe lung ailment? It's cancer, Aunt Lu said, her voice trembling with anguish. Fang Mo halted his steps for a moment, narrowing his eyes with concern. He had seen Xiao Gang numerous times, and just last month, he was rosy-cheeked and robust, like a young bull. How could it possibly be lung cancer? Given his studies in pharmacology and medicine, he knew that lung cancer does not manifest overnight. There are always preliminary symptoms such as fatigue, wheezing, inability to engage in strenuous activity, and pallor, none of which applied to Xiao Gang. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind about Aunt Lu's previous demeanor. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. It was evident that Aunt Lu was emotionally unsettled. He had overlooked it before, but now it struck him as peculiar. With a calm demeanor, he asked, lung cancer is indeed troubling. What type is it? Aunt Lu's expression faltered as she stammered. I can't quite remember the type. That's all right. If you can't recall, we can discuss it later. I have friends at the hospital. I can help you inquire when the time comes, Fang Mo said, though his gaze had turned icy. Aunt Lu was lying. How could she not know about her own son's illness? Lu Shu was merely an acquaintance, not someone who would request money from him. Coupled with Aunt Lu's earlier odd behavior, her hesitant expressions, and her feelings of shame and unease, Fang Mo sensed something was amiss. His discreet observation shifted to a van trailing them from a distance. The vehicle maintained a slow but steady pace several hundred meters behind, and he recalled having seen it at the martial arts school before. He had simply overlooked it in his rush for money. Having been immersed in training and not venturing outside, he had forgotten that an enemy lurked nearby. Clearly, someone had not given up on targeting him. Aunt Lu, I just remembered something. Suddenly, Fang Mo appeared to have an epiphany, slapping his forehead, his expression turning urgent. You go to Wanchun Tea House. I'll find you there shortly. Wait for me. Without waiting for Aunt Lu to respond, he hastily slipped into a nearby alley. Hey, Aunt Lu realized it too late to call after him, as he had already vanished. Panic-stricken, she clutched her bag, lost and unsure whether to stay or leave, tears streaming down her face. Utilizing the cover of trees and vendors along the street, Fang Mo quickened his pace into the side alley. His movements were fluid and discreet, aimed at avoiding any attention. Once in the alley, he accelerated further, navigating the winding path, while frequently glancing back to ensure he wasn't being followed. His mind raced, contemplating the recent appearance of that van, which was no mere coincidence, It had been deliberately trailing them and posed a concealed threat that he had to take seriously. He assessed the surroundings, leaped onto a low wall, and swiftly climbed to the rooftop. Finding a concealed vantage point, he could observe the entire street below. He saw Aunt Lu standing there, looking lost and uncertain about what to do, while the van seemed to have sensed something amiss and followed closely. Moments later, two men wearing sunglasses rapidly exited the vehicle and approached Aunt Lu. They appeared to be conversing with her, but she was soon arguing anxiously, only to be struck across the face by one of them and forcibly dragged into the car. The van then sped away. From his perch on the rooftop, Fang Mo stood silently, his gaze fixed on the departing van, his eyes ablaze with a cold, murderous intent as he turned and vanished from the rooftop. Chapter 67. I heard you were looking for me. At the street corner of 13th Street, Wanshan Tea House was situated. Anyone entering this corner could not evade the watchful eyes within the tea house. Half an hour later, a young man clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit, wearing a sun hat, headphones, and vibrant sunglasses, appeared at the street corner, moving to the rhythm of his music as he bobbed his head. Inside the tea house, someone glanced in his direction before quickly looking away. The young man continued his rhythmic stroll, entering the milk tea shop across from Wanshan Tea House. He settled into a corner seat, removed his sun hat, revealing none other than Fang Mo. However, his long hair had been cut short, giving him a spirited appearance. His eyes subtly surveyed Wanshan Tea House. Two individuals were stationed downstairs, another lingered at the street corner, and he noticed movement behind the curtains on the second floor, indicating that at least 2 or 3 people were present inside. It was difficult to discern their identities, complicating any potential action. Fang Mo's expression grew serious. While he felt anger towards Aunt Lu for betraying him, he understood her predicament, which tempered his desire to disregard her plight. Additionally, he needed to ascertain who was plotting against him with such intent. It was imperative to ascertain the number of individuals involved. After a moment's thought, Fang Mo stood and made his way to the restroom. After a while, he returned and ordered a cup of milk tea, seemingly in no hurry to leave. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air. Moments later, 2 police cars screeched into view, coming to a halt in front of Wanshan Tea House. Armed security personnel swiftly exited the vehicles and charged towards the tea house. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, who gathered to witness the unfolding events. Before long, the security personnel emerged, escorting several individuals with them. 7 in total. Fang Mo observed closely, his brow furrowing slightly. Had the security personnel not discovered Lu Shu and his family? Or were they absent from this location? Alternatively, were these individuals influential enough that the security personnel dared not intervene? The middle-aged man in sunglasses appeared to be treating them with deference. As he watched the police cars depart, he quietly slipped away from the milk tea shop. Inside the second-floor hall of Wanshan Tea House, 2 muscular men in black stared coldly at Lu Shu's family. Aunt Lu stood nervously, while Lu Shu and Xiao Gang were bound, their faces bearing visible injuries, suggesting they had been beaten, sitting on the ground in a state of distress. The middle-aged man in sunglasses ascended the stairs and spoke in a low voice. This place has been compromised. Prepare to withdraw. What about them? One of the men pointed at Lu Shu and the others. The middle-aged man surveyed the trio and replied nonchalantly, dispose of them. Upon hearing this, the 3 turned pale with fear, and Aunt Lu cried out desperately, no. I swear I didn't deceive you. I truly said nothing. Uncle Lu struggled valiantly to shield Xiaojiang, his voice muffled by a gag, emitting only pitiful whimpers as tears and snot streamed down his face. Yet, the 5 men clad in black paid him no mind, their footsteps unwavering. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from downstairs, as if something had collided with an object. What is happening down there? The middle-aged man in sunglasses frowned, exasperated by the incessant disturbances from the security bureau. I'll go take a look. One of the black-clad men swiftly turned and descended the stairs. Bang! The man who had just descended was abruptly hurled back upstairs, crashing into a screen, blood spewing from his mouth as he clutched his chest in agony. Ah! Aunt Lu shrieked, crouching down and covering her head, while the others stood frozen in shock at the scene. At that moment, a figure emerged from the staircase, clad in black athletic wear and a low-brimmed cap, obscuring their face. With a sudden rush, the 4 men in black lunged forward, one of them growling, "Who goes there?" The middle-aged man in sunglasses narrowed his eyes, fixating on the approaching figure. Fang Mo slowly lifted his cap, addressing them. Aren't you looking for me? Fang Mo. As the men recognized his face, they gasped in astonishment. Little Fang, Aunt Lu exclaimed, her face a blend of embarrassment and joy. Uncle Lu, in a state of frantic struggle, seemed to be trying to shout for Fang Mo to flee. Bang! The middle-aged man in sunglasses kicked out, sending Uncle Lu sprawling, blood pouring from his mouth. Old Lu! Aunt Lu screamed in terror, rushing towards him. How amusing! The middle-aged man smirked, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. You've come to me, it seems. Let's see what you have become. Fang Mo's voice turned icy. 8 martial artists of the Ming level. I had no idea that any faction in Yunyang possessed such strength. He flicked the blood from his hands and continued. I am curious. Who are you? You will find out soon enough. The middle-aged man replied with a sinister smile, his eyes suddenly sharpening. But first, I must subdue you. With a swift motion, he flung his sunglasses at Fang Mo, who deftly dodged. Boom. The middle-aged man lunged forward, his palm striking with immense force. The air exploded with sound. A series of crackling echoes like firecrackers. At the pinnacle of the Ming level, Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he felt a surge of power. With a sudden jolt, he unleashed a powerful punch. The impact echoed 6 times, the air crackling like popcorn. Bang! Their fists collided, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the room, the force of their clash sending tremors that threatened to shatter the glass. Fang Mo staggered back 3 steps, but firmly planted his feet to regain his balance. His hair whipped in the wind, his clothes billowing, steam rising from his head, though the flush on his face quickly faded. In the latter stages of the Ming level, the middle-aged man in sunglasses was utterly taken aback, shaking his wrist in disbelief. He had not anticipated Fang Mo's hidden prowess. However, he could not allow him to escape. With a sudden flash of lethal intent in his eyes, he charged forward, palm outstretched, aiming for Fang Mo's chest. Let us see your abilities. Fang Mo's gaze hardened, his body tensing as he roared like a tiger, launching himself at his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, each collision resonating like thunder. The ferocious energy surged forth, obliterating furniture in their wake. The middle-aged man became increasingly alarmed. Fang Mo's strength exceeded his expectations. His vitality surged, his movements were swift and precise, devoid of any flaws. No matter how violently he attacked, it felt as if a torrent was crashing against an unyielding rock. The resilience displayed by Fang Mo began to frustrate him. Yet Fang Mo thrived in the intensity of the battle, realizing the advantages he had gained from his previous encounters with Guanlai. Although the pressure of facing a peak Ming-level opponent was substantial, it paled in comparison to the trials posed by Guanlai, leaving him exhilarated. Tiger Step, Cannon Hammer. Erling lifts the mountain. Fang Mo roared, each strike more forceful than the last, driving the middle-aged man back, who began to falter. I refuse to believe that I, at the peak of the Ming level, cannot defeat you. The middle-aged man bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that tore at his clothes. Mountain-crushing palm, succumb. With a thunderous clap, he unleashed a powerful strike, the air seeming to crackle under the weight of his force. Tiger roars across the land. Fang Mo countered, unleashing an even more potent surge of strength. Bang! The room erupted in a cacophony of clashes, with the sheer force of their combat shattering the glass around them. Once again, a deafening roar echoed as the two figures separated. The middle-aged man staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, his face pale as he clutched his chest. His eyes were filled with terror as he gritted his teeth. Everyone has been deceived by you. You are far stronger than I imagined. Fang Mo, his complexion flushed. Energy surging within him, breathed heavily, his gaze fierce and fiery as he locked eyes with his adversary. Reveal your origins, and I may spare your life. Ridiculous. You think you've won. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, retreating as he grasped a knife from the table. Clang. The knife sang as it was drawn, its cold gleam flashing. Chapter 68, Gene Serum. An alloy knife. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed, his body tensing as he instinctively stepped back. He had intended to procure a suitable knife for his practice of the crazy sand blade technique, but had yet to find the opportunity. Now, his opponent wielded a weapon. The difference between having a knife and not having one was monumental. In his past life on Earth, after a decade of martial arts training, he could easily defeat 2 or 3 ordinary opponents. However, a mere thug wielding a knife had thrust him into this alternate world. Moreover, the alloy knife was far superior to ordinary steel blades, razor-sharp and a true warrior's weapon. Where do you think you're going? The man in sunglasses observed Fang Mo retreating, his body suddenly lunging forward as he wielded his blade, the air slicing with a fierce whistle directed at Fang Mo. In an unexpected maneuver, Fang Mo deftly flicked his foot, sending the injured black-clad man crashing toward the man in sunglasses. The latter, taken aback by Fang Mo's audacity, hastily retracted his blade to avoid harming his comrade and reached out to catch the falling figure. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the hall as a dark silhouette barreled in like a mountain. Bajiquan Iron Mountain Crash. Fang Mo bellowed, charging like a furious bull, executing the most powerful technique of Bajiquan with a devastating blow to the black-clad man's back. This move was renowned for its ability to shatter trees and send water buffalo flying, its might truly formidable. Now, in Fang Mo's hands, its power escalated to terrifying levels, delivering a force equivalent to tons. The man in sunglasses paled, but it was too late. The overwhelming force surged forth. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. Both men were propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall, causing the entire building to tremble. The black-clad man spewed blood, splattering the man in sunglasses, who, in turn, felt as if his insides were being torn apart. I will kill you, he roared, furiously flinging his comrade away. There was no hope left for the latter. Yet, Fang Mo was relentless, his foot darting toward the other's groin. A strike there would spell disaster. The man in sunglasses, instinctively protecting himself, raised his hands. But Fang Mo swiftly pivoted his leg, sweeping it across the man's right hand. The blade slipped from his grasp, flying toward the wall where Aunt Lu was hiding. Embedding itself with a resonant thud. Startled awake, Aunt Lu fainted once more. "Get away from me," the man in sunglasses yelled, striking out with an open palm. Fang Mo met his attack with a counter-swipe, their palms clashing, energy surging forth, causing both to stagger backward. However, Fang Mo retreated more swiftly, darting to the wall and grasping the alloy knife embedded there. With a clang, he drew it out. A light flick of his wrist sending the blade slicing through the air with an almost ethereal sound. "The blade is now mine," Fang Mo declared, his fingers gliding along the cold steel, a surge of lethal intent igniting within him. The man in sunglasses swayed slightly, a grotesque expression contorting his features as he glared at Fang Mo. "You force my hand." Suddenly, he drew a metal syringe from his belt, plunging it into his neck and injecting the contents. Instantly, crimson veins erupted across his skin, his eyes bulging as he emitted a primal roar. "This is bad." A genetic serum. Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. The genetic serum, a byproduct of advanced technology, was initially developed for rapid cultivation of super soldiers in the military. Over time, its severe side effects became evident. While genetic warriors advanced swiftly, their growth plateaued, often leading to mutations and violent tendencies. As traditional martial artists rose in prominence, genetic warriors fell into decline. Yet many factions still utilized them for soldier production due to their ability to be mass-manufactured quickly, bypassing the years of training required for martial artists. Despite centuries of development, the genetic serum had spawned numerous variations. The one injected by the man in sunglasses was capable of instantaneously unleashing latent potential, granting immense power. Hence its moniker, the Berserker Genetic Serum. It bore a resemblance to adrenaline, yet its potency was far greater and more volatile. "I cannot allow him to complete this." Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he closed the distance, the blade descending with lethal precision. "Roar!" The man in sunglasses howled, his clothing shredding as raw energy erupted forth, resembling a beast unleashed. He swung a fist that collided with Fang Mo's blade. Flesh tore, the blade clashing against bone, producing a metallic clang. Fang Mo's heart sank. The man's skeletal and muscular structure had been enhanced. Was the genetic serum truly that terrifying? "Die!" The man in sunglasses, seemingly impervious to pain, screamed in fury, launching another punch. His strike, like a tempest, bore down with horrific force. Fang Mo swiftly responded with a tiger claw, but the impact forced him backward, his hand feeling as though it might shatter, bones threatening to splinter. With a ferocious roar, the man in sunglasses smashed his fist into the wall, obliterating it. His strength was monstrous, akin to a raging dinosaur, and he charged towards Fang Mo, a menacing aura sending chills through the latter. This cannot continue. If this battle persisted, defeat was inevitable. The man's power had more than doubled, equivalent to that of an advanced martial artist. Clang! Fang Mo gripped his knife tightly, abruptly twisting the blade, releasing a shriek as the momentum surged. Spiral sand technique. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he surged forth, a maelstrom of knife light swirling around him, akin to a tempest of sand. The sharp blade sliced through flesh with a piercing sound, blood spraying as the two engaged in a frenzied combat, leaving destruction in their wake. Tables, chairs, and walls crumbled beneath their fury. Puff! Blood gushed forth as the right hand of the man in sunglasses was severed, spraying crimson like a fountain. With a thud, Fang Mo was sent flying, landing several meters away, propping himself up with the knife, a handprint stamped on his chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, swaying unsteadily. The man in sunglasses fared worse, his body riddled with cuts, blood soaking him, his right arm severed at the wrist. He staggered, losing strength rapidly, gasping for breath, yet his eyes burned with crimson rage, as if blood itself would spill forth. "I will kill you." The man in sunglasses howled madly, charging at Fang Mo once more. Fang Mo's gaze mirrored fury as he swiftly spun his blade, its song echoing like a deep chasm. Breaking sand technique. Fang Mo shot forth like an arrow, the knife light cleaving through the atmosphere, akin to a tempest of sand sweeping across the earth. The chilling blade light filling the space. Puff! Blood erupted as the two figures brushed past each other. Fang Mo's body weakened, collapsing to his knees, panting heavily. The man in sunglasses, blood spewing from his neck, slowly toppled forward, a deluge of crimson cascading from him. Finally, he lay dead. Fang Mo felt as though every ounce of strength was being drained from him, fresh blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Quick, rush inside." Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of shattering glass. "This is bad. There are others." Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he forced himself up, hastily approaching the window to peer outside, where several police cars and numerous officers were visible. "This is trouble. It's the law enforcement." Fang Mo's face paled as he turned to retreat. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure surged upward, a powerful aura washing over him. Fang Mo swiftly spun his blade, the menacing energy poised for action. "Stop! It's me, Brother Fang." A resounding voice called out. Chapter 69, You Forced My Hand. The Wanchun tea house had been surrounded by heavily armed officers, while onlookers gathered at a distance, murmuring as bodies draped in white sheets were carried out, igniting a wave of gossip. In the hall on the first floor, Uncle Lu's family had also been roused, being tended to by officers checking and bandaging their wounds. Fang Mo leaned against a sofa, a young female officer attending to his injuries, her curious gaze stealing glances at his face. Tang Xiong descended from the second floor. His imposing figure and robust build accentuated by his short hair and police uniform, radiating strength. Approaching Fang Mo, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Brother Fang, your prowess is truly remarkable. 8 formidable martial artists, along with a peak-level genetic warrior. How on earth did you manage that? Fang Mo chuckled bitterly. Brother Tang, just look at my injuries and you'll understand. I nearly met my end today. Tang Xiong waved his hand, dismissing the female officer, then placed a comforting arm around Fang Mo's shoulders, saying with a grin, I've heard that master personally trains you every night, feeding you techniques. You must share some insights with your elder brother someday. Fang Mo grimaced in pain, replying, I wouldn't dare to instruct my elder brother. However, we can certainly exchange ideas. Yes, it's an exchange. Tang Xiong replied with a chuckle. Tang Xiong, the captain of the Public Security Bureau in the Imperial City, was an adept dark energy martial artist, proficient in the fierce tiger fist. Ever since the Tiger Might Martial Arts School triumphed in the competition, he frequently mingled with his fellow disciples at the school. Thus, he had formed a rapport with Fang Mo. The news of Fang Mo receiving personal guidance from Guan Lai had spread through the martial arts community, with many speculating that Guan Lai intended to take him as a disciple, which naturally piqued Tang Xiong's interest, leading to their growing familiarity. Fang Mo, puzzled, inquired, Brother Tang, how did you know I was here? Tang Xiong grinned. We have eyes within our gang. Word spread that a group of strangers was causing trouble here. I arranged for someone to keep watch, and upon seeing them target the bun shop, and then spotting you there, I deduced they were after you. I rushed over as soon as I received the report. He slapped his thigh, expressing mild regret. Alas, I arrived a moment too late. Fortunately, you are strong enough, or master would have surely dealt with me. He then recoiled slightly, feigning fear. Fang Mo smiled gently. Tang Xiong was merely feigning closeness. He had left the sect for several years and held a high-ranking position as the captain of the Public Security Bureau, rendering him unlikely to fear Guan Lai. It was merely a desire for camaraderie. After all, Guan Lai was now a master of the Dan realm, deserving of his reverence. Captain, at that moment, an officer approached Tang Xiong, gesturing for his attention. We have uncovered the identities of these individuals. Please take a look. Who are they? Why so hesitant? Tang Xiong stood and walked over, swiftly taking the tablet from the officer. However, as he glanced at the screen, his expression changed subtly, and he cast a complex look at Fang Mo, observing Tang Xiong's reaction, said, Brother Tang, if it's inconvenient to share, you needn't feel compelled. It's not that it's inconvenient. Tang Xiong scratched his head, hesitating momentarily before stepping closer and presenting the tablet to Fang Mo leaning in. Fang Mo saw a symbol composed of a silver mask and 7 daggers. He had noticed this insignia on the chest of the man in sunglasses earlier. The Silver Killers, associated with the Fang family security company in Yunyang, are skilled in combat and primarily consist of bright energy or genetic warriors. Their numbers remain unknown. As he absorbed the information, Fang Mo's voice grew colder and his gaze turned icy. It truly was the Fang family. A chill settled in Fang Mo's heart. He doubted it could be the Qin family, as he bore no irreconcilable enmity with them, and Qin Lang was not in a position to wield such power. The Qin family would not act against him until they could withstand Guan Lai's might. Thus, he had no other enemies. It was inconceivable that a gang could possess such strength, leading him to suspect the Fang family from the beginning. However, upon confirming this information, his heart twisted. Fang Xiaolian harbored such hatred for him, willing to resort to lethal measures against his own flesh and blood. Fang Xiaolian, Hui Wehua. Fang Mo's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Tang Xiong handed the tablet back to the officer and grasped Fang Mo's shoulder, saying, Don't dwell on it. We'll head to the hospital for a checkup, and then you should get some proper rest. That's unnecessary. I know the extent of my injuries. Fang Mo shook his head and turned to Tang Xiong, saying, Brother, could you arrange for someone to take me home? Tang Xiong regarded Fang Mo for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I'll take you back. As Fang Mo stood and made his way outside, Uncle Lu and his family rose, their expressions filled with unease and guilt. Aunt Lu, clutching money, suddenly knelt, weeping, Little Fang, it's Auntie's fault. I truly had no choice. They threatened to kill Uncle Lu and Xiao Gang. If you must blame someone, blame me, not your Uncle Lu. With a resounding slap, Uncle Lu struck his own face, his eyes reddening as he trembled. Little Fang, it's all my fault. I'm useless. Please go ahead and hit me. It's Uncle who has wronged you. Xiao Gang, terrified, stood by with a pale face. Unable to speak, only whimpering. Fang Mo reached out, grasping Uncle Lu's hand, and offered a gentle smile. Uncle Lu, this isn't your fault. It's I who have implicated you. He then helped Aunt Lu to her feet, pressing the money into her arms. Aunt Lu, don't feel guilty. I understand and do not blame you. Accept this money as compensation. I can't accept this. Aunt Lu hastily shook her head. Fang Mo pressed her hand down and looked at Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, because of my situation, you should leave Yunyang. Take this money and start a small business elsewhere. With that, he smiled gently and turned to walk away. Uncle Lu stood there, stunned, as tears welled in the eyes of the three, their gazes filled with gratitude. Tang Xiong instructed his subordinates, take their statements, and if there's nothing else, escort them home. Understood, Captain. Tang Xiong personally drove Fang Mo back to the martial arts school. Watching Fang Mo return to his dormitory alone, he assumed Fang Mo was struggling to cope with the blow and let out a soft sigh. Upon reaching his dormitory, Fang Mo retrieved medicinal liquids and headed to the bathtub to soak and recuperate. As he lay in the tub, the medicinal properties surged through his body, and a mysterious copper mirror floated in his consciousness, golden characters appearing upon its surface. Skill, mastery through practice, the path forms itself. All skills in the world possess no extraordinary secrets. It is merely a matter of familiarity. Fierce Tiger Stance. Entering the hall, 49015000. Fierce Tiger Fist. A glimpse of the path, for 76050000. Pharmaceutical Crafting. A glimpse of the path, 1021000. Desert Blade Technique. A glimpse of the path, 8971000. In the aftermath of the conflict, all skills, except for pharmaceutical crafting, showed improvement, and a breakthrough was imminent. Once he achieved this, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge, effortlessly reaching the peak of bright energy. Since beginning his training, it had been less than 3 months. While this pace might seem unremarkable among prodigies, it was by no means slow. Upon reaching the pinnacle of bright energy, certain matters would require attention. You have forced my hand, Fang Mo murmured, the words lingering softly in the medicinal bath. Chapter 70, Brothers of Different Fates. Master, these are the circumstances. In Guanlai's study, Tang Xiong reported on the situation at Wanchun Tea House, his expression sympathetic. I noticed Brother Fang returning in a rather off mood, appearing quite despondent. It must have been a significant blow to him. After all, it was his own kin who sought to harm him. Such a reality would indeed be difficult to bear. He sighed softly, confusion etched on his face. However, I truly cannot fathom why, having already been expelled from the family, they would still wish him dead. Even if they were strangers, such cruelty seems unfathomable. You lack the understanding that comes from being born into a prominent family. A glimmer of insight flashed in Guanlai's eyes before retreating behind a veil of calm. He spoke with measured detachment. These formidable factions and illustrious clans often regard their own prestige or familial interests as paramount, sometimes even surpassing the significance of the heavens themselves. It is not surprising that, in pursuit of these ends, they might engage in actions that are aberrant and provoke public ire. Tang Xiong, upon hearing this, paused momentarily in contemplation before nodding in agreement. That is indeed the case. Over the years, I have handled numerous cases, many of which pertain to the nefarious deeds of these powerful entities. Between brothers and fathers, for the sake of gain, they resort to any means, no matter how despicable or vile. Enough of that, Guanlai interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He turned to Tang Xiong and instructed, please investigate the details regarding the Fang family's so-called silver kill. Tang Xiong's expression shifted subtly. Surprise etched across his face as he looked at Guanlai. Master, you don't intend to take action, do you? Guanlai's countenance hardened, and he replied coolly, I have already given the Fang family a heads up. If they continue their transgressions, they cannot blame me. The members of my Huwei martial arts school are not to be trifled with. Tang Xiong's eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly responded, yes, master. I will expedite the retrieval of the information. Guanlai nodded approvingly. In the future, make it a point to return more often. Your skills have waned over the years, and you have yet to break through to the pinnacle of dark strength, which reflects poorly on me, Guanlai. Hearing this, Tang Xiong's spirits soared. This was precisely what he had been longing for. He eagerly affirmed, yes, master. I will definitely visit frequently. Guanlai continued, your junior brother, Fang Shidi, is young. Make sure to assist him whenever you can. Not a problem. Rest assured, master. I will take good care of my junior brother. Tang Xiong declared with a hearty thump on his chest. Let us go. Guanlai rose and strode towards the door. I want to see how your recent training has fared. No slacking off. Yes, master. Tang Xiong exclaimed excitedly, following closely behind. In the back garden of the Fang family, a vibrant array of flowers and verdant trees flourished, with towering green bamboos swaying in the breeze like waves of emerald. A small bridge arched over a gentle stream, adding a touch of poetic charm. Winding paths beckoned exploration, where blossoms of every hue vied for attention, resembling exquisite paintings. At the center of the garden lay a small lake, adorned with lotus flowers standing gracefully, their emerald leaves stretching towards the sky, while delicate pink and white blossoms radiated beauty amidst the verdure. As a gentle breeze caressed the scene, the mingling scents of lotus and tea created an intoxicating atmosphere. In the middle of the lake stood a pavilion, its columns intricately carved, adorned with gilded dragon and phoenix motifs that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, showcasing the Fang family's illustrious status and exceptional taste. Inside the pavilion, Hu Yuehua was accompanying the elderly matriarch of the Fang family, enjoying the coolness of the afternoon. The matriarch, dressed in opulent attire, with hair white as snow yet a face youthful and kind, radiated satisfaction with life. As they chatted amiably, laughter occasionally rang out, infusing the tranquil garden with vitality. "Grandma, mother." At that moment, a youth of about 16 or 17 dashed over from a distance. This young man, handsome and well-dressed in a high-end disturbed gray casual suit and white sneakers, sported a voluminous, trendy hairstyle that exuded youthful exuberance. "Younger, don't run so fast. Watch your step," the matriarch exclaimed with concern as she noticed the boy approaching. "I'm fine, Grandma. I'm a martial artist." The young man laughed as he leaped into the pavilion and grabbed a piece of fruit from the table, popping it into his mouth. "Be careful not to choke." The matriarch gently patted the boy's arm, her eyes filled with affection. "Didn't I tell you, slow down while eating? No one is competing with you." Hu Yuehua chimed in with a smile, her gaze also brimming with love for her only son, Fang Yang. "Mother, I'm going to a class reunion. Can I have a card?" Fang Yang asked, holding the fruit in one hand while extending the other towards Hu Yuehua. "Don't you already have a card? Why do you need mine?" Hu Yuehua replied with a laugh. Fang Yang immediately complained. "I've spent it all. 30,000 a month is barely enough." "You silly boy." Hu Yuehua lightly slapped his hand, feigning annoyance. 30,000 isn't enough? Can't you learn to save a bit?" Fang Yang retorted. "Zhou Yang and Chun Hao spend 1,000,000 at a time. I only have 30,000, and they laugh at me. That is a fair point." The matriarch chuckled. "Our Fang family certainly isn't lacking in funds. Let them look down on you. I'll grant you permission to have Hebo transfer 300,000 to you each month." "Thank you, Grandma. You're the best," Fang Yang exclaimed joyfully, leaping to hug the matriarch, which elicited a delighted laugh from her. "Grandma, mother, I'm off." With the newfound allowance, Fang Yang turned to leave the pavilion. And not far outside, two men in black promptly followed. "Grandma, you spoil Younger too much," Hu Yuehua reproached lightly, though her expression betrayed no real resentment. The matriarch smiled affectionately. "He is our only grandson. How can I not dote on him? A little money like this is nothing. Our Fang family has plenty." Hu Yuehua chuckled. "You always have a point, elder." The matriarch's laughter rang out, carried by the wind throughout the garden. Just then, Aunt's son hurriedly approached, signaling to Hu Yuehua. Hu Yuehua excused herself from the matriarch and walked over. "Madam, there's been an incident. The Silver Kill group has been wiped out," Aunt's son reported urgently. "What happened?" Hu Yuehua's expression darkened, her voice involuntarily rising before she quickly lowered it. "Is anyone dead?" "Not yet." Aunt's son shook her head, speaking softly. "It was the Public Security Bureau that intervened, led by Tang Xiong. In Shi injected the violent gene serum, and he perished as well." Hu Yuehua's expression shifted slightly as she whispered, "Were there any survivors?" Aunt's son shook her head. "The Silver Kill members are all professional warriors. Knowing they couldn't escape, they chose to take their own lives. However, the Public Security Bureau should be aware that they are affiliated with us, as they all bear our insignia. That is fine. They won't dare act without evidence." Hu Yuehua waved her hand dismissively, her eyes flashing with cold light. "You handle the aftermath. And also find out what happened to that fool. We need to ascertain Guan Lai's stance as well." "Understood, madam," Aunt's son replied before hastily departing. Hu Yuehua took a moment to compose herself before returning to the pavilion. "Grandma, the tea has cooled. It's ready to drink." She checked the teapot, poured tea for the matriarch, and then brought it over. The matriarch took the tea, savoring a sip before suddenly remarking, "You know, everything about you is commendable. Except for being rather petty. When you act, let it be with the force of thunder." As Hu Yuehua was pouring tea for herself, she froze at the words, spilling some water as she turned to look at the matriarch. At that moment, the matriarch's gaze was sharp, exuding the formidable aura of a person in power. Hu Yuehua dared not meet her eyes, lowering her head respectfully. "Daughter-in-law understands. It won't happen again." Chapter 71. "Master, could it be that you are mistaken?" Under Guan Lai's guidance, Tang Xiong felt a renewed sense of progress in his long stagnant training, his face alight with excitement. "Master, when will I reach the stage of transformation?" Tang Xiong inquired eagerly. Guan Lai glanced at him and replied, "You've learned to crawl before mastering how to walk. We will discuss your transformation once you achieve the pinnacle of dark strength." "Oh, yes, master," Tang Xiong responded, somewhat disheartened. Sensing his own harshness, Guan Lai softened his tone. "When you can circulate dark strength throughout your body, connecting it to your organs, reaching the very surface of your skin, manifesting it at will with a balance of strength and subtlety, then you will have achieved transformation." Tang Xiong, upon hearing this, immediately felt disheartened and remarked, "Forget it. At present, I can only emit dark energy from my hands and feet. I am utterly incapable of circulating it throughout my entire body." Guan Lai cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "At least you possess some self-awareness." Tang Xiong's countenance darkened as he bashfully scratched his head. Guan Lai continued with a tinge of irritation, "You still hold some hope. However, You must first temper your temperament and rid yourself of your indulgences in wine, women, and wealth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tang Xiong chuckled awkwardly. I shall certainly refrain from them. As the two exited the training room, twilight had begun to descend, and the disciples practicing in the courtyard had dispersed. Master, I too shall take my leave. Tang Xiong bid farewell to Guanlai, only to realize that Guanlai had ignored him. Following Guanlai's gaze, he was instantly taken aback. On a high wooden post in the courtyard stood a figure, slightly swaying as if a fierce tiger poised to pounce. The muscles throughout his body rippled with each breath, akin to waves in motion. With deep, resonant breaths, it seemed as though a tiger's low growl echoed faintly, reverberating through the air. That cannot be Fang Mo, can it? Tang Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that the figure on the post was indeed Fang Mo. He had presumed Fang Mo would be sulking in his dormitory, nursing his wounds. Yet here he was diligently training. Guanlai's eyes glimmered with admiration as he slowly remarked, Tang Xiong, had you possessed even half of your junior brother Fang's diligence, you would have already attained the level of transformation. Tang Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Why was the conversation circling back to him? He sheepishly ruffled his hair. Yet he felt a surge of astonishment within. Although he was at the late stage of dark energy, he could discern that Fang Mo's tiger stance appeared more precise and refined than his own, suggesting a higher realm of mastery. Did he not lack martial talent? Why did it seem as though this fellow was more gifted than himself? Reflecting on the battlefield at Wanshan Tea House, he sensed something amiss. Master, are you certain Fang Mo truly lacks martial talent? Tang Xiong instinctively inquired, only to realize that he was met with Guanlai's piercing gaze, causing him to shiver. He hastily added, I meant to say, could it be a misjudgment? Perhaps a mistake? With a swift motion, he slapped his own mouth, fearing that his clumsiness might ruin the goodwill he had just garnered from his master. Guanlai shifted his gaze back to Fang Mo on the post, his voice solemnly echoing. He compensates for the deficiency in his innate talent with extraordinary comprehension and 500% effort. Tang Xiong fell silent, gazing at Fang Mo, admiration rising unbidden in his eyes, to the point that he failed to notice Guanlai had already departed. After soaking in a medicinal bath and utilizing the herbs left by Xie Chongmin, Fang Mo felt significantly better and decided to practice standing post. From the recent battle, he had gained new insights and intended to seize the opportunity to digest them. He aimed to elevate his tiger stance to the fourth realm. No matter how exquisite the martial arts, without a solid foundation, it would amount to nothing. Only with robust vitality and a powerful physique could one unleash greater combat prowess. With a deep exhale, he expelled the stagnant energy, gradually withdrawing his focus. Completing the 4 cycles of the great circulation, he felt invigorated, as if mysterious energy were nourishing his body. Fang Junior brother, how can you train while injured? Tang Xiong approached, standing beneath the post with a smile. Brother Tang, you haven't left yet? Fang Mo, surprised to see Tang Xiong, leaped down from the post. Tang Xiong chuckled, aren't you still training? You're injured yet you persist. Fang Mo patted his chest, declaring, it's just a minor injury. After taking the medicine, I'm fine. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let me treat you. Tang Xiong stepped forward and grasped Fang Mo's arm. Initially intending to decline, Fang Mo, aware that he still needed to practice his sword techniques later, felt reluctant to refuse after Tang Xiong had just assisted him. So he smiled and said, brother, look at me. I'm drenched in sweat. I need to take a shower and change. Tang Xiong immediately responded, perfect. I'm also in dire need of a wash. The two made their way to the bathing area and enjoyed a refreshing shower together. After changing into clean clothes, Fang Mo took some money, as he could not allow Tang Xiong to foot the bill entirely. Tang Xiong was not the kind of person who idly wasted time. As the captain of the Public Security Bureau in the Imperial City, he managed over 100 martial artists. His daily responsibilities were far from trivial, and he interacted with many prominent figures. The reason he invited Fang Mo was twofold. Firstly, their master valued him, leading Tang Xiong to feel closer to him, and secondly, he sensed that Fang Mo was exceptional. A peak Ming-level martial artist who had consumed a ferocious gene potion could pose a challenge. Yet Fang Mo had defeated one and even killed 7 Ming-level martial artists. Such a person was rare, and he might achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. He believed in his master's discernment. Would Guanlai, a master, waste time nurturing someone without innate talent? After their invigorating bath, their relationship grew noticeably closer, and their conversation became more relaxed. Tang Xiong drove them to the banks of the Tuo River. The night market there was quite famous. As night fell, the colorful lights illuminated the area, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was merely 500 or 600 meters from the Tiger Might Martial Hall. Yet Fang Mo had never visited before. At that moment, the evening air was warm, with a slight cool breeze by the riverside market bustling with life. By the time they arrived, many patrons filled the various stalls, accompanied by the sounds of vendors hawking their goods and lively music, evoking a sense of urban charm that made Fang Mo feel as if he had returned to Earth. Junior brother Fang, the stir-fried dishes at this place are exceptional. Especially the stir-fried fish fillets. They are a must-try. Tang Xiong cheerfully suggested as he parked in front of a riverside restaurant. Riverside dining. Fang Mo read the sign with a slight smile, noting that the establishment lived up to its name, situated right by the river. The gentle breeze from the water felt refreshing. Upon seeing the vehicle from the Public Security Bureau, the owner greeted them with great enthusiasm and promptly seated them. Tang Xiong ordered several dishes, including a plate of stir-fried fish fillets and a few bottles of beer. With a flick of his fingers, he opened a beer and handed it to Fang Mo with a smile, saying, "Junior brother Fang, when it's time to practice, one must practice. When it's time to rest, one must rest. Enjoying a beer by the riverside in this weather is absolute bliss." "Thank you, brother Tang." Fang Mo smiled as he accepted the drink, pouring some for Tang Xiong and then for himself. He raised his glass and declared, "Brother, I toast to you. Thank you for today." "Now, that is not quite right." Tang Xiong took up his glass and then set it down, his expression turning serious. "We are brothers, sharing the same master. Saying such things feels out of place. You're not treating your brother as a brother." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo laughed and replied, "All right, no more talk of that. Brother, let us drink to that. That is more like it. Cheers." Tang Xiong joyfully clinked glasses with Fang Mo, and they both downed their drinks in one go. The refreshing beer flowed down their throats and into their stomachs, leaving Fang Mo feeling significantly more at ease. It was the first time he had ever felt so relaxed while drinking since arriving in this world. The last time he had drunk, he had just started learning the Tiger Fist, and that evening he ended up dispatching 2 ruffians. It felt like ages ago. Tang Xiong was quite the conversationalist. As they sipped their drinks, they shared stories and amusing anecdotes about Yunyang, engaging in lively conversation. Fang Mo learned many secrets about Yunyang that he had previously been unaware of. As Tang Xiong had matters to attend to later, they did not drink excessively, finishing 2 bottles before preparing to leave. Yet, Fang Mo halted, his gaze drawn to a nearby site. He observed a homeless man with crippled limbs, crawling on the ground. His legs were twisted and bent, his hands hung weakly as he dragged himself to a spot where a customer had vacated, using his mouth to pick up scraps from the ground. Tang Xiong noticed this as well and smiled faintly. He is a homeless man, rumored to have been crippled in an underground fight. Every night, he scavenges for food at this night market, exhibiting peculiar habits. He refuses what is offered to him by others, opting instead for scraps on the ground. Fang Mo gazed at the gradually receding figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let us go. I'll take you back." Tang Xiong clapped Fang Mo on the shoulder. Fang Mo smiled faintly, replying, "There's no need, senior brother. You have matters to attend to. Please go ahead. It's merely a few hundred meters to the martial arts hall. I can stroll back." Tang Xiong chuckled. "Very well. I want to insist. Do take care." He did not press further, driving off. The martial arts hall was just across the river, and with so many people around, there should be no danger. Furthermore, given Fang Mo's abilities, he felt no real threat. Fang Mo waited for Tang Xiong to leave, but did not head back to the martial arts hall. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the crippled homeless man, and he walked slowly in that direction. Chapter 72, The Indestructible Body. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Colorful lights adorned both banks of the Tuo River, reflecting on the water's surface, resembling a flowing Milky Way. The barbecue grill sizzled, sending forth an aromatic haze. Night market stalls were brimming with patrons, toasting and laughing heartily. Gracefully dressed singers performed to the rhythm of lively music. Amidst this vibrant riverside scene crawled a homeless man with disabilities, inching forward on the ground like a wriggling maggot, his body curling under the streetlight. A figure followed closely behind, neither too far nor too near. As they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling night market and ventured into darkness along the riverbank, the two moved in tandem. The homeless man crawled for hundreds of meters until he reached the shelter beneath a bridge. "You followed me all this way. I, a mere homeless man, have nothing of value for you. Please leave," he said without turning his head. Fang Mo halted his steps and calmly replied, "Wolf of violence." The man's body trembled slightly before he shifted towards his makeshift dwelling under the bridge, muttering, "I don't know any wolf of violence. You must be mistaken. Are you content to live like this for the rest of your life?" Fang Mo suddenly asked in a grave tone, observing the man's movements. He felt a mix of emotions. On the stage, the wolf of violence was a figure of glory. The opponent's skills and combat awareness were exceptionally high. Yet now he found himself in such a plight, evoking a sense of sorrow. The wolf of violence stiffened momentarily at Fang Mo's words, then continued to shift. "I'm just a cripple. What good can it do to yearn for more? Your injuries can be healed." Fang Mo stepped forward, speaking earnestly. The wolf of violence froze, then replied icily, "To toy with a cripple won't elevate your stature." He continued to drag himself towards the corner, his legs scraping against the ground with a rustling sound. Fang Mo approached again, entering beneath the bridge, and said softly, "As you stated, to mock a cripple does not enhance my grandeur." Noticing that the man showed no signs of stopping, he quickly added, "Your legs and cervical spine are fractured. They can be reset using specific techniques." Followed by internal application of the black gold bone mending pill and external use of the purple jade healing ointment. Perhaps there is still a chance. The wolf of violence abruptly halted, turning to look at Fang Mo. Beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. "Are you speaking the truth?" I have no reason to deceive you. Fang Mo quickly reassured him upon observing the flicker of interest in the man's gaze. What do you desire? The indestructible body. Fang Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke. Who are you to know about my indestructible body? The wolf of violence's eyes suddenly glinted with a sharp, menacing light, resembling a ferocious beast. Fang Mo had not anticipated that mentioning the indestructible body would provoke such a fierce reaction. He smiled slightly and replied, Who I am is inconsequential. Moreover, there must be many who know you have mastered the indestructible body, but I am likely the only one truly interested. The wolf of violence's gaze bore into Fang Mo, his voice cold. Regardless of who you are, I will not trade. You may leave. Fang Mo smiled gently. I can depart, but this is your only opportunity. Are you certain you wish for me to leave? Upon hearing this, the wolf of violence hesitated, his expression wavering. Fang Mo, noticing the shift in his demeanor, continued, Let us engage in a fair exchange. I won't coerce you. Consider it. The wolf of violence turned and began to move again. Fang Mo's heart sank. It seemed he had not struck a chord with him. Was he forcing himself to resort to coercion? He could be ruthless to enemies, employing merciless tactics. But to rob or pressure a cripple with whom he had no animosity was beyond him. One must have principles. Or what difference was there from being a beast? Disappointment washed over him as he turned to leave. Can you truly heal my injuries? At that moment, the wolf of violence suddenly turned to look at him. Fang Mo's heart leaped with joy as he prepared to respond. He is deceiving you. A clear, ringing female voice interjected. Startled, Fang Mo turned his gaze. In a swift motion, a figure clad in a red leather motorcycle jacket descended the steps from the riverbank. She was tall, with a stunning silhouette beneath the leather. Her legs long and graceful, red hair cascading over her shoulders, black motorcycle gloves adorning her hands. As she approached with measured steps, Fang Mo felt a chill. He hadn't anticipated anyone lurking nearby. His body tensed, and his hands subtly prepared, ready to strike at any moment, as he asked in a low voice. Who are you? The woman in red glanced at Fang Mo with cold indifference. Who I am is of no concern to you. Her gaze shifted to the wolf of violence, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Wolf of violence, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Return the scroll of the indestructible body to me. With a flick of her fingers, a bank card appeared seemingly out of thin air. Here is 5 million. It can transport you to the best hospital for your fractures, guaranteeing results far superior to those crude methods. She raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Mo. Surely the advanced medical techniques of a hospital are more reliable than some folk remedies. That may not necessarily be true. If they could heal you, you wouldn't be in this state. Fang Mo retorted coldly. The wolf of violence had already consented, only to have an unexpected rival emerge. One who also sought the indestructible body. The woman in red scoffed dismissively. Child, trust in science. Her gaze returned to the wolf of violence. You must have a choice. Right? Take the money and seek treatment. The sooner you do, the better your chances of standing again. Yet, the wolf of violence did not glance at the bank card. Instead, his eyes narrowed sharply at her. How do you know I possess the scroll of the indestructible body? The woman in red raised her brows slightly. Not only do I know about the scroll, but I am also aware that you are the disciple of the madman Gu Haoshan, known as Gu Ming. I have been searching for you for over a year. The wolf of violence's eyes narrowed in realization. I see now. You are a descendant of Song Jianba. Indeed. The woman in red did not deny it, her eyes gleaming as she added, I am Song Hongi. Hand over your scroll, and the money is yours. Never. The wolf of violence's gaze suddenly ignited with hatred, gritting his teeth. Get lost, and keep your distance. At that moment, Song Hongi's eyes flashed with icy ferocity as she spoke firmly. The wolf of violence then turned to Fang Mo, saying, Friend, I shall honor your terms. If you heal my leg, I will bestow upon you the indestructible body. Song Hongi's gaze was piercing as she spoke solemnly. He cannot heal you. If you doubt it, ask him if he can guarantee it. Fang Mo disregarded Song Hongi's words and turned his attention to Baoling. I cannot assure you that I will definitely heal your leg. And at present, I am unable to treat you. It may take 1 month, or perhaps 2, or even half a year. I lack confidence. I am still learning to concoct the medicine and have yet to master it. Uft. Song Hongi laughed derisively, her eyes filled with scorn. Look at you, still believing him. He is merely spouting nonsense. A mere apprentice in alchemy dares to boast so brazenly. Baolong's sharp gaze bore into Fang Mo, as if trying to penetrate his very soul. Suddenly, he spoke. Very well, I agree. If you assist me in healing my wounds, I shall impart to you the indestructible body technique. Agreed. It's a deal. Fang Mo exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Hey, are you two treating me as if I were invisible? Song Hongi interjected, her voice cold as she looked at Baoling. Baoling, today you must either exchange or not exchange. With that, she strode purposefully towards Baoling. Chapter 73, I remember you. Fang Mo stepped forward, placing himself in front of Song Hongi, and calmly stated, Do you believe I am inconsequential? This is none of your business. Step aside. Song Hongi's brows furrowed, and with a fierce cry, she spun around and delivered a sweeping kick towards Fang Mo. Her long leg shot out with a fierce gust of wind, exuding tremendous power. Fang Mo simultaneously pivoted, his leg meeting hers in midair. Bang! A dull thundering echoed beneath the bridge as both retreated a couple of steps. Fang Mo was astonished. Despite her being a woman, her leg technique was formidable, powerful and resolute, akin to steel. His foot tingled from the impact. Song Hongi, too, was taken aback. Peak of the Mingjing stage? Her gaze scrutinized Fang Mo. Before her eyes turned icy. I did not expect you to possess some level of strength, but I must take bowling away today. Step aside. I do not wish to harm anyone. Fang Mo calmly shook his head. Not possible. Upon hearing this, Song Hongi's expression darkened, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere grew tense, as if poised to erupt. The earlier skirmish had made them both acutely aware of each other's abilities, and neither dared to act carelessly. Fang Mo took a deep breath, feeling his blood surge. A fighting spirit simmering like molten lava beneath the surface. The dim streetlights cast mottled shadows, and a gentle breeze wafted by the riverside, while the distant sounds of laughter from the night market drifted through the air. Suddenly, Song Hongi sprang into action, moving like a startled rabbit, and in an instant, she was before Fang Mo. She spun around, her legs slicing through the air like a blade, aimed with lethal intent at Fang Mo's head. This strike was imbued with a palpable intent to kill, the wind from her kick creating a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air. Fang Mo deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly blow. In an instant, he shook his body and lunged forward, his claw-like hand aimed at Song Hongi's chest. Despicable! Song Hongi shouted, swiftly evading and executing a spinning kick aimed at the vital point at the back of Fang Mo's neck. The move was elegant yet vicious, should it land. The consequences would be dire. Fang Mo leaned back, evading just in time, the gust of wind from her kick brushing past his cheek, stinging like a blade. Seizing the momentum, he flipped and struck at her abdomen with fierce force. Shameless! Song Hongi retorted, meeting his strike with her palm. Bang! Their hands clashed, producing a thunderous sound that resonated as if the very bridge trembled beneath them. Suddenly, Fang Mo felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, his entire body vibrating as all his strength converged into his palms. Not good. Song Hongi's expression changed drastically as she braced herself, attempting to withstand the impending blow. But it was futile. She felt an overwhelming force surge forth, like a tidal wave crashing down upon her. Her feet skidded back a meter on the ground, and she stumbled backward, each step reverberating with a deafening thud. Huge Tiger's Iron Mountain stance. Fang Mo bellowed, his feet striking the ground as he propelled himself forward. Damn it! Song Hongi cried out, quickly regaining her footing. A surge of powerful energy radiated from her body. Her skin flushed a deep red as she guarded herself with her arms. Balang, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, she had cultivated the indestructible body. Boom! Fang Mo collided with Song Hongi, the air vibrating as a shockwave erupted forth. Song Hongi's face flushed crimson, and she was rapidly pushed backward. Bang! She crashed heavily against a bridge pillar, causing the entire structure to tremble and the river's surface to ripple. Uffed! Song Hongi spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling as the color drained from her face. Balong's eyes narrowed in astonishment as he gazed at Fang Mo. What kind of martial technique is this? Such terrifying power, akin to a thunderous force. He had no idea that Fang Mo's technique was a fusion of the 8 Extremes Iron Mountain stance and the Tiger Subduing Fist, utilizing the blood energy from the Tiger Subduing Fist to augment the might of the Iron Mountain stance. Balang understood why Fang Mo desired to learn the indestructible body. Should he master this technique, his strength would surge dramatically, and with such formidable defenses combined with his offensive capabilities, he would wield a martial prowess that could astonish even the gods and shake mountains. Simultaneously, Balang squinted. This technique seemed somewhat familiar. Fang Mo, too, felt the repercussions of their clash, stepping back a few paces, as if his bones might shatter. The powerful recoil from Song Hongi's arms reverberated through him, causing his internal organs to shift, leaving a sweet taste in his mouth, having not fully recovered from his prior injuries. He steadied his breath, forcefully suppressing the turbulence within. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Song Hongi glared fiercely at Fang Mo, her teeth gritted. You are strong. I shall remember you. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with determination. With that, she abruptly turned and darted towards the riverbank. Do not let her escape. She possesses the latter half of the indestructible body. Balang exclaimed urgently. Fang Mo's expression shifted, and he hurriedly pursued her, leaping onto the bank, only to witness Song Hongi mount a motorcycle at the roadside. Virum. The motorcycle roared to life and sped away, a voice trailing behind. I will return for you. Fang Mo realized he could not catch up. The motorcycle's taillight faded into the distance. His brow furrowed. The Iron Mountain stance could barely withstand even the peak of the Mingjing stage. How could Song Hongi, merely having coughed up blood, escape so swiftly? Her physical prowess astonished him. Realizing he could not pursue her, he turned back. Balang awaited him, disappointment evident in his gaze as he saw Fang Mo return alone. You should not have let her go. Baling admonished sharply. You should have struck with deadly intent. You should not have granted her the opportunity to flee. Fang Mo rubbed his arm, feeling helpless. I did not anticipate her strength. She was able to endure such a blow. Baling scoffed. You possessed the bravery of a warrior, yet lacked the ruthlessness of one. You should have followed up with another strike to severely injure her. Now she has escaped, and she will not let you off easily. Fang Mo replied. After all, I bear no grudge against her. I have already injured her severely. There is no need to take a life, is there? Balong's voice turned cold. Mercy begets misfortune. You will rue this day. Fang Mo, unwilling to delve further into the matter, chuckled lightly. Brother Gu, please take care of things. It is time for us to depart. You will regret this. The fierce wolf coldly uttered a word before declaring, I have nothing to tidy up. Fang Mo glanced around. The place was desolate, with no vehicles in sight. He stepped forward and helped the fierce wolf to his feet. Brother Gu, allow me to carry you. He crouched down, and the fierce wolf, momentarily taken aback, regarded him with surprise, yet did not refuse. Fang Mo hoisted the fierce wolf onto his back, feeling somewhat contemplative as he noted that the fierce wolf weighed only around 80 to 90 pounds, lighter than some women. As they traversed the bridge, neither spoke a word. Instead of returning to the martial arts school, Fang Mo brought the fierce wolf to the courtyard where he had previously stayed, gently laying him on the sofa. This is my rented accommodation. The fierce wolf surveyed the room in silence. Fang Mo entered his own chamber to retrieve a few articles of clothing. These are my garments. I have drawn a bath to help you cleanse yourself. The fierce wolf regarded Fang Mo with a frosty stare and retorted, You intend to search my person, do you? Taken aback by the accusation, Fang Mo chuckled. The senior has already promised to impart the techniques to me. Is there any need for me to search you? The fierce wolf replied indifferently. Searching would be futile. I would not keep them on me. With a slight smile, Fang Mo countered. Then what do you fear? Come, allow me to assist in your cleansing. The fierce wolf responded coldly with a hint of amusement. Fang Mo lifted the fierce wolf and carried him to the bathroom, where he carefully cut away the clothing, revealing horrifying wounds. His limbs bore twisted scars, especially his hands, which were grotesquely deformed. He refrained from speaking much, meticulously washing the fierce wolf's body, which was alarmingly emaciated, evoking a sense of discomfort. The fierce wolf was exceedingly filthy. It took an entire bar of soap to cleanse him thoroughly, and he even trimmed the man's hair in the process. After donning fresh clothing, the fierce wolf looked considerably more presentable. He regarded Fang Mo, who was assisting him, and remarked, It is of no use. My heart is as hard as stone. Such tactics are futile against me. I will not express gratitude. If you wish to learn the indestructible body, you must first heal my injuries. You need not express gratitude. Fang Mo replied with a gentle smile. I merely believe that as fellow martial artists, you should not endure such treatment. The fierce wolf narrowed his eyes, studying Fang Mo with an air of perplexity, sensing that he could not quite decipher this individual. Chapter 74, Regret. Fang Mo helped the fierce wolf to dress properly and settled him back on the sofa before taking a seat opposite him. We can now discuss matters in more detail. The fierce wolf stated calmly, Are you not yet capable of concocting the medicine? Is it not premature to converse at this juncture? Fang Mo smiled slightly. It is not a mere exchange. I have promised to assist you in your healing, but the condition is that you must first provide me with the indestructible body technique. Do you think me foolish? The fierce wolf scoffed, his gaze laced with derision. What if, by that time, you are unable to heal me? Or if you acquire the technique and refuse to help? Then you would have to gamble. Fang Mo smiled faintly at him. Then his expression turned serious. I am in urgent need of the indestructible body. I cannot afford to wait. If you are unwilling to exchange, I will seek out other avenues. The indestructible body is still circulating in the market. The fierce wolf's face displayed disdain. Can they be compared? What I possess is a legitimate lineage. The indestructible body available in the market may drive you mad if you attempt to practice it. I understand. Fang Mo replied calmly. However, I lack the luxury of time. Due to certain circumstances, I must cultivate swiftly. If the indestructible body proves unfeasible, I will seek alternative defensive techniques. This is not my sole path. It is merely a fortuitous encounter with you that compels me to propose this exchange. The fierce wolf fell silent, his gaze shifting as he pondered. Fang Mo continued. I must also inform you that among the two medicines, several ingredients are rare spiritual herbs, which will require time to procure. Therefore, the decision lies with you. If you agree, our agreement will be established. I will assist you with your treatment and cover all expenses. If you decline, I will see you out and will thereafter refrain from disturbing you. After articulating all of this, Fang Mo regarded the fierce wolf with a composed expression, though internally, he was exceedingly anxious, filled with fervent anticipation. His need for the indestructible body was profound. Mastering this technique could significantly enhance his innate potential, although he currently possessed supernatural abilities that rendered his lineage inconsequential. A change could undoubtedly expedite his progress. Moreover, the indestructible body was a formidable defensive technique. Acquiring it would bolster his capabilities. The fierce wolf, head bowed, exhibited a restless gaze, seemingly struggling to reach a decision. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze to Fang Mo, his eyes sharp. How confident are you in healing my injuries? Fang Mo candidly replied. To be honest, I hold little assurance. Upon hearing this, the fierce wolf's eyes flickered momentarily. His brow arched. At least you have not deceived me. Had you claimed you could heal me, our discussion would have been moot. His injuries were grave. His leg bones were shattered, and his hands were shredded, especially his neck, which was beyond repair. He had exhausted all his savings in the hospital, merely managing to survive. Thus, he was acutely aware of the severity of his condition, yet he still harbored hope that Fang Mo might possess a solution. He was unwilling to forfeit even the slightest opportunity. My lack of confidence is simply to avoid overpromising. Fang Mo smiled gently, then adopted a serious demeanor. I have not deceived you. I possess methods to treat your specific injuries, and I have the prescriptions. However, I have yet to validate their efficacy. Hence, I cannot provide you with guarantees. The fierce wolf fell silent once more. After a moment, he inquired, when will you be able to concoct this medicine to aid my recovery? Fang Mo pondered briefly and responded, based on my current progress. It should take approximately 2 to 3 months, at most not exceeding 6 months. The fierce wolf was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixed intently on Fang Mo as if attempting to ascertain the veracity of his words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, so, it means you cannot commence treatment until at least 3 months from now. Correct. Fang Mo nodded, meeting the fierce wolf's gaze. During this period, I will arrange for someone to attend to your needs. Your sustenance and accommodation will be my responsibility until I am able to prepare these 2 medicines for your treatment. The fierce wolf lapsed into silence once more, this time for an extended duration, long enough to instill a sense of unease in Fang Mo. He was merely making verbal assurances, and the fierce wolf was unlikely to place his trust in mere words. However, the significance of the indestructible body was paramount to him. Encountering this unparalleled technique was an opportunity he was loath to squander, a pivotal moment for his transformation. I accept your proposal. Suddenly, the fierce wolf raised his head. Fang Mo, upon hearing this, was initially stunned, then elated. Do not be overly jubilant. The fierce wolf abruptly interrupted Fang Mo's excitement, his gaze sharp and commanding. I will only impart to you the 12 indestructible techniques and the first layer of the method. When you commence treatment, I will then teach you the second layer. If there is progress, I will teach you the third layer. Should you succeed in healing me, I may then share the first 4 layers of the method with you. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Mo solemnly replied, it's a deal. The fierce wolf's expression turned serious as he emphasized, all that I have said must be etched in your heart. You must not rely on any form of documentation, nor may you divulge it to anyone. This is the first principle of our transaction. Understood. Fang Mo promptly calmed himself. Brother Gu, you may begin. The ferocious wolf inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming profound and his voice resonating with a rich timbre. The indestructible body technique, known as the diamond body technique, was conceived by the mad Taoist of Wugong Mountain through countless studies of various martial arts. With this technique, he had vanquished all opponents across the realm. This art comprises the foundational 12 forms of the diamond and a 9-stage progressive cultivation method, each layer intricately enhancing the last, exhibiting unparalleled finesse. It fortifies flesh and sinew, purges blood and marrow, strengthens the 5 viscera and 6 organs, and refines essence and will. His voice quickened, a glimmer illuminating his eyes, rising in pitch as he spoke of the highest realm of this practice. It is said to render one invulnerable, impervious to a myriad of toxins, bestowing an indomitable and unyielding diamond body, often referred to as the diamond realm. Fang Mo felt his blood surge with excitement upon hearing such a formidable technique. No wonder Xie Changmin spoke of the mad Taoist with such reverence. If one truly mastered the 9th level, what unfathomable power would that entail? Alas, at that moment, a hint of disappointment flickered across the ferocious wolf's face, his eyes dimming as he lamented, regrettably, this technique was fragmented in years past, and I possess only the first 4 levels of the art. Fang Mo was taken aback, then urgently inquired, are the subsequent levels in the possession of that Songhongi? The ferocious wolf cast a scornful glance at Fang Mo, his expression tinged with a mix of derision and disappointment, implying that she likely held the latter 5 levels of the technique, along with the crucial medicinal formulas for cultivation recorded therein. Without this segment, the path to mastery would be exceedingly arduous. His demeanor grew somber as he continued, I have practiced for 3 years, yet have not even attained the first level. Progress is painfully slow without medicinal aid. I regret it. Fang Mo indeed felt remorse, realizing that he had, at the time, strained himself to subdue the opponent. His injuries from the morning had not fully healed, thus he had held back during his strike. Otherwise, should he have unleashed his full strength, he could have gravely wounded the adversary. Regretful indeed. The ferocious wolf looked at Fang Mo, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you still considering a trade? You may yet have time to reconsider. Without the latter part, prepare yourself for a journey so slow it may lead to despair. His gaze fixed on Fang Mo's face, awaiting his response. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Mo declared solemnly, I shall trade. I am determined to claim this technique. Very well, listen closely. The ferocious wolf's spirit invigorated, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Pay heed. The 12 forms of the diamond. The first form, the diamond foundation form, resonates with the sound of the sacred syllables. Stand in the Buddhist stance. Inhale into the dantian, expand the chest and ribs, then vocalize the 6-character mantra, creating vibrations that resonate throughout the body. The second form, the diamond root and bone form, resembles the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Fang Mo listened intently, each word igniting ripples of inspiration within him. He understood that this was not merely the impartation of a martial art, but rather the key to transforming his destiny.